As one of the world's most privileged heirs, Qin Kun had often encountered a group of impoverished individuals boasting about their Ferraris in front of him. Chapter 1. Poverty Makes You a Servant. Qin Kun, stop standing there like a fool and read your masterpiece aloud with fervor. At this moment, all the students in Class 2 of the third year at Dongjiang No. 1 High School were staring at Qin Kun on the podium. Their expressions varied. The majority were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Dressed in a school uniform, Qin Kun held a piece of pink stationery, confusion evident in his eyes. This was a love letter, yet it was not penned by him. "Teacher, I assure you, I did not write this," Qin Kun reiterated, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him. This man, with a protruding belly resembling that of a pregnant woman and in his early 40s, was the quintessential greasy uncle. He was Han Lei, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Hearing Qin Kun's protest, Han Lei stepped forward and snatched the pink letter from him. "Here, take a look for yourself. Doesn't this handwriting resemble yours? Do I need to pull out your homework for comparison?" This was precisely the source of Qin Kun's furrowed brow. The letter, without a doubt, bore his handwriting in uncanny resemblance. Seeing Qin Kun fall silent, Han Lei's anger flared, and he barked. "What? You don't want to read it? Why should I read something I didn't write?" "Very well." Han Lei nodded, a sneer creeping onto his face. "Go fetch your parents if you refuse to read. Let them read it for you." "My parents are not local, they are far away," Qin Kun replied nonchalantly, devoid of any respect in his tone. This teacher left a rather negative impression on him, accepted bribes, favored female students, and looked down on the less fortunate. If this incident had occurred to some other wealthy heir, it would not have been as severe. "All right, so you can't summon your parents, huh? You're as unyielding as a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water?" Han Lei sneered. "Then allow me to read it for you." With that, Han Lei began to read aloud the contents of the pink letter. "Son Han, I like you. You are like a shooting star in the sky that suddenly streaks across my life, catching me off guard. You are like a blooming flower, making my world extraordinarily vibrant. I love every inch of your skin, your fine hairs." The embarrassing love letter elicited a chorus of laughter from the audience. Sun Han's face turned pale, her expression filled with resentment as she glared at Qin Kun, trembling with rage. Sun Han was Qin Kun's classmate from middle school, and fate had brought them into the same class again in high school. However, their backgrounds were vastly different. Sun Han's family was involved in real estate, never lacking money, and she was extraordinarily beautiful, a quintessential rich girl. As for Qin Kun, nobody had ever seen his parents. He was known to work part-time, relying on meager earnings to make ends meet. Their disparity was akin to that of a toad and a swan. "Wow, this love letter is unbearable," one student remarked. "It's simply revolting," another chimed in. "Qin Kun doesn't even take a good look at himself. How could he possibly pursue someone like Sun Han? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat?" The atmosphere in Class 2 erupted in chaos. After the cringeworthy letter was read, Han Lei slammed it on the desk, coldly asking, "Qin Kun, do you have anything to say? Any further excuses?" Qin Kun felt utterly speechless. Everything he could have said had already been voiced by Han Lei. Noticing Qin Kun's silence, Han Lei rapped the desk and admonished, "And you all, stop laughing. At your age, you should focus on your studies, understand? If you indulge in early romance like Qin Kun, you'll end up just like him." Han Lei was clearly intent on making an example of Qin Kun, pointing to the last row of the classroom. "Qin Kun, move your seat to the last row and serve as the monitor for a month. Understand?" Qin Kun nodded, too weary to argue further. Although he said nothing, this debt was firmly etched in his heart. After relocating his desk to the back row, the bell rang, and Han Lei waved his hand, dismissing the class meeting. As soon as the class was over, Sun Han approached Qin Kun, her teeth clenched. Upon looking up, Qin Kun was met with Sun Han's stunning face, flushed with rage, her eyes seemingly ablaze. "Qin Kun, let me explain," he began. "Explain what?" Sun Han snapped, delivering a sharp slap across Qin Kun's face. "I warn you, Qin Kun, if there's a next time, we're not done." Qin Kun felt a surge of anger, but chose not to retaliate. Firstly, Sun Han was a girl, and he had never developed the habit of striking women. Secondly, from a certain perspective, Sun Han was unaware of the truth, and her fury was entirely understandable. Lastly, before fulfilling his family's first task, he could not afford to offend this young lady. Rubbing his cheek, Qin Kun sighed, "Sun Han, you certainly have a strong hand. Regardless, we have been classmates for 6 years since middle school, and I even helped you." Back in the third year of middle school, Sun Han had encountered 2 thugs while walking home alone at night. Qin Kun happened to pass by and intervened, driving the thugs away. It was worth noting that Qin Kun was quite tall and well-built, having trained extensively, giving him considerable strength. He had never entertained the notion of a Klitsch hero saving the Beatty scenario. Surely a simple thank you was warranted? Sun Han regarded Qin Kun, recalling the incident from their third year, and shot him a disdainful glance. Who knows if you were secretly in love with me and staged the whole thing with those thugs? Moreover, even if you genuinely helped me, that was your choice. I never begged you for assistance. What's that to me? Stunt, Qin Kun still to hear. Several classmates nearby were equally taken aback, shocked by her cruel words. Regardless, don't speak to me in the future. Just the sight of you disgusts me. Keep your distance. Sun Han rolled her eyes and hurriedly returned to her seat. Unable to bear the whispers of his classmates any longer, Qin Kun rose and left, seeking solitude. However, as he approached the vicinity of the restroom, he overheard familiar laughter wafting through the smoky air. Haha, Digo, this kid really made a fool of himself this time. Indeed, Digo, I just saw Sun Han slap him. It was downright hilarious. Sun Han recognized the voices of 3 individuals. Among them was the one they referred to as Digo, named Ud. Ud was the son of a real estate tycoon in Dongjiang City, with wealth far surpassing even that of Sun Han's family. He was known for his arrogance, disregarding not only ordinary students but even their homeroom teacher, Han Lei. His favorite pastimes included toying with the daughters of others and bullying the children of impoverished families. Qin Kun fell squarely into the latter category, serving as Ud's source of amusement. The other 2 were Ud's sycophant son Lin, named Wang Ning, and the other heavyset, named Li Shuang. I must say, Wang Ning, your imitation skills are impressive. You perfectly replicated that kid's handwriting. Even Han Lei the fool didn't catch on. Ud praised Wang Ning, adding, though the content is rather crass, I like it. Hey, that's nothing, Digo. Even if it were the work of a calligraphy master, we could replicate it, Wang Ning replied. Enough boasting if you had such talent. Why are you even in school? Li Shuang snutted. Listening to their taunts, Qin Kun's fists clenched subtly. So that was the truth of the matter. Ud and his companions had been scheming behind the scenes. Just then, as Ud and his friends finished their cigarettes and emerged from the restroom, they collided directly with Qin Kun. All 3 paused, instantly recognizing from his expression that he had eavesdropped on their conversation. However, Ud quickly regained his composure, smiling as he patted Qin Kun on the shoulder. Qin Kun, did you hear us? Do you think I would admit it? Qin Kun replied coolly. And if you did hear, what could you possibly do about it? Do you dare to confront our Digo? Wang Ning sneered, his face contorted. Ud raised a hand, signaling Wang Ning to be quiet, then pulled out a pink $100 bill from his pocket, placing it in Qin Kun's hand. Qin Kun, we are classmates. It was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. Though Ud's words sounded conciliatory, the tone dripped with mockery, clearly suggesting he could toy with Qin Kun without consequence. Moreover, was this truly a joke? It was nothing less than blatant humiliation. Gazing at the money in his hand, Qin Kun flicked it away. Do you think $100 can silence me? Silence? Ud raised an eyebrow, then quickly shook his head. Cut the nonsense. This money is for you to buy me cigarettes. You know what I smoke, so don't pick anything random. The remainder is for your trouble. Now off you go. With that, Ud left with a smile. Standing in the corridor, Qin Kun's lips curled into a smile, devoid of anger. Chapter 2. The prestigious family of tycoons. Early the next morning, Qin Kun awoke in his humble rented room. With a day off from school, he rose early, washed his face and brushed his teeth in the rudimentary bathroom, and prepared to work at the construction site. After boiling a packet of instant noodles, balancing work and study, he often assisted at the site during breaks to earn a little money. However, as he opened the door, he was met by the landlord's wife, her face contorted with irritation. Without preamble, she extended her hand, demanding, Qin Kun, where's the rent? Qin Kun instinctively recoiled, knowing his pockets were as empty as his face was clean. The landlord's wife, recognizing his predicament, coldly scolded, Qin Kun, we agreed you'd pay by the 1st, and today is already the 3rd. Where's the money, madam? I truly have no money right now. Then get out. This isn't a refugee camp. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Her voice was sharp enough to rattle the entire neighborhood. Qin Kun rubbed his aching ears and proposed, how about this, madam? Just give me a little more time. I'll return around 4 after I work at the site, and as soon as I receive my wages, I'll bring the money right to you. What do you say? Upon hearing that he would receive money today, the landlord's wife relented, saying, all right, but this is your promise. If you aren't back by 5, don't blame me for throwing you and your stuff out. With that, she glared at Qin Kun and waddled upstairs like a water bucket. Wiping his forehead, Qin Kun hurriedly dressed and made his way to the construction site. After a grueling day, he was utterly exhausted. When he finally received the over 1,000 yuan, his hands trembled uncontrollably. At last, he could complete his task. He pulled out his phone to check his sporadic transfer records and messages from his family. He was just 300 yuan short. With just 300 more, he would fulfill the first mission assigned by his family. The Qin family, the most powerful hidden clan in the world, held immense influence, controlling the global economy, led by Qin Kun's father, a billionaire of unparalleled stature. However, this billionaire was not one to flaunt his wealth like Bill Gates. The true elite never reveal their names to the public. Yet, the Qin family had a peculiar rule. Direct descendants like Qin Kun must leave the family at the age of 10 and fend for themselves in a small city. This was the family's first task. The task was harsh. The family provided no assistance, leaving the children to survive on their own while ensuring their studies did not falter. Furthermore, by the age of 19, they had to accumulate 80,000 yuan without resorting to theft, robbery, or debt to complete the task. Surviving in society without family support was already a daunting challenge for teenagers, and many failed to achieve the goal. However, those who succeeded would be rewarded handsomely. Initially, Qin Kun harbored resentment towards the family for imposing such a harsh task. Yet, he gradually understood their intention, to teach the children the harsh realities of life, that without money, one was powerless. Thus, the future generations would cherish the family's current achievements and ensure its continued prosperity. After years of hardship, Qin Kun had come to deeply appreciate the family's well-meaning intentions. In a world devoid of wealth, one was indeed rendered powerless. After receiving his wages, Qin Kun hurried to the nearby construction bank. As he exited the site, a BMW pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a mocking voice. Well, isn't this our class's great romantic, Qin Kun? The speaker was none other than Ud, and to Qin Kun's surprise, sitting in the passenger seat was Sun Han. Sun Han regarded Qin Kun with disdain. Her face contorted in disgust as she coldly remarked, Qin Kun, are you really here hauling bricks? Look at you, filthy and reeking. What face do you have to write me love letters? Ud glanced at the construction site and laughed. Oh, isn't this your family's project? Indeed, Sun Han replied, her gaze towards Qin Kun now carrying an air of superiority. Turns out you're working for Sun Han's family, huh? TSK'd. Why Ud smirked, pulling Sun Han closer and playfully suggested. How about we fire him? Yes, let us fire him, Sun Han chimed in, facing Qin Kun with a smile that dripped with malice. Qin Kun, I'm telling you, you no longer need to work here. This is your punishment. If you dare to annoy me again, I'll ensure you never find work in Dongjiang. Don't think I'm joking. Once my father speaks, no position in Dongjiang will be available to you. Your livelihood is in my hands, you poor fool. Ud chewed gum, laughing. Did you hear that, loser? Oh, and Sun Han is with me now. Keep your distance if I catch you writing her love letters again. I'll make you regret it. In response to their taunts, Qin Kun merely smiled, calmly saying, understood, I'll remember your words. Make sure you do, Ud replied, rolling up the window as they drove away. Watching the luxury car vanish, Qin Kun's smile widened. Upon arriving at the bank, he deposited the cash and transferred the 300 yuan to the family account. Moments later, a text arrived. Beep, congratulations, third young master. The first assessment has been completed. According to family rules, you will receive a reward for completing this assessment, and funds will be credited shortly. Additionally, you have earned a family token. Please log into the website. Reading the message, Qin Kun exhaled deeply. From this moment forward, his rise would be unstoppable. A few minutes later, another message from the bank arrived. Construction Bank. Account number ending in 0753 has completed a transfer of 50,000,000 yuan. Account balance, 50,001,100.32 yuan. Upon seeing this text, Qin Kun nearly dropped his phone. After being poor for so long, this was the first time he had seen so many zeros, a full 50 million. This was exhilarating, and the family token. Remembering the family token, he quickly found an internet CAF. Needing to log into the family website, he reserved a private room. Once at the computer, he opened the website. It was an online shopping platform with a plethora of goods. Thinking he might have entered the wrong address, he double-checked the message, but it was correct. Was this shopping site set up by his family? It seemed possible, so he entered his account and password. For ordinary users, this website appeared to be a typical online shopping site. However, upon logging in with his account, a hidden page opened. At the top. It read, Welcome, third young master, to the Qin family website. Excited, Qin Kun began exploring the various features of the site. The family token functioned like a form of currency. By using family tokens, he could redeem any form of family power on this site. For instance, he could utilize the family's underground influence to sway a significant event or exchange for family resources, clandestine medical knowledge, or business strategies. In essence, all aspects of the family's power could be accessed here. However, acquiring family assistance came at a cost. Qin Kun would have to complete more tasks to earn additional family tokens. The Qin family's educational system was so formidable that it transcended mere words. Those who emerged from such a system were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. As Qin Kun perused the various family powers on the website, he noticed he could hardly afford anything since he only possessed one family token. Ultimately, he chose a power that was practical for him: personal safety protection. After redeeming it, he received a text. "Third young master, please reply with your current address. The family will contact members in Dongjiang to visit you personally." Quickly, he sent his rental address. Minutes later, he received a reply, stating that someone was on their way. Glancing at the time, Qin Kun was startled to realize it was already past 5. He had completely forgotten about the landlord's situation. He quickly settled his bill and hailed a taxi back home. Upon his arrival, he was met with an embarrassing sight. The landlord's wife was tossing his belongings out the door. His clothes, shoes, and various belongings were scattered everywhere. It seemed she truly meant what she said. Just then, a group of well-dressed individuals approached, exuding an air of authority. Leading them was a young woman in her 20s, impeccably dressed in black, her figure strikingly alluring. As they reached the ground floor, the woman asked the landlord's wife, "Excuse me, do you know Qin Kun? Does he live here?" The landlord's wife, a woman of modest means, was taken aback by such a display and leaned against the wall. Terrified, thinking perhaps a gang had come, "Madam? Who are you looking for?" The landlady inquired. "Do you know Qin Kun?" Upon realizing that the inquiry was directed toward Qin Kun, she thought to herself that the young man must have caused trouble at the construction site again. Hastily, she waved her hands, saying, "Has that rascal Qin Kun gotten into trouble again? Please, do not involve me. I am merely a landlord and not at all acquainted with him." Chapter 3. The Third Young Master Rascal? Chen Mengqing's delicate brows furrowed, and her lips involuntarily twitched, revealing an extraordinary expression. A world-renowned young master was casually referred to as a rascal by an ordinary citizen. This left both Chen Mengqing and her bodyguards utterly perplexed. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with embarrassment. Chen Mengqing was one of the prominent members of her family in Dongjiang City, the cherished jewel of the Chen family in the southern part of the city. At merely 24 years of age, she had returned from overseas, armed with multiple degrees and fluency in 8 languages. She was undoubtedly one of the top talents and elite young ladies in Dongjiang. Yet, even such an impressive figure had to refer to Qin Kun as young master. The landlady's casual dismissal as a rascal was indeed a significant shock. As the group stood in stunned silence, the landlady, lost in her thoughts, decided to distance herself from Qin Kun. She grabbed a mop from the entrance and began to push various household items out of the way, demonstrating her lack of connection to him. However, before she could finish her actions, she noticed a young man in black, standing behind Chen Mengqing, suddenly step forward and deliver a resounding slap across the landlady's face. These individuals were all veterans, and if they had exerted their full strength, it would have undoubtedly resulted in significant injury. Nevertheless, the landlady lost one of her yellowed teeth from the force of the blow. "Oh my!" she exclaimed. Clutching her swollen face, tears brimming in her eyes, that slap truly hurt. The veteran, on the other hand, wore a faint look of annoyance. How dare she call the third young master of the Qin family a rascal? For such an affront, a beating was not unwarranted. Yet, considering that she might be unaware of who she was speaking about, he chose to show restraint. The landlady was utterly bewildered. Why was she being struck? Could it be that Qin Kun had offended them so gravely, while she merely offered him shelter? Her habitual line of thinking led her to this conclusion. Thus, she gazed at the young man with an expression of innocence and pleaded, "Please do not hit me. I have already said that I have no connection to that little rascal, Qin Kun." "Little rascal?" Chen Mengqing's temper flared upon hearing this, and she shot the young man a glance. The young man, having a military background, was direct and efficient in his actions, preferring not to engage in dialogue. He was accustomed to following Chen Mengqing's commands, which typically involved executing tasks without uttering a word. Thus, once again, he delivered a swift slap. "Please stop hitting me. I really have no connection to that wild child, Qin Kun. Stop. Fine. I was wrong. I will never rent to that brat Qin Kun again." A series of rapid slaps followed. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, even evoking a hint of martial artistry. At that moment, unable to bear it any longer, Qin Kun stepped forward, calling out, "Enough!" As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, searching for his family identification. Upon seeing Qin Kun, Chen Mingqing's eyes lit up. It was likely that this was indeed the third young master. However, she did not rush, knowing that she needed to see the family proof before drawing any conclusions. Meanwhile, the landlady, upon spotting Qin Kun, rushed to him, her face swollen to the size of a steamed bun, filled with resentment. She approached him and slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "Damn you, you little rascal! You offended someone outside and now I have to suffer alongside you." Qin Kun swiftly caught her hand and revealed his family identification, displaying it for Chen Mingqing to see. Upon seeing the jade pendant adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix designs, Chen Mingqing's heart trembled. This was the third young master? Externally, Qin Kun appeared to be nothing more than a common laborer, dressed in a manner that could only be described as shabby. Such a person would not have garnered a second glance from her under normal circumstances. Yet now, she found herself trembling with excitement, her lips quivering. Without hesitation, she approached Qin Kun and executed a deep bow, exclaiming, "Chen Mingqing, daughter of a subordinate family of the Qin clan, pays her respects to the third young master of the Qin family." This scene resembled a moment from a Hong Kong film where a subordinate bows before a gang leader. The landlady, standing between Chen Mingqing and Qin Kun, still raised her hand, seemingly intent on delivering another slap to Qin Kun. However, her hand was frozen mid-air, unable to descend. What was this? What third young master? What was happening? The landlady thought she must be hearing things, her neck creaking as she slowly turned her head. Upon turning, her face drained of color as she beheld the sight of Chen Mingqing and her entourage bowing before Qin Kun. Clearly, such gestures were not intended for her. Connecting the dots from earlier when these individuals had sought out Qin Kun, if the landlady remained oblivious, it would be akin to being foolish to the edge of the universe. With a thud, the landlady's face turned ashen, staring blankly at Qin Kun, who calmly accepted the bowing of the crowd. Feeling as though her worldview was shattering. Are you a second-generation rich kid?" Qin Kun smiled wryly and shook his head. He had wished to keep a low profile, to contact Chen Mingqing later and meet in a more secluded setting. However, upon witnessing the landlady being subjected to a flurry of slaps, he felt compelled to intervene. The landlady, though a bit domineering, did not concern him. He understood that she had her struggles. Her husband was a gambler who had accrued a mountain of debt, resulting in a broken leg and leaving her to bear the weight of the household alone while facing relentless debt collectors. Thus, when the landlady urgently sought money from him, Qin Kun recognized it as desperation. He knelt down and waved Chen Mingqing over, who approached him, curious. "Miss Chen, could you lend me 2,000 yuan? Lend?" Chen Mingqing's expression darkened. It was the first time she had encountered such humility from a second-generation rich kid. Surprised, she signaled to her subordinate, who promptly withdrew 2,000 yuan from the nearest ATM. Taking the money, Qin Kun handed it to the landlady, saying, "Madam, this contains the rent, and the remainder is for medical expenses. This should suffice." The landlady looked at Qin Kun, then at Chen Mingqing, finally realizing why she had been struck. Hastily, she attempted to return the money, exclaiming, "No, no, third young master, I wouldn't dare accept this. Furthermore, I won't charge you rent. You can stay as long as you like, however you prefer." Yet, the landlady couldn't help but want to slap herself. How could she let a super-rich second-generation kid stay in her shabby 40-square-meter apartment? Qin Kun smiled and insisted, "I intend to stay here for the time being. Please accept the money. I do not wish for anyone else to learn of today's events, including your husband and children." "I understand. I swear I won't say a word," the landlady replied, casting a fearful glance at Chen Mingqing, her eyes filled with trepidation. Chen Mingqing, recognizing her fear, reassured her, "Since the young master has spoken, take it. Do not worry. No one will retaliate against you." Thus, the landlady finally accepted the money. That day, she would find it impossible to sleep. After escorting the landlady home, Qin Kun glanced at his belongings and instructed those accompanying Chen Mingqing, "Please help me tidy up the house." "Yes, third young master." Hearing this, Qin Kun felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. After all, he had relied solely on his own efforts for many years, almost forgetting his identity as a second-generation rich kid. Chen Mingqing smiled alluringly, "Third young master, this is not the place for conversation. Since we are fortunate to meet today, how about treating you to a meal?" Chapter 4. The neighboring leg sister. The following morning, Qin Kun appeared once again in the classroom, dressed in a simple school uniform. As class commenced, the homeroom teacher, Han Lei, waddled up to the podium with a stack of test papers in hand. "Let's announce your mathematics scores from the past few days. First, I must commend Lu Qianqian. She achieved a perfect score of 150, not a point less. She is our class's shining hope. Let's give her a round of applause." At this, the classmates began to clap. Lu Qianqian was an excellent student, also considered a beauty, and had been elected class president. Han Lei's eyes sparkled with a knowing smile. It was well known that this teacher had a weakness for pretty girls. Next came the scores of other students. Gao He, 88 points. Dio, you have rocks in your head? That's failing. Wang Feng, 107 points. Not bad. Qin Kun. As he spoke, Han Lei glanced at Qin Kun, who was seated in the last row, and mockingly remarked, 60 marks. Do maintain this splendid achievement. The tone of his words was laced with derision. Qin Kun approached to collect his exam paper without uttering a word, returning to his seat. Subsequently, Han Lei addressed Ud with exaggerated reverence, 22 marks. Upon hearing this, Ud remained unmoved, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, as though the matter bore no relevance to him. Han Lei, however, showed no sign of leniency and promptly delivered the paper directly to Ud. The disparity was indeed striking. Teacher, please refrain from announcing my score in the future. Understood. I am merely experiencing high school. The results are inconsequential, Ud replied with a cheerful demeanor, as if he were the teacher himself. Very well, as long as you are content. Han Lei was not angered but rather appeared to be a sycophant. After all, the parents of Ud, with just a casual gesture, could jeopardize his future. Indeed, our brother D is so indifferent to exams that he barely managed to score this low, unlike certain individuals who toil relentlessly yet still only achieved 60. Wang Ning remarked, casting a knowing smile towards Qin Kun in the back row. Observing this, Han Lei rapped on the desk. All right, class is about to begin. During the lesson, Qin Kun listened intently to in truth, his academic performance was not as dismal as it might seem. He had dedicated all his free time to completing his first task. Whenever he had a moment, Qin Kun would be out working. While others did their homework, he labored. While others attended extra classes, he worked. Even when others slept, he toiled. Now, in the latter half of their senior year, the countdown to the college entrance examination had begun. At this juncture, for most, it seemed too late to study hard. The exam loomed ever closer, and teachers began to focus on the top students, relegating those without hope of entering university to a list of abandoned. Students on this list were essentially left to their own devices. And teachers hardly bothered to inquire if they attended class or not. As Qin Kun stared blankly at the errors on his paper, he felt utterly helpless. Asking Han Lei for help would be futile. He showed no concern for students like Qin Kun who were deemed hopeless. The class monitor performs well. Surely asking a single question is not too much to ask, Qin Kun thought, but his acquaintance with Lu Qianqian was minimal, almost non-existent. Tentatively, he approached her with his exam paper, asking, Class monitor, may I ask you a question? Lu Qianqian looked up at him in astonishment, then let out a cold laugh. Why should I tutor you? You impoverished wretch? What benefit is there for me? Her desk mate chimed in with a laugh. You don't see our Qianqian sister studying like there's no tomorrow? You, a pauper, asking her a question is merely wasting her time. What if she misses her dream university because of you? Can you bear that responsibility? At that moment, Han Lei also noticed and threw a piece of chalk that struck Qin Kun squarely on the forehead. You, poor wretch, what are you pretending to study for? Have you forgotten how flamboyant you were when writing love letters? That is not. Not what? Han Lei interrupted, raising his voice. Listen well, the college entrance examination is imminent. You had better behave yourself and not delay your classmates' studies. Someone like you, a slacker, should look the part. I haven't even complained about you dragging the class down. Now go back to your seat. Qin Kun glanced at Lu Qianqian and then at Han Lei, crumpling the paper in his hand. He had not anticipated that this seemingly graceful class monitor would possess such arrogance. After a moment's thought, he turned to leave. Relying on others was not as effective as relying on oneself. In that instant, Qin Kun resolved to achieve a commendable score to slap the faces of those few individuals. After the third period, a girl from the adjacent class approached him, standing at the door and beckoning. Qin Kun, Yejia is looking for you. Hurry! The expression on her face suggested she regarded Qin Kun as a mere servant, summoning him at her whim. The Yejia she referred to was a stunning beauty, renowned for her looks in Class 3, and even among the entire school, she was considered top tier, tall and alluring. Her fair skin and enticing long legs were her signature traits. The students of Class 3 affectionately referred to her as Legs Jia. For Qin Kun, Suya held an additional identity. She was the daughter of his landlady. Upon arriving at the entrance of Class 3, he found Suya standing there with the girl, flanked by two rather unruly male students. Have the rent for my place been settled? Suya called out to Qin Kun upon spotting him. Yes, I just paid it yesterday, he replied. Good, that's settled then. The reason I called you over is that I didn't complete my homework yesterday and will be out with friends today. Since you have nothing to do, you can do my assignments, Suya said, extracting a plastic bag filled with at least a dozen sets of papers. The sheer volume of work made Qin Kun inwardly dissatisfied as he protested. Yajia, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? You expect me to do all this? Brick King, Yajia asking you to do her homework is a privilege. Don't be ungrateful. One of the unruly boys beside her interjected. You must do these assignments. Otherwise, I will have Brother Xiang deal with you. Enough, Wu Dongyang. This pauper won't dare to disobey. If he does, I'll throw him out of my house, leaving him with nowhere to sleep. Suya declared, as if she held Qin Kun's fate in her hands, reveling in her power. This pauper eats meals so sparingly that he can't even afford extra salt, and he wears the same pair of shorts for 2 semesters. If he leaves my rental, he'll surely starve on the streets. With that, she crossed her arms, smirking at Qin Kun. Listen well, even if you don't do your own homework, you must complete mine if you fail to finish. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Of course, if you manage to complete it, I might reward you, she added, brandishing a 20 yuan note. What do you think? This is 20 yuan for meals. You usually spend less than 5 yuan per meal, right? Have you ever treated yourself to a 20 yuan feast? The girl who had summoned Qin Kun giggled. Come on, Legs Jia. Stop teasing him. He can't even afford the 8 yuan spicy noodles at the school gate. 20 yuan for a feast? Are you trying to make us laugh? Upon hearing this, Suya tucked the 20 yuan into her waistband and turned to say, all right, we're skipping class to go shopping. You can do your homework, but remember, don't tell my mom or the teachers. With that, the 3 of them laughed and walked down the hallway. Qin Kun instinctively wanted to refuse. Why should he do her unfinished assignments? But after a moment's reflection, he decided to oblige. Why? Because Qin Kun no longer needed to work. All the time he previously spent working was now devoted to studying, and these assignments could be seen as free learning materials, ultimately benefiting him. Most importantly, the teachers of Class 3 and Class 2 were not in the same office, meaning the assignments they assigned differed. Thus, Qin Kun refrained from arguing and obediently took the papers back to his classroom. However, just as he returned to his seat, 2 striking figures sat down in front of him. Chapter 5. The same day birthday. Raising his head, Qin Kun saw Zhang Hao smiling at him. Buddy, don't take it to heart. Just refuse that shameless girl. If she dares to kick you out, you can stay at my place. Zhang Hao is a slender boy, nicknamed Ribs, and was one of Qin Kun's closest friends. Ribs, I feel ill just hearing you boast. You live in the dorms yourself, yet you offer Qin Kun a place to stay. Another friend, Song Qi, chimed in. Like Zhang Hao, he shared a close bond with Qin Kun. When Han Lei read the love letter, both of them had felt uncomfortable but could not help Qin Kun, as their own family situations were also less than ideal, forming a trio of impoverished friends. Initially, Qin Kun lived in the dormitory, but 2 of Yudi's lackeys, Wang Ning and Li Shuang, made his life miserable there. After enduring various humiliations, Qin Kun had fought back. Ultimately, to find peace, he decided to spend a little extra money to move away from those 2 fools. By the way, old Qin, I remember today is your birthday, right? Zhang Hao remarked. Indeed, it is old Qin's birthday. How about I treat you all to barbecue? Song Qi suggested. Old Song, have you struck it rich? Ribs asked. Not at all, just saving up for my meager meals. But since it's old Qin's birthday, I don't mind splurging a bit, Song Qi replied. Hearing this, Qin Kun felt a flicker of warmth in the entire class. Only these 2 friends remembered his birthday. Just as they were about to celebrate, an incredibly grating voice interrupted them. Classmates, today is my birthday, Yudi's birthday. I am pleased, and to celebrate, I intend to treat everyone to a meal to alleviate the tension of our senior year. What do you all think? As the sound echoed, all the classmates turned their gazes toward the podium. Indeed, the speaker was Ud. Qin Kun was left bewildered by the sheer bad luck that had him sharing the same birth date as Ud. What a coincidence it was. Yes, today was DGE's birthday. Is Digu treating us to a meal? Digu is so impressive. What will Digu be treating us to today? The excitement surged among the students of Class 2. Year 3, for Ud had previously hosted numerous gatherings, each time offering lavish feasts that cost no less than 700 or 800 yuan. For these high school students, it was undoubtedly a grand banquet, akin to celebrating the new year. However, Ud was already in the latter half of his senior year, and with the looming college entrance examination, why was he leading everyone astray? At this moment, class monitor Lu Qianqian appeared somewhat displeased. Class monitor, you are an outstanding student, a focus of the teacher's attention. If you wish to study diligently, then do so. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. Exactly, Digo is finally treating us. Don't delay us. Our academic performance isn't as good as yours. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's dissent, the underperforming students began to rally against her, prompting Lu Qianqian to fall silent and shoot a glare at UD. UD, however, completely disregarded her, smiling as he addressed the entire class. I heard there's a new restaurant nearby called Jingwei Xiaochu, renowned for its delicious dishes. I haven't tried it yet. How about we go there tonight at 6? Jingwei Xiaochu. Wow. I've heard that place is amazing, but quite pricey. I adore you, Digu, you're the best. The classmates erupted in cheers. Class monitor Lu Qianqian let out a cold snort and remarked, UD, if you want to flaunt your wealth, that's your prerogative, but please keep an eye on the time. Evening study starts at 7:30, and I hope you don't make everyone late. You needn't worry. We'll finish in an hour and a half, UD assured, waving his hand. Tonight, if you want to enjoy a feast, meet at the entrance of Jingwei Xiaochu. Oh, there's one more thing I almost forgot. UD paused, glancing at Qin Kun. Qin Kun, you don't need to come. At this. Qin Kun's expression remained largely unchanged, but both Pai Gu and Song Chi's faces darkened. To invite the entire class while excluding Qin Kun was a direct affront in front of everyone. What are you staring at? If Digu says you're not invited, then you're not. Wang Ning mocked, sticking out his tongue. Come on, Qin Kun, a broke loser like you wants to eat at Jingwei Xiaochu? Don't joke around. I bet when you sit at the table, you won't even know how to eat, right? With Qin Kun's pathetic demeanor, letting him dine at Jingwei Xiaochu is just a waste of food. In that moment, UD resembled a celebrity among the classmates, while a group of underachievers circled around him in flattery, seemingly oblivious to their own status. Qin Kun merely smiled serenely, choosing not to engage with the shallow crowd. This idiot UD is such a bully, Pai Gu muttered, feeling powerless. Yeah, he flaunts his wealth just because his father is rich. It's frustrating. Song Chi added, shaking his head and turning to Qin Kun. Old Qin, ignore him. After school tonight, let us go for some skewers. Just the three of us will surely be more enjoyable. What Old Song said makes sense. I'll chip in a bit for tonight. Pai Gu laughed. All right. Qin Kun smiled slightly and replied, you two just need to show up tonight. I'll treat you're treating. Do you have money? Song Chi and Pai Gu exchanged glances, questioning him. Of course I have money. And quite a bit of it. Tonight, we'll enjoy a nice meal, not just some greasy barbecue. What do you want to eat? Song Chi inquired. Qin Kun stroked his chin, gazing into the distance at UD, who was reclining with his legs crossed on the table, and replied nonchalantly, Jingwei Xiaochu. What? The two were struck as if by thunder. At noon, Qin Kun took advantage of lunchtime to buy an egg pancake at the school gate and headed towards Jinjia. Initially, he intended to keep a low profile, but upon reflection, after enduring so much, wouldn't it be all right to indulge a little? Especially since today was his birthday, why should someone like UD, whom he regarded as a pauper, enjoy such luxuries while he, a top-tier rich kid, had to settle for less? Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Jingwei Xiaochu. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure, a girl sweeping some debris outside. Their eyes met. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with a delicate jawline, cherry-like lips, bright eyes, and long, smooth black hair cascading down her shoulders. However, her aura carried a hint of a seductive allure, reminiscent of a courtesan. Standing at a moderate height of 1.66 meters, she possessed an enviable figure, undeniably fitting the description of a beauty. Yet, her reputation was rather tarnished. Rumors circulated about her frequent late-night outings to clubs, with claims that she could easily be lured to bed for the right price. Guo Xiaoming, why aren't you in class? Working here part-time? Qin Kun remarked, surprised to see his classmate in a serveress uniform. Guo Xiaoming sized him up and coldly retorted, What, do you look down on me just because I'm a server? Don't forget you're just a brick mover. My job is better than yours. I didn't mean to mock you. I was just curious why you're not in class. With my score of just over 200, what's the point? I might as well earn some pocket money. Besides, if Hanlei hasn't said anything, why should you worry? Guo Xiaoming replied, then asked, by the way, what brings you here? I'm here to make a reservation for dinner. It's my birthday tonight. And I plan to eat with Song Chi and Pai Gu, Qin Kun explained. He initially thought to keep it a secret, but realizing that as a server, she'd likely find out anyway, he decided to be straightforward. What? Guo Xiaoming scoffed. Qin Kun, are you kidding me? We both know your financial situation. You're practically broke, yet you think you can dine at Jingwei Xiaochu? Are you trying to make me laugh? I really am here to make a reservation, Qin Kun shrugged, feeling exasperated that no one believed him when he spoke the truth. Come on, a meal at Jingwei Xiaochu costs at least 1,000 or 2,000. A full feast would exceed 3,000, Just you? Gua Xiaoming shook her head. Spill it. What are you really here for? I got a right. How could I forget? Gua Xiaoming smiled slyly. I heard from classmates that you had a falling out with Sun Han, and she kicked you off the construction site. Now I get it. You're here looking for a part-time job, right? I know it's a bit embarrassing to apply for a server position, but it's all right. We're classmates, I can help you out. The boss is upstairs. I'll take you to see her. With that, Gua Xiaoming grabbed Qin Kun's arm and led him into the restaurant. Chapter 6. 800,000 at your fingertips. Qin Kun was speechless. This girl didn't even let him speak. However, he had to admit that Gua Xiaoming was quite enthusiastic about helping him find a job. Their acquaintance was minimal, but this interaction revealed that while her words might be sharp, her heart was warm. Qin Kun wanted to say more but decided against it, knowing he would soon meet the owner of Jingwei Xiaochu. He figured he could simply pay for the reservation later. Upon reaching the second-floor office, Gua Xiaoming knocked on the door and called, "Boss, are you in?" "Yes, come in," came a woman's voice from inside. Qin Kun perked up. It sounded familiar. As they entered, he saw a serene office where a girl dressed in formal attire with a neat ponytail Saturday Xiaoqin? Chen Mingqing. Qin Kun was taken aback to discover that Jingwei Xiaochu was part of the Qin family's business. Of course, this small restaurant was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Qin family's wealth. "Xiaoqin, what brings you here?" After seeing the third young master, Chen Mingqing immediately rose to her feet. Not daring to remain seated, Gua Xiaoming, bewildered, looked between Qin Kun and the owner, asking, "Boss, do you two know each other?" "Of course we do. How could I be so familiar if we didn't?" As she spoke, she pulled Qin Kun over. "Xiaoqin, please have a seat." "Gua Xiaoming, go fetch some tea." Gua Xiaoming wore an expression of exasperation. She had intended to introduce Qin Kun for a job, but now found herself relegated to the role of tea server. As Gua Xiaoming poured the tea from Chen Mingqing's desk, Chen Mingqing smiled and asked, "Xiaoqin, what brings you to my restaurant?" "I had a dinner appointment with classmates here, but I didn't expect it to be your restaurant." Qin Kun replied. What a stroke of luck! Jingwei Xiaochu had only recently opened, but the food and drinks were exquisite, sure to satisfy the young master's palate. Chen Mingqing's eyes suddenly twinkled with a smile. "Xiaoqin, since you're here, I'd like to discuss something with you. I'm rather overwhelmed at the moment with this restaurant." "Mingqing, what do you mean?" Qin Kun inquired. "The meaning is quite straightforward. Why not allow me, your elder sister, to manage this restaurant for you? I shall transfer ownership to you, and from this day forth, you shall be the proprietor." Upon uttering these words, Gua Xiaoming, who was holding a teacup not far away, stumbled and dropped the cup to the floor. "What's wrong, Xiaoming?" Chen Mingqing turned her head. "Are you unwell?" No, it's not that, Mingqing. I merely had a slight tremor." Gua Xiaoming was drenched in sweat, her lips quivering. "Transferring the restaurant? What is happening? Quickly clean up the mess and prepare another cup," Chen Mingqing instructed, ignoring Gua Xiaoming, and turned her attention to Qin Kun, asking, "What do you think?" Hearing this, Qin Kun fell into deep contemplation. He had already completed his first task and secured 500 million in funding. However, the second task loomed ahead. This task aimed to cultivate the business acumen of the Qin family offspring, with a simple requirement: to earn 100 million through legitimate channels within a year. Upon successful completion, the rewards would be even more substantial. He looked at Chen Mingqing and understood her ulterior motives. The Qin family imposed this second task upon him, and she was offering a restaurant as a gesture of goodwill, evidently trying to curry favor. Considering the situation, this was indeed a significant favor. "Mingqing, this restaurant requires an investment of at least several million. I cannot accept this without due compensation," Qin Kun said, shaking his head. "Oh, is this paltry sum even worth mentioning? It should be negligible in your eyes. Just accept this small token of my appreciation," Chen Mingqing replied, batting her alluring eyes and flashing a charming smile. Just over 20, Chen Mingqing was in the prime of her youth, her beauty striking. This smile made Qin Kun's heart flutter. Yet, he could not accept such a gift without justification, especially with the second task pending and the Qin family observing his every move. If they discovered he had secretly acquired millions in assets, it would surely be reported to his grandparents, leading to a total failure of the evaluation. "Very well, Mingqing, I cannot entirely refuse your goodwill. I have assessed the restaurant and will purchase it for 8 million. Qin Kun stated calmly. "But, Mingqing, I truly do not need this money." Chen Mingqing attempted to decline once more. "If you insist, then let us proceed with the transfer. How would you like to handle it?" Qin Kun smiled. After contemplating, Chen Mingqing decided that accepting the 8 million for a restaurant that would undoubtedly be profitable could also be seen as a favor, and thus she agreed. "All right then." I will accept your 8 million. Let us arrange the transfer. Before long, the transfer was successfully completed. You are now the owner of this establishment. Xiaoming, come over and meet your new boss, Qin Mingqing called out. Noticing Gua Xiaoming standing frozen in place with 2 steaming cups of Tiguanyan tea, utterly astonished. Why are you still standing there? Qin Mingqing asked. Am I dreaming? Gua Xiaoming's expression was beyond description. Initially, she felt a tinge of sympathy for Qin Kun's plight and had considered helping him by offering a job as a server. Yet, in an instant, he had become her boss. You are not dreaming, hurry over, Qin Mingqing beckoned. Slowly, Gua Xiaoming approached Qin Kun and placed the teacups on the small table between them. Since the restaurant has been transferred to you, we should find a time to handle the transfer procedures. Are you attending class this afternoon? Qin Mingqing inquired. It seems I am not, Qin Kun replied. What do you mean by seems not? Qin Mingqing smiled knowingly. Realizing that the third young master was planning to skip class. Then let us go now, she suggested. Wait a moment, Mingqing. Qin Kun raised his hand. Could I have a moment alone with Gua Xiaoming? You too? Qin Mingqing glanced between them, a knowing smile on her face. All right, I will wait for you downstairs. With that, she exited the office. Please, take a seat, Qin Kun invited. Gua Xiaoming was utterly bewildered, unsure of where to place her hands. Just moments ago, she had mocked Qin Kun for his poverty, but now her perceptions had been completely upended. All right, don't worry about it. Just sit, Qin Kun gestured toward the sofa. Gua Xiaoming nodded and then looked at Qin Kun, blinking in surprise. Didn't he realize you were from a wealthy family? To suddenly produce 8 million without a hint of hesitation surely indicated he was no ordinary person. Would you believe me if I said I am not? Qin Kun asked. I wouldn't. Gua Xiaoming shook her head. I had hoped to keep this under wraps, but it seems there's no choice now. Qin Kun sighed with a rueful smile. Can I ask you for a favor? You are my boss now. Feel free to say what you wish, Gua Xiaoming replied awkwardly. I hope you can keep today's events to yourself and refrain from mentioning them to anyone. All right. You can rest assured, I will not speak of it to anyone, Gua Xiaoming nodded. That is good. If you can maintain this secrecy, I shall reward you. Your happiness will be my happiness. How does that sound? That sounds even better, Gua Xiaoming smiled, suddenly finding Qin Kun remarkably charming and more appealing than ever. Also, please ensure that today's events remain confidential among the staff. By the way, I will need you to reserve a table as I'll be celebrating my birthday tonight. Upon hearing this, Gua Xiaoming replied, Kun Gu, the restaurant is quite busy today. All the private rooms are booked. Not a single room left. There's only one luxurious supreme private room left, which accommodates 60 people. Costing 36,600. The room fee is 36,600. That is indeed quite impressive. Qin Kun shrugged. However, with such a large table, it would be a bit wasteful for just 3 people. But since it's my birthday, I shall book it. After bidding farewell to Gua Xiaoming, Qin Kun entered Qin Mingqing's car to begin the transfer procedures. He did not return to school that afternoon. In truth, it no longer mattered whether he returned or not, as all classes had concluded, and everyone had entered the review phase. Teachers were no longer systematically teaching new content but focusing on discussing exam questions. The paperwork took all afternoon and was still incomplete, as some matters required time for review. By evening, Qin Kun returned to Golden Street, having already contacted Song Qi and Pai Gu to meet him there. At 5:30, the school bell rang, and moments later, Song Qi and Pai Gu appeared amidst the throng of students. I say, Kun Gu, are you really treating us to Beijing-style cuisine? Can you afford it? Song Qi asked. Brother, first, let me in on how much money you have. I'd hate for us to enjoy a grand feast and then end up washing dishes, Pai Gu remarked helplessly. You both need not worry. I've been working hard, and I can afford one meal, Qin Kun chuckled. Just as he turned to leave, he spotted Gua Xiaoming approaching with a radiant smile. Kun Gu, Gua Xiaoming waved from a distance. Her serveress attire replaced by casual clothing and black stockings. Wow! Both Pai Gu and Song Qi were taken aback by this delightful sight. Qin Kun had never seen Gua Xiaoming dressed like this. At that moment, she wore light makeup, and her outfit accentuated her perfect figure, especially the loose short sleeves that hinted at her curves. Gua Xiaoming approached Qin Kun, twirling around. What do you think? Do I look good? You look great, truly splendid. Indeed, you look amazing, Pai Gu exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. Seeing this, Gua Xiaoming's expression darkened. What are you two so happy about? It's not for your eyes. She then turned her gaze back to Qin Kun. Yes, you do look quite lovely, he affirmed with a nod. Isn't it great? Gua Xiaoming beamed, linking her arm through Qin Kun's, causing his heart to race. Was Gua Xiaoming truly as rumored, so easily swayed by wealth? I'm not quite accustomed to this, he stammered. I'll let go then, but you'll get used to it, Gu Xiaoming said, completely unfazed as she released his arm. What is going on between you two? Song Qi inquired. Me? I'm here to celebrate Kun Gu's birthday, Gu Xiaoming declared proudly. All right, time is of the essence. Let us get to the restaurant quickly. Qin Kun understood that Pai Gu and Song Qi were filled with questions but chose not to elaborate. Leading the trio toward Beijing-style cuisine. Beijing-style cuisine? What is that? Is there no place left? At the bar, Yu stood behind a group of over 30 classmates, looking quite embarrassed. I recall this is a new establishment. How is it that business is so booming? You are correct, sir. Our little restaurant is indeed doing unexpectedly well. Currently, all rooms and tables are fully booked. Perhaps you could wait a moment? The receptionist replied politely. Damn it, Digu, don't let this girl fool you. I clearly saw a large empty table inside, with no one seated. Li Shuang expressed his dissatisfaction. The receptionist's lips twitched at being referred to as a girl while in her 20s. However, she maintained a professional smile, suppressing her anger as she said, Sir, I apologize, but that private room is not just an ordinary one. It is a luxurious supreme suite. The ambience inside is exquisite, and the service is prioritized. Not to mention there is live music performed by a band. Just the rental fee for the private room is 36,600. Upon hearing this figure, the group of students was taken aback. They were aware that the dining standards at Jingwei Shaochu were high, but they never anticipated it would be this exorbitant. Merely sitting down would cost over 30,000. Yudi's expression darkened as well. With the month drawing to a close, he had nearly exhausted his allowance, leaving him with only 120,000. The rental fee was nearly 40,000. How could that not sting? Yet, having already boasted. How could he back down now? Enough said. Today is my birthday. I want to be happy and carefree. Let's go for the luxurious supreme suite, Yudi declared with remarkable nonchalance. Digu, you are my idol. Wang Ning and Li Shuang chimed in, never missing an opportunity to flatter. Sun Han glanced at Yudi and whispered, Do you have enough money? It should be sufficient, Yudi replied quietly. However, the receptionist shook her head apologetically. I am sorry, everyone, but that private room has already been reserved, and the guests should be arriving shortly. What did you say? Yudi was displeased. You said it has been reserved? Who reserved it? I can only say it was a very wealthy young gentleman. The receptionist replied with a smile. Damn. Yudi cursed internally, though he felt a sense of relief deep down. Just then, the bell at the entrance chimed, and 3 men and a woman entered Jingwei Shaochu. Yudi and Sun Han turned to see who it was and locked eyes with the newcomers. Qin Kun? Yudi frowned. What are you doing here? Qin Kun, fully aware of Yudi's presence, replied calmly. What else would I be here for? Obviously, to dine. Dining? Wang Ning scoffed. Qin Kun, I must say, I now have to admire you. Your skin is as thick as the bricks you carry. Our Digu has already said you're not invited, and yet you still have the audacity to show up? Indeed, are you deaf? Digu has made it clear you're not welcome. So stop pushing it, Li Shuang added coldly. Sun Han, noticing Qin Kun, also wore a displeased expression as she addressed him. Qin Kun, you should know I dislike you immensely, but it's quite inappropriate for you to come here and eat for free. Listening to the back and forth, Gu Xiaoming was the first to express her displeasure. Currently, she was the only one in the class aware that Qin Kun was a super-rich heir and had even entertained thoughts of pursuing him. So she felt compelled to intervene. Sun Han, enough already. Who says Brother Kun is here to freeload? Today is also Brother Kun's birthday. He is treating us to a meal, so what business is it of yours? Upon hearing Gu Xiaoming's stance, the entire class was taken aback. Pai Ku and Song Qi were equally dumbfounded. Gu Xiaoming usually ignored Qin Kun. So what had changed today? Haha, Gu Xiaoming, are you really defending Qin Kun? How did you end up with this loser? Aren't you the one who loves to chase after wealthy individuals? At this, Gu Xiaoming's face turned pale, as this was undermining her image in front of Qin Kun. What nonsense are you spouting? I see you're the one who loves money. Otherwise, why are you with Yudi? Why not just pick up a beggar? You shameless hussy, how dare you speak to me like that? Sun Han retorted angrily, Don't forget, my family isn't lacking in money. Then why aren't you with Wang Ning? Or Li Shuang? Gu Xiaoming shot back defiantly. Didn't you say you weren't short on cash? You trollop? Indeed, Sun Han wasn't short on cash, but compared to Yudi's family, she still fell short. Qin Kun, feeling overwhelmed, waved his hands. Enough, we're here to dine, not to quarrel. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoming fell silent. But Sun Han was thoroughly amused. Haha, listen to what Qin Kun said. It sounds almost plausible that, oh dear, we're here to eat, not to fight. That line cracks me up. That yes, if he could even afford to dine here at Jingwei Shaochu. Wang Ning and Li Shuang chimed in unison. Those who mingled with Yu-Di all burst into laughter. Paiku and Song-Chi exchanged glances, wanting to say something in Qin Kun's defense, but found themselves at a loss for words. After all, they were in the same financial boat and had no standing to critique. Just then, Qin Kun smirked, looping an arm around Guo Xiaoming while ignoring the group, and approached the front desk with polite composure. "Miss, where is my reserved private room?" Upon hearing Qin Kun mention the private room, Yu-Di sneered, "Private room? Come on, can you tone down the boasting a bit? All the private rooms have been booked. This is unbearable. This loser thinks he can book a room." But in the next instant, the mocking ceased abruptly. "You must be Mr. Qin Kun. The luxurious supreme suite is ready for you. Please follow me," the receptionist said respectfully, leading the group toward the lavish private room at the back. Chapter 8. Just a few bottles of cheap XO? Song-Chi was utterly bewildered. Paiku wore a similar expression. Only Guo Xiaoming trailed behind Qin Kun, sticking her tongue out at Sun Han and the others as they headed toward the private room. At this moment, Yu-Di and his friends were completely taken aback. This loser, the one who booked the room, was actually him? What the hell? Where did he get that much money? 36,600. The classmates erupted in heated discussion. Why Yu-Di's expression fluctuated between green and black. He had boasted of treating everyone, yet the people he brought were left standing outside, while Qin Kun and his companions were seated in a luxurious room meant for over 60 people. This was nothing short of a slap in the face. With time running short and only an hour until evening self-study, they couldn't just wait for someone to finish drinking to free up space. Once the drinking commenced, there would be no stopping it. At this moment, Zhao Lei, the class's cultural committee member, approached the door of the private room, gazing at the spacious and lavish interior. "Qin Kun, such a large room is a bit wasteful for just the four of you. We're all classmates, and since it's Yudi's birthday, why don't you accommodate him? Let everyone join you," she suggested. Zhao Lei, as the cultural committee member, not only had a beautiful singing voice but also possessed goddess-level looks. With an oval face and exquisite features, complemented by a naturally graceful figure, making her one of the most admired girls in the class alongside Sun Han. Seeing that Yudi's friends were left standing outside, looking rather awkward, she thought that with her appeal, Qin Kun would surely relent. However, Qin Kun showed no signs of yielding, responding coldly, "Zhao Lei, I paid 36,600 for this room. It hardly seems appropriate for you to expect entry without contributing a dime." Hearing this, Zhao Lei's expression soured. She had not anticipated that Qin Kun would disregard even her status as the class flower. She could only sigh and urge, "Qin Kun, regardless of anything, today is Yudi's birthday. Please let everyone in to sit. Ha." Qin Kun chuckled bitterly. "You all remember that Yudi is the birthday boy, but did you know today is also my birthday? Yudi didn't invite me, and none of you spoke on my behalf. Now that Yudi has no place to show off, you expect me to accommodate him?" Zhao Lei blinked, her face filled with embarrassment. Indeed, she had no idea it was also Qin Kun's birthday. "Exactly, Brother Kun is right. It's his birthday, and he is only celebrating with the four of us. You all went off to side with Yudi and now want to crash. What gives?" Guo Xiaoming chimed in discontentedly. Zhao Lei felt her face flush with anger and shame. She had thought that by stepping in, Qin Kun would surely comply. Instead, she found herself publicly humiliated, prompting her to snap at Qin Kun. "If you want to let us in, then don't. What's the big deal? It's just a few extra bucks." With that, she turned to leave. Yudi approached, noticing Zhao Lei's furious departure, and didn't inquire further but instead looked at Qin Kun. "Qin Kun, tell me, where did you get the money to book such an expensive room? You need not concern yourself with where the money comes from. The question is, do you wish to join your classmates inside?" Qin Kun asked leisurely, reclining with his legs crossed. Yudi certainly wanted to. He was truly anxious. If his classmates left in disappointment, it would be a catastrophic embarrassment. "Qin Kun, how about this? I'll give you 40,000, and you four can leave, allowing us to take over the room," Yudi suggested with a smile. "Not interested." Qin Kun shook his head. "Qin Kun, there's a saying about leaving a line for future encounters. I don't care where you found a little wealth, but you'd best not flaunt it in front of me." Yudi said coldly, "That's fine. I also plan to leave a line, but I don't agree with your suggestion," Qin Kun replied with a smile. "Let us have everyone sit together and celebrate this birthday. I'll cover the room fee, and you can handle the cost of the food and drinks. How does that sound?" Yudi hesitated upon hearing this. Sun Han, standing nearby, was entirely unwilling to share a table with Qin Kun. However, with more than 30 people watching, Wang Ning quickly nudged his arm and said, "Go. Just agree to him. It's too embarrassing with so many people standing around." Left with no choice, Yudi nodded and smiled. I thought it was something serious, but if it's just this, I agree. Qin Kun also smiled and waved, let our classmates come in. Thus, all the classmates entered and took their seats in one corner of the private room. An orchestra began to play soothing music, which was truly delightful. This was a private room that cost over 30,000. It was simply magnificent. I had never sat at such a grand dining table in my life. It was truly impressive. Asud and his group settled in. Qin Kun suddenly had an idea and whispered a few words into Guo Xiaoming's ear. She nodded, nearly bursting into laughter, and lightly punched Qin Kun's chest, saying, Kun Gu, you're so clever. Wait for me. I need to step out for a moment. Guo Xiaoming excused herself under the pretense of going to the restroom. Shortly after, a waiter approached the private room and respectfully said, Welcome, esteemed guests, to my Jingwei kitchen. Our establishment has just opened, and we are pleased to offer you a complimentary bottle of authentic Maodai. Authentic Maodai is worth over 5,000. As the Maodai was served, the waiter presented the menu and asked, What would you like to order? Yudi took the menu and browsed through it, but before he could speak, the waiter smiled and said, Since you have reserved our luxurious private room, I assume you are all affluent guests. Allow me to recommend our chef, a descendant of the Qing Palace Imperial Kitchen, who knows how to prepare a full Manchu Han Imperial feast. Of course, the full feast is incredibly elaborate and would take 3 days to finish, which is certainly impractical. Therefore, we offer a refined version of the feast, selecting only the most classic dishes. Would you esteemed guests be interested in trying this luxurious set meal? Wow, a Manchu Han Imperial feast. It sounds delectable. I have always wanted to taste the dishes that were once served to the Empress. The classmates were all excited. Yud inquired, How much does this set cost? This set totals 80,000. Ensuring that every dish meets imperial standards. Wow. Yud was immediately taken aback. 80,000 for a table full of dishes? That's utterly terrifying. At that moment, Qin Kun smiled and said, Digu, it sounds delightful. And the classmates seemed quite interested. Shall we order one? Yud twitched his mouth, feeling a pang in his heart, and replied, All right, let's go with the refined version of the Manchu Han Imperial feast. Great. What would you like to drink? Asked the waiter. We have an excellent selection of authentic beverages, including Maotai and Wuliangya for liquor, Budweiser for beer, and our finest, the globally limited edition Tini Sha red wine crafted by the French winemaker Luther. After hearing the lengthy introduction, beads of sweat began to form on Yudi's forehead. We are all students, so let's just have some XO. We won't drink beer or liquor since we still have class later. Yudi stated. Qin Kun shook his head in exasperation. Oh dear, on such a grand occasion, the birthday star can only afford a few bottles of XO. TSK, if you can't cover it. I will you. Yudi looked at Qin Kun, feeling as though he had been outsmarted, but he couldn't voice his frustration. What do you mean by you? Qin Kun raised an eyebrow and instructed the waiter. Bring me 4 bottles of that Tini Sha red wine. We 4 will drink it. Damn. Qin Kun, what are you trying to show off? Do you know how much that wine costs per bottle? Yudi couldn't take it anymore and pointed at the menu. Open your eyes and look. It's 20,000 per bottle. 20,000 per bottle left the classmates stunned. 4 bottles of wine would amount to 80,000. So, these 4 bottles are just for the 4 of us? You don't need to worry about the cost, do you? Qin Kun replied with a cold smile. As a rich second generation, Yudi could not tolerate Qin Kun trying to compete with him. He decided to go all out and asked the waiter, How many bottles do you have left? Not many, just 12 bottles in total. Bring them all to me, Yudi commanded. Qin Kun chuckled, Digo. If we split that wine evenly, it will be gone in no time. We can't drink it all and leave everyone else watching, can we? Yudi knew he had already overspent and didn't care any longer. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, Bring me 3 cases of Finnish beer. The waiter took note of all the dishes. Sun Han, sitting next to Yudi, turned pale and whispered, Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Do you even have enough money? If not, I'll find a way. I absolutely cannot let Qin Kun overshadow me today. After placing the order, Guo Xiaoming returned, sitting beside Qin Kun, unable to contain her laughter. Kun Gu, you are amazing. This restaurant is going to make over 300,000 from this. Guo Xiaoming was thoroughly impressed. Qin Kun had instructed her to leave not for any ulterior motive, but merely to pass on the message that this crowd was composed of wealthy individuals, and they should recommend the most expensive items on the menu. With Qin Kun's embellishments, it would be difficult not to profit immensely. Once the dishes were ordered, they began to arrive rapidly. After all, the luxurious private room was not just for show. It was the top priority in the kitchen. Therefore, it did not take long for all the dishes to be served. Wow, the food smells fantastic. I have never tasted anything so delicious. It's pure bliss. Is this really food from the Imperial Kitchen? It's exquisite. Although Jingwei Kitchen may not be a star-rated restaurant, it certainly rivals them in quality. Though small, every dish is a masterpiece. Qin Kun was also enjoying the meal thoroughly. Song Chi and Pai Gu picked up their drinks, both realizing that Qin Kun had indeed struck gold. Kun Gu, I never expected you to have made such a fortune. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life, Song Chi remarked. Pai Gu wiped away a tear and said, Brother, thank you so much. No need to thank me. You should thank Gu, Qin Kun replied with a smile. Upon hearing that Qin Kun had struck it rich, several classmates raised their glasses, stating, Today is not only DGE's birthday but also Kunji's. Let's wish both of them a happy birthday. The table was too large for clinking glasses, so they could only raise their cups and salute. After finishing a glass, Sun Han put down her cup and asked, Qin Kun, I wonder what kind of luck you have to be dining at Jingwei Kitchen? Heh, it's not luck. I've just been a bit more diligent than usual, saving up with my own hands. Qin Kun replied nonchalantly, Oh, I thought you had found a way to make money at so. It turns out it's just a case of accumulation over time. Did you spend all your hard-earned money just to show off this once? Do you think it was worth it? Sun Han mocked. Hee, I can spend my money as I please. It's none of your business. Miss Sun, is it wrong to want to try dishes I've never had before? Hee, what a loser. Sun Han rolled her eyes at Qin Kun. Upon learning that Qin Kun had saved up all that money, the classmates exchanged glances. Gradually, toasting and such had nothing to do with Qin Kun anymore. Most of them began to revolve around you once more. What a bunch of superficial people. Gua Xiaoming rolled her eyes while chewing on her meat. Hearing this, Qin Kun also rolled his eyes, thinking, if you didn't know I had money, you would be just like them, wouldn't you? However, Qin Kun couldn't be certain. After all, he didn't know Gua Xiaoming well, and what he knew of her was merely hearsay. Some said she loved money, while others said she was flirtatious and cheap. But Qin Kun thought it didn't matter, as he had no intention of making her his girlfriend. However, today, Qin Kun still wanted to show his support for Gua Xiaoming. He directly took her arm at the entrance. After all, Gua Xiaoming had stood up for him today, and the more Sun Han criticized her, the more he wanted to go against the tide and show that he didn't mind her at all. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, about an hour later, everyone had nearly finished eating. Yud approached the bar and inquired, How much is the total? Hello. The total for the luxurious supreme private room is 437,600 yuan. What? Upon hearing this, Yudi's head buzzed. Why is it so expensive? He had only 12,000 on him, and now he was facing a bill of 437,000. It was simply terrifying. Hello, the bill is clearly detailed. Teeny Sha red wine at 20,000 per bottle, totaling 240,000 for 12 bottles. The private room fee is 36,006. 9 packs of Finnish beer at 27,000 per case. And the exquisite Manchu Han Imperial Feast totals 80,000. Qin Kun also approached and asked the bar attendant, Can you calculate for me the total of the room fee and 4 bottles of Teeny Sha red wine? Sure. The bar attendant tapped on the calculator and replied, The total is 116,600. Swipe the card. Qin Kun promptly paid the bill with a smile. He will cover the remaining costs. After finishing, he casually left with Song, Zhang, and Gua, exuding an air of nonchalance. Damn. He actually saved up 110,000. Wang Ning exclaimed in astonishment. Saving up 110,000 for moving bricks is impressive. Li Shuang also had to admire him at this moment. Yud, feeling embarrassed, glanced at Sun Han and said, I may have overspent. You guys go back to class first. I'll figure out a way to handle this. Sun Han nodded and led the group away. Once most of the classmates had departed, Yud took out his phone and called his father. Hello, Dad, what are you up to? It's my birthday today. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Oh, thanks, Dad. By the way, I went out for dinner and spent over 300,000. I'm a bit short on cash now. So, Dad. Hello. At the school gate, for friends were laughing uproariously. Did you see Yud's expression when he was paying the bill? Song Chi asked. Yeah, he looked like he had just eaten something disgusting. It was hilarious, replied Pai Gu. All right, enough laughing. We need to head back. Evening study session is about to start, Qin Kun said. I'm off then. I still have to get back to work, Gua Xiaoming said, letting go of Qin Kun's hand and waving goodbye to the three. Upon returning to school, the entire class was abuzz with discussions about Yud. Naturally, Qin Kun also became the center of attention, but since everyone knew his wealth came from hard work, the interest was somewhat diminished. As for Qin Kun, he was wholly immersed in his studies, oblivious to the world outside, focused solely on physics, math, and chemistry. The next morning, Qin Kun yawned as he arrived at school. He didn't rush back to the classroom but instead headed to class 3 of year 3. With just 2 minutes until class began, he stood at the door and scanned the room but saw no sign of Sister Leg. What is going on? According to Suya, if she asked me to rush the homework, it must be urgent. She shouldn't team his class today. He thought at that moment. A boy named Chen Xiang swaggered up to Qin Kun and asked, "What are you looking at, poor kid?" Qin Kun frowned. Feeling irritated, he pulled out the completed homework from his plastic folder and asked, "Where is Suya? This is her homework, and I've finished it." "Really? You actually did it?" Chen Xiang replied while flipping through the papers. "I didn't know you could be so obedient. Well, Sister Leg is absent today due to some matters. Just leave the homework with me, and I'll submit it for her. You can go now." Returning to his class, Qin Kun was filled with doubts. Last night, a faucet at home started leaking. After turning off the water valve, he intended to seek help from the landlady. However, after knocking for quite some time, there was no response. This morning, he knocked again, but still, no answer. Could she have had some urgent matter to attend to? He shrugged, deciding not to ponder it further. As noon approached, during the last class of the day, the school intercom suddenly crackled to life. "Attention, students! The director of the Academic Affairs Office has an urgent announcement for everyone." The director's voice soon followed. "Greetings, students of Dongjiang No. 1 High School. I have received some unfortunate news. Suya from Class 3 has had a serious incident. Her mother was attacked, and the assailant is currently unidentified. The police are investigating. Her mother has sustained severe injuries, including a traumatic brain injury and significant hemorrhaging. And there is a high likelihood she may become a vegetable. We urgently need 200,000 yuan for surgery. The school's administration is taking this matter very seriously and has organized a charity campaign. I urge all students and staff to show their support for Suya by donating. Donations can be made at the first floor of the teaching building. Thank you in advance on behalf of Suya and her mother." Chapter 10. Are you here to watch the drama? As the announcement concluded, the entire school erupted into discussions. Suya? Isn't she the girl from the class next door? She seemed fine just yesterday. How could such a tragedy occur? I heard her father is a gambler who owes a fortune. Another student chimed in. Listening to his classmates' chatter, Qin Kun furrowed his brow. After class, he made his way to the lobby on the first floor, where he spotted the student council president busily collecting donations. This charity campaign is truly heart-wrenching. These students barely have any money. If each can donate 10 yuan, that's generous, he thought. With 3,000 students, the total might only reach 15,000 yuan, a mere drop in the bucket compared to the needed 200,000 for surgery. Intracranial hemorrhaging is no trivial matter. If surgery isn't performed promptly, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Approaching the donation table, Qin Kun looked at the student council president and asked, "Is it possible to donate via a QR code? I don't have cash on me." Normally, phones weren't allowed at school, but in the spirit of charity, no one was strict about it. The QR code was already displayed on the table. Go ahead. Many have already scanned it. The teachers said they wouldn't confiscate our phones this time. Just don't bring them to school in the future, the president replied. Nodding, Qin Kun scanned the code but didn't immediately complete the payment. He simply didn't want to draw attention to his wealth. If he were to donate a large sum, it would certainly expose his affluent background. Once outside, he noticed Chen Xiang and his friends anxiously discussing something. He approached them and asked, "Chen Xiang, do you know what happened to Sister Leg's family?" Chen Xiang looked at Qin Kun disdainfully and retorted, "What concern is it of yours, you poor kid? Are you going to pay for the surgery or perform it yourself?" Rolling his eyes, Qin Kun replied, "Come on, Chen Xiang, don't be so harsh that I'm a tenant in Sister Leg's house. If something happened to the landlady, I should check in, right?" A girl with blonde hair, Xia Yujiao, tugged at Chen Xiang's sleeve and said, "Chen Xiang, the Brick King is just being kind. Don't bully him." Sighing, Chen Xiang relented and shared the details about Sister Leg's predicament. He had only received Su Ye's call around noon. Just yesterday, while the landlady was at the market, she was forcibly dragged into an alley by a group of unidentified men and knocked unconscious. Suya later received a call from an unknown number. Hearing her mother's cries, the landlady had been kidnapped by loan sharks who demanded 35,000 yuan within 24 hours, or else they would kill her. In a panic, Suya began borrowing money. But most relatives were terrified at the sum and refused to help by the deadline. She had only managed to gather 50,000 yuan, which she quickly sent to the kidnappers. 50,000 in 24 hours? Are you kidding me? The kidnappers were furious and threatened to kill her mother. Suya begged for more time, and in the end, they spared the landlady's life but took one of her hands instead. When Suya arrived at the designated location, she found her mother bleeding and unconscious on the ground. At the hospital, doctors confirmed she had suffered a severe head trauma and required surgery. The cost for both the head surgery and the reattachment of her hand totaled around 200,000 yuan. All right, I've said what I needed to say. We're heading to see Sister Leg, Chen Xiang said, preparing to go to Dongjiang First People's Hospital with several classmates from Class 3. Xia Yujiao turned to Qin Kun, saying, "You're a tenant in Sister Leg's house. You should come with us." After a moment of thought, Qin Kun agreed and joined them in a taxi. On the way, he realized the time was right and discreetly transferred the 200,000 yuan directly into the designated account. Thankfully, he managed to do so without drawing any attention from the others in the vehicle. Upon arriving at the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital, Suya, with tear-streaked makeup, pleaded with the doctor, "Please, I beg you, perform the surgery. Miss, it's not that we lack compassion, but the surgical instruments and the entire procedure are costly. Just look at the equipment fees. They are substantial," the doctor explained, holding up the list of surgery costs. "The surgical fee itself is only a few thousand, and I could perform it for free if it were just that. But the additional costs are beyond my control." Hearing this, Suya collapsed onto the floor, wrapping her arms around her legs, sobbing uncontrollably. Just then, Chun Xiang and the others arrived. "Suya, has your mother's surgery been performed?" Xia Yujiao asked. "No." Suya replied helplessly. "The school is collecting donations, but I have no idea how much will be raised." Chun Xiang shook his head. "Getting students to donate 1 T yield much?" Suya forced a bitter smile. "I never expected much from the school." Then, she spotted Qin Kun. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here because of the incident with your mother, and as a tenant in your house, I thought I'd come to check on things." Qin Kun responded. "What's the point of watching this nonsense?" Suya exclaimed, standing up, her frustration erupting like a volcano. "You must be here just to gawk at my misfortune. Do you genuinely care about my mother? Spare me. Apart from defaulting on rent, what else can you do? My mother, recognizing your difficulties, reduced your rent from 600 to 400, yet you still fail to pay. All you do is leech off my family." Qin Kun was taken aback by Suya's outburst and stammered. I even donated? That paltry sum is hardly sufficient. You couldn't even buy a syringe with that. Just leave. I don't want to see you." As soon as Suya finished speaking, her phone rang. Wiping her tears, she answered, "Hello, Director Liu." "What? Are you serious? A wealthy donor contributed 200,000. I must have misheard. Is it true? Who donated such a sum? Can you tell me? WeChat transfer? You don't know the name? What is the WeChat ID? San Xiaoya. His WeChat name is San Xiaoya. Right, but this isn't the time for that. Thank you, Director Liu, and thank you to San Xiaoya." Hanging up, Suya excitedly pulled out her bank card, exclaiming, "Someone named San Xiaoya just donated 200,000. My mother is saved." "What?" Chen Xiang was astonished. "There's a benefactor like that at our school? Wow, donating 200,000 in one go. That's definitely a top-tier rich second generation. Do you know who it is?" Xia Yujiao inquired. "I have no idea. Let us not dwell on that. We need to pay the surgery fee now." Suya insisted, quickly rising. Before leaving, she shot a cold glance at Qin Kun and remarked, "Sorry, Brick King, but today you won't get the chance to enjoy this spectacle. I must be naturally charming, attracting some handsome guy who just donated 200,000. See that? That's true generosity. And you? All you can do is come to watch the show." With that, Suya hurried downstairs to pay the surgery fee. Chapter 11. WeChat ID. San Xiaoya. Qin Kun stood there, a faint smile on his lips. Once the surgery fee was settled, the landlord's wife was smoothly wheeled into the operating room. Qin Kun made no further delay, stepping out to grab some food before returning to class. Throughout the afternoon, the topic of discussion at school revolved around this mysterious San Xiaoya. Everyone was speculating about his identity. This San Xiaoya just casually donated 200,000. That's impressive. I bet he has a crush on Suya. Otherwise, how could he possibly part with such a sum? True, but if he is really interested, why hasn't he shown himself yet? If he truly liked Suya, he should make an appearance. Exactly. If I were Suya, I'd definitely consider myself lucky. A generous rich guy like that must have good character. During a break, Qin Kun raised his head to see a few classmates engaged in this heated debate, feeling somewhat perturbed and unable to concentrate. Among them was Zhao Lei, who was busy taking selfies with her phone while asking, "Do you think this San Xiaoya could be UD? Possible. After all, he is the richest kid in our class," Zhao Lei replied, glancing in Yudi's direction and eagerly waving, "Yudi, show us your WeChat ID. We want to see if you're San Xiaoya." Upon hearing this, Yudi turned around, cursing inwardly, "You fools. I got beaten by my mom yesterday for not having the money to pay, and now you think I donated? What a joke." Just as he contemplated how to respond, Sun Han approached him with an unfriendly demeanor, demanding, "Show me your phone." Her tone was unmistakably accusatory. Conceding, Yu obediently handed over his phone, saying, "Sweetheart, do you suspect that I have a crush on Suya? Stop joking, just check my Alipay and WeChat. You'll see the records." Sun Han took the phone and scrolled through it thoroughly before finally smiling and pinching Yu's cheek. "Now that's more like it." "Hee hee, I'm a good boy," Yu replied with a cheeky grin. Seeing Sun Han and Yu flirting, Zhao Lei's expression darkened. Within the class, her talents far surpassed Sun Han's, her grades were better. And she was equally attractive, yet she lacked wealth. This fueled her jealousy towards Sun Han, who seemed to possess everything, including a rich boyfriend, while Zhao Lei's parents were merely average working-class individuals. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed, "I have a way to find out who Sen Xiaoya is." "What do you mean?" "Sen Xiaoya is just a WeChat name, right? We can search for nearby users. If he is close by, we should be able to find him." "Yes, that's a great idea." The group immediately pulled out their phones to search. Qin Kun's expression changed upon realizing what they were doing, but it was too late to shut down his phone. As the results appeared, the classmates stared in disbelief. "Wow, we actually found Sen Xiaoya." "Me too. And he is so close. 50 meters away. My goodness. That means he is right here." Instantly, the classroom buzzed with excitement. 50 meters away meant this Sen Xiaoya was likely within the classroom. Could Sen Xiaoya be one of us? Could it be? Aside from Yu, who else could possibly have 200,000 to spare? As they spoke, several classmates turned their gazes towards Qin Kun. "Qin Kun, could it be you?" The memory of Qin Kun spending 11,000 the previous day was fresh in their minds. In their class, aside from Yu, only Qin Kun had displayed such wealth. However, Wang Ning quickly interjected, "Qin Kun? Don't be ridiculous. It can't possibly be him." Li Shuang chuckled, adding, "Brick King has already spent most of his hard-earned savings, so it's impossible." "Exactly. If it were Qin Kun, I'd eat dirt." Wang Ning pounded his chest. Hearing their remarks, those who had suspected Qin Kun nodded in agreement, finding their reasoning sound. "Right? I don't think it's Qin Kun either." "Yeah, if Qin Kun were Sen Xiaoya, he would have already come forward. Just look at him. He spent 11,000 just to show off. If he were to donate 200,000, do you think he could remain so calm? See? Sen Xiaoya is the real deal. He doesn't treat money lightly. He donates without wanting recognition and does good deeds." Zhao Lei looked at Qin Kun with a sneer. "And you? With just a bit of money? You've forgotten your surname, you loser." Clearly, Zhao Lei harbored resentment towards Qin Kun for not giving her face, seizing this opportunity to take a jab at him. Amidst their mockery, Qin Kun remained silent, disinterested in engaging in a debate. While the landlord's wife had a sharp tongue, as Suya noted, she had genuinely reduced his rent. Her subsequent aggressive behavior, even threatening to evict him, was born out of desperation due to gambling debts. Qin Kun had no desire to see her harmed. If she fell ill, what would happen to Suya? Relying on Suya's gambling father was not an option. Thus, his sole aim was to save her. As for everything else, he wouldn't dwell on it too much. After school, Qin Kun grabbed a takeout meal before returning home to continue his studies. Upon checking his phone, he discovered it was dead. He connected the charger and powered it on. To his surprise, as soon as the screen lit up, it buzzed incessantly. Setting his pen down, he unlocked his nearly obsolete Redmi phone. Unlocking it took over 10 seconds, and opening WeChat consumed another 3 minutes. This phone is nearing its limit. Qin Kun sighed, lamenting the inherent flaw of Android devices, becoming increasingly sluggish with use. Finally, WeChat opened, revealing a barrage of friend requests. Wow! Qin Kun was taken aback, scrolling through to find that all the new requests were from his classmates. Over the past few hours, his friend requests had filled the entire list. Initially, he intended to ignore the notifications, but then he spotted a familiar name among them, Guo Xiaoming. After a moment's thought, he accepted her request. Buzz. Moments later, his phone vibrated. Guo Xiaoming. Sen Xiaoya is incredibly generous, casually donating 200,000. Qin Kun, Guo Xiaoming, have you figured out who I am? Guo Xiaoming, how could I not? The classmates said he was scanned within 50 meters. It must be you, Brother Kun. Qin Kun smiled and replied. The landlord's wife has had a tough time. I can't bear to see her become a vegetable. If she is bedridden, Suya will suffer too, Guo Xiaoming. I didn't realize you had such a kind heart. Brother Kun, you wouldn't have a crush on Suya, would you? Reading her message, Guo Xiaoming felt a surge of jealousy. Unfazed, Qin Kun replied, if I liked Suya, why wouldn't I just give her the money directly? Guo Xiaoming, indeed, Guo Xiaoming. By the way, Brother Kun, the class is buzzing about you today. They all say that the third young master is among the first 3 classes and have even created a group chat to find him. Suya is in the group too. Aren't you curious to take a look? It's quite amusing, not me? Qin Kun pondered for a moment and replied, I just want to study quietly right now. Guxiaoming, haha, are you joking, Brother Kun? You're already so wealthy. What does it matter if you study or not? You should come in and see that. Don't worry, I want to expose you. Immediately after, Guxiaoming sent a group chat invitation. After hearing Guxiaoming's words, Qin Kun felt curious about how these people would react upon seeing the third young master. So, he accepted the invitation. Ding! The third young master has joined the group chat. Gatekeeper. What the heck? The third young master. Is that really him? Security captain. It's really the third young master. Everyone, stop lurking. He's in the group now. Spicy snack. Is it really him? Could someone be impersonating him? Platinum cheese. If it's real, let the president check the profile picture. He should have transaction records, so it shouldn't be a problem. In an instant, the WeChat group chat erupted with excitement. Soon, someone named Jade Baby replied, I have confirmed it. This account completed the transfer. Gatekeeper. Wow. So this is the third young master. Third young master. Please speak. We worship you, security captain. Rich man, please accept my admiration. Spicy snack, East River leg sister. Zhao Xiaolei. Why is it so noisy? Platinum cheese. Zhao Lei. The third young master has appeared. Zhao Xiaolei. Really? Zhao Xiaolei. He really joined. Third young master, are you here? Are you in our class? Third young master. Sorry, I'm not in your class. Jade Baby, student council president, which class are you in then? If you tell me, I can notify the school leaders to award you an honorary certificate. Just then, Qin Kun's phone buzzed again. Zhao Xiaolei requested to add him as a friend. After some thought, Qin Kun accepted. Shortly after, Zhao Lei sent a private message. Third young master, you actually accepted my request. I'm so happy. I'm the cultural committee member of class 2. Which class are you in? Seeing Zhao Lei suddenly act this way, Qin Kun realized Guxiaoming was right. The group chat was indeed quite entertaining. Third young master, I want to tell you. I can only say that I'm not in class 2. Zhao Xiaolei, third young master, do you have a girlfriend? I'm still a virgin, and you should know I'm the beauty of class 2. I wonder if you're interested in meeting up? Chapter 12. The so-called goddess is worthless. Wow. Upon seeing this, Qin Kun felt an avalanche of frustration. Zhao Lei usually acted like a goddess in class, yet now she was being so flirtatious. The fact that she mentioned being a virgin clearly implied an openness to intimacy. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. This so-called goddess is utterly worthless in the eyes of the wealthy. Qin Kun raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. I don't want to reveal my identity, so let us discuss it after graduation. Zhao Xiaolei. Well then I'll wait for you. Zhao Xiaolei sent a shy emoji. Of course, I'll save that later for you. Qin Kun was utterly speechless. However, when he returned to the group chat, he was astonished to find someone was insulting him. Young master you, damn, is donating 200,000 really impressive? Young master you. Third young master, come out. Let me see how impressive you are. Young master you. Where are you? Why aren't you showing up? It's obvious you are just a phony, pretending to be rich. East River leg sister. Could you tone it down? How has he offended you? Suya also chimed in, with young master US outburst. The group chat grew quiet. Seeing this, Qin Kun replied in the chat. What's wrong, young master you? Are you that furious? Young master you, damn, I can't stand your pretentiousness. You only donated 200,000 because you like leg sister, right? What are you showing off for? As he spoke, young master you uploaded a screenshot. The screenshot displayed a transfer message, clearly indicating his parents gave him pocket money. The series of zeros left everyone in the group chat dumbfounded. Wow, 1 million. Digu's family is indeed wealthy. My goodness, all my family's possessions combined don't even match Digu's monthly allowance. Incredible, Digu, I love you. As young master you flaunted his wealth, the atmosphere in the group chat began to shift in his favor. Young master you looked at his phone, quite pleased. This screenshot was from an earlier message. Being the end of the month, he was out of money. However, he still wanted to use this image to belittle the third young master, even though he had no idea who he was. The reason? Quite simple. Young master you derived pleasure from belittling others. He bullied people without needing any justification. Once young master you displayed his transfer message, leg sister didn't dare to say anything further and simply laughed. Haha. Digu, you really are wealthy? Young master you. Listen up, third young master. I don't care how rich you are. Just don't flaunt it in front of me, because you can't possibly be richer than the Yu family. Digo is awesome. Digo is formidable. Young master Yu was confident in his statement. The Yu family was indeed a dominant force in East River City. The only family that could surpass the Yu family was the Qin family. But young master Yu was well aware of the Qin family's standing. The eldest daughter, Qin Mingqing, was in her 20s and could not possibly be attending East River High School. As for the other eldest son, Qin Yuming, he was studying abroad, as was the second son. The rest either attended universities in other cities or were still in elementary or middle school. Currently, there were no Qin family members in high school. In other words, young master Yu felt confident declaring himself the wealthiest student in East River High School. However, in the next moment, a transfer screenshot was sent to the group. Third young master. Your account ending and completed a transfer of 50,000 RMB on XX month XX day, with a balance of the WeChat group fell into profound silence. For a whole minute, no one dared to utter a single word. Third young master Yu. Are you pretending to be rich? Third young master. Why is no one speaking? Third young master. Didn't you just say you were definitely richer than me? Third young master. Let us compare today and see whose pocket money is higher. After a long pause, young master Yu finally replied. Are you photoshopping? Third young master. Photoshop? You're truly an idiot. It took me less than half a minute to expose your pretense after your show-off. Are you really calling me a fraud? Seeing such a sum of money, the students holding their phones appeared dazed, especially Zhao Lei, who could no longer suppress her desire to meet the third young master. She was entirely envious of Sun Han and wanted to surpass her. Now was her chance. Besides Zhao Lei, Guo Xiaoming was completely stunned. She knew Qin Kun was wealthy, but she never imagined he had this much money. She also secretly rejoiced that she had learned this truth while working at Jingwei Shaochu. Otherwise, she might have shared the same misconception as her classmates, believing Qin Kun was just a loser. After about half a minute, young master Yu exited the group chat. Seeing him leave, Guo Xiaoming cheerfully replied, Young master Yu has left, security captain. That is so embarrassing. It makes me cringe. Zhao Xiaolei. I never expected the third young master to be so extravagant. 50 million is terrifying. You've truly kept a low profile. We've never heard anything about you in 3 years. East River leg sister. You don't understand. That's called being low-key? East River leg sister. Third young master. I'm curious which class you're in. Can we meet up? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Thank you so much. Upon seeing this, Guo Xiaoming immediately felt displeased, muttering to her phone. This shameless woman wants to steal my man? So, she quickly responded, Oh, leg sister. When Digu was humiliating the third young master, you didn't say a word. Now that he has been slapped in the face, you suddenly want to thank him. Qin Kun found it amusing, but it wasn't just him. Zhao Lei also joined the anti-leg sister camp. Zhao Xiaolei. Exactly, leg sister. You should be thanking the third young master first, shouldn't you? No matter how wealthy Digu is, he hasn't given you a dime. How can you be so superficial and not appreciate the third young master? Damn, Suya, holding her phone, felt like she could reach through the internet to grab Guo Xiaoming and Zhao Lei and squash their heads. You two should stop talking nonsense. I was just looking after my mom and didn't have time to check WeChat. Zhao Xiaolei. Come on, you were just saying, haha, Digu. You really are wealthy, Guo Xiaoming. Exactly. Seeing the two sides bicker, Qin Kun laughed heartily. Soon, both sides had completely disregarded their genteel images. East River leg sister. Damn it. I'll make you two pretentious girls pay. Once my mom is discharged from the hospital, I'll bring people to skin you both alive, Guo Xiaoming. Leg sister, stop pretending. Do you think you know more people than I do? If you dare to come at me, I have never feared you, Zhao Xiaolei. Hee, if you dare to bully me, I will report you to the academic affairs office. Why grades aren't bad, and the teachers will definitely support me. Dongjiang leg sister. Damn it, Zhao Lei, are you really that cowardly? Just know how to report. And you, shameless Ming, have you been rolling in the sheets with that big guy again? Guo Xiaoming. Get lost. You read the shameless one. Gradually, Qin Kun grew weary of the exchange and, realizing that studying was of greater importance, interjected. Enough. Stop the insults. My donation was meant to save lives, not to create enmity among you. Leg sister, if you truly appreciate my gesture, do not trouble them, and you too, do not provoke leg sister. She has not wronged you. The three women glanced at their phones, harboring resentment towards one another. Yet they reluctantly replied affirmatively. The doorman remarked, Indeed, the third young master possesses a higher realm. Spicy fried strips. Exactly, UD is far inferior to you. After reading a few more flattery comments, Qin Kun lost interest and focused on his studies. The next day, discussions about the third young master intensified in class. After all, no one knew who this third young master truly was. However, the more heated the discussions became, the more displeased UD grew. During the break, he stood on the podium with a sullen expression and shouted, Who the hell is talking about that fool? I'll deal with him. Upon hearing this, the entire class fell silent. Yud had been holding in a tremendous amount of anger. Having never faced such severe humiliation, he felt an urgent need to release it. However, he could not keep it bottled up forever. And his gaze landed on Qin Kun, who had been quietly reading in the last row. Qin Kun. Qin Kun looked up, frowning as he asked, "What do you want? Are you blind? Can't you see that I and Sun Han are thirsty? Go buy us some water," Yud barked. Qin Kun frowned and replied with a smile, "Why should I?" Hearing this, Sun Han also turned her head, looking at Qin Kun with disdain. "What's wrong? Qin Kun, have you saved up some money for moving bricks and forgotten your surname?" Wang Ning, noticing that the eldest sister had spoken, quickly chimed in. "Qin Kun, if we tell you to go, then just go. Stop whining, or I'll make it so you regret it." Qin Kun was naturally displeased. Yud was clearly treating him like a punching bag in the past. Qin Kun had endured for the sake of completing his family mission smoothly, but to continue enduring now would be sheer foolishness. Thus, he crossed his legs and ignored them, focusing on his work. Damn. Yud gripped the podium tightly, glaring at Qin Kun. "Do you think that since that incident at Jingwei Shaochu, you can stand on equal footing with me?" Qin Kun still did not respond. Yud's expression darkened further, and he nodded heavily. "Fine, Qin Kun. We'll see who laughs last. Let you show off." With that, he left the classroom. Sun Han turned away, sneering, "Loser." 18 noon, as Qin Kun prepared to head to the cafeteria after class, a large hand suddenly gripped his shoulder just outside the teaching building. He felt a heavy weight settle on him and turned to see a face marked by a faint scar. Qian Dalong. This name was known by everyone at Dongjang No. 1 High School. Qian Dalong was from Class 8 of the third year, towering nearly 1.9 meters and weighing close to 200 pounds, making him a formidable presence before Qin Kun. He had no interest in academics and was merely a ruffian at school. Although not a wealthy second generation, he was acknowledged as the most formidable fighter in the school. It was said he had connections with some unsavory characters outside of school, making him quite notorious. Even Yud had to show him some respect. "Qin Kun, do you still remember me? I thought you might have forgotten me by now." As he spoke, he draped an arm around Qin Kun as if they were old friends, leading him towards the small grove behind the building. Chapter 13. Ginza Shopping Mall. Qin Kun knew that what was meant to come would eventually arrive, so he did not hide or run, following Qian Dalong closely. Upon reaching the grove, he found a group of 17 or 18 students idly standing together, smoking and boasting, each one acting tough. The visibility in this grove was poor, and most of the fighting incidents at Dongjang No. 1 High School occurred here, making it an excellent venue for students to smoke, brawl, and settle personal grievances. However, shortly after Qin Kun arrived, a few girls also entered the grove. With a resounding slap, a girl with wine-red hair struck a slender girl's face. "Who told you to collect my assignments? Didn't I tell you to do an extra one to submit together?" The girl with wine-red hair scolded. Qin Kun immediately recognized her. This girl was named Shan Jiayang, who had a close relationship with Qian Dalong and was known as one of the big sisters. No one dared to provoke her at Dongjang No. 1 High School. Of course, there was another big sister, Leg sister, but she was not as ostentatious as Shan Jiayang. The girl Qin Kun had not seen before, but she was quite beautiful, an oval face, phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and a well-proportioned figure. The girl bowed her head, not daring to speak, appearing like a frightened little bird. "Are you deaf or dumb? Yang Jie is asking you a question." Another girl slapped the slender girl. "Jiayang, stop wasting time with her. Let's give her a taste of reality. Sisters, strip her of her clothes." Upon hearing this, several girls lunged at the girl, beginning to tear at her clothes as the girl cried out. She received another slap. "Dare to scream? We'll make sure you regret it. Quick, strip her down. Don't let her underwear off either. You guys, get your phones ready. Film it all." The girl immediately began to weep, crouching down and struggling. "No, please let me go. I was wrong." Seeing this, Qin Kun's expression darkened. It was the first time he had witnessed such a brutal scene of girls fighting. "Kid, are you still watching them?" Qian Dalong sneered, pushing Qin Kun against a willow tree's root, signaling his subordinates to approach. Seeing this, Qin Kun did not panic that he asked, "Qian Dalong, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? The reason I haven't come looking for you is that I've been busy lately." "Oh, it seems you remember what you promised me. Perfect, I don't want to waste words on you." With that, Qian Dalong extended his hand. 100 yuan, not a penny less. This 100 yuan was nothing other than the so-called protection fee. For 3 years, Qin Kun had paid this fee, usually a few tens of yuan each time. However, last month, due to financial constraints, he had agreed with Qian Dalong to pay more this month. Upon hearing he had to pay more, Qian Dalong had agreed. Dragon brother, doesn't he need to say more? This poor bastard, just doesn't he have any money? Exactly, I've been observing him. This poor guy eats the cheapest meals in the cafeteria, 3 vegetarian dishes, and outside he eats just a flatbread or a stuffed pancake. He can't even afford spicy hot pot. I think he is just playing you. Several of Qian Dalong's underlings shouted, eager to make a move. Unexpectedly, Qin Kun suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a 100 yuan bill. Everyone, don't move. Qian Dalong's eyes lit up at the sight of the bill. He snatched it from Qin Kun's hand and patted his cheek. Not bad. Kid, have you been saving up on just gruel these days? I appreciate you. Then can I leave now? Qin Kun asked. Of course. Qian Dalong replied with a smile. Since you're so good at saving, make sure to bring me 100 next month too. This was truly pushing one's luck. However, Qin Kun was not concerned. To him, 100 yuan was hardly significant. After Qian Dalong finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Qin Kun stepped forward to block him, casually saying, hold on. What? Need something? Qian Dalong inquired. Qin Kun nodded and pulled another 100 yuan bill from his wallet. Qian Dalong's eyes widened. Wow. I didn't realize you've become a tycoon. Qian Dalong was not from a wealthy family, and his usual pocket money was merely 10 or 20 yuan. A single 100 yuan bill was enough to excite him. Qin Kun scoffed inwardly, thinking he was indeed a poor fool. With that thought, he waved the 100 yuan bill. Dragon brother, let us make a deal. I'll give you this 100, and you save that girl from being beaten. How about it? Just that, Qian Dalong exclaimed, instantly delighted like a child. He quickly accepted the bill and approached Shen Jiayang. Xiaoyang, do me a favor and don't hit her anymore. At that moment, the girl was already left with nothing but her skin, and several girls stood around her, snapping photos. Shen Jiayang kicked the girl and turned to Qian Dalong. What? You think 100 yuan can settle this? Shen Jiayang clearly had overheard the exchange between Qin Kun and Qian Dalong. 100 yuan is still money. Fine, just do me this favor and let it go. After a moment's thought, Shen Jiayang decided to give Qian Dalong that courtesy and waved her hand. All right. Sisters, let us go. After settling the matter, Qian Dalong shot a glance at Qin Kun and left with his group. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Kun hastily rushed to the girl's side. At that moment, she was covered in dirt, with abrasions on her shoulders and thighs, her arms wrapped around her knees as she trembled on the ground. Are you all right? He inquired gently, but the girl remained silent. Observing her distress, Qin Kun took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, helping her sit up. The girl looked at him with quivering eyes and softly murmured, thank you. She had overheard Qin Kun's earlier conversation with Qian Dalong when he had paid for assistance. It's nothing, just wait here for me. I'm going to buy you some clothes since yours are torn. You can't go out like this. With that, Qin Kun stood and left. He hurried to the shop at the school entrance, casually selecting 2 outfits before racing back. However, upon his return, he found that the girl and her tattered school uniform had vanished. With a resigned shrug, Qin Kun carried the sportswear toward Jingwei Xiaochu. Upon entering, he spotted Gu Xiaoming attending to customers. Kuren Gu, you're here, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she noticed the sportswear. Kuren Gu, is this for me? Taken aback, Qin Kun glanced at the garments in his hands and nodded. I don't know if they fit, but you can try them on. Wow, Kuren Gu, I adore you, Gu Xiaoming exclaimed, snatching the clothes and planting a kiss on his cheek before pulling him upstairs. Yet, Qin Kun had not come to deliver clothes to her. He was there to hear a report from the manager. To his astonishment, in just 2 days, Jingwei Xiaochu had achieved sales exceeding 3 million. With net profits surpassing 200,000, the business was thriving. This success was undoubtedly attributed to the groundwork laid by Chen Mingqing and the support from the Chen family. Moreover, UD's contributions had been significant. As he alone had generated over 300,000, after the report, the hotel manager handed Qin Kun a bank card, stating it was left by Qing Jie, containing the profits from the past few days, and asked him to manage it for employee salaries. Qin Kun nodded. Even after paying the chefs and staff, he would still pocket nearly 150,000. After observing the restaurant's operations, he departed from Jingwei Xiaochu. However, he had barely taken a few steps when his phone rang. Suya. Qin Kun answered. Qin Kun, what are you up to? Suya's tone was curt, reminiscent of a master addressing a servant. Qin Kun replied calmly, I just finished eating. What is the matter? Give me 10 minutes. Come to the Yinzhuang shopping mall. You don't have anything else to do this afternoon, right? Hurry over, I need you. She instructed before abruptly hanging up. Frowning, Qin Kun wondered if something had happened to the landlady again, but it seemed unlikely she would need him at the mall. Well, I'll find out when I get there, he thought, hailing a cab to the shopping center. Upon arriving, he spotted Suya, dressed in neat casual attire, chatting amiably with Xia Yujiao. Not far from them, Xiang squatted by the roadside, quietly smoking. Today, Suya appeared completely revitalized. Her previous gloom replaced with youthful vibrancy. She wore a short-sleeved top that accentuated her figure, complemented by her long, graceful legs that seemed to glide effortlessly. Qin Kun, over here. Suya called out, beckoning him. Stop dawdling and come here. As he approached, he asked, how is your aunt? What is it to you? You've only donated a few cents, Suya shot back, glaring at him. She is fine now. The surgery was a success. However, the hand will take a long time to heal, and she won't be able to use it for a while. That's good to hear. Qin Kun nodded in satisfaction. Humph. Xia Yujiao scoffed. Qin Kun, stop pretending. I see you're just waiting for her to be in trouble. All right, Xia Yujiao, let us drop it. The surgery went well, and we should be happy, Suya interjected, then turned to Qin Kun. The reason I called you here is simple. I need your help picking up some things. Why Mom has lost a lot of blood and needs to recuperate. Let us go with that. She gestured for Xiang to join them, and the group proceeded into the mall. Qin Kun sighed, realizing this was the purpose of her summons. Initially, he had considered walking away, dismissing Suya's unreasonable demands. However, he soon remembered that his phone was in dire need of replacement. Thus, he followed them into the shopping center. Chapter 14. The excessive Suya noticing Qin Kun's arrival, Xia Yujiao smirked and whispered to Suya. Look, your little servant really does obey you. Whatever you ask of him, he complies without a hint of complaint. Pleased, Suya lifted her chin with pride. The more obedient Qin Kun was, the more satisfaction she derived. Of course, who am I? I am the leg goddess of Dongjiang. With someone like him, disobedience would be unthinkable. Wow, the leg goddess is impressive. Xiang commented sarcastically. Indeed, Suya replied, her confidence unabated. Xia Yujiao discreetly glanced at Qin Kun, saying, speaking of the leg goddess, do you think this guy has a crush on you? Otherwise, why would he be so compliant? Suya narrowed her eyes slightly. You might be onto something that I've sensed it for a while. Besides, I'm naturally charming. He has every reason to be fond of me. Then why not just marry him? He seems rather simple-minded. He'll surely cater to your every whim, Xia Yujiao joked. Get lost. If anyone else marrying him, it should be you, Suya retorted, her expression darkening. I certainly don't want to marry someone who can't even pay rent. Just look at him, dressed in the same outfit for ages. It's utterly revolting. Well, if he can wear the same clothes for a year, that would be quite a talent. Xiang remarked, I was just making a point. Suya waved her hand dismissively. Let us not get bogged down in details. Xia Yujiao chuckled, poking Suya's waist. The leg goddess is unwilling to consider this poor fellow. She must already have her eyes on the third young master. At the mention of the third young master, Suya's face flushed. Haha, I knew it. Xia Yujiao exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Hey, Suya, why didn't you make a move when the third young master joined the group? He is a super rich second-generation heir, worth 50 million. I'm envious. Humph. Suya's expression darkened. Those two harlots who cause trouble. It's truly disgusting. If I ever see them alone, I'll make sure they get what's coming to them. With that, she clenched her fists, exuding determination. The third young master will eventually be mine. Nobody can take him away from me. Qin Kun, standing not far behind, felt a cold sweat break out. If this information were to leak, it would be disastrous. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, merely observing a WeChat account wouldn't reveal much. Suya could never imagine that the third young master was right beside her. Before long, shopping commenced. Suya was true to her word. Upon entering, she headed straight for various health supplements, purchasing a multitude of items to replenish the lost blood. With each set of purchases, Qin Kun found himself carrying more and more items. Here, take this. I'll reward you later, Suya said, turning to lead the way to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a plethora of designer bags and luxurious coats. Xiang seemed unfazed. But Suya and Xia Yujiao appeared overwhelmed, glancing around in awe. However, to Qin Kun's astonishment, Suya abruptly seized a coat and slipped it on. Initially, he thought she was merely trying it on for fun, but his disbelief grew when she proceeded to pay for it with a card. The coat cost over 4,000. Suya, where did you get the money for this? Qin Kun questioned, stepping closer. What is it to you? It's none of your business how I spend my money. You're just here to carry things. Why ask so many questions? Suya snapped, her disdain evident. Qin Kun felt anger rising within him. After all, the landlady was still recuperating, yet she was here indulging in vanity. Moreover, had they not been struggling financially? Suya, your aunt is still in bed recovering. Your family should be out of money by now. Didn't the surgery cost nearly 200,000? At his words, Suya felt a pang of anxiety. The surgery indeed hadn't exceeded 200,000. It had only amounted to 180,000. The remaining funds had been pocketed by Suya herself. No, she stammered, momentarily flustered. Yet, steeling herself, she retorted defiantly. So what? This money is mine now, and I can spend it however I like. Hearing this, Qin Kun clenched his fists and threw all the items he was holding onto the ground. Despite his usual leniency, this time he was genuinely furious. This behavior was utterly inhumane. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Suya snapped, attempting to intimidate him. Qin Kun, I see you've grown wings and need to be put in your place. Right? Don't even try that with me, Suya. Qin Kun pointed at her and said, I will inform Auntie about this matter now, and I am eager to see how you will face her. Upon hearing these words, Suya's complexion paled slightly. This was precisely what she feared the most. After all, Qin Kun was a tenant in her house, and he would inevitably have opportunities to interact with the landlady. The thought of her mother discovering this incident and undoubtedly punishing her made her hastily grasp Qin Kun's arm, pleading, Qin Kun, please don't go. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please don't tell my mom. Too late. Qin Kun retorted angrily. Please, my mom is still in bed. She can't handle the shock. For her sake, don't act impulsively, Suya implored, holding on to him. I truly regret my actions. Just this once, I promise to hand the money over to my mom immediately once I return. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Kun paused and turned back to glance at her, responding with a hint of irritation. Really? Really, Suya replied, blinking her large eyes, which were filled with sincerity. However, Qin Kun was not easily swayed and countered. You just spent 4,000. Don't you still have 16,000 left in your account? After deducting for those supplements, there's still over 15,000. Suya instantly regretted her words, thinking she should have said less to keep more for herself. Well then, make sure to give the money to Annie when you get back. If you don't, it will definitely come to light later, Qin Kun stated. Turning away, he hadn't completely forgiven Suya. He was merely considering that the landlady was still in bed. Feeling weak, as he turned back, Qin Kun picked up the items he had thrown on the ground and addressed Suya. By the way, I plan to buy a phone. Come with me upstairs to get one, and after that, we'll head back to the hospital. Chunxiang could no longer restrain himself. Qin Kun, what are you trying to play at? Is your skin too tight? Let me tell you, Sister Leg doesn't fear you. But I certainly don't. Qin Kun remained unfazed and coldly replied, You can come over and try to beat me if you wish. Once you're done feeling good, your Sister Leg will suffer the consequences. Enough, Chunxiang. I admit I was wrong this time. I succumbed to temptation, Suya quickly signaled to Chunxiang. Thus, the four of them ascended the stairs together toward the mobile phone market on the 4th floor. As the elevator ascended, Suya's hands trembled, clearly filled with dissatisfaction towards Qin Kun. Yet, she genuinely did not dare to confront him. She could only blame herself for underestimating both his intelligence and courage. At that moment, Chunxiang leaned closer to Suya's ear and said, Sister Leg, it seems that Qin Kun has come into some money lately. What do you mean? Suya inquired. Having been absent from school, she was unaware of Qin Kun's recent developments. However, the incident at Jingwei Xiaochu, where Qin Kun had embarrassed UD, had spread throughout Class 2 and its vicinity, and Chunxiang had heard about it. After relaying this information, Suya was visibly taken aback. Did this guy really make that much money from carrying bricks? Yeah, and he just spent 11,000 in one go. He probably still has some cash left. Though not too much, considering he earned it from manual labor. Accumulating that much is already a miracle, Chunxiang remarked while smoking. Damn it, Suya scoffed, with that kind of money, he goes out to show off but won't even donate to my mom's surgery. That's not entirely fair. At the time he was flaunting, your family hadn't faced any issues yet, Chunxiang replied, gesturing toward a nearby mobile phone shop. How about we pull a prank on him? Sure, I'm in. Suya was already itching to teach Qin Kun a lesson. Dio, you have a plan? Chunxiang nodded and quietly conferred with Xia Yujiao for a moment. Qin Kun, however, was entirely focused on the phones and did not overhear them. He glanced around, noticing that the phones were all quite similar. Having lived a difficult life previously, he had scarcely any time to indulge in luxuries, purchasing only the cheapest Redmi phones that cost just a few $100. Now that he had money, he wished to select something of better quality, at the very least, a phone that wouldn't lack. Yet, Qin Kun truly lacked experience in this area. He had only heard of a phone called Apple that was reputedly impressive. Worth a fortune. Before long, Suya approached Qin Kun, Smiling brightly, Brother Kun, are you still angry? Huh. Qin Kun was taken aback, looking at Suya suspiciously. After a moment, he replied, how could I possibly dare to be angry with the esteemed sister leg of Donjiang No? One high school? Alright, enough with the jokes. I admit I was wrong earlier, and I genuinely regret it. You mentioned wanting to buy a phone, right? Do you have any experience in this? Suya asked. Qin Kun shook his head. My phone isn't worth much, and I've never used a good one. So I'm not sure what to choose. Haha, you poor thing, Suya thought to herself, filled with disdain, but she sweetly said, it's clear you lack experience in choosing a phone. Since Chen Xiang's brother sells phones here, why not let him recommend one for you? Chapter 15. Partnering to deceive. After Suya spoke to Qin Kun, she shot a glance at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang pretended to be reluctant, saying, why should I help him? Oh come on, Xiangzi, don't be so stubborn. We're all from the same school. Helping out won't hurt? Suya mediated. Reluctantly, Chen Xiang nodded. All right, let us do it. Qin Kun, oblivious to their scheme, didn't care what tricks they were up to since he genuinely had money now. He followed Chen Xiang closely. What Qin Kun didn't know was that while he was selecting a phone, Chen Xiang had already called his cousin, Li Guang. Upon arriving at the mobile phone market, a shiny-headed man, appearing to be under 30, emerged and shouted to Chen Xiang, hey little brother, what brings you here, brother? I brought my classmate to buy a phone. He.S. the one who dined in the luxurious private room at Jingwei Xiaochu. He.S. loaded. Recommend something good, Chen Xiang replied. Qin Kun frowned, wondering if he had really been that ostentatious at Jingwei Xiaochu. Oh? So he.S. a wealthy one, Li Guang said, glancing at Qin Kun with a smile that concealed scorn. How could a person dressed so poorly truly be rich? Although he doubted Qin Kun's wealth, he figured his brother wouldn't deceive him, so he proceeded as planned, pulling out the latest model of the Apple X9. Wow, isn't this the latest Apple X9? Summer Yujiao exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. If only I could have won. Upon hearing it was an Apple phone, Qin Kun's interest peaked. How's the performance of this phone? Needless to say, it uses Apple's most advanced independent system. Compared to those shoddy domestic Android phones, its main advantage is durability. It doesn't lag. Oh? Can I take a look? That's a bit tricky since every Apple phone needs to be registered and activated before it can be turned on. How about you check out this sample? Li Guang presented a trial model. Qin Kun took it, flipping through various functions and snapping a few pictures with the camera. After a while, he nodded, it's indeed much better than what I currently use. Of course, you're my brother's classmate. Would I dare to deceive you? Li Guang grinned, revealing his silver teeth. All right, I'll take one of these. How much is it? Qin Kun inquired. Hey, since we know each other, I'll give you a special price, 50,000. 50,000. Qin Kun furrowed his brow. While he knew Apple products were expensive, this seemed exorbitant. What? Is it too expensive? Li Guang asked. Let me tell you, this isn't just any ordinary Apple phone. It's a limited edition high-end model produced by Apple. Regular ones sell for 6,000 to 7,000, but this is no ordinary item, hence the price. Qin Kun felt a bit bewildered, after all. He knew very little about phones, however, he wasn't afraid of being taken advantage of. Firstly, he had money. 50,000 was mere pocket change to him. Secondly, if he were indeed being cheated, he wouldn't swallow his resentment silently. Okay, I'll pay by card. Qin Kun readily pulled out a spare bank card, which contained several 100,000. He had long split the 5 million into smaller amounts. With a quick beep, the 50,000 was charged. Young man, you truly are wealthy. Bringing this phone to school will surely make quite an impression, Li Guang remarked with a smile. Just wait here. I'll grab a new one for you and package it up. Take the sample. Qin Kun nodded and watched as Li Guang entered the back room. Summer Yujiao's eyes sparkled, asking, Qin Kun, you're incredible. You just spent 50,000 like it was nothing. How much money do you have left? Not much, originally 25,000, but now it's probably under 10,000. Qin Kun fibbed, so you looked at him suspiciously. Where did you get that much money? It can't all be from carrying bricks, right? Carrying bricks to save 25,000? That is utterly unbelievable. Anyone would find it hard to believe, especially considering Qin Kun's youth. Of course not. After pondering for a moment, Qin Kun hastily concocted a lie. Actually, while working at the construction site, I stumbled upon a porcelain bowl buried underground. I secretly brought it back, and later, when I had a friend appraise it, he told me it was a genuine artifact from the Southern Song dynasty. You sold that thing? Suya exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. How else would I have acquired so much money? Qin Kun replied nonchalantly. The likelihood of unearthing treasures at a construction site is rather low. Yet it undeniably occurs. Many grand tombs are now excavated by the mere scoop of an excavator, Thus the scenario Qin Kun described is indeed plausible, and no wonder he is so extravagant. It turns out he has become a small tycoon. Xia Yujiao chuckled, though internally she harbored profound scorn. This fool has finally struck it rich only to squander it so recklessly. No wonder he has always been poor at a tea that moment. Li Guang emerged holding an exquisitely packaged box, which he handed to Qin Kun, advising, "Brother, remember to charge it for a while the first time you plug it in. Is it out of battery?" Qin Kun inquired. "How could it have power when it hasn't even been unsealed?" Li Guang replied with a smile. "All right then, I was considering using it at school later, but I suppose I'll charge it at home today," Qin Kun said as he picked up the phone box to leave. Chen Xiang glanced at Suya and Xia Yujiao. The two exchanged knowing looks and approached Qin Kun. Xia Yujiao gently took the various supplements from his hands, smiling. "Qin Kun, we plan to stay and chat with Chen Xiang's brother for a bit. If you're in a hurry, feel free to head back first." "Exactly, you should go back. Thank you for today," Suya added politely. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun sensed something amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. After a moment's thought, he looked at Suya and warned, "Don't forget, if you dare spend the remaining money, you'll tell my mom," Suya interjected. "Then I shall take my leave," Qin Kun replied, satisfied, and departed from the store with the phone in hand. Once he left, Li Guang could no longer contain his laughter, doubled over in amusement. "Ha, brother, how did such a big fool come from your class? He could have bought a phone for 10,000 but insisted on spending 50. Chen Xiang shook his head with a smile. "Brother, he is not from our class. He is from class 2. And no wonder he's such an idiot." Li Guang smirked, stroking his bald head. Xia Yujiao leaned closer to Li Guang and asked, "Brother Guang, what if this kid finds out you swindled him? Will he come looking for you? Let him try. I haven't given him a single receipt. How could he possibly find me? Besides, if he dares to cause trouble, I'll break a leg." Li Guang was no pushover, and looking at his brother Chen Xiang, it was evident they were cut from the same cloth. "By the way, brother Guang, since we brought in this good fortune, how about you share some benefits with us?" Suya inquired. Li Guang blinked, his expression one of a miser. Chen Xiang patted his shoulder and suggested, "Brother, let us not treat them like outsiders. Give each of them an iPhone, just like the one we discussed earlier." "Little brother, why are you so generous?" Li Guang remarked, looking at his sibling. Suya and Xia Yujiao's eyes sparkled with eagerness as they chimed in. Yes, let us have a device to elevate our status. Rest assured, brother Guang, I will continue to introduce such good fortune to you in the future," Suya assured him. Hearing their pleas, Li Guang recognized the wisdom in maintaining amicable relations and produced 2 phones to distribute to Suya and Xia Yujiao. Even so, he had netted a tidy sum of 30,000. Why do I say this? Because when Qin Kun returned home, ready to charge his phone, he was astonished to discover that the exquisitely packaged box contained merely a phone model. Qin Kun stared blankly at the phone model, frozen in place for a full minute. After a moment, he slowly extracted the model from the box, his expression flat but his hands trembling slightly. At that moment, his fury reached a boiling point. Qin Kun was not one to fuss over trivial matters. For the most part, he was indifferent as long as his objectives were met, just as he had been when rescuing his landlady. He rarely quarreled over verbal disputes, and even when slightly provoked, he would often turn a blind eye. However, this did not mean he was devoid of anger or incapable of being riled. Conversely, once his limits were crossed, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Qin Kun had donated 200,000, disregarding Suya's mockery and momentarily tolerating her greed. But this phone model? Did they truly think the heir of the Qin family was so easily trifled with? In a fit of rage, Qin Kun crushed the phone model and retrieved his nearly defunct Redmi phone. Searching for the landlady's number, his finger hovered above the call button for a few seconds, contemplating whether to demand the entire 200,000 back and witness Suya's expression in the face of the landlady's wrath. Yet, after a moment's deliberation, he refrained from pressing the dial button, knowing the landlady had just undergone brain surgery. It was no trivial matter. She was exceedingly frail and could not endure any distress. Though angry, Qin Kun was not blinded by rage. After stowing the phone model back in its box, he strode out of his room, slammed the door behind him, and hailed a cab to rush to the Ginza shopping mall. Chapter 16. Words are fruitless at the Ginza shopping mall. Li Guang was grinning foolishly as he examined the bank card's transaction alerts. Earning 30,000 felt exhilarating. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed someone approaching and quickly stood up, smiling. "Hello? Are you here to be UYIS that you?" Before he could finish, his expression morphed into one of utter surprise. Standing before him was none other than Qin Kun. At that moment, Qin Kun's demeanor was far from pleasant. He appeared quite grim. However, this expression did not intimidate Li Guang, as Qin Kun was merely a student clad in a uniform. "Where's Suya and the others?" Qin Kun coldly inquired. "They left. Is there an issue?" Li Guang replied dismissively, propping his legs up casually. Noticing this, Qin Kun's expression remained unchanged as he placed his phone on the counter and casually remarked, "Li Guang, I spent 50,000 and you gave me a phone model? Do you think that's appropriate?" "What phone model?" Li Guang was momentarily taken aback, feigning surprise. "When did you ever buy a phone for me?" Seeing Li Guang's expression, Qin Kun couldn't help but chuckle at their farcical performance. They could easily win an Oscar for their act. Reflecting on the phone purchase, he recalled how Su Ya and Xia Yujiao played good cop while Chen Xiang took on the role of bad cop. Successfully hoodwinking him now, Li Guang was back to playing the fool. Qin Kun, uninterested in further dialogue, pushed the phone model towards Li Guang and insisted, "Enough nonsense. Refund my 50,000, and this matter will be settled without further fuss." "Are you out of your mind? Did you lose your grip on reality in your dreams? What 50,000? When did you ever buy a phone for me? Don't even think about trying to con me." Li Guang retorted, grabbing the box and demanding, "Do you have a receipt? A warranty card? You expect me to come here for a refund without anything? I assure you, every item sold from my place has a receipt." "There's no dodging accountability." Li Guang's voice was loud, exuding an air of righteousness as if he feared no repercussions. Qin Kun's gaze darkened as he replied coldly, "I've rented from Suya's family for 2 years. And we've been classmates for 3. I believe what you said is irrelevant." Upon hearing this, Li Guang rolled his eyes and sneered, "Stop your nonsense. Why Brother Chunxiang would never associate with someone as foolish as you." "Go to hell." At that moment, as Li Guang's words hung in the air, Qin Kun seized the phone model and hurled it at Li Guang's face. Li Guang's smile froze, transforming from delight to fury. "You little brat. You've got some nerve. You've got even more nerve, daring to play tricks on me. Today, you'll learn the consequences of deceiving the young master." With that, Qin Kun delivered a powerful punch to Li Guang's broad face, landing squarely on his eye, causing it to bruise instantly. The force was formidable. Li Guang yelped in pain, clutching his eye, and retaliated by grabbing a chair and shoving the counter aside, bellowing, "Kid, you're finished today." Qin Kun had little interest in exchanging words. Regardless of Li Guang's imposing stature, he charged forward with clenched fists. Enough of this useless banter. Typically, Qin Kun refrained from engaging in fights, often opting for avoidance. The reasoning was simple. He wished to evade unnecessary trouble. However, he possessed considerable strength. After all, he was known as the Brick King. The entire school was aware of his labor on construction sites, where he excelled at heavy lifting. Consider this. An 18-year-old immersed in such rigorous physical training. How could his strength be lacking? Thus, despite being nearly a decade older, Li Guang was no match for Qin Kun's power. As soon as the stool was hurled down by Li Guang, it was swiftly seized by Qin Kun, who raised his leg and delivered a kick right to Li Guang's abdomen. Bang! Li Guang inhaled sharply. Doubling over like a shrimp, Qin Kun did not relent, bringing the stool down towards Li Guang's lowered head. Oh my goodness. Such ferocity in student brawls. Are they truly still students? Quick, someone intervene before it escalates. The majority of the sales staff in the marketplace were women, merely shouting in alarm without daring to step in. The stool came crashing down with a resounding clang. Li Guang felt a sharp jolt at the back of his head, followed by a dizzying whirl of the world around him. However, the blow did not render him unconscious. Li Guang, a notorious ruffian and bully, had always been the one to intimidate students. When had he ever been victimized by one? Fueled by this thought, he charged at Qin Kun like a man possessed, lifting him off the ground and hurling him towards the wall. Sensing the impending danger, Qin Kun balled his fists and struck fiercely at the back of Li Guang's head. Li Guang, enduring the pain, forcefully slammed Qin Kun against the wall. Damn! Qin Kun cursed, feeling as if his bones might shatter. Weighing in at 170 to 180 pounds, Li Guang's sudden collision was more than enough to rattle him. Li Guang staggered back, gingerly touching the blood oozing from the back of his head, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied phlegm as he cursed, "You've got some punch." Qin Kun shook his head to regain his composure. Rising to his feet and casually grabbing a fire extinguisher, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The look in Qin Kun's eyes instilled a flicker of fear in Li Guang. After that blow, he was uncertain if he could withstand another. "Are you really a student?" he stammered. "Ha. I also have another identity, the king of brick movers on construction sites." Qin Kun replied coldly with a smirk. "All right, I admit I can't match you." Li Guang nodded. immediately surrendering as he pulled out his phone, fiddling with it while saying, "But don't think you can just walk away. We're not done here. You better wait right there." With that, the call connected. "Hello, Dong-gu? Yes, it's me that I've been attacked. Right here in my shop. Get the brothers over here. Weapons? Bring whatever. Just one person will do." After hanging up, Li Guang still felt a bit dizzy, leaning against the counter while glaring at Qin Kun. "If you've got guts, don't leave. Come upstairs with me." With a slight smile, Qin Kun discarded the fire extinguisher and replied nonchalantly, "I'll accompany you till the end." Leaving the extinguisher behind, he made his way downstairs of the shopping plaza. Seeing this, Li Guang followed suit. After all, this was a shopping mall. They could not engage in a brawl here. If they wanted to fight, they needed to step outside. As they walked, Qin Kun dialed Chen Mingqing. "Sister, it's me? Yes, bring people to the Silver Tower Mall. I've been conned out of 50,000. Yes, they're not just refusing to pay, they want to beat me up." On the other end, Chen Mingqing, at her office, put down the phone, her expression darkening as she stood up. Her assistant, noticing her intention to leave, hurriedly grabbed her arm. "Mingqing, there's a meeting soon. You handle it." "I am leaving, but if you can't manage, then get lost by tomorrow." With that, Chen Mingqing stormed out of the office. Qin Kun hung up, feeling a surge of confidence. Li Guang was not far from him. Maintaining a cautious distance, sneering, "Heh, you think waving a feather around will summon anyone? Let us see what a poor student like you can muster." Qin Kun merely smiled coldly, refusing to engage in futile banter. Upon reaching the ground floor, neither party fled. They proceeded to the rear of the building. Numerous salespeople and customers who had witnessed the scuffle followed, eager to see what would unfold between the two. They began to speculate about the confrontation. "You know, this student is quite formidable. He seems to weigh barely 120 pounds, yet he managed to soften this guy who weighs 170 or 80. Didn't he claim to be a construction worker? Indeed impressive, but if he calls for backup, that could change. Right, 2 fists can't match 4 hands. That bald guy is clearly a thug. What ordinary student could possibly stand up to him? What kind of help could a student gather? Probably just a bunch of other students. I doubt they could be of much use." Shortly after, a van pulled up. As it stopped, 5 thugs emerged, all bald-headed, with tattoos peeking out from under their clothing. The leader, appearing to be in his 30s with stubble and a large ring on his finger, puffed on a cigarette and wore a gold chain around his neck. Several onlookers recognized him. "Isn't that Dong-gu from the nightclub? The local tyrant, De Dong, that's him. Who would have thought this bald thug is under Dong-gu's wing? That student is done for. A student stands no chance against Dong-gu. The nightclub is a chaotic place, and one must possess extraordinary strength to assert control there." Li Guang approached Dong-gu like a dog, presenting the back of his head. Upon seeing the injury, Dong-gu could not help but chuckle. "So, a student has managed to make you look this foolish. How will you continue to hang out with me?" "No, brother." Li Guang shook his head. "This brat is particularly vicious. Don't let his student facade fool you. He has got strength from working on construction sites." "Oh? Can't say I see it," Dong-gu remarked as he and his entourage advanced toward Qin Kun. Chapter 17. None shall escape. "What's your name?" De Dong inquired as he stood before Qin Kun. "Why should I tell you?" "Heh, quite the fiery temper." De Dong observed Qin Kun's apparent lack of fear. Feeling increasingly irritated, without warning he delivered a slap. Qin Kun reacted quickly, dodging just in time. "What the hell?" De Dong was taken aback, surprised by his missed strike. "Kid, I'm starting to like you, but since you've provoked my brother, I am afraid there's no way around it." He waved his hand. "Get him, wait." Qin Kun raised his hand. It was clear he couldn't take on so many alone. With Chen Mingqing still absent, he didn't want to suffer a loss here. "Dong-gu, before you act, let me give you a warning. If you hit me, you will definitely regret it." Hearing this, Dong-ji's lackeys burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, big brother. He really thinks he has something special. This is hilarious. Look at this poor student. How impressive could he possibly be? You should take a good look at yourself. Your clothes are faded, and you're still bragging." Clearly, Dong-gu did not believe Qin Kun could summon any formidable allies, dismissively telling him, "Kid, you can't escape this beating. If you really find someone impressive, then I'll kneel and eat dirt. If you can't, then I'll profit." With that, he ceased his chatter. "Attack." Qin Kun understood that Dong-gu did not believe he had any backup, and the best course of action was to flee. "If you want to run, go ahead," De Dong shouted, charging after him. Qin Kun, however, was not foolish enough to wait for them to land blows. He sprinted with all his might, and for a moment, his pursuers struggled to keep up. But just when Qin Kun rounded a corner, a thug seized his arm. Turning, he recognized it was one of Dong's men who had taken a shortcut. Gasping for breath, the thug kicked Qin Kun in the abdomen, cursing, "You can really run. If I hadn't taken a shortcut, I wouldn't have caught you." Determined not to be restrained, Qin Kun retaliated with a punch to the thug's eye. "Fight back," Dong shouted. Along with Li Guang, a total of 6 men surrounded Qin Kun, pummeling him with fists and shoes. Although Qin Kun was no slouch in a fight, facing this many opponents was overwhelming. Within a minute, he was brought to the ground, curling his body to protect his more vulnerable areas. A flurry of kicks left bruises across his body. "Damn you. I'll show you who's the boss." Li Guang, like a wild beast, raged against Qin Kun, cursing, "Get up. Aren't you tough? Why aren't you so impressive now?" At that moment, an SUV barreled in at nearly 70 miles per hour. The engine roared. As it ascended a slope, the vehicle accelerated, momentarily lifting off the ground, showing no signs of slowing down. Dong's face turned pale as he hastily retreated. In the next instant, the SUV raced past Qin Kun, colliding violently with the thug who had reacted too slowly. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the SUV's front struck a pool of crimson blood, sending the thug crashing through the glass of a nearby retail store like a broken kite. Qin Kun lifted his head to see the luxurious SUV perform a tailspin stop. The door flung open, and a striking figure stepped out. This striking figure emerged. 7 or 8 Porsche cars lined the roadside, their doors ajar, with nearly 30 individuals impeccably dressed in suits stepping out. Witnessing this scene, Dong's complexion drained to a ghastly white. Even without any confrontation, he found himself unable to stand, his head spinning. He realized he had truly provoked someone he should never have crossed. The person alighting from the vehicle was none other than Chen Mingqing, who had hurried over from the company. Upon stepping out, Chen Mingqing immediately spotted Qin Kun curled on the ground, his clothes marred with footprints and his face scraped. The sight caused her breath to quicken, and the corners of her crimson lips began to tremble. She then raised her hand and bellowed, "Not a single one of you is getting away. Incapacitate them all." Li Guang fell to his knees, understanding that he was finished the moment Chen Mingqing appeared. She was the eldest daughter of the Chen family, an unassailable force in Dongjiang City. The petty thugs surrounding him were nothing more than ants in her eyes. Upon hearing Chen Mingqing's command, the 30 or so individuals swiftly encircled the remaining 5, and soon, the sounds of brutal beatings echoed through the air. Dong and his companions screamed in agony, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking. Chen Mingqing rushed to Qin Kun's side, cradling him in her arms, her expression fraught with concern. "Third young master, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for arriving late." "It's all right, Mingqing, I don't blame you." Qin Kun replied with a faint smile, gritting his teeth to rise from the ground. He turned to the Chen family members who were administering the beatings and called out, "Everyone, stop." They understood the significance of Qin Kun and ceased their actions immediately, as his words held as much weight as Chen Mingqing's. Qin Kun did not wish for things to escalate to a fatal conclusion. He merely sought justice. After all, he was aware that if a life were lost, his identity as the third young master would be unable to shield him from the ensuing chaos. Chen Mingqing, understanding his intent, supported him as they approached Dong and his gang. The thugs looked utterly wretched, with multiple bones likely fractured, but they were not yet incapacitated. With hospitalization, they could recover. Li Guang looked up, his eyes filled with regret. He had thought himself to be striking it rich, only to find himself in dire trouble. "Bro, we were wrong. If I had known you were from the Chen family, I wouldn't have dared to deceive you, even if I had 1,000 times the courage. Please, spare me. I'll pay you back double. How about 100,000? Hearing this, Qin Kun nodded. Li Guang, trembling, produced a bank card from his wallet and shakily handed it to Qin Kun. Accepting the card, Qin Kun's actions brought a sense of relief to both Li Guang and Dong. A couple of broken bones were trivial compared to the value of a life. However, what no one anticipated was that as soon as Qin Kun received the card, he seized a stick from one of the Chen family members and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Li Guang. Li Guang was terrified, cowering and covering his head. After delivering several strikes, Qin Kun tossed the stick at Li Guang's feet and nonchalantly threw the bank card onto him, stating, "Here's your 100,000. Consider it medical expenses." Qin Kun's actions stunned not only Dong but also Chen Mingqing and her associates. First, he accepted compensation, then beat them up before returning it as medical fees. Such audacity was truly remarkable. The third young master, who usually appeared composed and educated, revealed a fiery spirit when enraged. Chen Mingqing silently acknowledged him with newfound respect. Unaware of her thoughts, Qin Kun, having discarded the medical fees, coldly addressed Li Guang and Dedong. Listen carefully. My identity must not be exposed, including to Chunxiang and the others if it gets out. The next time you receive something from me, it won't be medical expenses, he paused. His voice chillingly low, it will be funeral expenses. Both Li Guang and Dedong were drenched in sweat. Let us go, Qin Kun stated, beginning to feel faint. Chen Mingqing supported him back to the vehicle and instructed the driver. To the private hospital of the Qin family. Inside the car, Qin Kun succumbed to sleep. Upon arriving at the private hospital, he underwent a brief bandaging and, due to the Chen family's excellent medical resources, the bruise on his face was treated with ointment, significantly fading within a day. After resting overnight in the hospital, Qin Kun departed the Chen residence the following day, donned a freshly clean school uniform, and returned to Dongjiang No. 1 High School. Before the morning class commenced, many students were wandering about. Soon, he noticed Su Ya and Xia Yujiao secretly observing him at the entrance. In response, Qin Kun turned away. Not wishing to glance at them, Sister Ya, do you think he might retaliate in desperation? Xia Yujiao expressed her concerns. Please, you think too highly of him, Su Ya replied. Arms crossed over her chest. It's been so long since yesterday. Have you seen him make a fuss at all? Xia Yujiao nodded but remained frowning. Sister Ya, I still feel it's a bit excessive. That's 50,000. After all, do you think he might become upset and ignore you? Su Ya chuckled lightly, he won't. Even if he does, it will only be temporary because I know he has a crush on me. Oh? Are you so certain now? Xia Yujiao inquired. Of course, as you said. If he didn't like me, why would he be so compliant? Su Ya declared proudly. It shows that in his eyes, I am a goddess. And even if he truly ignores me, what of it? He is just a penniless nobody. If it weren't for his obedient nature and the fact that he rents from my family, I wouldn't even spare him a second glance. Xia Yujiao pouted. Remaining silent. Unlike Su Ya, she harbored some sympathy for Qin Kun. 18 noon. Song Chi and Ribbon found Qin Kun and cheerfully said, Old Qin, how about we grab some skewers on Gold Street? Seeing these two close friends, Qin Kun's gloomy mood lifted considerably, and he responded with a smile, let us go for skewers. Thus, the three of them exited the school gates together. However, before they could enjoy their meal, they encountered a crowd gathered at the roadside, drawn by a cacophony of desperate pleas. Is there anyone who can help? My husband is in critical condition. The ambulance won't arrive in time. I beg you, I can't lift him alone. You need not fear being scammed. We are wealthy. Just look at my attire. I am not short of money. Please help. Curiosity piqued, Qin Kun approached and discovered a man lying on the ground, breathing erratically, clearly suffering from a life-threatening condition. The distressed woman, presumably his wife, appeared to be in her 40s, adorned in fine jewelry, indicating her affluent background. Yet, despite her pleas, no one dared to step forward. Are they trying to scam us? Someone muttered. Who would dare help? Even the con artists are adept at disguising themselves these days. I've seen plenty dressed in fur coats. The wealthy woman appeared increasingly despondent. Her husband was over 6 feet tall and weighed around 170 pounds, while she was only about 5'3", barely able to lift him. Qin Kun squinted, observing for a few moments before turning to Song Chi. Let us lend a hand. What are you doing? You really want to help? Song Chi asked, surprised. Of course. If we don't get him to the hospital, he'll die. He is having a heart attack. Qin Kun stated firmly, recognizing the gravity of the situation from personal experience. As his uncle had succumbed to a heart attack, and he had witnessed similar symptoms before, without further ado, Song Chi sprang into action. The wealthy woman expressed her gratitude as she hurried toward the car. Qin Kun, possessing considerable strength, was able to jog while carrying the 170-pound man, covering nearly 200 meters before placing him in the back seat of a BMW. Thank you so much, young man, the wealthy woman said gratefully. Qin Kun nodded and settled into the passenger seat. Drive. I'll carry him upstairs once we arrive, of course. The woman was taken aback by Qin Kun's eagerness and quickly started the car. The ride was tumultuous, with the car swerving recklessly, the paint scraping off the front as traffic signals were disregarded. They reached Dongjiang City First People's Hospital in a hurry. Upon arrival, Qin Kun carried the man onto a stretcher. Finally feeling relieved, hurry! It's a heart attack. Rush him to the emergency room, the doctor exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Another doctor calmed the wealthy woman, saying, he is stable now. We will do everything we can. Grasping the doctor's arm, the wealthy woman pleaded, I'll pay anything. Just save him. The doctor nodded, donned a mask, and entered the emergency room. The red light illuminated. Finally turning to Qin Kun, the wealthy woman inquired. "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Qin Yu," he replied, concealing his true identity. "Qin Yu, a lovely name," she said, grasping his hands. "Regardless of whether my husband survives, our family, the Liu family, owes you a great debt." Qin Kun waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not speak of such ominous things. Your uncle will surely pull through." The noblewoman nodded, her face clouded with sorrow. "It's all the fault of those Chan people. They put too much pressure on old Liu. He already has a heart condition, and after just parking to take a call, he got out for barely a moment before." She was certain it was a call from the Chen family. Her anger flared. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, Qin Kun heard a girl's voice on the other end. "Mom, aren't you and Dad coming to pick me up from school today? Where are you?" Han, your dad's heart condition has flared up. He's in the hospital being treated. Hurry over." "What? I'm on my way." After hanging up, the noblewoman hastily pulled out a business card and pressed it into Qin Kun's hand. He glanced down to see it bore the name Liu Hong, chairman of Xingtai Group. "Young man, take this. If you ever need anything, feel free to call. Your Uncle Liu and I will do our utmost to assist you," she said, then produced 2,000 yuan in cash from her pocket. "This is all I have on me for now. Take it." After a moment of pushing back, Qin Kun accepted it. Leaving the hospital, he returned to Song Chi and Ribside, now accompanied by a newcomer, Guo. "So, Lao Qin, you weren't scammed, were you?" Song Chi inquired. Qin Kun, smiling, revealed 2 stacks of cash. "Let's treat ourselves today. We're going to a Michelin restaurant." "Michelin? That sounds wonderful," Guo exclaimed, linking her arm with Qin Kun's. Rib, looking bewildered, asked, "What's Michelin?" Song Chi scoffed. "You uncultured bumpkin. You haven't even heard of Michelin. That's a tire brand." Hearing this, Qin Kun and Guo exchanged exasperated glances. Upon reaching the Michelin restaurant, they discovered it was an upscale Western dining venue. Once the dishes arrived, the 2 unrefined individuals struggled with the cutlery. Ignoring their plight, Qin Kun turned to Guo and asked, "Aren't you worried about getting your wages docked for skipping work at Jingwei Shaochu today?" His words were quite subtle. Guo blinked her long eyelashes and made a cute face, saying, "Look at me. I'm too adorable for the boss to dock my pay." Qin Kun was unimpressed by her charm and pressed, "I suspect he would be willing, so, tell me, why did you skip work?" "Hee, I just missed you. Get to the point, oh." Setting down her cutlery, Guo explained, "Actually, I have a part-time gig at Seder as a lead dancer at a nightclub." Qin Kun asked, Yes, I'll be dancing on the floor." Guo replied, "Next Monday at 9 p.m., Seder is organizing an event. It's a trial run, hence it's not on a holiday." "What kind of event?" It's a dance competition. The nightclub has selected me and Xiao Shanshan as the competitors. If I win, I can take home a prize of 50,000 yuan. "Oh, are you recruiting allies?" Qin Kun laughed. "If I win, you'll earn a tidy sum too." Guo beamed. Today is Saturday, so it's the day after tomorrow." Right. Guo blinked her eyes. "Okay, I will definitely be there the day after tomorrow." Qin Kun sipped his cocktail with a smile. The next morning, Qin Kun faced the unfortunate reality of a holiday. The third-year students had Saturday classes, leaving only a brief Sunday reprieve from school. After rising and washing up, he discovered the plumbing was broken yet again. "What on earth? Can I even continue living here?" Qin Kun felt a surge of irritation. He thought to himself that he now had money, and with Jingwei Shaochu generating income, he should simply move to a new place. Initially, he intended to keep a low profile, not wanting to relocate to avoid complications. However, since being deceived by Suya, he felt no attachment to the current place. Qin Kun admitted he had liked Suya after moving in, as she was considered the belle of Class 3. Her looks were undeniable, with a well-proportioned figure standing at a height of 1.68 meters, boasting a captivating appearance that no young man could resist. However, back then, he hadn't yet completed his first task, and with a wallet emptier than his face, he didn't dare confess his feelings. As time passed, through various encounters, he discovered that despite her alluring exterior, Suya was incredibly materialistic and rather snobbish, looking down on him. Now, she had thoroughly shattered his heart. "I should leave," Qin Kun decided after some contemplation. He resolved to change residences. As for the belongings here, most were outdated, and he could simply hire a few cleaners to dispose of everything. With that thought, he set down his backpack and picked up his wallet. After hailing a taxi, he turned to the driver and asked, "Do you know where I can buy property?" "Of course," the driver replied courteously. "Take me to the nearest sales office," Qin Kun instructed. Thus, the taxi driver brought him to a large development area. Some buildings within the area were still under construction. Qin Kun had visited before and, observing the idle cranes, he inquired of the driver. I remember these buildings were going up quickly. Why are they still unfinished after all this time? The driver glanced at the neighborhood and explained. It's simple. They're short on funds. I drive a taxi every day along this route. And while those buildings were rising quickly, suddenly, for some reason, they just stalled. Oh. Qin Kun's interest was piqued. He needed to earn more money to fulfill the family's second task, which was certainly not something a mere restaurant could accomplish. It required significant business dealings. Thus, he found it necessary to understand the various industries in Dongjiang. Soon, the car stopped in front of the sales office. Qin Kun looked up and smiled. It was the Bai-Hai sales office of Xingtai Group. How fortuitous, he stepped out and entered the sales office. Inside, he noticed several clients selecting unit layouts, accompanied by a few well-dressed sales staff. The time was still early, and the number of prospective buyers was limited. Qin Kun's gaze shifted to a well-endowed young woman in formal attire who was engrossed in her phone. After a moment's thought, he approached her and asked, "Excuse me, could you introduce me to the properties here?" The young woman had seen Qin Kun enter, but upon noticing his humble attire, she dismissed him as a mere impoverished student and chose not to attend to him. Little did she expect him to approach her. This poor fellow clearly has no money. I won't serve him. People like him usually just browse and leave, wasting my time, she thought, feigning ignorance as she put on her headphones. Swaying her head and scrolling through her phone, Chapter 19. I can guarantee it. Qin Kun frowned at this slight, thinking it wasn't particularly noisy. Could she really not hear him? Raising his voice slightly, he asked, "Miss, could you show me the properties?" She remained silent, pretending not to hear. Seeing her act oblivious, Qin Kun lost interest in pursuing her further. Glancing at the other salespeople, none seemed inclined to assist him. So he found a seat and picked up a brochure from the coffee table to peruse. It contained information about Xingtai Group, detailing its history and scale. While not particularly captivating, he was most intrigued by the latter sections discussing the group's scale and distribution. Xingtai Group ranked among the top 5 corporations in Dongjiang, primarily focusing on real estate, having developed multiple residential communities and 3 high-end villa complexes. The Bai-Hai sales office was responsible for selling 2 properties. One was the standard residential project, Haitao Courtyard, and the other was the luxurious villa complex, Bai-Hai Huating. Given his intentions, Qin Kun aimed to buy a villa at Bai-Hai Huating outright. Besides residential developments, Xingtai Group was also constructing an amusement park and 2 commercial buildings, all indicating a thriving business. However, the brochure likely only presented the positives. Qin Kun could tell that Xingtai Group was indeed facing challenges. Otherwise, how could those stalled developments be explained? Despite this, he nodded in satisfaction after reading through the material. Xingtai Group's planning seemed commendable. If a partnership could be forged, it might yield substantial profits. Qin Kun mused internally. Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts, a woman's voice interrupted him. "Hello, may I ask what you're doing here?" the woman inquired. Qin Kun glanced at her. She was reasonably attractive, well-proportioned, and dressed in formal attire, though he felt he might have seen her somewhere before. Not pondering long, he set the brochure down, crossed his legs, and replied somewhat displeased. "I've been sitting here for nearly 20 minutes, and finally someone has come to attend to me." The name tag on the woman's chest indicated she was the supervisor. Bai Yang. Upon noticing Qin Kun's somewhat confrontational tone, she frowned, internally mocking him. Humph. A poor student, yet he carries such an air. Of course, she didn't voice this thought, but rather, in a somewhat polite manner, said, "Young man, this is not a lounge or a CAF. If you have no other business, please leave. We'll have many clients coming in soon, and we can't afford to let you hinder our business." Hearing this, Qin Kun felt displeased, rising to face Bai Yang. "What do you mean by that? I came here to buy a property, yet not a single person has attended to me. It's either phone games or idle chatter." Upon encountering this situation, I approached her directly, yet she feigned ignorance, completely disregarding my presence. "Now, you wish to expel me? Is this how you conduct business?" Qin Kun felt a surge of displeasure. It was utterly exasperating to purchase a home under such circumstances. Bai Yang, upon hearing his words, exhibited no hint of contrition. Instead, she coldly retorted, "I suspect you are merely here to stir up trouble. We have many clients, and we provide them with excellent service. Please refrain from causing disruption." Qin Kun responded with a mocking smile. "I have already stated that I am here to purchase a property. Are you deaf?" Their altercation drew the attention of others. "Ha! This fellow claims to be a buyer. Just look at his attire. He resembles a beggar. How could he possibly buy a house here?" One bystander remarked, "It appears he is indeed a lunatic. merely here to cause a ruckus because our properties are selling well. Hearing such comments reinforced by Yang's conviction that Qin Kun was merely seeking confrontation. She coldly said, "Since you claim to be a buyer, do you even know our prices? They start at 7,000 per square meter. Can you afford to buy here, you pitiful student?" In response to her words, Qin Kun coolly produced his bank card. "You doubt my ability to purchase? Are you certain?" The moment Bai Yang saw him take out the card, her expression shifted dramatically. The other salespeople exchanged glances, particularly the one who had been on his phone, whose earbuds fell from his ears in surprise. Bai Yang was clearly flustered. What if Qin Kun could indeed afford a property? Would she not be offending a potential patron? A single complaint could jeopardize her position as a sales manager. However, before Bai Yang could collect her thoughts, another voice interrupted. "Sister, you need not heed his words. I can assure you, this pauper cannot afford anything." At this, all eyes turned towards the water cooler, where a stunningly attractive woman stood, gazing at Qin Kun with utter disdain. "Qin Kun, isn't it a bit excessive to flaunt yourself in front of my sister?" This woman was none other than Zhao Lei, one of the top students in Class 2, known for her literary prowess. Today was the weekend, and school was out. "Zhao Lei, do you know this person?" Zhao Lei nodded, her gaze still dripping with disdain. "Cousin, do not be deceived by his appearance. He is the class loser, from a poor family. Whenever he has the chance, he works at a construction site, earning the nickname Brick King. He is so broke that he doesn't even have a change of pants and can't afford a pack of spicy strips." Qin Kun rolled his eyes at her remarks. "Zhao Lei, must you belittle me so?" "I'm merely stating a fact," Lu Qianqian interjected, strolling over to Bai Yang. "You are indeed impoverished and quite so. Let me tell you, cousin, he might be pretending. He has saved around 200,000 from carrying bricks, and for the sake of show, once spent 11 million on a meal. I know exactly what he is plotting. He undoubtedly wants to flaunt in class again. Thus, he shows up at our sales office, seeking you to give him a tour of the properties. He will take pictures during the visit to post online, and then casually declare he is no longer interested and leave." Having said that, Zhao Lei regarded Qin Kun as if he were trash, smirking, "Am I wrong, Brick King?" Qin Kun felt a laugh bubbling within him. Zhao Lei's analysis was astute enough to almost make him believe her. "Zhao Lei, is this truly the case?" "Of course, I share a class with him. How could I not know his ways?" Zhao Lei snapped. "Sister, stop wasting time on him. Just kick him out. Showing him properties is a waste of breath and time." Bai Yang nodded. She had heard of such tactics before, particularly from those involved in micro-businesses, some of whom would take photos at car dealerships to fabricate a story of wealth in order to lure others into their schemes. In her eyes, Qin Kun appeared to be using the same tactic, now exposed by her cousin. "Qin Kun, if you do not leave willingly, I will have to ask someone to escort you out." Bai Yang stated with a stern expression. Qin Kun nodded, turning without a word as he exited the sales office. Once he was gone, the salespeople began to mock him. What a loser, just here to create chaos. Indeed, it's exhausting to show properties, and people like him are a blight. Bai Yang turned to her cousin, saying, "Zhao Lei, I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, I might have wasted my time, and no problem. Sister, if that loser dares to return, I'll have him thrown out." As for Qin Kun, after leaving the sales office, he did not rush away. Instead, he found a nearby CAF, settled in, and retrieved a business card from his pocket. Dialing the number listed, before long, the call connected. "Hello. Is this Liu Hong?" "Yes. Who is this?" "I am Qin Yu." After a moment of silence, a cheerful voice responded. "Oh, you're the one who carried me to the hospital when I had a heart attack. I am very grateful. I owe you a favor." Recognizing that the other party remembered the favor, Qin Kun nodded. "Mr. Liu, are you busy at the moment? I would like to select a property from your Group S by High Sales Office, if possible." Before he could finish, Liu Hong interjected. "Ah, that matter? It's quite simple. Just go over there, and I'll call the sales office." "However, I was just chased out by the salespeople," Qin Kun replied. "What did you say?" Liu Hong exclaimed, suddenly coughing. Qin Kun thought, perhaps he is still in the hospital. Soon, the call was taken over by a lady. "Hello? Is this Qin Yu?" "Yes, it is, Annie. Your Uncle Liu has not fully recovered yet. Let me come over. Where are you?" After sending the address, Qin Kun waited quietly in the CAF. About half an hour later, a BMW 5 Series pulled up in front of the CAF. When the lady exited the vehicle, Qin Kun approached her. "Auntie, I'm terribly sorry to trouble you." The lady blinked, thinking to herself, "Oh please, you're merely seeking to leverage this favor, hoping for a discount." Yet, she did not mind, for she understood that if it were not for this impoverished student, her husband might have already perished. Thus, She resolved to offer some concession on the property as a gesture of gratitude. With this in mind, the lady followed Qin Kun into the sales office. As soon as they entered, Bai Yang shot Qin Kun a look of utter impatience, coldly demanding, "What are you doing back here?" Initially intending to throw him out, her expression changed upon noticing the lady behind him. She froze, the harsh words she had prepared dying on her lips. "Madame Lude, what brings you here?" Bai Yang's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as she bowed slightly. As a saleswoman, Bai Yang was not foolish. Qin Kun's presence alongside the lady indicated a significant connection. Her heart raced. Could Xiao Lei be related to Mr. Liu? This could spell serious trouble. The lady closed the door of the sales office and immediately addressed Bai Yang in a cold tone. "Bai Yang, I have heard that someone chased Xiao Qin away. Who dares to do such a thing?" As she spoke, her gaze swept over all the salespeople in the room. Bai Yang broke out in a cold sweat. It was as if she had struck steel. Qin Kun hardly seemed the type to have connections with Mr. Liu's family, so how had he managed to summon Madame Liu? At a loss for words, Bai Yang stammered, What is this nonsense? Who was it?" the lady demanded sharply. Standing beside her, Qin Kun allowed a small smile to grace his lips. He looked at Bai Yang, whose face had turned pale, and said, "Auntie, let us let bygones be bygones. I merely came here to purchase a property, not to make enemies." "Absolutely not," the lady insisted, shaking her head. "You are my family's benefactor. Not only will you not be mistreated in our sales office, but in all of Dongjiang, you shall not be wronged." She spoke with an air of righteousness. Qin Kun smiled slightly and gently urged, "Auntie, it's truly unnecessary. I have no intention of holding a grudge. Please, let us proceed with viewing the properties." The lady, gazing at Qin Kun with sincere eyes, sighed. "Very well, since you choose to overlook this, I shall let her off the hook." As she spoke, the noblewoman turned to Bai Yang and said, "Why are you still dawdling? Quickly fetch the floor plan for Xiao Qin to see." Bai Yang nodded repeatedly, then glanced at Qin Kun with eyes filled with gratitude. She had initially thought that Qin Kun's arrival was an act of vengeance against her. But to her surprise, this young man displayed remarkable composure and did not expose her in front of the noblewoman. Just then, the sales office door swung open, and a tall salesperson approached Bai Yang, saying, "Sister Bai, I've already sent Xiao Lei home." Upon noticing Qin Kun, her expression faltered. "Oh, why are you still here?" The salesperson had overheard Bai Yang and Xiao Lei confronting Qin Kun and frowned. "Sister Bai, didn't you just chase this pauper away? Why is he back?" At this remark, Bai Yang froze mid-motion as she bent to retrieve the floor plan. At that moment, it felt as if countless wild horses were galloping through her mind. She could hardly believe that her secret had been revealed, and it was not Qin Kun who had done so, but rather her own friend. The noblewoman's expression darkened instantly. She stepped closer to Bai Yang and coldly remarked, "So it turns out it was you all along." The atmosphere in the sales office became palpably awkward, with all the sales staff watching intently, afraid to breathe and draw attention to themselves, especially the one who had been feigning ignorance, who had already retreated to the restroom. Bai Yang hung her head in silence. The tall salesperson noticed Madame Lu's arrival and then glanced at Qin Kun. Realizing that she had inadvertently put Bai Yang in a precarious position, "Now I understand." The noblewoman waved her hand and said, "Bai Yang, do you know that Xiao Qin is our benefactor? You actually chased away our benefactor." Bai Yang swallowed hard, feeling extremely uncomfortable as she replied, "Madame Lu, please let me explain. This morning, I found him sitting in the sales office and asked what he was doing. He said he was here to buy a house. At that moment, my sister Xiao Lei arrived. Xiao Lei, being his classmate, had revealed that he was so poor that he wouldn't even buy a single pack of spicy strips at school, and that he was so financially constrained that he could barely afford to pay his tuition. With someone like him, how could he possibly buy a house? Xiao Lei, concerned that I was being misled, exposed him as poor so." Bai Yang's voice trailed off as her head dropped lower. After hearing Bai Yang's explanation, the noblewoman looked thoughtfully at Qin Kun. She scrutinized him closely and found that he indeed did not seem like someone capable of purchasing a property, at least not in this place. Of course, she couldn't voice such sentiments, as it would be embarrassing for Xiao Qin. Simultaneously, she felt a bit disdainful towards Qin Kun, as according to Bai Yang's words, he appeared to be playing the role of a pretender, causing trouble only to later call her for assistance in the sales office. Young people, indeed, are often impulsive. The noblewoman shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further, and waved at Bai Yang. "Forget it. Show the floor plan to Xiao Qin." Bai Yang nodded and hurriedly approached Qin Kun with the floor plan. The group settled onto a nearby sofa, with Lu Qianqian trailing behind Bai Yang. Xiao Qin, Feel free to choose any property. I will certainly give you a discount, the noblewoman said coolly, her tone lacking the previous enthusiasm. She now perceived Qin Kun as being frivolous and added, "You should have called me in advance. It's only natural that no one would attend to you if you came without money." Upon hearing this, Qin Kun understood the noblewoman's thoughts, but chose not to address it, instead turning his gaze to the floor plan. Bai Yang's expression had improved considerably, though her hand still trembled as she smiled at Qin Kun, saying, "Mr. Qin, I truly apologize. I was unaware of your connection with Madame Liu. Please bear with me. It's all right? Just tell me about the properties." Qin Kun waved his hand dismissively. Can I ask how large of a property you're looking for, Mr. Qin?" Bai Yang inquired. Qin Kun stroked his chin and replied, "The larger, the better. This." Bai Yang felt a wave of disdain wash over her thoughts, wondering if he truly had the means to afford such grandeur. Yet she dared not express her skepticism aloud, instead forcing a smile before flipping through the booklet to present a floor plan. "How about this, Mr. Qin? Considering your financial situation, I would recommend a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout of 58.7 square meters, which is very reasonably designed." Stop! Qin Kun could no longer endure the situation. The atmosphere was growing increasingly awkward, with all the sales staff perceiving him as destitute. Even the noblewoman seemed to believe he was here to mooch off discounts. Qin Kun straightened his posture and gently tapped his fingers on the table, saying, "Do you all genuinely think I have no money? Auntie, do you believe I came here today solely because I can't afford a house and wanted to seek a discount?" He then turned to Bai Yang, "And do you think I am here to cause trouble, deliberately seeking you out to embarrass you?" These 3 questions precisely struck at the heart of everyone's unspoken thoughts. "No, Xiao Qin, that's not what we think," the noblewoman interjected, sensing the awkwardness and wishing to smooth things over. Qin Kun waved his hand, addressing the noblewoman, "Auntie, I genuinely can afford it, and I do not require a discount." He then focused on Bai Yang once more, calmly stating, "I do not want an ordinary residence. I want a villa." The mention of a villa caused everyone to pause in surprise. Even the noblewoman was momentarily taken aback. Villas often start at $1 million, something not within the reach of an average person. Bai Yang's expression instantly darkened. "Are you sure you want to buy a villa? Our villas start at $1 million. Yes, I mean the villas in Beihai Huading." "All right, okay." Bai Yang nodded, retrieving the floor plan for the villa and starting to explain, "We have 3 types of villas here. The cheapest is villa number 3, which has..." Hearing this, Qin Kun raised his hand and interjected, "No need for individual introductions. Just show me the most expensive one." The words "most expensive one" made all the sales staff stand at attention, their gazes keenly fixed on Qin Kun. The most expensive villa in Beihai Huading is villa number 1, and it is the only one of its kind in the entire development, situated in the very center of Beihai Huading. It symbolizes the highest status. The fervor in the eyes of the sales staff was easily understood. The commission for selling this villa was a whopping 20,000. It was the highest commission in Beihai Huading, and every salesperson yearned to sell it. Thus, upon hearing Qin Kun's desire for the most expensive villa, everyone's nerves were set alight. This represented a potential commission of 20,000. Moreover, the company stipulated that whoever sold this villa would be promoted. Bai Yang was equally astonished by Qin Kun's audacity in demanding the most expensive villa without considering his financial capacity. After all, the noblewoman was present. If he couldn't afford it, it would be a blow to his own dignity. Hence, it seemed that Qin Kun genuinely intended to make a purchase rather than simply seeking to impress. Bai Yang took a moment to steady her breath and presented the floor plan for Villa No. 1, stating, "The most expensive one is the singular Villa number 1, centrally located in Beihai Huading, with a total area of 270 square meters and 2 floors. The villa includes an outdoor swimming pool, 2 garages, and a garden. Plus, no need to elaborate. Just swipe the card," Qin Kun interjected, pulling out his bank card. "Aren't you going to take a look first?" Bai Yang asked, incredulous. "Swipe the card." Observing Qin Kun's demeanor, Bai Yang's face turned pale as she trembled, taking the card and asking, "So would you like to pay in installments, or..." Chapter 21. Have you slept with her? Full payment. Qin Kun's declaration felt like a bombshell, detonating in the minds of everyone present. The noblewoman couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Qin, that villa costs 5 million. Are you certain you want to buy it?" "What's 5 million? Auntie, I'm not boasting. I can buy several of them," Qin Kun replied with a smile. Bai Yang's face had drained of color as she held what appeared to be an ordinary bank card, inputting 5 million and gently swiping it. Beep, payment successful. Bai Yang finished the transaction, her hand shaking so violently that the card slipped from her grasp. In a way, it actually sold. The reality of 5 million stunned the sales staff. their eyes widening in disbelief that the most expensive villa had been purchased by an inconspicuous student. Particularly, the young lady wearing headphones dropped both her phone and headphones in shock. She had just let slip the opportunity for a 20,000 commission and a promotion. The noblewoman finally grasped that Qin Kun was not causing trouble nor seeking discounts. He genuinely intended to purchase, having been wrongfully dismissed. It was only out of necessity that he called for her help, otherwise, she would have never known that the buyer was her benefactor. Xiaoqin? I misjudged you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. How about this? I'll give you a 10% discount on the villa, refunding you 50,000. The noblewoman offered awkwardly. Auntie, I don't need that 50,000. The noblewoman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly pointed to one of the sales staff. Hurry, take Xiaoqin to complete the paperwork. The salesperson nodded hastily. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yang grew anxious and grasped the arm of the noblewoman, saying, Madam Lu, allow me to handle this. You? The noblewoman turned her face, the crow's feet around her eyes quivering slightly. I don't think that's necessary. You should change out of that outfit. Your presence is no longer required here. Bai Yang was immediately flustered, hastily explaining, Madam, I was mistaken. I dismissed him thinking he had no money. Is this what you call being broke? The noblewoman snorted coldly. 0.5 million isn't money in your eyes. Is it? How arrogant you are. I've come to understand that it wasn't just Xiaoqin being unreasonable. It is you who judge others by their appearance. The noblewoman was now deeply suspicious, convinced that Bai Yang had been lying. This matter requires no further discussion. I do not need such a prominent salesperson here. Bai Yang found herself at a loss for words, realizing her position was irrevocably lost in a last-ditch effort. She pleaded, You may dismiss me, but madam, I sold this villa, and I deserve my commission. You sold it? The noblewoman scrutinized her with disdain. How shameless can you be? What do you mean you sold it? If Xiaoqin were not acquainted with me, do you think this villa would have sold? You've unknowingly driven away a wealthy patron. Do you realize that? And you dare claim it was your sale. After this, the noblewoman turned to the other salespeople, her voice rising in fury. You are all the same. If Bai Yang refuses to attend to him, will you all do the same? Let me tell you, none of you will receive the commission on this villa because it was I who sold it. With that, she turned back to Bai Yang and coldly commanded, Leave. Observing this scene, Qin Kun shook his head. The attitudes of the rich and the poor were indeed markedly different. However, he did not wish to sever ties with Bai Yang completely, for such a rift might lead her to blame Zhao Lei and potentially spread news of his affluent background. That was something Qin Kun wished to avoid. Thus, he grasped the noblewoman's arm and said, Auntie, let us put this matter to rest. The noblewoman paused, taken aback by his unexpected defense of Bai Yang. Xiaoqin, I know she must have made things difficult for you, but you need not concern yourself. I will handle it. I believe we should let it go. Sister, Bai Yang has done nothing wrong. She was merely following her sister's advice, and since her sister is my classmate, perhaps I have inadvertently left her with a poor impression of my humble means. Hearing Qin Kun's words, Bai Yang's eyes welled with tears, and she began to see him in a much more favorable light. The noblewoman was also pleased with Qin Kun's approach, nodding in approval. Well done, Xiaoqin. Your ability to repay kindness with kindness is indeed commendable. In that case, I shall give her another chance. As she spoke, the noblewoman stepped forward, removed the badge from her chest, and said coolly, I will not dismiss you, but only because of Xiaoqin's intercession. You owe him your gratitude. However, I must demote you. You will revert to being an ordinary salesperson if you do not make any mistakes within the next 3 months. I will restore your position. Do you understand? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Lu. Thank you, Mr. Qin. All right, I have matters to attend to. Take Xiaoqin to view the property and be sure to treat him well with that. The noblewoman gathered her belongings and turned to Qin Kun, saying, Xiaoqin, I must take my leave. I apologize for not repaying your kindness this time. Qin Kun waved his hand dismissively. Auntie, it is of no consequence. However, please convey to Uncle Lu that I wish to discuss a business matter with him once he is discharged from the hospital. Had Qin Kun made such a statement previously, the noblewoman would have surely doubted him or even scoffed. But now, she believed him wholeheartedly and smiled, saying, Very well, I will have him call you once he is out. After bidding farewell to the noblewoman, Bai Yang led Qin Kun towards Villa No. 1. Mr. Qin, I truly apologize for what happened earlier. And I sincerely thank you. As they walked, Bai Yang's gaze towards Qin Kun was devoid of any disdain. Instead, it was filled with respect, gratitude, and a hint of affection. Indeed, Qin Kun could unmistakably sense that Bai Yang was subtly flirting with him. Bai Yang, appearing to be in her 20s, was curvaceous and attractive, Yet Qin Kun felt little interest. The initial impression she left on him was rather unfavorable. By the way, Sister Bai Yang, I would prefer that today's events remain confidential. Especially from your sister. You must keep it a secret, Qin Kun stated. In truth, Bai Yang had no intention of disclosing this incident to Zhao Lei, as she had already concluded that Qin Kun was a wealthy heir and was devising ways to win his affection. If she revealed his status to her sister, it would complicate matters. As sisters, she had heard Zhao Lei express her desire for a wealthy boyfriend on numerous occasions. If she told her sister that Qin Kun was a rich heir, wouldn't that put her sister in a prime position? After all, they were classmates. Thus, Bai Yang flashed a charming smile and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Qin. After purchasing this villa, the company is obligated to keep all personal information confidential. Moreover, you need not worry about any high-profile concerns. Bai Huading is a fully enclosed community, and your classmates will have no access here, nor will they be aware of your purchase." That is reassuring, Qin Kun nodded, smiling, as they conversed. They arrived at Villa Number 1. The villa was indeed grand, perched at a higher elevation than the others, imparting a distinct sense of superiority. As for the villa's amenities, they were incomparable to those of other residences. "This is the one," Bai Yang declared, taking Qin Kun's key and unlocking the garden gate. They entered together, after walking around the villa and examining the interior design. Qin Kun nodded in satisfaction, stating, "It's worth every penny of the 5 million. This expenditure is justified." Bai Yang chuckled lightly and suggested, "Since it's nearly noon, how about I treat you to a meal? As a way to make amends?" "There's no need for a meal. I have other commitments." Qin Kun casually declined, having no desire to dine with Bai Yang. Bai Yang furrowed her brow but maintained her smile. "Then let us plan for another date. By the way, Mr. Qin, why don't we exchange contact numbers? If there are any issues with the villa, you can reach out to me." Qin Kun smiled in response. Agreeing to exchange phone numbers, he was well aware of her ulterior motives. Her request for his number was undoubtedly not solely for post-sale inquiries. After swapping numbers, Bai Yang prepared to take her leave. Once Bai Yang departed, Qin Kun reclined on his pristine mattress, gazing at the spotless ceiling, and took out his phone. Buying a house truly was a headache. Throughout the next day, Qin Kun arranged his new home. Purchasing various items he favored. By Monday, he felt disinclined to attend classes and spent the day self-studying at home. As night approached, around 9 o'clock, he received a call from Guo Xiaoming. "Kuren Guo, don't forget to come tonight to support me. I haven't forgotten. I'm on my way." Qin Kun set aside his books, hailed a taxi, and headed to Seder. Of course, he was not alone. He had invited his close friend, Pai Gu, along. As for Song Qi, he had to decline due to prior engagements. Upon arriving, Qin Kun spotted Guo Xiaoming looking around. Today, she was dressed stunningly, with a subtle yet alluring makeup and a daring outfit. A denim jacket paired with a bra and extremely short denim shorts that showcased her long legs. Upon seeing this, Pai Gu remarked, "I say, Lao Qin, you aren't actually dating Guo Xiaoming, are you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Kun shot him a glare. "I'm not her boyfriend, but you two seem quite close. I must warn you, Lao Qin, Guo Xiaoming is not a good girl. I've heard she's quite promiscuous, willing to sleep with anyone who has money," Pai Gu warned. Qin Kun chuckled and asked, "Have you slept with her?" "Me? I'm a broke loser. What opportunity would I have?" Pai Gu shot him a disparaging look. "Then why spread baseless rumors? If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, don't make unfounded judgments about someone." After saying this, Qin Kun approached Guo Xiaoming. Her reputation was indeed questionable, but Qin Kun was indifferent. He neither cared for her personal life nor felt any attraction towards her. Whether she was a virtuous woman or a flirtatious one held no bearing on him. He was fine with being friends but had no desire to pursue a romantic relationship. "Kuren Gu, you're here," Guo Xiaoming exclaimed, twirling in front of him. "What do you think? Sexy, right? Not bad. What time does it start?" "At 9:30, so there's about half an hour left. Come on in. I've reserved a seat for you." Guo Xiaoming linked her arm through Qin Kun's and led him into the lively nightclub. As they stepped inside, the booming bass of the music reverberated through the air. Entering the main hall, they were greeted by the sight of a group of young people dancing wildly on the dance floor. While several lead dancers above were gyrating provocatively. Guo Xiaoming belonged to the latter group. However, she had other engagements tonight and would not be performing. The eyes of the pork rib fixated intently on the alluring women as they gracefully swayed their waists. As if ready to pounce at any moment, Guo Xiaoming tugged at Qin Kun, leading him to a seating area, her brow furrowing in discontent. This was not an unoccupied spot. 3 men, a woman, and 2 entertainment girls occupied it. The entertainment girls were essentially companions for drink. Upon seeing the seats taken, Guo Xiaoming released Qin Kun and approached a girl who was dressed similarly to her, coolly inquiring, "Qiao Shanshan, I had reserved this spot for my friend, and the manager approved it. What is the meaning of this?" Qiao Shanshan glanced at her companions and replied with a smile, "Guo Xiaoming, these are my esteemed guests. Business is booming today, and all the seats are filled. We can't have our guests standing, can we?" At that moment, a man beside Qiao Shanshan reached out, wrapping his arm around her neck and surreptitiously slipping his hand into her bosom. "Sa that Guo Xiaoming?" A familiar voice exclaimed. As the speaker approached, his expression lit up with surprise. "Oh, look who it is. Our class's newly minted wealthy individual, Brick King." At this moment, Qin Kun recognized the speaker as his arch-rival. Ud, however, he had never seen the two individuals sitting next to Ud before. Ud, appearing somewhat exhilarated, pointed to an empty portion of the sofa across from him and said, "Come on. Since fate has brought us together, why not sit together?" Upon seeing Ud, Qin Kun initially considered turning to leave. He had nothing to say to such a person. However, he quickly reconsidered. Leaving would only give the impression that he feared Ud. Moreover, he still needed to assist Guo Xiaoming in her competition today. Thus, with a smile, he sat down with Guo Xiaoming and the pork rib. Yud, of course, had ulterior motives for his seemingly generous invitation. As soon as Qin Kun settled in, Ud pulled the two individuals lost in the embrace of the entertainment girl and sternly ordered, "Wang Zhaoding, Yunfeng, you two, get up." The two young men stood, and Qin Kun noted they were around the same age, yet their demeanor suggested they were arrogant second-generation rich kids. Digu, who is this guy? Ding Yunfeng inquired. Yud smirked. Ding Yunfeng, Wang Zhao, let me introduce you to our class's latest nouveau riche. The king of brick from Dongjiang No. 1 High School, Qin Kun. I'm telling you, my bro Kun is no ordinary person. He sold a broken bowl from the Southern Song dynasty for over 200,000. He spent 110,000 at a Beijing-style restaurant and dropped 50,000 on a phone. Isn't that impressive? I just have to ask, is there anyone else like him? The sarcasm was palpable. Upon hearing this introduction, Qiao Shanshan shot Qin Kun a disdainful glance. Wang Zhao stood up, astonished, and shook Qin Kun's hand, saying, "Brother, you are the most impressive loser I've ever met. You are truly a breath of fresh air in the loser community. Indeed, quite impressive. Only 200,000, and yet you flaunt it so brazenly?" Ding Yunfeng mocked. Yud, displeased, raised his glass and shot Ding Yunfeng a glare. "You don't understand. This is what we call a poor man pretending to be rich. He.s. using his life to show off." Ud had long sought an opportunity to reclaim his pride. That incident at the Beijing-style restaurant had been a blow to his ego, especially since it led to a scolding from his mother. Fortunately, his father had generously given him 100,000 yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford a night out at Selt. Regarding the screenshots in the group chat, they were old messages. Ud had yet to receive the 1,000,000 due next month. Currently, after spending 110,000, Qin Kun had only about 90,000 left. Faced with such ridicule, the pork rib lowered his head, clearly overwhelmed by the environment. Noticing the silence, Ud pressed, "Kuren Gu, what brings you here today? You aren't here to support Guo Xiaoming, are you?" Today, the contest was between Guo Xiaoming and Qiao Shanshan. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shanshan laughed coldly. "Oh, Xiaoming, I didn't expect you to bring such a poor loser as your support. Seeing you two so close, he wouldn't happen to be your boyfriend, would he? You really have a peculiar taste, picking such a poor loser. How disgusting." Guo Xiaoming bristled at this, retorting, "I like Qin Kun. What is it to you? Besides, Shanshan, don't get too cocky. The outcome is still uncertain." Qiao Shanshan burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Guo Xiaoming, are you kidding? With this loser boyfriend of yours, you think you can beat me? Just look at who I have beside me. There's no need to mention Digu. Wang Zhao's family owns 4S car dealerships across Dongjiang, and Ding Yunfeng's family operates gaming companies. Dio, you really think this pretender can compare?" As she spoke, Qiao Shanshan shot a disdainful glance at Qin Kun. "Not even close, I assure you." Wang Zhao, eager to flatter, waved his hand. "Shanshan, don't be so loud. My family isn't that wealthy, just over 1 billion. Yeah, mine is only about 2 billion, nothing major," Ding Yunfeng chimed in. Watching them flaunt their wealth, Qin Kun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a bunch of impoverished fools. Guo Xiaoming was unaware of Qin Kun's actual wealth, but considering he casually threw around 800,000, he must be even more formidable. After all, typical rich second-generation kids wouldn't have all their assets at their disposal. Parents often kept a tight grip. UD, for instance, could spend only a maximum of 1 million in a month. Meanwhile, Qin Kun had access to 50,000,000. Therefore, Guo remained unfazed. However, Guo did not anticipate that her unwavering demeanor would leave Wang Zhao and Ding Yunfeng bewildered. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with questions, in their minds. A mere display of wealth would surely lead Guo to abandon Qin Kun for one of them, allowing them to spend lavishly that night while humiliating Qin Kun in the process. But why was Guo so resolute? Wang Zhao, unable to contain himself, asked, Guo, as the saying goes, one is known by the company one keeps. Sticking with this loser Qin Kun means a lifetime of hardship. They say poverty can be contagious. Are you really willing to be poor forever? Xiao Shanshan quickly recognized Wang Zhao's intentions to woo Guo and thought, if Wang Zhao and Guo hit it off, her money would be at risk that night. Thus, she coldly remarked, Wang Zhao, you don't understand. It's like fish looking for fish, shrimp looking for shrimp, and turtles looking for turtles. Upon hearing this, Guo fumed. Xiao Shanshan, you can insult me, but don't drag my Qin Kun into this. Did I say anything wrong? You two are a match made in heaven. Losers together. You? Guo could no longer hold back and stood up, ready to confront Xiao Shanshan. Qin Kun quickly pulled her back. Why are you pulling me back? Guo protested angrily. What would you do if a dog bit you? Qin Kun replied calmly. Who are you calling a dog? Xiao Shanshan's brows furrowed. Looks like someone is taking offense, Qin Kun said with a smile, entirely unfazed by Guo agitation. Xiao Shanshan, let me tell you, one must not be too absolute in life, nor too overconfident in speech. What if Guo wins? Where will your face be then? You think I will lose? Xiao Shanshan shot Qin Kun a disdainful glare. Just as she was about to retort, UD interjected, Brick King, do you really believe we three here would let Xiao Shanshan lose? As he spoke, he uncrossed his legs and gently tapped his finished beer on the table, declaring, let me make this clear. If Xiao Shanshan loses, I will eat SHT. Qin Kun raised an eyebrow, regarding UD with a strange look. After a moment, he nodded and chuckled, Digu, you're bold. But remember, you said it. If you lose, you must eat that SHT. Damn it. UD leaned back, exuding confidence. I'm a man of my word, however. After a moment's thought, UD realized he couldn't be the only one making a wager. He turned to Qin Kun and said, if Xiao Shanshan wins, you will have to eat my SHT. Why should I? I never said I would eat SHT. Qin Kun shook his head, considering the unpleasantness of it. How about we just drop this? Chapter 23. This money is down the drain. Qin Kun initially intended to let the matter slide, but his words only emboldened UD. He felt more confident. What's wrong? Is Brick King lacking in courage? Is that all the bravado you have? You won't even wager on a pile of SHT? How will you continue to show off? Qin Kun frowned, eye in his eyes. UD was merely digging his own grave. Fine. I concede that if Xiaoming loses, I'll eat it. If Xiao Shanshan loses, you'll eat it. Is that agreeable? Qin Kun said, shaking his head helplessly. Let us see how this unfolds. UD chuckled with satisfaction. Soon, the first performance was nearing its end. As Xiao Shanshan and Guo prepared to take the stage, Qin Kun discreetly slipped a bank card into the hands of Paigu, urging him to withdraw the funds, which might be substantial, and to use some of it to buy a box. Qin Kun also produced 300 yuan in change. Paigu furrowed his brow, pondering the considerable amount that would require a box, and incredulously asked, Old Qin, have you really struck it rich? Just how much is there? You'll find out when you go to withdraw it. Just so you know, it's quite a lot. One ATM won't suffice. So I'll need you to make a couple of trips. I'll cover the taxi fare. Rest assured, Qin Kun replied. Paigu patted his shoulder before exiting the nightclub. Moments later, Guo approached, noticing that Qin Kun still appeared somewhat jittery. What's wrong? Nervous? He inquired. Not at all. Guo lifted her chin defiantly, a flicker of anger crossing her features. That Xiao Shanshan has a foul mouth. I'm still shaking with rage over it. Is it because of that? Qin Kun blinked, recalling how Guo had become agitated upon hearing Xiao Shanshan insult him. Regardless of her reputation, Qin Kun felt a sense of admiration for her loyalty. He extended his arms and embraced Guo saying, Don't be angry. The 50,000 today is certainly yours, and I'll ensure that UD's schemes come to naught. Guo paused, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Kungu, after I finish dancing, can I join you for a drink? Absolutely, Qin Kun responded affirmatively. Guo returned to the backstage, while Qin Kun settled at a long, oval table at the edge of the dance floor. Yud and his companions were seated nearby. This arrangement was temporary, designed to provide seating for those wishing to partake in the festivities. Each seat was equipped with a card reader, and cash could also be directly tossed. While card payments were more convenient, the sheer thrill of tossing cash in such a setting was undeniably exhilarating. Soon, the host of the event took the stage, her attire provocatively revealing, eliciting cheers from the male patrons below. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Seder are discarding our previous monotonous entertainment model. Tonight, we have handpicked two stunningly beautiful dancers to perform a passionate dance for you. They will compete against each other, and if you favor one of them, please generously toss your cash in front of her. At the end of the event, we will tally the tips received. The victorious dancer and her supporters will share the spoils, while the tips given to the losing dancer will be returned. The more you tip, the more you stand to gain. The dancer's share is fixed at 10%. Who will emerge victorious today? The decision lies with you. This rule was brilliantly conceived. Not only could the winning dancer pocket the tips, but the patrons who supported her could also benefit financially. This could result in instances where a patron tipped 10 yuan and received back 17 or 18. Naturally, ensuring that their favored dancer won was essential. Following the announcement, the entire nightclub erupted, gathering around the dance floor. Now, let us welcome our two most popular and alluring dancers, Qiao Shanshan and Guo Xiaoming. As the host concluded, the stage lights flickered and electrifying music filled the air. The moment the two girls appeared, they were met with enthusiastic applause. Undeniably, while Qiao Shanshan possessed a striking appearance, Guo Xiaoming was equally captivating, boasting both beauty and an enviable physique. Moreover, Guo Xiaoming had a clear advantage. Her bust size surpassing that of Qiao Shanshan. As they took to the stage, they synchronized their movements to the pulsating music, engaging in a wildly provocative dance. The vibrant music complemented their sizzling denim attire, creating an electric atmosphere. This contest was not merely about aesthetics. It was a display of raw dance prowess. Qin Kun found himself increasingly irritated by Qiao Shanshan's presence and redirected his gaze towards Guo Xiaoming. While her reputation was somewhat tarnished, he was pleasantly surprised by her exceptional skill. Within just a minute of her energetic performance, it became evident that her dance foundation was solid. Each movement was executed with precision, her body displaying remarkable flexibility. Some of her moves involved raising her supple legs high above her head, a feat only achievable through rigorous practice. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. As Qin Kun watched, he became entranced. Guo Xiaoming's dancing was undeniably captivating. Soon, generous patrons began to shower cash upon both dancers. Initially, the tips appeared evenly distributed, with Guo Xiaoming's side accumulating just over 10,000 yuan, while Qiao Shanshan's side remained relatively unchanged. However, at that moment, a pair of hands brandishing two stacks of pink bills slammed down on the table. Qiao Shanshan, 20,000 yuan as a token of my esteem. Qin Kun's attention shifted, recognizing the benefactor as Wang Zhao, who previously attempted to woo Guo Xiaoming. He swiftly tossed out 2,000 yuan. I'll match that with another 20. With a resounding thud, another stack of cash landed. Ding Yunfeng, smiling, produced another 20,000 yuan, glancing at Qin Kun and Guo Xiaoming. Did you see that, Guo Xiaoming? This is the price of your choice to be with that poor fellow. Had you sided with me? This 20,000 could have been yours. Wang Zhao exclaimed triumphantly, clearly attempting to undermine Guo Xiaoming's confidence. Unsurprisingly, her movements faltered for a brief moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Her anger, fueled by Wang Zhao's taunts, ignited her resolve. Guo Xiaoming was known for her fiery temperament. Witnessing this, Qin Kun felt compelled to act, discreetly placing 2,000 yuan on Guo Xiaoming's side. Encouraged by his support, Guo Xiaoming felt a surge of warmth and immersed herself back into her dance. This gesture did not go unnoticed by those across the way. Wow, 2,000. Brick King is incredible. No wonder he is the king of hauling bricks at Dongjiang No. 1 High School. Wang Zhao and his friends mocked. But Yu soon followed suit, pulling out more stacks of cash. The Brick King is so impressive. We can't let ourselves look weak, right? With that, Yu threw down 2,000 yuan, followed by Ding Yunfeng, who matched the amount. Wang Zhao, unwilling to be outdone, tossed in 60,000 yuan in one go for Qiao Shanshan. On stage, Qiao Shanshan's breathing quickened. Although she often mingled with wealthy suitors, she had rarely encountered such an influx of cash. If all of it were hers, her joy would be immeasurable. Despite this, she was exhilarated. As the competitive tipping continued, the disparity between the two dancers became increasingly apparent. Qiao Shanshan's side was accumulating a small mountain of cash, while Guo Xiaoming's side appeared pitifully scant by comparison. Aside from Qin Kun's 2 stacks, the remainder was merely loose change, totaling less than 50,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Qiao Shanshan's pile, bolstered by the 3 wealthy patrons, was nearing 200,000 yuan. This money is going down the drain, someone lamented. There are 3 rich guys on the other side. We should just support Xiao Shanshan. Gradually, the audience surrounding Wu Xiaoming began to drift toward Xiao Shanshan. As no one wanted to lose money, even those who remained were merely spectators, unwilling to part with their cash. This was blatant bullying. Clearly, the event had its flaws, easily swayed by a few affluent individuals. Nevertheless, the show must go on. The wild dance lasted about 5 minutes before the atmosphere shifted abruptly as a lively, playful tune began to play. Let us learn to meow like cats together. The 2 girls transitioned from their fervent dance to an adorable cat dance, instantly lightening the mood. This event is quite entertaining. They're learning to meow like cats. The audience found the girls irresistibly charming. Although Wu Xiaoming felt disheartened by her meager tips, she endeavored to embody the cuteness of a kitten. Xiao Shanshan occasionally cast a disdainful glance, further aggravating her emotions. Yud looked at the meager sum of money in front of Wu Xiaoming. Sneeringly remarked, "What's the matter, Brick King? Aren't you and the flirtatious Xiaoming on good terms? Why aren't you throwing money around? It seems you've shown off enough. Don't you have over 200,000 on hand?" Wang Zhao laughed triumphantly. "Loser, Wu Xiaoming is counting on you. Put in some effort." Ding Yunfeng chimed in. "This is what happens when the impoverished pretend to be wealthy. They try to act cool but only make fools of themselves in front of everyone." Listening to these taunts, Wu Xiaoming lost even the desire to jump down. If it weren't for her determination to save face, she would have stopped long ago. After their jeering, the group burst into laughter, their amusement becoming increasingly excessive. Qin Kun, however, remained unfazed by their mockery. To him, these so-called rich second-generation individuals were merely a bunch of paupers. When ridiculed by the impoverished, he had the most straightforward means of retaliation. Although Wu Xiaoming felt furious, she maintained her dancing posture, appearing indifferent to outsiders. Seeing that his derision elicited no response from the 2, Yud grew irritated. He seized a goblet of red wine and splashed its contents indiscriminately. At that moment, Wu Xiaoming was mimicking a cat's posture, lying on the ground and licking her paws. The wine splashed directly onto her face. Chapter 24. Slap in the face. This scene stunned everyone. Pouring wine on someone's face in public was an immense humiliation. What kind of ridiculous performance is this? Learning to act like a cat? You are nothing but a lustful bitch, Yud shouted arrogantly. Get your ass down here. Seeing you is revolting. Yud dismissed Wu Xiaoming entirely. In his eyes, women were mere playthings, submissive dogs that could be scolded and abused without fear of retaliation. Wu Xiaoming, hurry up and get down. Don't you see how many people are watching? Aren't you embarrassed? I feel ashamed for you. Yud continued his tirade. Wu Xiaoming, with red wine splattered across her face, ceased her dancing, her expression clouded with anger as she glared at Yud. Where's your father? If you have the guts, look at him. I'll gouge your eyes out, you wretched creature, Yud cursed. Naturally, Wu Xiaoming dared not retort. After all, Yud came from immense wealth, with a father who was a living money tree. Her own background could never compete. Though she felt rage, she remained silent, grudgingly biting her lip as she glanced at the audience below, who were eagerly watching the spectacle, intensifying her sense of humiliation. How could she possibly continue dancing in such a state? Wu Xiaoming longed to find a secluded spot to cry. Just then, Qin Kun tapped the table and said, Wu Xiaoming, don't stop. I'm still watching. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoming shifted her gaze to find Qin Kun looking at her with genuine admiration. Indeed, regardless of how Yud and his companions hurled insults, Wu Xiaoming's dance was undeniably captivating. Ignore them. They're merely trying to affect you. Dance for me alone, Qin Kun softly encouraged. Wu Xiaoming blinked, her eyes slightly moist, and after a moment, she regained her rhythm, standing up to finish the remaining cat dance. Ugh, that's truly disgusting. The word sent shivers down my spine. Just dance for one person? Are we in a romantic film? Don't you feel embarrassed? Wang Zhao and his companions expressed their disdain. However, this time, their words failed to sway Wu Xiaoming. As Qin Kun suggested. She was now dancing solely for him. As the final 5 minutes approached, an electrifying dance track played. This was the last song. Wu Xiaoming danced with utmost seriousness, while Xiao Shanshan decided to stop dancing altogether, standing in the dance floor, smiling at Wu Xiaoming. Come on, dance harder. Let us witness what it means to perform like a monkey. Xiao Shanshan felt she no longer needed to dance, having already received at least 250,000 in tips, while Wu Xiaoming barely had 5,000. Qin Kun observed Wu Xiaoming's performance, one hand discreetly grasping the bank card in his pocket. If time ran short and the ribs didn't return, he would swipe it, ensuring Guo Xiaoming's triumph. He refrained from using the card earlier because he wanted to wait for the ribs. He had deposited 800,000 yuan in the ribs card, a significant test, given that the ribs came from a poor family, making the temptation of such a sum lethal. If the ribs absconded with the money, their friendship would come to an end. However, if the ribs returned, it would forge a lifelong bond. Time ticked by, and with only a minute remaining, the door to the hall swung open. The ribs rushed to Qin Kun, panting heavily, placing a suitcase on the table. "Qin Kun, you bastard, you struck it rich without telling me. I checked my card and nearly fainted." Qin Kun smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. Just as the dance was about to conclude, he opened the suitcase, and in a moment of frozen expressions, he poured out piles of cash. The pink bills cascaded like sheets of paper onto the dance floor in front of Guo Xiaoming. As the last of the bills settled, the music came to an abrupt halt. The nightclub fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the nightclub owner, who had been monitoring the footage, sat up straight. At a quick glance, Guo Xiaoming's pile of money appeared to exceed Zhao Shanshan's by a considerable margin. Most patrons were cashing out. No one swiped cards. The host stepped onto the stage, casually surveying the scene before raising Guo Xiaoming's arm with a smile. "Tonight's winner is Guo Xiaoming. Thank you all for supporting the event." Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Shanshan's face flushed with humiliation, akin to being slapped. The patrons who had initially supported her were equally astonished, never anticipating such a twist of fate. All that money had been completely lost, despite so many people pouring in cash. None could match Qin Kun's contributions. He had demonstrated the truth behind the adage. One wealthy individual outshines a multitude of pretenders. Wang Zhao and Ding Yunfeng were equally bewildered, having previously mocked Qin Kun as a loser with no money. And yet, his singular contribution had overshadowed their combined efforts. This was a blatant slap in the face. They could hardly comprehend where such a vast sum originated. Yud's smile vanished, replaced by disbelief as he stared at Qin Kun. "Qin Kun, where did you get all that money? This is impossible. Didn't you say you only made around 200,000 selling porcelain?" "Ha!" Qin Kun scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Why do you care how much I sold? I never mentioned it to you, did I? Weren't you bragging to Su Ya and Chen Xiang that you made around 200,000? Perhaps they misheard. I never claimed that." With that, Qin Kun's gaze turned icy. Having aimed his ire at these two since the dance began, particularly after Guo Xiaoming had been splashed with wine and insulted. "Come on, Ud, according to our prior agreement, since Zhao Shanshan lost. How much shit do you want to eat? Is 1 pound enough? Do you need it served warm? Would you prefer man-s or woman-s? Or perhaps you like a taste of dog shit?" Many in the crowd couldn't help but laugh at this. Yud's expression darkened as he clenched his fist, glaring menacingly. "Qin Kun, don't go too far. Did you think of restraint when you humiliated us earlier? Guo Xiaoming is a girl, dancing in public. Did you consider her feelings when you splashed wine on her? I don't care. I won't eat it. What can you do?" Ud retorted, refusing to believe Qin Kun would dare take any action against him. After all, he was a well-known rich second-generation individual in Dongjiang, while Qin Kun was just a rural bumpkin who had unexpectedly come into money. However, what Ud never anticipated was that Qin Kun would swiftly grab a nearby goblet and douse Ud's face with the remaining red wine. Witnessing this, Wang Zhao and Ding Yunfeng were incredulous. Qin Kun had actually struck. Even Zhao Shanshan was taken aback. This seemingly insignificant loser had dared to confront the wealthy second-generation Udi.as for Guo Xiaoming. She covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with emotion. "You dare splash me?" Ud erupted, slamming his hands on the table. Qin Kun unleashed his pent-up fury, pointing at Ud, declaring, "Not only will I splash you today, but I'll also make you eat shit, fuck," Ud exclaimed, lifting his foot to kick Qin Kun in the stomach. But Qin Kun was no ordinary character. He was fierce in a fight. He had faced opponents weighing 170 to 180 pounds without fear, and Ud was no match for him. Ud's kick felt like cotton candy hitting iron. It was utterly ineffective. Instead, he was knocked back, crashing into a table and chair. "Ud, you've underestimated me. Let me show you what it means to kick someone." As Qin Kun's words fell, he raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick. Chapter 25. Brother Dong, someone is bullying me. With a powerful impact, Ud felt as if his abdomen was in turmoil, a wave of discomfort surging towards his rectum, nearly resulting in an embarrassing mishap due to Qin Kun's force. "How does that feel? Enjoying it?" Qin Kun inquired. Ud, his face filled with shock, had not anticipated Qin Kun's formidable fighting skills. Grasping the furniture, he stammered, how can you fight like this? What do you think? I earned the title of Brick King for nothing. I used to carry 200-pound sacks at construction sites while you were at home learning how to suck your thumb with that. Qin Kun kicked again. Realizing he was no match for Qin Kun in a fight, Yu shouted to Wang Zhao and Ding Yunfeng, "You two, help me out." Wang Zhao and Ding Yunfeng, both privileged youths, were accustomed to bullying the less fortunate but were mere softies when it came to actual confrontations. Witnessing Qin Kun's prowess, they dared not step forward. "I'm sorry, DG why Dad told me to come home quickly. There's trouble at home, I need to go," Wang Zhao said, bolting upright and fleeing. Ding Yunfeng, equally apologetic, added, "I can't stay. I have to go to relieve myself. It's urgent." The two scurried out of the nightclub, one after the other. "Haha, Ud, this is your so-called brother, only around when there's money to be enjoyed," Qin Kun mocked, delivering several more kicks. "Come on, Digu, it's time to eat some dirt. Dio, I have to feed you? Go to hell. I'd rather die than eat that," Ud retorted. "Qin Kun, if you know what's good for you, let me go, and I'll let this slide. Otherwise, I'll call my dad to deal with you." Qin Kun chuckled coldly, finding the threat laughable. The Yu family might hold an intimidating position in Dongjiang, but before the Chen family, they were equally submissive. In the face of the Qin family, they were nothing more than ants. Utterly insignificant. Go ahead, call him. I want to see who gets here faster. Your dad or I finish you off. Qin Kun dismissed Udi's threat, picking up a chair, ready to strike. Just then, the nightclub door swung open, and a figure limped over. It was none other than Brother Dong, who had narrowly escaped a serious injury from Chan Mingqing. "Who dares to cause trouble in my territory?" Brother Dong hobbled over. One arm wrapped in a bandage, his appearance somewhat comical, yet his voice held an intimidating weight. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, trying to distance themselves, fearing they might get caught in the ensuing chaos. At this moment, Xiao Shanshan rushed over, clinging to Brother Dong's arm, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. "Brother Dong, someone is bullying me." She shook his arm for emphasis. "Slap." Brother Dong turned and slapped her, exclaiming, "Didn't you see my arm is injured? Stop shaking it." Xiao Shanshan shuddered, lowering her head. "I'm sorry, Brother Dong. Someone is bullying me." "Who?" Brother Dong asked, his interest piqued. Just then, Guo Xiaoming dashed over, addressing Brother Dong. "Brother Dong, it's not as Xiao Shanshan said. No one is bullying her. She's just reaping what she sowed." Brother Dong shot a glance at Guo Xiaoming, dismissing her words entirely. The reason was simple. Xiao Shanshan often shared a bed with him, while he had yet to win over Guo Xiaoming. Thus, he was inclined to side with Xiao Shanshan. "Guo Xiaoming, get lost, I'm in a bad mood right now," Brother Dong retorted. Seeing Brother Dong arrive was like a lifeline for Ud. He quickly stood and addressed Brother Dong with respect. "Brother Dong, I'm Ud, the son of Yu Jiansheng. You must have heard of me? You're Yu boss's son?" Brother Dong's eyes lit up. "Indeed, I am. I promise you 100,000 tomorrow. Help me break this guy's legs." 100,000. That was no small sum for Brother Dong, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. "No problem. Just tell me who to deal with. Is it the troublemaker here?" "Yes, that's right." Ud grinned. Pointing at Qin Kun in the dim light of the nightclub, Brother Dong couldn't quite see Qin Kun's face. But upon a closer look, he froze in place. Guo Xiaoming, teeth clenched, quickly grabbed Qin Kun's arm. "Brother Kun, run. You can't take on Brother Dong. He has a dozen men with him." But at that moment, Brother Dong suddenly bowed, his voice trembling. "Brother Kun? Is that really you?" Upon uttering the name, Brother Dong bowed deeply before Qin Kun in front of everyone. "What the hell?" Xiao Shanshan, Ud, and Guo Xiaoming all thought simultaneously. Brother Dong was actually bowing to Qin Kun. Seeing this, Qin Kun's expression darkened. He had no desire to expose his connection to the Chen family, so he quickly helped Brother Dong up. Brother Dong began to speak, but noticed Qin Kun's frantic gestures. "Brother Dong, you must be mistaken. Why are you bowing to him?" Ud questioned in confusion. "Brother Dong, he's just a pretender with a few 100,000 to his name. No background at all. Are you really afraid of such a pathetic loser?" Xiao Shanshan echoed. Brother Dong, feeling agitated, wanted to shout that this was someone from Chan Mengqing's circle, but the words caught in his throat. If he revealed Qin Kun's identity, it would spell disaster for him. Noticing Brother Dong's confusion, Qin Kun quickly fabricated a story. "Brother Dong, I called the ambulance when you had your accident and helped save your arm. Isn't it right for you to bow to me?" Hearing this, Brother Dong nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. I almost died in that accident. If it weren't for Brother Kun's help, I'd be in a crematorium by now. Bowing to my benefactor is only right." With Brother Dong's declaration, Yu Di shrank back, and no problem. Brother Dong nodded. Since you all know each other, there's no issue. Also, Brother Kun is my benefactor. If any of you lackey types cross him, you will all have to answer to me, Brother Dong. He glanced at Xiao Shanshan, who dared not breathe a word, fully aware that she was done for today. Seeing Brother Dong stand up for him, Qin Kun decided to maintain a low profile. For Brother Dong's sake, I'll let this slide, Yu Di. But heed my warning, stay away from me in the future. Some people are not worth provoking. With that, he departed the nightclub with Pork Rib and Guo Xiaoming. Watching the trio leave, Yu Di clenched his fists, seething, Qin Kun, this isn't over. Once outside the nightclub, Guo Xiaoming stretched her arms, her smile radiant. Pork Rib chimed in, Old Qin, I didn't realize you've not only become successful but also have connections. That Brother Dong clearly isn't an ordinary person. He respects you so much. Guo Xiaoming, still smiling, asked, Brother Kun, did you really help Brother Dong when he was injured? Well, you can guess, Qin Kun replied, evading a direct answer. As midnight approached, Pork Rib mischievously remarked, Hey, I'm heading back to the dorm. You two should find a place to. There's a beautiful maple grove in the park ahead. I want to keep you. Pork Rib, where did you learn to talk so nonsense? Qin Kun playfully punched Pork Rib on the shoulder. Then laughed, go on. All right, I'm off. Pork Rib left, and Guo Xiaoming gazed at Qin Kun with affectionate eyes. The shops on Golden Street were all closed, and the streets were nearly deserted, casting an eerie atmosphere. Especially for Guo Xiaoming, her eyes sparkled with emotion. Just as she mustered the courage to speak, a familiar figure hurriedly approached. Hey, Brother Kun, don't leave yet. It was Brother Dong, appearing somewhat anxious, limping comically. Qin Kun cleared his throat awkwardly, turning to Brother Dong. Brother Dong, why are you limping after me? Chapter 26. A glimmer of trust. Brother Dong approached Qin Kun with a smile. I'm not here for anything serious. The boss just calculated the accounts. Today's victors are Guo Xiaoming and you. You've collectively won 270,000, and Xiaoming can take 10% of that. Before Brother Dong could finish, Guo Xiaoming waved her hands. It's fine, Brother Dong. I don't want any prize money. Just give it all to Brother Kun. Huh? You don't want any at all? Brother Dong asked. Nope. All right then. Brother Dong nodded, handing a suitcase full of cash to Qin Kun. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to the nightclub. With Brother Dong gone, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Qin Kun turned to Guo Xiaoming and asked, Xiaoming, why didn't you want that money? Qin Kun was genuinely surprised. People often said Guo Xiaoming was a money-loving woman, willing to climb into bed with men for financial gain. A 10% cut from 270,000 would amount to over 20,000. She shouldn't have passed up such an opportunity. Well, I know you don't need this money, but I just wanted you to understand I am not, as the rumors suggest, a person driven by greed. Guo Xiaoming chuckled and said, in the past, Xiao Shanshan took advantage of Dedong's protection to bully me incessantly. Today, seeing her encounter a setback brings me great satisfaction. Let us find a quiet bar and enjoy some drinks together. Qin Kun, taken aback by Guo Xiaoming's words, nodded in agreement. The two casually located a bar, where they indulged for a prolonged period, spending over 20,000 yuan, continuing until the late hours of the night. Qin Kun was curious about the true nature of Guo Xiaoming, yet he found himself unable to inquire, as it was an awkward subject. Despite consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, Guo Xiaoming remained tight-lipped about any underlying matters. Eventually, Qin Kun abandoned his attempts to pry and suggested, Xiaoming, you should work at Jingwei Shaochu from now on. Do not return to that chaotic state. I enjoy dancing. I know you dance exceptionally well. However, this world is not solely defined by sate. Qin Kun remarked, if you are in need of money, I can offer you a raise. Is that truly the case? Guo Xiaoming asked, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Absolutely, he replied. Through our recent interactions, I have come to appreciate your loyalty. You have defended me in several disputes. I am not made of stone. I can be moved. He, Brother Kun, you must have heard the rumors about me. Haven't you? They're quite terrible. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun's expression brightened as he nodded lightly. Indeed. I've heard some. Do you believe them? Guo Xiaoming inquired. This question left Qin Kun momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, Put down the bottle. You've had too much to drink. I haven't. Just answer me. Do you believe it? Guo Xiaoming pressed. If he were to deny it, it would seem insincere. Thus, after contemplation, Qin Kun slightly nodded, to some extent. I do. Guo Xiaoming's gaze remained fixed on him, betraying no emotion. After a moment, she took another sip from the bottle and said, Brother Kun, please take me home. The following day, Qin Kun, having stayed out too late, naturally arrived late. He had awoken at 9 o'clock, but being a senior, the teachers at the academic office did not pry into his tardiness. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed Yudi's face was particularly grim. "What's wrong? Did that annoying loser provoke you again?" Sun Han asked, noticing Yudi's demeanor. "Yes. That fool embarrassed me at Sate yesterday." Why Yudi clenched his fists, wishing he could strip Qin Kun of his skin right then and there. "Doesn't he have little money left? How could he make you look foolish?" Sun Han queried in confusion. "Who knows where he got the money? Yesterday, Sate hosted an event, and he threw 35,000 yuan at Xiaoming. "How does he have that much money?" Sun Han exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, it caused me a significant loss." Upon hearing this, Sun Han blinked and chuckled. "I think I understand why he has so much money." "Huh? What do you mean?" Yudi asked. "While shopping on Jinjie yesterday, I passed by a lottery station, which had a banner announcing someone won 500,000 yuan there." "Really? Do you know who that person is?" Yudi inquired. "Of course not. That is private information. They won't disclose it. But consider this. He previously spent 110,000 on dinner and was swindled out of 50,000 by Suya and her friends. The remaining amount is close to 35,000. Don't forget he must have saved some money as well. Adding it all up, 35,000 makes sense, doesn't it?" "Yes," Yudi nodded. "This poor guy is quite cunning. He even claimed to have sold a worthless bowl. How much did he win yesterday?" Sun Han asked. 27,000, I heard," Yudi replied. "That adds up to over 60,000. Sun Han frowned. "Now this annoying loser has more money than I do. Damn it, I need to find a way to bring him back down to earth." Yudi could not tolerate Qin Kun flaunting his wealth in front of him, especially after the embarrassment he had suffered. Sun Han, however, remained calm. "Why are you so anxious? No matter how rich Qin Kun is, he is still just a loser. He has no background, so dealing with him will be a piece of cake." After a moment's thought, Sun Han's lips curled into a serpent-like smile. As Sun Han finished speaking, a figure emerged from the corridor outside the wall. It was Xia Yujiao, sporting a short yellow hairstyle. "What? Qin Kun has over 60,000 yuan," Suya exclaimed, her face filled with shock. Even Chun Xiang appeared stunned. 60,000 was an astronomical sum in the eyes of high school students. "Yes, we never imagined Qin Kun was speaking the truth. He won 500,000 in the lottery and then won about 27,000 from you and some other rich kids at the nightclub. Together, that totals over 60,000, Xia Yujiao said excitedly. "Oh my god, no wonder he seems indifferent about the phone situation. It turns out he has so much money. 5,000 yuan pales in comparison to 60,000. Hearing this, Suya's eyes shifted. And she asked, "What? Yujiao, do you have a crush on this loser? You aren't thinking of getting together with him, are you?" "Me? Of course not." Xia Yujiao shook her head. I guess you shouldn't be interested in this loser either. He is still just a loser, no matter how rich he is." With that, Suya turned away with a look of disdain. Yet her heart was tumultuous. "Oh my god, I never imagined a little tycoon lived downstairs from me." Although Suya's demeanor remained calm, she began contemplating whether to pursue Qin Kun, considering that 60,000 was a substantial amount. Of course, she was unaware that Qin Kun had already moved out. Qin Kun could not fathom that so many people were already plotting to take advantage of him. Perhaps due to a sleepless night, his state in class was poor. During lunch, he felt he could no longer remain at school. So he took a taxi home to catch some rest. The next day at noon, just as Qin Kun was preparing to cook, his phone buzzed incessantly. The calls were from Suya. Just the thought of her made Qin Kun feel exasperated. So he chose not to respond. However, just as he set the phone down, Suya called again. "Hello, Qin Kun. What's wrong? Why did you leave without a word?" Suya asked as soon as the line connected. When Qin Kun left, he had stuck a note on the door stating that he was moving out and left the key with the neighbor. "I don't want to stay there anymore. The rent I paid was too low, and I feel guilty towards the landlady." Qin Kun casually fabricated an excuse. Suya was not convinced but chose not to confront him directly. Instead, she softened her tone. "Qin Kun, I want to see you." "Where are you?" "I have something to discuss." "Just say it over the phone," Qin Kun replied lazily. He was keen to avoid Suya, one of the last people he wished to see. "No, we can't discuss it over the phone. Just come out. I will pick a place to meet you," Suya insisted firmly. "If you don't come, I will find you. You can't hide forever." Qin Kun rubbed his aching head and climbed out of bed. He was thoroughly exasperated with Suya. Since avoiding her was futile, he decided to meet her. After all, he was curious about what she wanted. "Let us meet at Chuan Tianjiao's spicy hot pot," he suggested after some thought. Suya was momentarily taken aback but replied, "All right." With that, Qin Kun left the villa and, after exiting the Baihai courtyard, hailed a taxi to head towards the nearby Chuan Tianjiao spicy hot pot. Upon arrival, he spotted Suya standing at the entrance, scanning the area, dressed provocatively in a fitted top and ultra-short shorts. Suya flaunted her enviable legs, creating quite a scene on the street and attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Some even discreetly snapped photos of her, taking advantage of the moment. For a loser like Qin Kun, having a woman of Suya's caliber by his side would typically be a point of pride. However, he no longer held any interest in her. After exiting the taxi, Qin Kun waved at Suya and approached her. Upon seeing him, Suya's face lit up with delight, a radiant smile gracing her features. Qin Kun, why the enthusiasm? Qin Kun thought, feeling quite out of place. This notorious figure from Dongjiang seemed to have lost her senses. Once they were close, Qin Kun frowned and asked, "Did you need something?" "Of course. Have you eaten lunch yet?" "I'd like to treat you." Suya replied, "I already ate," Qin Kun said, not wishing to accept her offer. Yet, just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled audibly. Now that was awkward. Qin Kun had gone straight to the sales office without eating anything that morning, and by now, it was well past noon. Yet he still hadn't had a meal. Suya covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "You still claim you haven't eaten? Why act so polite with me? What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." Qin Kun sighed inwardly. He had no desire to partake in Suya's hospitality. In fact, he wished to sever all ties with her, even if it meant foregoing a meal. Thus, he reluctantly suggested, "How about some spicy hot pot?" Suya shot him an incredulous look, exclaiming, "That's so unhealthy. Besides, I am the esteemed leg sister of Dongjiang No. 1 High School. Inviting someone to a meal means more than just hot pot." "What a joke." Then you decide," Qin Kun replied. "How about we go to the island on Golden Street?" Suya suggested, her eyes glinting. The island, a quaint Western restaurant, was an ideal spot for couples. Suya had meticulously planned this outing from the very beginning. "Isn't the island too expensive?" Qin Kun inquired. "Not at all. Come on," Suya insisted, taking hold of Qin Kun's hand. He froze in surprise. He never expected her to take his hand. This woman typically expressed disdain for him, and even the slightest touch would elicit a look of revulsion. "Suya, have you taken the wrong medication? Why are you suddenly so nice to me?" Qin Kun asked, frowning. With a gentle smile, Suya replied, "You'll understand soon enough. Just follow me." Upon arriving at the island, Suya ordered a lavish spread of steak and pizza, totaling nearly 300 yuan. Soon, their meal was served in a cozy, atmospheric private room, and the ambience gradually warmed. Qin Kun, feeling a pang of hunger, picked up his knife and fork and began to eat. Suya watched, somewhat surprised by his adeptness with the utensils. She had assumed he was the type who wouldn't even know which fork to use. Once they had eaten their fill, Qin Kun wiped his mouth and asked, "Can you finally tell me what is going on?" "Of course." Suya nodded, rummaging through her backpack to produce a phone, placing it before Qin Kun. "This is an iPhone 10-9. Take it." Qin Kun was taken aback, looking at Suya in confusion. She smiled gently. "I've learned that you were deceived by Qianxiang's brother, Li Guang. Truthfully, I feel terrible about it. However, I was unaware of the situation until later when Qianxiang informed me that his brother had swindled you out of 50,000, hiding a phone model inside the packaging." Qin Kun was bewildered. He hadn't expected this. "Qianxiang secretly contacted Li Guang to set you up because he disliked you. He didn't tell me, and I would have intervened had I known." Suya sighed. "Upon discovering this, I confronted Li Guang and demanded he return the money. Unfortunately, he has strong backing and refused to comply. Only after I threatened to report him did he relent, agreeing to give you a phone instead. So, here I am with the phone. I truly apologize." Qin Kun. Suya's eyes conveyed sincerity, as if her every word were genuine. Qin Kun accepted the phone, opening the box to confirm its authenticity. "Well, thank you, leg sister," he said with a faint smile. Suya nodded, satisfied with her initial strategy, and cheerfully remarked, "It's really not a big deal. While I enjoy teasing you, I would never do something so cruel. You must believe me. I'm not malicious." Qin Kun naturally nodded. "I believe you." "Great." Suya then removed her shoes, delicately brushing her foot against Qin Kun's thigh. He felt an electric jolt, his senses heightened. "Suya, what does this mean?" "Well," she replied, a seductive smile gracing her lips as her hand gently grasped his. "Tell me honestly, Qin Kun, have you always liked me?" Faced with this question, Qin Kun had to concede that he indeed had feelings for her. Yet, at that time, he didn't truly know Suya. His affection was merely for her exterior. He bit his lip, uncertain how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Suya smiled knowingly. "I can tell you liked me when you first moved into my house. Your gaze was so eager. You even helped me out quite a bit. Whenever I asked something of you, you never refused." Can you honestly say you didn't have feelings for me? Her intense gaze seemed to hold him captive. With no choice but to acknowledge the truth, he smiled wryly and nodded. Suya continued, initially, I didn't like you at all. I found you quite annoying. However, over time, I sensed your genuine affection. You remained by my side despite my difficult nature, which truly moved me. Especially that time at Ginza, when you were angry with me. I knew it was because you cared for me and my mother. I was genuinely touched. You left because of the phone, didn't you? You must think I deceived you. But that's not true. I had no idea. It was all Chen Xiang's doing. With that, Suya looked at Qin Kun with longing in her eyes and softly proposed. Let us be together. Chapter 28. A twist of fate. Qin Kun stood frozen, as if he had become a statue, staring at Suya. Her words had indeed stirred his heart, yet they also deepened his sorrow. The most touching part of her speech was, in fact, a complete fabrication. He realized that Suya's claims were devoid of truth, nothing but a web of lies. After confronting Li Guang, Qin Kun could tell from his demeanor that Suya was the mastermind behind the phone incident. This was outright deception. Little did Suya know, Qin Kun was fully aware of everything, pretending to be oblivious. Qin Kun felt helpless. Had Suya been honest, admitting her role in the phone incident and sincerely seeking forgiveness, he might have considered giving her a chance, even if only to rekindle their friendship. However, he was left with nothing but disappointment. He concealed his emotions, maintaining a faint smile as he withdrew his hand from hers. I'm sorry, Suya. You are naturally beautiful, and I once harbored fantasies of reaching beyond my means. But now I recognize my own shortcomings. I'm simply not worthy of you. I don't want this phone. I'll take my leave now, Qin Kun concluded. Standing up to depart, Suya blinked, unable to comprehend the turn of events. This was not how her plan was supposed to unfold. She believed that. Given Qin Kun's humble background, he would have no reason to refuse her. How could this insufferable loser reject her advances when she had been so forward? Clenching her fists, her expression darkened. After a moment, she relaxed her grip, reflecting, I must have been too abrupt. Suya assessed the situation with calmness. Her previous harshness towards Qin Kun had been too extreme. Such a sudden display of kindness would be difficult for anyone to accept. Clearly, she needed to approach him more gradually to convey her sincerity. Confidently extending her fair leg, Suya declared, I will undoubtedly win over this naive little loser. I refuse to believe I can't unlock your wallet. With a calculated intent, Suya believed that with Qin Kun's 600,000 yuan, her charm would compel him to spend a significant portion on her, even if it meant purchasing luxury items. Moreover, if possible, Suya contemplated persuading Qin Kun to settle her family's gambling debts. Although asking him for 30,000 all at once seemed unrealistic, she was eager to try, convinced that, as a naive virgin, a little allure would have him wrapped around her finger. The next day, after the third period, Song Chi approached Qin Kun, lowering his voice to ask, Old Qin, I heard from Ribs that you've struck it rich. Oh, really? Qin Kun raised an eyebrow, responding, Did Ribs spill the beans? Not exactly. Song Chi shook his head, glancing around before whispering, however, I overheard some classmates discussing that you now have 620,000 yuan. I can assure you, it wasn't Ribs who let that slip. Qin Kun blinked in surprise. Ribs had indeed witnessed his financial status, but at that moment, he had seen 80,000. If Ribs had leaked the information, it should have been 80,000, not 62. How did they find out I have 620,000? Qin Kun asked Song Chi. They all said you won the lottery, a 50,000 jackpot, at the lottery station not far from school. Song Chi whispered. Dato? A slight smile graced Qin Kun's lips. These individuals were quite adept at conducting their little investigations behind his back. However, Qin Kun remained indifferent. They could speculate as they pleased, for they would never uncover the fact that a wealthy and powerful family stood behind him. At present, he was still in the second phase of his family's assessment. Upon completing all three assessments, Qin Kun would unlock the full privileges of his lineage, granting him not only boundless wealth but also unparalleled authority. He had often wondered why Suya had suddenly taken such an interest in him, even expressing a desire to become his girlfriend. Now, the pieces fell into place. Qin Kun nodded subtly, contemplating that this revelation only reinforced his resolve to keep a distance from Suya. After school, Qin Kun made his way to the Jingwei Xiaochu restaurant. As he entered, the manager immediately approached him, slipping a letter into his hand. Glancing at it, Qin Kun recognized it as a resignation letter signed by Guo Xiaoming. Guo Xiaoming has resigned? He inquired. The manager nodded, responding, Boss, our restaurant is currently thriving, but with her departure, we are even more understaffed. Should we hire a few waitstaff? That would be prudent, Qin Kun agreed. Let's recruit 3 individuals. Their salaries can be the same as the other waitstaff. Understood, the manager replied, heading back to his office to handle the matter. By the way, Lao Yang, did Xiaoming say anything before leaving? Qin Kun called back to the manager. Yang shook his head, offering a wry smile. She didn't mention much, but she seemed to be going through something troubling. Troubling? Qin Kun's heart tightened. Could it be that his words had inadvertently hurt her during their last encounter at the bar? With this thought, he retrieved his phone and attempted to call Guo Xiaoming, only to find that her phone was switched off. Leaning against the door, he pondered seeking her out at Salt. After inspecting the restaurant, Qin Kun prepared to return to the school cafeteria for a meal. However, as he reached the school gate, he was startled to see a group of girls rushing towards him. Initially assuming they were merely passing by, he was soon encircled by 7 girls, each adorned as if they were socialites, with dyed hair and stylish outfits. The leader, whom Qin Kun recognized, was Shan Jiayang, the other prominent figure alongside Suya at Dongjiangno. One middle school. Beside her stood Xiao Shanshan, the girl he had faced off against in dance at Salt. Yang, it's her. Xiao Shanshan pointed at Qin Kun, her tone hostile. Shan Jiayang crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Kun. Well, it's you again. Shan Jiayang remembers me? Qin Kun retorted, unfazed by the group, hands tucked into his pockets. Who doesn't recognize the infamous Brick King? Shan Jiayang scoffed. Tell me, did you bully my sister Shanshan? Do you even know she's my friend? By provoking her, you are provoking me. For days, Xiao Shanshan had been plotting her revenge against Qin Kun for embarrassing her in front of a crowd. She had hoped to manipulate Dedong into taking action on her behalf. But that plan was futile, as Dedong was merely afraid of Qin Kun. Unable to express her true feelings, he claimed Qin Kun was his savior, thus refraining from retaliating against him. Ultimately, Xiao Shanshan turned to Shan Jiayang for assistance. Although Shan Jiayang was not as formidable as Dedong, she had no prior connection to Qin Kun, allowing her to act without any sense of obligation. Listening to Shan Jiayang's words, Qin Kun merely smiled faintly. Shan Jiayang, during that event at Salt, the competition between her and Guo Xiaoming was merely a contest. There are winners and losers. I simply placed my bet on Guo Xiaoming. That hardly constitutes provocation, does it? If not betting on her is considered provoking, then that seems rather unreasonable. Xiao Shanshan's expression darkened. I was already on the verge of winning. If it weren't for your interference, I would have triumphed. Nearly everyone was backing me. Your involvement left me humiliated in front of so many. With a dismissive chuckle, Qin Kun replied, Xiao Shanshan, don't forget how you treated me before the competition. You were the first to hurl insults. If you hadn't been so detestable, perhaps I wouldn't have opposed you. He then turned to Shan Jiayang, stating, I wonder if you value reason. Shan Jiayang, if you agree with my perspective, kindly step aside. If you refuse to engage in rational discourse, then I shall refrain from further discussion. Xiao Shanshan tugged at Shan Jiayang's arm, urging her, Yang, don't listen to him. He insulted me first. You dare to turn the tables? Qin Kun's brows furrowed. How shameless could one be? Shan Jiayang waved her hand impatiently. Enough. I'm not here to settle disputes. All I know is that you made Shanshan embarrassed in front of everyone. With that, she stepped back and coldly commanded, Get him. Chapter 29. This is not a place for words as her words echoed. The group of girls lunged at Qin Kun with claws bared. Although women may lack the brute strength of men, their relentless grappling could be quite perilous, especially with sharp nails poised to inflict harm. Moreover, these girls, emboldened by their gender, aimed their attacks at vulnerable spots. Qin Kun, who had no inclination to strike a woman, found himself at a loss for how to respond. While he could easily overpower them, it would be undignified for a man to strike a woman. Just as he pondered his predicament, a commanding voice rang out from the direction of the school gate. Shan Jiayang, dare to lay a finger on Qin Kun, and I shall tear you apart. Hearing the voice, Shan Jiayang and her entourage turned to see Suya and Xia Yujiao approaching with graceful strides. Suya? Shan Jiayang's expression darkened. I recall your mother is still bedridden. Why aren't you attending to her instead of meddling here? Suya's countenance soured, and she retorted, Shan Jiayang, refrain from bringing up mothers. Your own is the one lying in bed. As she spoke, Suya sidled up to Qin Kun, winking at him with her long lashes and whispering, Don't worry, I've got your back today. No one dares to touch you. Qin Kun stood momentarily speechless, taken aback by Suya's unexpected support. The tension escalated as the 2 senior girls from Dongjiang faced off. The crowd of onlookers grew, witnessing the confrontation. Despite being outnumbered, Shan Jiayang hesitated to act rashly, while Xiao Shanshan, though bold enough to insult Qin Kun, dared not utter a word of disrespect towards Suya. Suya, it seems you are prepared to defend the Brick King today. I fail to understand why you would stand up for someone as insignificant as him, Shan Jiayang queried. You simply do not comprehend, Suya replied. Qin Kun has treated me well during my family's housing troubles. He offered substantial assistance. I value loyalty above all, and since he has shown me kindness, I cannot stand idly by while he is bullied. Addressing the surrounding girls, Suya declared, anyone who dares to harm Qin Kun today shall face our wrath. Get off your high horse. Do you truly think yourself the queen bee? If it's a matter of numbers, we outnumber you significantly. One of Shan Jiayang's accomplices finally snapped, hurling insults at Suya. Right? You are just the so-called leg sister from Dongjiang. Apart from you and Xia Yujiao, there's only Chun Xiang, who isn't even present today. Just the two of you think you can challenge us? What gives you the audacity? Liang Jingru? The insults began to fly. Upon hearing this, Su Ya's temper flared, and she retaliated with a swift slap against the most vocal girl. The sharp sound echoed as she passed her backpack to Qin Kun and kicked at the girl. How dare you speak to me like that? Seek your demise. Su Ya, you're asking for trouble. Shen Jiayang could no longer contain herself and raised her hand to strike Su Ya. However, just as Shan Jiayang's hand was about to connect with Su Ya's face, a petite, delicate hand seized her wrist, halting her motion. Shan Jiayang turned to find that it was none other than Xia Yujiao. Xia Yujiao's face radiated with excitement as she held Shan Jiayang's wrist with ease, rendering her completely immobile. You wish to strike my sister? You'll have to get past me first, sickly cat. With that, Xia Yujiao suddenly lifted her leg, her sneaker connecting forcefully with Shan Jiayang's abdomen. The impact left Qin Kun utterly astounded. Though Xia Yujiao was petite, standing at around 160 centimeters and weighing less than 100 pounds, her kick sent Shan Jiayang, who was taller by 10 centimeters, flying through the air. Shan Jiayang's body lifted off the ground, her abdomen twisting violently as she landed hard on the ground, unable to rise. How dare you strike our Yangjia? Attack? The girls, witnessing Shan Jiayang's fall, were shocked, but their expressions quickly morphed into embarrassment. To be overpowered by just two individuals was a humiliating blow. Xiao Shanshan charged forward, claws bared, ready to confront the unfolding chaos. Suya seized Xiao Shanshan's arm and collided her forehead against it. Meanwhile, Xia Yujiao exhibited remarkable agility, her movements as nimble as a rabbit, evading capture effortlessly. Ha ha, come chase me, she taunted as the 5 pursuers failed to land a single blow, in a swift motion. She delivered a kick that sent the nearest girl sprawling into a foul gutter by the roadside. Another girl seized the opportunity to sneak up from behind, exclaiming, quick, scratch her. Xia Yujiao, watch out, Qin Kun shouted. Rushing towards her, the two girls lunged at Xia Yujiao, their long nails poised to strike. In response, Xia Yujiao chuckled derisively, scratching? What a ridiculous way for women to fight. With that, she sprang into action, her feet leaving the ground as her sneakers connected squarely with the faces of both attackers. Wow! Qin Kun stood frozen, astonished at Xia Yujiao's unexpected prowess. The two girls were left battered, one bleeding from the nose while the other suffered a broken nasal bridge. Taking advantage of her landing momentum, Xia Yujiao hoisted the girl behind her and executed a flawless throw. With a resounding crash, the girl crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. Standing tall, Xia Yujiao placed a foot on the fallen girl's face and gleefully declared, "Ha ha, a bunch of useless trash. With your skills, even 100 of you would still be worthless." Shen Jiayang, struggling to rise, looked at her downed companions and then at Xia Yujiao, astonished. How are you so strong? Ha, I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. Do you think I practice for nothing? Xia Yujiao replied, her confidence radiating. Shen Jiayang's face turned pale, and she hastily gathered her fallen comrades, glaring at Xia Yujiao. You're strong. You all are formidable. After a brief confrontation, Suya had similarly dealt with Xiao Shanshan, leaving her hair disheveled and her clothes in tatters. Suya, too, bore the marks of the scuffle, her sleeve torn and shoes scuffed. You useless lot, get lost. If I see you harassing Qin Kun again, I'll break your legs, she shouted, reclaiming her backpack. Xia Yujiao returned to Suya's side, grinning. Are you okay, Sister Ya? I'm fine. That foul girl dared to act lewdly and even tore my clothes. Suya sighed, turning to Qin Kun. Are you all right? Did they hurt you? No. Just as they were about to strike, you two intervened, Qin Kun replied, grateful for their assistance. Xia Yujiao, understanding Suya's intentions, pointed at her tattered clothing. Brick King, our Sister Ya's clothes are ruined and her pants are dirtied. Shouldn't you do something about it? Of course. Let's go buy her a new outfit. Qin Kun smiled, Leading the way, Xia Yujia winked at Suya. I won't join. My clothes are fine. You go with Sister Ya. I'm off to the cafeteria. With that, the blonde girl bounced back to school, her fierce demeanor fading into the distance. Suya felt a wave of satisfaction as she linked her arm with Qin Kun's. Qin Kun, you rejected me yesterday, but I'm not discouraged. I will show you that I genuinely want you to be my boyfriend. With a flutter of her beautiful lashes, she softly added, I know you still have feelings for me. My cold demeanor has hurt you, but I will gradually warm your heart. Chapter 30. Welcome, Boss. Qin Kun blinked, scratching his head, noticing the curious gazes of onlookers. He pulled Suya aside, whispering, let's not discuss this here. Suya nodded, following him into an alley. Once hidden from prying eyes, Qin Kun surveyed Suya's disheveled state and suggested, how about I take you to buy some clothes first? There's no rush. Suya replied nonchalantly, intertwining her fingers with his, gazing at him with affection. Qin Kun, you must see my true intentions today. Let's be together. Qin Kun pretended to ponder, stroking his chin. Suya furrowed her brows. Adopting a pitiful expression, I've pleaded so earnestly. Will you still refuse me? If you do, I'll confess my feelings to you every day until you agree. I refuse to believe that my sincerity won't move you. Her words were undeniably persuasive. At that moment, Qin Kun recognized that Suya was manipulating him, likely for the 620,000 in his possession. Yet, he felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. After all, Suya had boldly defended him, resulting in her torn clothes. Perhaps, just perhaps, she was sincere. Suya, do you truly wish to be with me? He asked, placing his hands on her shoulders, sincerity in his gaze. Yes, Suya nodded vigorously, wrapping her arms around his waist. Their bodies pressed together, sending a shiver down Qin Kun's spine. Moments later, he embraced her gently, whispering, all right, I accept. Suya's ears perked up, stepping back in disbelief. Really? You agree? Indeed, Qin Kun affirmed, his eyes softening. I'm genuinely pleased that you helped me today. It means a lot to me. Surprised by her swift success, Suya struggled to process it. Qin Kun, however, wasted no time. Pointing towards a nearby clothing store, let's go buy you an outfit. By the way, have you eaten? After we shop, let's grab a meal together. Hearing this, Suya's heart soared. This seemingly simpleton truly harbored feelings for her. He was eager to buy her clothes right after defining their relationship. Rest assured, your 60,000 will be mine soon enough, she thought, envisioning the moment he would hand over his bank card. She kept her thoughts to herself, instead linking her arm with Qin Kun's. That sounds great, but don't splurge too much. Just get something from a street vendor. Street vendor? Absolutely not. Qin Kun countered, spotting a nearby Ivini women's boutique. Let's go there. What? Suya blinked, pulling back slightly. That's a designer brand. A single piece costs over 1,000. What say 1,000? You're my woman now. Buying you 2 outfits is a small price to pay. Qin Kun smiled. Suya felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her plan was meticulously crafted. She never intended to deplete Qin Kun's resources in one go. Her aim was to stabilize their relationship first, nurturing his affection until he was utterly devoted. Only then would she reap the rewards. Yet, she hadn't anticipated Qin Kun's generosity. So soon after their relationship's confirmation, he was ready to splurge on expensive clothing. As for Qin Kun, he had his own motives for agreeing. It wasn't solely out of sentiment or a rekindled crush. Both were playing their parts, hand in hand. Are you unwilling? Qin Kun inquired. Suya's eyes darted. I understand you've saved some money from your work, but I don't want you to think I'm with you for your wealth. This. Qin Kun chuckled internally, taking her hand gently. It's no trouble. It's just a set of clothes. I can afford it. Let's go. Without further ado, he led her into the boutique. Soon, Suya emerged in a stunning Ivini casual outfit, perfectly accentuating her figure. The total cost was over 3,000, but her heart was elated as she donned the designer wear. After paying, Suya eagerly took selfies, posting them on social media, radiating joy. You seem to like it, Qin Kun observed with a smile. Of course, you bought this for me. I'll cherish it, Suya replied, showcasing her Oscar-worthy acting skills, perfectly in sync with Qin Kun's narrative. That's wonderful. Now, let's grab a bite to eat. Recently, several commendable films have been released, including one titled Ex-Lover Sixth. How about we skip class this afternoon and watch a movie instead? That sounds delightful. Class is utterly mundane. Suya laughed as she linked her arm with Qin Kun's. Apart from AI Wenni's women's clothing store, they headed straight to Jingwei Xiaochu. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jingwei Xiaochu, Suya's expression shifted slightly. Qin Kun, are you taking me here to eat? Indeed, he replied with a smile. I celebrated my birthday here, and the food is delicious. I think you should try it too. Don't worry, it won't cost much, he reassured her. All right, Atsuya nodded, frowning slightly as she followed Qin Kun into Jingwei Xiaochu. Inside a rather secluded private room, 3 individuals were seated. Han Han, I genuinely wish to find a boyfriend. You and Digo come from affluent families. Surely you know many rich second-generation heirs. Why not introduce one to me? Zhao Lei spoke, her gaze filled with longing. As the saying goes, the more unattainable something is, the more agitated one becomes. Zhao Lei had long desired to date a wealthy heir, but had yet to encounter one. The reason for this lay in the considerable gap between her social circle and that of the affluent. Naturally, she had considered waiting until after graduation to fulfill an agreement with the third young master. But graduation was still some time away, and the third young master had merely suggested discussing it later, which could very well result in a broken promise. Thus, Zhao Lei resolved to break free from Yudi and Sun Han while she still could. After graduation, they would likely part ways, and it would be improbable for her to pursue them then. Yudi glanced at Zhao Lei and chuckled. Zhao Lei, you're quite attractive. Finding a rich heir shouldn't be too difficult, should it? I suggest you dress nicely tonight and visit a nightclub. There are plenty of wealthy heirs there. Sun Han nodded in agreement and added, logically, you should be aware of this. Zhao Lei nodded but sighed. I went once, but the rich heirs who approached me merely wanted a fleeting encounter. They were only interested in a casual fling. I seek a genuine relationship with a sincere heir. Sun Han observed Zhao Lei. A slight smile playing on her lips as her eyes glimmered. After a moment, she nodded and said, indeed, a girl as beautiful as you deserves a rich heir. Really? Zhao Lei's eyes widened, her heart fluttering with excitement. Do you have someone in mind, Han Han? What kind of rich heir could you introduce me to? Of course, someone with substantial means. Sun Han replied with a faint smile, turning to Yudi, your friend, who sells cars, is named Wang Zhao, right? Yes, Yudi nodded. That seems like a good match. Wang Zhao happens to be single. As he spoke, he looked back at Zhao Lei, crossing his legs and grinning. Wang Zhao's family is impressive. They own multiple 4S stores in Dongjiang, with an estimated fortune of around 100 million. That's incredible. Zhao Lei was visibly taken aback. 100 million is no small sum. Seeing Zhao Lei's joy, Sun Han's smile turned somewhat sinister. Just then, Qin Kun and Suya walked in together. Yudi immediately spotted them and frowned. Suya? Qin Kun. What brings these two together? Sun Han also furrowed her brows but quickly relaxed, saying, it appears we are not the only ones who have taken an interest in him. The three's private room was quite secluded, and Qin Kun and Suya, oblivious, followed the waiter upstairs to a small private room. Boss, welcome. The waiter greeted Qin Kun with a smile as he presented the menu. Boss. Suya was taken aback but quickly rationalized that this boss designation was merely a courtesy, much like how many servers express gratitude to customers for their tips. Therefore, she dismissed the thought. We can't eat too much, but I'd like my girlfriend to try some specialties. Just bring out a third of the signature dishes. We can sample the rest next time. Upon hearing this, Suya quickly snatched the menu, her eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Kun, are you out of your mind? These signature dishes are so expensive. A third of them would be 6 or 7 plates. And the cheapest is over 300. The most expensive is nearly 800. Qin Kun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. As long as you enjoy it, money is no object. Afterward, he turned to the waiter and asked, what was the name of that red wine I had last time? Teeny Sha red wine. Yes, that one, the 2001 bottle. Do you have any left? Indeed, we just received a new batch. How many bottles would you like? Boss? Just 2 bottles for the 2 of us. Certainly, boss. Would you like anything else? Not for now, but I'll call you if we need anything. All right, please hold on. Your dishes will be ready shortly. As the waiter left, Suya stared at Qin Kun in astonishment, her expression akin to a statue, her eyes wide and mouth agape. What's with that expression? Qin Kun was taken aback by her gaze. What kind of red wine did you just order? 2,000 a bottle? Oh, that's imported French wine, crafted by renowned winemaker Luther, hence its high price. A single sip costs over 1,000. Qin Kun explained casually. But now that you're my girlfriend, your happiness is what matters. The price is irrelevant. Suya was left speechless. Those 2 bottles of red wine alone would cost 40,000, adding in a table full of dishes and 2 outfits. It would easily exceed 45,000. If he continued to spend like this, she wouldn't have enough left to repay the remaining 300,000 gambling debt before she even won Qin Kun's heart. Darling, can you really afford this kind of spending? Suya asked, feeling a pang of regret. What is there to worry about? This is merely pocket change if you enjoy it. I can't bring you here every day for a different meal. Stop, stop. Suya quickly tapped the table twice. I can't eat that much. Let's just enjoy this once. If you keep spending like this, you'll deplete the national treasury. This is hardly a significant amount. Qin Kun shook his head, genuinely stating eye in his eyes. It truly was insignificant, Suya sighed, conceding that if they were to indulge, it would still leave her with a substantial sum. After all, she had 620,000. Spending 45,000 would still leave her with over 500,000. Soon, the dishes arrived. This was Suya's first experience with such extravagant dining. As they savored the gourmet delights, Qin Kun took out his phone and began fiddling with it. What are you up to? Suya inquired while relishing her meal. Oh, nothing much. We're going to watch a movie later, right? The afternoon screening of Ex-Lover 6 is booked in Dolby Atmos Hall 3 at Kaiwei International Cinema. Suya responded absent-mindedly. Oh, a movie. It shouldn't cost much for two people. Even with popcorn and soda, it shouldn't exceed 300. After finishing their meal, the couple held hands and made their way to Kaiwei International Cinema, regarded as the finest theater in Dongjiang. Once it was time, Qin Kun led Suya to Hall 3. Upon entering, he pointed to the central seats and said, "Let us sit in the middle for the best view." You managed to snag the central seats? How wonderful, Suya exclaimed, clutching a large bucket of popcorn as she approached the prime location. What are the exact seat numbers? She asked. Qin Kun glanced at the seating chart and pointed to the two closest seats, saying, "These two, all right." Suya settled into the chair comfortably, her eyes widening at the enormous screen before her. Qin Kun, the screen is so large, she exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, the surround sound system erupted with chirping birds, creating an immersive auditory experience that seemed to come from all directions. Suya was thrilled. Wow, this sound system is incredible. It feels like it surrounds us. Of course, this is a surround sound hall, offering a fully immersive experience for both sight and sound, Qin Kun explained. How much does a ticket cost? Suya asked. I usually go for those smaller screens. I've never been here before. Not expensive. Just 80 yuan. Alright, that's not too bad. Suya nodded, thinking that for two people, it would only be 160, and adding popcorn and soda, it would total just over 200. However, just as she finished that thought, the lights in the giant screen hall dimmed, and various advertisements began to play. Suya looked around, bewildered. Qin Kun, what's going on? What do you mean? The movie is starting, Qin Kun replied nonchalantly, munching on popcorn. No, where are the other people? Is it just us? Qin Kun interrupted her with a smile, gently grasping her hand and saying, Today, both you and I have stepped into a new chapter of our lives. I can sense your sincerity, and in response, I have reserved this grand theater for us. This is our intimate world. Suya's complexion instantly shifted to a mottled shade of blue and purple. How much did you spend in total? Not much. There was a discount for booking the entire venue. 81 tickets count as 70. With a total of 220 seats, it comes to over 15,000 yuan. Qin Kun casually remarked with a clatter. Suya dropped her popcorn, unable to fathom the extravagant gesture. She felt an urge to snatch Qin Kun's card away. Such a manner of spending was utterly bewildering to her. Her expression darkened as she adjusted her rapidly rising chest, expressing her displeasure. Darling, this is far too extravagant. Huh? Qin Kun paused. I just wanted to give you a surprise. You care so much for me and even stood up for me. I couldn't just remain indifferent. Upon hearing this, Suya immediately rose, asserting firmly, I don't need such demonstrations. This is just wasteful. Oh, you think I would appreciate someone who spends money so recklessly? I, Suya, have never been someone who craves vanity. You needn't make such a grand show. Qin Kun stared at her, swallowing his popcorn before breaking into a smile. All right, I'll heed your advice. I'll ensure that the remaining money is spent wisely and not on such extravagance. He patted his chest, assuring her, Is this acceptable? Suya finally exhaled in relief, returning to sit beside Qin Kun and resting her head gently on his shoulder. Now that feels right. The film lasted just under 2 hours. After the screening, Qin Kun and Suya exited the cinema together. Suya stretched her arms and, feeling satisfied, remarked, Today was delightful. Perhaps we should call it a day. I need to return to the hospital to look after my mother. I can't leave my aunt watching over her indefinitely. Sounds good, Qin Kun nodded, beginning to descend the stairs. As they neared the ground floor, Suya inquired, How are you getting home? Where are you staying now? Let me call you ACAB. No need. Qin Kun shook his head and answered a phone call. Hello? Oh, you're here? Just stop at the front entrance. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Suya curiously asked, Who were you on the phone with? What's stopping at the front? You'll find out soon enough, Qin Kun teased, leading Suya to the entrance of Kaiwei Mall. There, A shiny BMW 5 Series gleamed. With a well-dressed saleswoman standing beside it, Mr. Qin, is this the car you called to purchase? Indeed, Qin Kun affirmed with a nod. While they were watching the movie, he had called Chen Mingqing to have a car brought over. And the payment of 500,000 yuan had already been transferred. Here are your keys. This car is now yours. Please remember to register it soon. If you have any issues, feel free to come to the dealership. The saleswoman said, handing the keys to Qin Kun. Upon receiving the keys, Suya felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place as her bag slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She raised a finger, her lips twitching as she stammered, Qin Kun, you bought a car? Yes, just ordered it on my phone. A BMW 5 Series. Quite nice, isn't it? A BMW 5 Series? Suya asked, her voice trembling. How much did it cost? 500,000. Qin Kun replied nonchalantly. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. Suya's forehead throbbed with a visible vein. You have money to burn? Why buy a car? Huh. Didn't you just say that the leftover money shouldn't be wasted and should be well spent? A car isn't considered wasteful. Both cars and houses are necessities, aren't they? Thus, the 500,000 didn't count as extravagance. Qin Kun pressed the car key, climbed into the driver's seat, and pulled out his driver's license. Come on, get in. I'll drive you back to the hospital, and I can pick you up for school and such in the future. How does that sound? Get lost? Suya clenched her fists, trembling with anger, and kicked the car door. Of course, the door remained unharmed, but her shoe was bent. Startled, Qin Kun asked, What are you doing? Mind your own business. Just leave me alone, Suya shouted furiously, picking up her bag and declaring, You pathetic loser, don't ever show your face in front of me again. Wait, what's wrong with you, Yaya? Who is Yaya to you? Are we that familiar? After finishing her tirade, Suya stormed off. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Kun leaned back in his seat, a playful smile creeping across his lips. So the true colors are showing already? Too easy to rattle. With that, Qin Kun started the car, intending to register the vehicle. In truth, he genuinely wished to believe in Suya. If she were not with him for monetary reasons, he would gladly pursue a relationship with her, as he had once truly admired this goddess from class 3. However, being the heir of the Qin family, he knew that relying solely on emotions would be foolish. Therefore, throughout the afternoon, Qin Kun contemplated various ways to flaunt his 62,000 yuan. If those funds were exhausted and Suya still remained by his side, he would wholeheartedly engage in a genuine relationship. But now, with 62,000 dwindling to 6,000, Suya's outburst revealed her true intentions. After completing the formalities, the traffic officer clocked out, and Qin Kun's car was officially registered. Just as he was about to head back to the villa, a call from Lu Hong came through. Qin Kun glanced at the screen, his eyes lighting up. Lu Hong was the chairman and founder of Xingtai Group, which he had been investigating recently. The group's development and strength were commendable, although not the best in Dongjiang City. It possessed great potential. However, Xingtai was currently facing some significant difficulties, which had led Lu Hong to a near-fatal heart attack from stress. Hello? Is this Qin Yu? Yes, it's me. You must be Uncle Lu Hong. That's right. How are you today? Do you have some time? I heard from your aunt that you'd like to discuss a potential collaboration. Yes, indeed, I would like to collaborate with you, Uncle Lu, though I wonder if I am worthy of your attention. Lu Hong chuckled. Qin Yu, you're quite humorous. You've already bought a 5 million yuan villa, and I've never even resided in such a high-end place. Just a small sum, Qin Kun modestly replied. All right, I know you're wealthy. So no need to pretend. I'm currently at the Wanhai Grand Hotel. Just come directly to room 33. After hanging up, Qin Kun drove to the Wanhai Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment in Dongjiang, frequented by the affluent. He parked and walked straight to room 33. And upon entering, he saw Lu Hong and his wife, with a lavish spread of fine food and drinks laid out on the table. Alongside them were several elites from Xingtai Group, each handsome and accomplished. This is the young tycoon the chairman mentioned. So young. Is he still a student? Don't underestimate him. He just bought the #1 villa outright. At such a young age, even a second-generation rich kid wouldn't have such financial clout. Indeed, our chairman's daughter has her funds strictly limited to within 500,000. Not a penny more. How could this young lad possibly mobilize such substantial resources? Perhaps he has someone backing him. The group looked at Qin Kun, astonished and speculating about his background. As Qin Kun entered, he greeted Lu Hong with a handshake, smiling, Uncle Lu, Auntie. Noticing Qin Kun, Lu Hong frowned slightly, asking, Young Qin, are you here alone today? Of course, who else would it be? At this, Lu Hong exchanged glances with his wife. They believed that Qin Kun wasn't the one buying the property. Rather, it was someone behind him making the investment. When it came to business discussions, it was undoubtedly that person who would be negotiating, with Qin Kun merely acting as their proxy. In their view, the individual supporting Qin Kun must be a successful entrepreneur, at least in their 40s, and undoubtedly a millionaire. Hence, they had reserved a private room at a 5-star hotel to entertain him. However, they were taken aback that the person behind Qin Kun had not shown up. "Please, have a seat." Liu Hong gestured for Qin to take a seat. "Xiao Qin, you must be hungry. Please, have some food," he said, accompanied by the gentle laughter of the noblewoman. "Thank you both for your generous hospitality." Qin Kun replied, not one to be overly polite. Once seated, he began to eat heartily. The atmosphere at the table grew lively as the guests continued to toast one another. Qin Kun eventually learned that the greatest challenge facing the Xingtai Group was a severance in their capital chain. A sudden withdrawal of investment by a shareholder had halted the funding for various ongoing projects. Moreover, due to business conflicts with the Chun family, they had been creating obstacles for Xingtai Group, complicating their operations. On the first day the capital chain broke, Liu Hong considered a loan. However, securing tens of millions was no trivial matter. Xingtai Group had already borrowed substantial sums from various banks for their investments. Other local banks, influenced heavily by the Chen family's power, were unwilling to extend further loans. Applications submitted were met with silence. "Uncle Liu, I wonder how much you're short of?" Qin Kun asked, savoring a bite of abalone. Liu Hong sighed, shaking his head. "It's not a small amount. I urgently need an infusion of 27 million yuan. Oh?" Qin Kun stroked his chin, feigning contemplation before placing his bank card on the table. "Uncle Liu, I've conducted extensive research on Xingtai these past few days. I genuinely believe in your group's promising future. If I were to invest, it could yield considerable returns. Indeed, if this project succeeds, it could net us around 300 million, and with the project already over halfway complete, we expect profits within a month, a swift gain," Liu Hong replied. "Yet, the capital shortage is stifling our progress, which is incredibly frustrating." Upon hearing this, Qin Kun pointed to his bank card and smiled. "Isn't it just money? I have what?" Liu Hong looked at the card, inquiring, "How much do you have there?" "Just over 40 million, Qin Kun replied nonchalantly. Despite his significant expenditures on a villa and the acquisition of Jingwei Xiaochu, which had cost him 8 million, the business was generating income, leaving him with over 40 million remaining. Everyone gasped at this figure. Liu Hong stared at the bank card, excitement bubbling within him, though he maintained his composure. "Xiao Qin, such a substantial investment likely requires approval. I understand you're acting on behalf of someone else. Why not share that person's contact details with me so I can discuss it directly?" "Uncle Liu, you misunderstand," Qin Kun replied, a hint of natural confidence in his voice. "This 40 million is merely my pocket money." "What?" Liu Hong's eyes widened. "You claim this is your pocket money?" The noblewoman could no longer contain herself and stood up. "Child, honesty is a prized virtue. Fabricating such a trivial lie is quite pointless." The shock was indeed overwhelming. In Dongjiang, even the eldest son of the Yu family, Yu had merely 1 million in pocket money, while their daughter's allowance was capped at 500,000. Yet here was Qin Kun, asserting that his pocket money amounted to 40 million. Was this not absurd? "Xiao Qin, please stop joking. We have children ourselves and understand the necessity of controlling allowances. Even with Xingtai Group's valuation of 1.5 billion, it's implausible to grant such an allowance." At that moment, the noblewoman's curiosity piqued. "Xiao Qin, could you share who your parents are? Surely your family must also be a significant group, with a valuation surpassing ours?" Qin Kun merely smiled faintly. "Xingtai Group, with its 15 billion valuation, is but a drop in the ocean compared to my family's standing. The Chen family, as the dominant force in Dongjiang, pales in comparison to the strength of the Qin family." Thus, to Qin Kun, the noblewoman's comparison was laughable. He reiterated calmly, "Auntie, this 40 million is indeed my pocket money." The noblewoman was about to protest again when Liu Hong firmly grasped her arm, his gaze locked onto Qin Kun's, attempting to discern any inconsistency in his words. The repeated emphasis on his wealth suggested a certain confidence that Liu Hong needed to verify. After a minute of scrutiny, Liu Hong finally sat back, his expression shifting. "I must admit, Xiao Qin, you are far beyond what I imagined. An extraordinarily affluent young master." The noblewoman was taken aback, realizing the implications of Liu Hong's words. 40 million in pocket money indicated that this seemingly inconspicuous Qin Kun belonged to a family whose influence dwarfed that of Liu Hong's own. Qin Kun chuckled, interjecting, "Uncle Liu, you exaggerate. I'm merely a humble student from Dongjiang No. 1 High School." Liu Hong chuckled lightly, recognizing the irony. Qin Kun had invested in Xingtai Group under the name Qin Yu, with the sum precisely matching the amount needed to mend the capital chain. Now, Qin Kun awaited the completion of Xingtai's projects. Liu Hong informed him that upon completion, he would earn approximately 40 million in pure profit, a figure that satisfied Qin Kun. His goal was to amass 100 million, and aside from his investment in Xingtai, he planned to delve into capital games on his computer at home. With a clear understanding of the quickest path to wealth and the inherent risks involved, Qin Kun returned home after discussing the investment strategy with Liu Hong. Once there, he opened his newly purchased laptop to explore the financial markets. Not long after, his phone buzzed. A smile crept across his face as he recognized the sender. Suya. Dongjang Leg Sister. Third young master, are you there? Dongjang Leg Sister. Can I meet you? Qin Kun pondered for a moment before responding. I am here. Suya quickly replied. Haha, you finally responded. I'm so happy. Third young master, can I see you? Third young master. How is your mother doing? Dongjang Leg Sister. She is doing well. She'll be discharged in a couple of days. Third young master. Is the medical fee sufficient? If not, I can transfer another 100,000. Dongjang Leg Sister. It's enough. I just want to see you and thank you in person. I didn't mean to ask you for money. Qin Kun scoffed quietly. Earlier, Suya had tried to seduce him, only to be put off by his nonchalant demeanor. Now, she claimed her intentions weren't monetary. Naturally, he had no plans to transfer her money. Thus, Qin Kun replied, no need for thanks. I prefer to keep a low profile. Dongjang Leg Sister. No. You've done so much for my family, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Dongjang Leg Sister. May I ask, did you donate 200,000 because you like me? Third young master. Dongjang Leg Sister. What does treating mean? You must like me. Just come meet me, please. If it's possible. I'd like to be your girlfriend. Third young master. Forget it. I saw you holding hands with Qin Kun today. I don't want to take someone else's love. What? You saw that? Dongjang Leg Sister. Let me explain. That loser and I have no relationship whatsoever. Third young master. Haha, then why were you holding hands to go eat? This question left Suya speechless. After a long pause, she finally replied, it's because I've been getting harassed lately. I asked Qin Kun to pretend to be my boyfriend just to make that person give up. Rest assured, third young master, I have no relationship with that loser. We just had a meal and watched a movie. Nothing else happened. I paid for everything. Third young master. Oh, you had the money to take him to Jingwei Shaochu for a meal? TSK. Dongjang Leg Sister. Ah well, it wasn't too much, just a few hundred. Suya panicked, while Qin Kun found the exchange amusing. Qin Kun fell silent, causing Suya to grow even more anxious. If you're upset, I promise I won't go out with any other guys for meals or movies. I'll only go with you. After considering it, Qin Kun simply replied with one word. Okay. With that, he logged off. Suya read his response, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. That was too close. I almost let third young master misunderstand. Seems I need to distance myself from that loser Qin Kun. After hanging up, Qin Kun glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. On that day, I spent the afternoon strolling with Suya, then proceeded to obtain a license. Following that, I engaged in business discussions with Liu Hong, leaving me utterly fatigued. Thus, I turned off the lights early, preparing to retire for the night. The next day, Qin Kun devoted the entire day to studying the financial market, experimenting with some swift investments to test the waters. Before he realized it, the sun had set. Suddenly, at around 10 in the evening, Qin Kun's phone rang. Who could it be? He closed his laptop and picked up the phone, his brow furrowing upon seeing the caller ID. It was Who Shall We? The class representative, a girl with whom he had little acquaintance. Qin Kun answered, Class representative, why are you calling me so late? Is Guo Xiaoming working at Seder? Who Shall We? Inquired from the other end. Seems like it. Why? Qin Kun replied. Well, I live on Jinjie Street, and I'm about to head home, but I just saw someone who looked like Guo Xiaoming with a man. He seemed suspicious, and she looked like she had been drugged. She glanced at me, but she couldn't move. Who Shall We? Explained I wasn't sure who to contact, and since you and Xiaoming are close, I decided to call you. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun's mouth twitched. This symptom was unmistakably indicative of a drug known for its compelling effects. It had no odor and could easily be mixed into drinks without detection. Once the drug took effect, the victim would lose control of their body while remaining mentally aware of their surroundings, only to later succumb to unconsciousness, rendering them unable to recall the events that transpired, much like a blackout from alcohol consumption. Chapter 34. Why are you here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Kun hastily grabbed his clothes. Who shall we? Keep an eye on things, and try to see which room they take Xiaoming to. He spoke while rushing out of the villa and into his car. I'll follow discreetly. Who shall we? Replied. After hanging up, Qin Kun ignited the engine, and the car roared out of the villa. Upon arrival, he spotted Hu Xiaowei waving to him from a distance. Approaching her, he inquired, "Where is she? Which room? I just saw that man go out to buy, something, and then he entered room 41. I was just trying to locate someone," Hu Xiaowei pointed out, gesturing toward a nearby Audi A4. "That guy seems to be a rich heir. The car is his." Nodding, Qin Kun charged into the hotel. "Hey, who are you?" the receptionist called out as he rushed past without checking in. "I'm looking for someone." "I'll be right back," Qin Kun shouted as he dashed up to the 4th floor. He soon found himself at the door of room 41. It was already 10 o'clock, and muffled sounds of indiscreet activities emanated from many rooms. Exacerbating Qin Kun's frustration, he knocked forcefully on the door, demanding, "Open up." The sound of his knocking was loud enough that anyone hearing it would have no choice but to respond. The door swung open, revealing a somewhat familiar face, Wang Zhao, the man he had seen drinking with Udi at Seder, who was involved in the automobile business. That moment, Wang Zhao stood there, still dripping wet, apparently just having emerged from the shower. Wrapped only in a towel. "Who are you?" Wang Zhao growled. Seeing him, and recalling the Audi A4 below, along with Wang Zhao's previous intentions towards Guo Xiaoming, it all clicked. Without hesitation, Qin Kun raised his fist and struck Wang Zhao squarely in the face. Wang Zhao, caught off guard, stumbled back, blood streaming from his nose. He steadied himself, staring at Qin Kun in disbelief. It's you? You remember me?" Qin Kun retorted, pushing the door fully open and kicking it. The imprint of his shoe marred the pristine towel as Wang Zhao was sent sprawling, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Under normal circumstances, Qin Kun had a low probability of losing a one-on-one confrontation, unless facing an overwhelmingly superior opponent. Wang Zhao scrambled to his feet, glaring furiously. "What the hell? I haven't done anything to you. I'm coming after you for what you did," Qin Kun declared, stepping closer to deliver another blow. Wang Zhao, bewildered, pleaded, "Dude, I messed up. Just tell me why you're hitting me. Still pretending? You know exactly whom you drugged." Qin Kun seized Wang Zhao by the neck, ready to strike again. Wang Zhao quickly raised his hands in surrender, crying, "Please, I won't touch her again. Just let me go." "Get out!" Qin Kun released Wang Zhao, who, nodding frantically, hastily grabbed his clothes and scrambled out of the room. Once he was gone, Qin Kun rushed to the bed. A thick blanket covered someone who was writhing beneath it. Seemingly in distress, frowning, he pulled back the covers and exclaimed, "Xiaoming, are you all right?" "I'll take you to," however, before he could finish, he realized the person lying there was not Guo Xiaoming but Zhao Lei, the literature representative. To make matters worse, Zhao Lei was in a state of intense arousal, her face flushed, her clothing in tatters. "Why are you here?" Qin Kun gasped, staring at Zhao Lei, overwhelmed by the scene before him. Though he had seen similar situations in movies, experiencing it firsthand was entirely different, leaving him in shock. "Qin Kun?" Zhao Lei seemed to retain some awareness but was clearly unable to control herself. She struggled to rise, suddenly lunging at him for a kiss. Qin Kun was utterly taken aback as Zhao Lei, like a ravenous wolf, pressed herself against him. Kissing him fervently, he found himself losing control. This was not right. Something was amiss. Wasn't it Guo Xiaoming who had been drugged? Why had it suddenly turned into Zhao Lei? Had Hu Xiaowei made a mistake? Sensing something was off, Qin Kun realized he could not remain in this room. He pushed Zhao Lei away and turned to leave. But Zhao Lei, under the influence of the drug, would not let him go. She lunged at him again, pleading, "Qin Kun, I can't take it anymore. It feels like insects are crawling all over me. I can't hold on. I'm going to die." Qin Kun glanced back at Zhao Lei, his brow furrowed. "Zhao Lei, just hold on. I'll take you to the hospital. I have the card, it's too late." Zhao Lei cried, disregarding his words as she tore at his sleeve. His muscular chest and abs were exposed, and Zhao Lei, unable to control herself, clung to him. Gradually, Qin Kun began to falter. How could anyone withstand such a situation? After all, he was a virgin. Zhao Lei was one of the most attractive girls in their class, her figure extraordinarily alluring. "Qin Kun, don't leave. If you go, I'll die. Just save my life. You don't go. Please. I swear I won't hold it against you. I can't take it anymore. Hurry." As he grasped the doorknob, a fierce internal battle raged in his mind. If this was a trap, leaving would surely lead someone to rescue her, someone like Wang Zhao. Yet, if it wasn't a trap, leaving her alone would be perilous. The intense drug could have fatal consequences. Qin Kun's breathing grew heavy as he approached the door, checking for any signs of an ambush. Finding the corridor empty, he gritted his teeth, locked the door, and turned to scoop Zhao Lei up, tossing her onto the bed. The next morning, Qin Kun awoke with weary eyes. After a night of tumult, he had slept soundly, only stirring as noon approached. Looking beside him, he found Zhao Lei still asleep, nestled against him. How could this happen? Qin Kun never anticipated that his first experience would be with her. Zhao Lei had left a poor impression on him, having targeted him after he embarrassed her at a restaurant, and he had found her to be materialistic in her pursuit of a wealthy partner. Confused, he pondered why Hu Xiaowei had insisted it was Guo Xiaoming, yet upon entering, it was Zhao Lei instead. If Hu Xiaowei hadn't he made a mistake, then this was undoubtedly a scheme against him. Reflecting on his impulsive actions from the previous night, he realized that while he had helped Zhao Lei, he had also saved her from Wang Zhao's intentions. That night nearly exhausted Qin Kun to the point of collapse. If left unchecked, trouble was imminent. Not long after, Zhao Lei's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she found herself gazing at Qin Kun. They exchanged glances for a moment. You're awake? Qin Kun awkwardly inquired. Zhao Lei struggled to swallow, her gaze trembling as it met Qin Kun's. She then rose from beside him, her eyes gradually drifting downward, landing on a crimson stain upon the sheets. Buzz, for a fleeting moment. Zhao Lei's vision darkened, and a ringing in her ears nearly caused her to faint. Are you all right? Seeing Zhao Lei on the verge of losing consciousness, Qin Kun rushed to steady her. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lei retaliated with a sharp slap across his face, tears brimming in her eyes. How could it be you? How could it be you? My first time. You took it from me, she exclaimed, gripping Qin Kun's neck tightly, shaking him aggressively. Qin Kun, nearly choking, hastily pulled her hands away, saying, Hey, don't turn your back on me. You were the one who begged me last night. You had someone drug me. I don't care. Zhao Lei sobbed fiercely, pointing a finger at him. You filthy loser. Do you realize you've ruined my life? Are you even human? I was counting on my first time to lead to a good marriage. You've destroyed my future happiness. Her words struck a chord in Qin Kun, igniting a flicker of guilt within him. Although Zhao Lei was materialistic, he recognized the weight of responsibility. Having crossed a line, he felt compelled to take responsibility. He did not wish to be labeled a scoundrel who indulged and then fled. Thus, he shook his head and proposed, Let us settle this, Zhao Lei. The deed is done. I'll take responsibility. I promise to treat you well and ensure your happiness for a lifetime. What do you say? What do you mean? Do you want me to be your girlfriend? Zhao Lei wiped her tears, fixing her gaze upon Qin Kun. You think, just because you took my first time, I'm obliged to marry you? You bring me happiness? With what? You're a pauper. How can you even dare to dream? Do you think winning the lottery makes you a rich heir? At this, Zhao Lei suddenly had a realization and reached out. Wait, you did win the lottery. I heard you won over 200,000 from UD, so you have 62,000 left, right? Give me the money, or I'll accuse you of assault, Zhao Lei threatened. Qin Kun sighed, shaking his head. That money is mostly spent. I only have 60,000 left. What? Only 60,000? Zhao Lei's eyes went blank for a moment. Then, she pounded her fists against Qin Kun, exclaiming, You loser. You spent it all showing off, didn't you? You filthy scoundrel. Her immediate reaction was that Qin Kun had squandered the money on frivolities, given that he had once spent 11,000 on a meal. Qin Kun grasped her fists and reiterated, Zhao Lei, calm down. If you agree, I promise to treat you well. Stop talking nonsense. I'm done with you, Zhao Lei retorted, retracting her hand and extending it once more. Enough chatter. Just hand over the money. 60,000 will suffice. Hurry. At her insistence, Qin Kun nodded. He had never held any affection for Zhao Lei. His so-called promise of happiness stemmed purely from a sense of obligation as a man. Since she looked down on him, he resolved to pay her off. Settling the matter with money would clear the air and avoid future complications. He promptly took out his phone and asked for Zhao Lei's bank account number. When entering the transfer amount, he reminded her, Zhao Lei, I must warn you. Once you accept this money, Qin Kun and you will no longer have any ties. Don't regret it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei couldn't help but curse. Regret? You wish. Just transfer the money. Qin Kun nodded, refraining from further discussion, and sent the funds. Ding! Zhao Lei's phone chimed, signaling the receipt of 60,000. She quickly leapt from the bed, dressing hurriedly. Qin Kun, I warn you. If you dare speak of this, we're not finished. Rest assured. I won't say a word, Qin Kun assured her. Zhao Lei shot him a lingering glance filled with resentment and deep-seated grievance before turning and exiting the room. Her footsteps echoing as she descended the stairs. Once outside, Zhao Lei quickly hailed a taxi, first stopping to purchase 2 boxes of contraceptive pills, then rushing to the hospital, intent on repairing what had been lost. Of course, Qin Kun remained blissfully unaware of her actions. After leaving the inn, Qin Kun lost interest in attending school, instead aimlessly cruising in his BMW for quite some time. A sense of anxiety gnawed at him, as if something was about to unfold, yet it lingered just out of reach, leaving him restless. Eventually, he resigned himself to returning to the villa. Upon entering, his phone vibrated. The caller ID read Sun Han. Seeing her name brought clarity to his thoughts. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Answering the call, he heard Sun Han's light laughter. "Brick King, did you receive the grand gift I arranged for you yesterday?" "Sun Han, you're quite despicable. I hadn't seen it before, but now I realize you not only tricked me but also Zhao Lei," Qin Kun replied, anger simmering beneath the surface. "If it were just me, I wouldn't mind, but what is your motive in harming Zhao Lei?" "Haha, that BTCH Zhao Lei was jealous of my relationship with you, D. She thought I was the reason she lost her chance with him." Sun Han coldly remarked. "Oh, what did she do?" "She spread rumors about me while pretending to be close, even asking me to find her a rich heir." "Ha, how ridiculous." Qin Kun sighed inwardly. It was said that women were not to be trifled with. And indeed, provoking a man typically led to mere physical confrontation. However, angering a woman could result in far more insidious repercussions, such as betrayal. Sun Han's scheme had ensnared both him and Zhao Lei. "Tell me, do you have something against me?" Qin Kun queried. "Well, you've finally caught on," Sun Han chuckled. "Qin Kun, you really have great stamina, managing to go all night long. Quite impressive. You recorded it?" "Indeed." Wang Zhao installed a hidden camera near the bedside. "It's nearly invisible unless one looks closely. I've copied the video. It's on my computer and in the cloud." "What are you planning to do?" Qin Kun asked coldly. "Nothing much," Sun Han replied with feigned innocence. "I heard you bought a BMW 5 Series. Quite a nice car. An old classmate. I'd like to borrow it for a while. No objections, right? You want to take my car?" No, I just want to borrow it for a bit." Sun Han corrected. "Borrow it? You mean until it's wrecked?" Hearing her words, Qin Kun clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. Yet, he remained rational. Offending Sun Han now could lead to unpredictable consequences. He could not allow the video to surface, as he was still undergoing evaluation within his family. If such a scandal emerged, his qualifications would be revoked, and he would lose his standing as the third son, along with his chance to inherit the family legacy. Of course, he would remain part of the Qin family, but no longer at the core. The family would eliminate Sun Han with ruthless efficiency. This outcome was one Qin Kun wished to avoid, especially after enduring the most challenging phase thus far. He could not afford to falter now. "Fine, I'll bring the car to school tomorrow and give you the keys," Qin Kun relented. "Very wise decision. I have to grab a bite, so I'll hang up now," Sun Han said before abruptly ending the call. Qin Kun took a deep breath, finally asking, "Sun Han, do you really hate me this much? Is it necessary to go this far?" "Haha, what do you think? Your love letter caused quite the stir. The whole school believed we were involved before you confessed to me. It was a tremendous humiliation for me. You nearly ruined my reputation, do you understand? Of course, this scheme also involves you, D. Given how you conned him out of so much money at Sirte, I have to help you get it back." With that, Sun Han hung up. Qin Kun stood there, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He had thought that by teaching you a lesson at Sirte, the matter would be settled. He wished to sever ties with both Yu and Sun Han, but evidently, he had underestimated the situation. His anger reached a boiling point. After a moment, he leaned against the door, pulling up an international phone number from his contacts. The number was from across the ocean. Chapter 36. Qin Kun's preparation. Qin Kun gazed at the number, pacing in place. He hesitated for a long while before ultimately deciding to put the phone down without dialing. The number belonged to his second brother, Qin Feng. Holding someone's leverage was an uncomfortable feeling, and Qin Kun was no exception. He yearned to eliminate the video from Sun Han and Yu's possession. Seeking help from his family seemed the quickest way to resolve the matter. However, this was likely to be discovered by his father. Once it was revealed that he sought help from his second brother, the assessment would be deemed concluded. Of course, Qin Feng's second brother would not betray him and would certainly do his utmost to ensure their father remained oblivious to the matter. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Qin Kun resolved to rely on his own abilities to resolve the situation. The following day, Qin Kun handed the car keys to Sun Han and subsequently decided to forego school, returning home to study independently. After a morning of self-study, he found his progress exceedingly slow and thus arranged for a highly qualified tutor online. He managed to secure teachers for all the subjects pertinent to the college entrance examination in one go. In the afternoon, several teachers arrived, and Qin Kun placed 1 million yuan on the table, addressing them. Esteemed teachers, you are all esteemed names in the realm of college entrance examinations. If you can assist me in gaining admission to a prestigious institution, each of you shall receive 1 million yuan. However, should my performance be mediocre, you shall all share this 1 million before me. Rest assured, I will cooperate wholeheartedly. For these few days, you need not return home, but reside here in this villa. I will hire a chef to provide 3 meals a day. Do you have any objections? The teachers exchanged glances. With a maximum of 2 months until the examination, though time was short, they recognized that with concerted effort, there was still a chance. Very well. They nodded in agreement. A month of hard work would yield a return of 10 million yuan, a far greater reward than the meager monthly salaries they received from their regular jobs. Thus, over the following month, Qin Kun rarely left the villa. Occasionally, Ud and Sun Han would call with unreasonable demands, but Qin Kun, unable to gamble on the consequences, chose to compromise for the time being. The risk of them leaking his photos loomed large. Not only would his reputation be tarnished, but the assessment would also be jeopardized. Over the course of that month, Qin Kun miraculously elevated his score from a mere 300 points to over 500. The life he endured was akin to a torturous ordeal. Rising at 6 to commence his morning lessons, continuing after meals, and persisting well into the early hours of the morning. During this period, Qin Kun received 2 phone calls from Lu Hong. The first was a week after his retreat, informing him that the project he had invested in was complete and awaiting payment. The second call, a month later, was to notify him that the profits from his investment had been deposited into his account, a total exceeding 40 million yuan. Xiao Qin, this has been remarkably smooth. I never anticipated such ease. Since your investment, everything has gone smoothly, truly incredible. Qin Kun smiled inwardly, knowing that while he had not disclosed his investment in Xingtai Group to Chen Mingqing, the Chun family was undoubtedly aware of it. Consequently, they had relaxed their policies, allowing Xingtai Group to sail smoothly, devoid of obstacles, as if propelled by an invisible force. This is my first experience of such unimpeded success in years of business. Lu Hong continued. Xiao Qin, I understand you have been my silent supporter. Before your arrival, Xingtai Group was in dire straits, and now you are my benefactor, saving both me and my career. I shall transfer 500,000 to you as a token of my gratitude. That is unnecessary. We agreed to share profits based on investment ratios, Qin Kun replied with a faint smile. With Lu Heng's profits safely deposited, Qin Kun's secondary objective was accomplished. During the past month, he had utilized his study breaks to engage in various investments online, significantly increasing his capital. With Lu Heng's funds now in his account, Qin Kun's total savings amounted to approximately 160 to 70 million yuan. Even if Lu Heng's funds had not arrived, Qin Kun was confident he could secure sufficient profits in the coming days to elevate his bank balance to 150 million yuan. An investment of 50 million yielding a profit of 100 million was the standard to complete his task. After concluding the call, he set aside his books, rubbed his eyes, and stood up. Young Master Qin, you have yet to finish this problem, the attractive chemistry teacher inquired, raising her head. Qin Kun smiled gently. Today, I shall take a brief respite. I have pressing matters to attend to. Rest assured, it will not take long. The teachers exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. They recognized Qin Kun's earnest desire to learn and deemed a single day's absence inconsequential. Moreover, with his current standing, he was assured of a score between 570 to 80, which, while not exceptional, was commendable given the level of difficulty of the problems he had been tackling. In a school setting, achieving 600 plus would pose no challenge. Should he perform well on the college entrance examination, a score of 700 was within reach, as the exam questions were generally simpler than the rigorous problems students encountered during their studies. Upon exiting his home, Qin Kun promptly contacted family members to verify his accounts and investments in Dongjiang. Understood, young Master San. We will commence the review of your second assessment immediately. After hanging up, Qin Kun hailed a taxi and headed to the nearest bank. Upon arriving at Construction Bank, he received a text message from his family. Congratulations, young Master San, your second assessment has been successfully completed. According to the assessment rules, you shall receive 10 family tokens and 10 billion yuan. Construction Bank. You have completed a deposit transaction with the last 4 digits XXXX, amounting to 1 yuan. As the message arrived, a broad smile spread across Qin Kun's face. He approached the bank counter and withdrew 300,000 yuan in cash. Subsequently, he stuffed the entire amount into his backpack and took a taxi to Dongjiang No. 1 high school. Upon arrival, he did not rush into the school but instead sought out an internet CAF. Logging onto the Qin family website, Qin Kun used one of his family tokens to request assistance from the family. He sought nothing less than the family's hacker support. Shortly after, a temporary chat window popped up. Greetings, young Master Sand. I am Family Hacker 933. How may I assist you? Qin Kun replied. Hack into 2 individuals for me, allowing me access to their mobile phones, computers, and even cloud storage. Understood, the hacker acknowledged, requesting their names and other relevant details. Qin Kun provided the basic information for UD and Sun Han. The hacker responded. Please hold on, young master. Approximately 10 minutes later, the hacker returned with an update. Young master, I have successfully breached the mobile phones and computers of both individuals. Along with their emails, I now possess all electronic data and internet information at their disposal. However, the data volume is extensive. What specific information are you seeking? I can filter it for you. Qin Kun stated, I require video footage, specifically, any video pertaining to me. Of course, images are also necessary. The hacker replied. Ah, I see. Young master seems to have been caught in a compromising situation. Am I correct? Indeed, Qin Kun confirmed. Understood. I will ensure to eliminate all obstacles for you, the hacker assured him a few minutes later. The hacker retrieved the requested videos, presenting screenshots for Qin Kun's approval. Nodding, Qin Kun instructed, delete everything without leaving a trace. Certainly, young master, the hacker complied. By the way, I discovered some intriguing content on UD's laptop that you might find of interest. Qin Kun raised an eyebrow. It appeared UD was not as innocent as he seemed. Send it over, he instructed. In no time, a transfer link was established, and dozens of short videos arrived on Qin Kun's computer. As he perused a few, he was taken aback. Chapter 37. No need to do anything, just bring flowers. The videos left Qin Kun utterly astonished, featuring a variety of girls. While he did not recognize the majority, a few were familiar. Most shocking was a video of UD and Liu Qianqian together in a hotel room. Alongside Liu Qianqian, there were also clips of Chao Shanshan, among others. Intrigued, Qin Kun quickly scanned through the content and inquired. What about that individual named Sun Han? Are there any interesting photos or videos? The hacker replied, there are a few, but they do not possess the same level of excitement as UD's. Qin Kun was unfazed and promptly responded, send them to me. Shortly after, a compressed file containing various amusing photographs arrived. Notably, these images did not depict Sun Han with other men, but rather showcased her array of sultry selfies. Additionally, there were numerous candid shots of others, seemingly ensnared in compromising situations, just as he had been. Qin Kun chuckled. This was quintessential Sun Han's tactic. Should these images reach the authorities, she could very well be charged with invasion of privacy. A small leverage he now possessed over her. The hacker remarked, these are the most noteworthy. The remaining videos and photos are of family gatherings and similar trivialities. Qin Kun nodded, responding, well done, thank you. The hacker replied, oh, young master, you need not thank me. Serving you is my utmost honor. If there are no further requests, I shall conclude this assistance. After a moment of reflection, Qin Kun narrowed his eyes slightly. Wait, assist me in tracking down another individual. Who? Hu Jinting. Having completed the hacker support, Qin Kun exited the internet CAF. Certainly, Qin Kun selected several valuable videos to store on his phone, including various self-defense techniques by Sun Han. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qin Kun spotted Qian Dalong on the sports field, engaged in a game of basketball during physical education class. Standing outside the railing, Qin Kun waved at him. Upon noticing Qin Kun, Qian Dalong furrowed his brow, tossed the ball to his underling, and approached with an unfriendly tone. Qin Kun, it's been over a month since you last attended class. What's going on? Haven't you paid your protection fee? Qin Kun smiled slightly and retrieved 2 stacks of cash from his backpack. What the? Qian Dalong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with greed upon seeing the money. Where did you get this much cash? Is it for me? Indeed, it is for you, Qin Kun replied, directly placing the money into Qian Dalong's hands. Qian Dalong blinked, taken aback. Wait, what do you mean? Are you asking me to do something for you? Qin Kun shook his head, chuckling, you don't have to do anything, just take it and spend it. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalong was momentarily stunned. In his many years of life, he had never encountered someone so audacious, casually handing over 20,000 yuan. This made him feel uneasy about accepting the money. You can't possibly be trying to set me up. Can you? Is this money dirty? Of course not. I just withdrew it from the bank. Qin Kun replied with a calm smile, pulling out 3 more bundles of red notes, though this time he held them tightly in his hand. At that moment, the physical education teacher noticed the scene and hurried over, exclaiming, what are you doing? Can't you see we are in class? Seeing the teacher approach, Qin Kun quickly slipped one of the 10,000 yuan bundles into the teacher's hands, saying, "Go back to your class." The teacher, momentarily shocked by the money, soon broke into a smile, replying, "All right, you two continue your conversation. I'll head back to class." At that moment, Qian was utterly impressed, asking, "Qin Kun, your backpack seems like a money printing machine. How much do you have, and what do you intend to do with it?" "Not much. There's a total of 100,000 yuan here," Qin Kun fibbed. "This 20,000 is a greeting gift. I just gave 1,000 to the teacher and another 20,000 to you. The remaining money is up to you to earn." Qian understood. Qin Kun still wanted him to do something. He inquired, "So, who do you want me to deal with?" "Yudi," Qin Kun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Yudi's name, Qian hesitated. "Wait, are you asking me to beat up Yudi? Do you think his father will let me off the hook?" "Well, I don't care if you beat him up. This 30,000 is yours. However, I need you to make it count at the very least. He should be covered in bruises. If you can go further and break a leg, the remaining money will also be yours. Moreover, if you manage to break a leg and stab him once, I will immediately get you 200,000. Qin Kun patted his backpack. "What do you think?" "Really?" Qian Dalong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Coming from a genuinely poor family, he knew people from the streets, but they were merely muscle for hire and never had much cash. 200,000 was an astronomical sum. Qian Dalong felt a pang of envy. However, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head. "Forget it. I can't guarantee I can escape the Yu family's retribution. After all, their background is quite shady, and they have many ruthless individuals. How about this? I'll take the 30,000 and make sure to give him a good beating." He finally conceded. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun smiled. Qian Dalong was merely a bully to fellow students. If he were to engage in something serious, he would surely back down. "All right, I'll be waiting at the CAF across the street. Consider that 20,000 as a deposit. The rest is up to you." After saying this, Qin Kun walked towards the street. Minutes later, the class bell rang, and a wave of students began to pour out. Qin Kun did not see Qian Dalong or Yudi and assumed they had gone into the nearby woods. A few moments later, Qin Kun's phone rang. It was Yudi. "Qin Kun, you bastard!" Yudi shouted furiously as soon as the call connected. "You think you're tough for sending someone after me? Where are you? Come out." Qin Kun smiled slightly. "I'm at the school gate. Just step outside, and you'll see me fine. You've got guts. Don't run." Yudi hung up after saying that. Qin Kun was no longer afraid of him. After ending the call, he exited the CAF, a smirk playing on his lips. "Yudi, starting today, I will gradually lead you into despair. Let the games begin." Upon reaching the school gate, Qin Kun saw Yudi. His clothes covered in shoe prints, the left side of his face swollen, and his eyes resembling those of a panda, while the right side bore a mix of bruises. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Accompanying him were Li Shuang and Wang Ning. Aside from this trio, several other classmates were present, including Zhao Lei, Lu Qianqian, and Sun Han. "Oh my! Isn't that Brick King?" Summer Yujiao exclaimed. Noticing the commotion in Class 2, she tugged at Suya, saying, "Sister Ya, look, your Brick King is in trouble again." "Who's Brick King?" "That's yours," Suya retorted, her gaze shifting towards Qin Kun, revealing a smile. "It seems Qin Kun has offended Yudi again. This should be entertaining." Die in the distance, Song Chi and Pai Gu also noticed the scene and hurried over to Qin Kun's side, trying to stifle their laughter at Yudi's battered appearance. "Old Qin, did you do this?" Song Chi asked. "Absolutely." Qin Kun nodded affirmatively. "Nice going, old Qin. This is quite satisfying to see," Pai Gu remarked, no longer concerning himself with Yudi, as both he and Song Chi were aware that Qin Kun now had financial backing, giving him the courage to confront Yudi. "Look, the poor trio is all here." Zhao Lei initiated the attack, glaring at Qin Kun with a grim expression. "Qin Kun, is this all you can do? Fighting amongst ourselves? Calling in people from other classes to beat up our classmates?" "Exactly. You haven't shown up for over a month, and when you finally do, you resort to violence. What kind of person does that make you?" Lu Qianqian added, unable to hold back her disdain. In an instant, the classmates who had come along began to voice their support for Yudi, and the reason was simple. Yudi was wealthy. Qin Kun, irritated by their noise, bellowed, "Shut up. If you have the guts, come and fight me. If you don't, then get lost. Do you all enjoy being Yudi's lapdogs?" Chapter 38. A fierce counterattack. His words struck a nerve. Indeed, those present were merely there to bolster their own status, none of them capable of fighting. Their sole aim was to step on Qin Kun to gain favor with Yudi. However, Yudi was no longer willing to tolerate this. He shouted at Li Shuang and Wang Ning, "You two, get him. Ignore Zhang Hao and Song Chi. Just focus on beating up Qin Kun. Go all out and break his arms. I'll reward you handsomely if you do. Hearing this, the two of them lit up with excitement. Yud knew he wouldn't be able to take on Qin Kun himself, but he believed Li Shuang could. After all, Li Shuang was quite hefty. Li Shuang, make sure to teach this traitor a lesson, Lu Qianqian ordered, pointing at Qin Kun. Sun Han, equally furious, added, break his legs, and I'll give you 50,000. In the entire class, almost no one believed that Qin Kun could stand up to Li Shuang. After all, Qin Kun had never fought in class before. He always tried to back down when confronted. The only exception was during the incident with the rich kids at Seder, but even then, they had been three boys who were more interested in flirting than fighting, and collectively they couldn't team-match Li Shuang. Therefore, Yud felt confident that he could turn Qin Kun into a cripple. Leaving him unable to recover, as Li Shuang and Wang Ning charged forward, Pai Gu felt a pang of panic. True to his name, Pai Gu was too thin. He would easily be overwhelmed in a fight. Song Qi, however, was more capable and could likely hold his own against Wang Ning. Noticing their hesitation, Qin Kun glanced at the two of them. You handle Wang Ning. I'll deal with Li Shuang, Song Qi asked. Are you sure you can take him on? I'm fine, Qin Kun replied, and without further ado, he charged forward. The fight had begun. Summer Yujiao was ecstatic, jumping with joy as she pulled Suyo along. Look, look, Brick King is surprisingly brave. Li Shuang is much bigger than him. Suyo was also taken aback. Qin Kun, who usually appeared soft, was performing far beyond her expectations today. Boom. In the next moment, Qin Kun and Li Shuang collided fiercely. Li Shuang was slightly shorter than Li Guang, yet despite his previous confidence, he was unexpectedly knocked back by Qin Kun's sheer force. This scene left the students from Class 2 utterly astonished. How is this possible? Li Shuang was pushed back. Does Qin Kun possess such strength? Sun Han stared in disbelief at the unfolding drama, shouting, Li Shuang, what are you thinking? You can't even handle Qin Kun? Get up and fight him. Feeling humiliated, Li Shuang scrambled to his feet, roaring in anger as he tightened his fists and charged at Qin Kun's face. Qin Kun's lips curled into a slight smile. A fist flew forward with great force. Bang! The two fists collided midair, and upon impact, Li Shuang grimaced in pain, howling as he shook his hand out. How can your fist be so hard? Li Shuang finally realized that Qin Kun was not to be trifled with. Qin Kun let out a cold chuckle, offering no response to Li Shuang, and swiftly followed up with a kick to his rotund belly. Bang! The force of the kick sent shockwaves through Li Shuang. Making him feel as though his insides were about to expel themselves, he staggered back several steps, landing heavily on the ground. Wow! Brick King is so cool. I think I've fallen for him, Xia Yujiao exclaimed. Her eyes sparkling as she watched Qin Kun effortlessly subdue Li Shuang. Suya stood there with her mouth agape, staring at Qin Kun as if she had never seen him before. Dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Lu Qianqian was equally astonished by the scene, staring at the fallen Li Shuang in disbelief. How is this possible? They are not even in the same weight class. Sun Han was equally perplexed by the turn of events. Only Zhao Lei seemed to grasp the situation, recalling the night spent at the hotel where she witnessed Qin Kun's extraordinary physical prowess. Those defined abdominal muscles were a testament to his strength. Now I understand, Qin Kun has spent years working hard on construction sites, building up all that muscle. Zhao Lei remarked, Li Shuang may be big, but that's just the result of overeating. He has nothing but blubber. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Yud began to comprehend the reality. Sun Han's expression changed, and she quickly shouted, Yud, run. We'll hold him back. Yud nodded and turned to flee. However, Qin Kun would not allow him that opportunity. With a swift motion, he charged forward and kicked Yud squarely on the backside. Bang! The impact sent Yud sprawling to the ground. Sun Han rushed to seize Qin Kun's arm, along with several other girls, attempting to restrain him. Although Qin Kun typically refrained from hitting women, the memories of prior events involving Sun Han ignited a fire of anger within him. He delivered a sharp slap to her face. Slap! Sun Han was taken aback. She never expected Qin Kun to strike her. The force of the blow left a distinct 5-finger imprint on her cheek. Get lost! Qin Kun shouted at Sun Han. She had never witnessed such a terrifying side of him before, and her face drained of color as she sank to the ground, trembling with fear. Having intimidated Sun Han, Qin Kun turned to Lu Qianqian and the others, declaring, if you dare to stop me, I will not hesitate to take you down as well if you wish to avoid a beating. Then clear out. The students had only come to fawn over Yud, and now that a fight had broken out, they were all too cowardly to intervene, especially after witnessing Qin Kun's prowess against Li Shuang. None dared approach him, A single punch could easily result in a broken nose. Meanwhile, UD seized the moment to escape, raising his legs in flight. Qin Kun's gaze was fixed on UD as he pursued him. At this point, UD had completely shed any semblance of a wealthy air, panicking as he failed to see the path ahead, crashing headlong into a group of rough-looking thugs. What the hell? Are you blind? The thugs, who were known for loitering around the nearby bar, had their faces lined with muscle. UD was terrified, his spirit nearly fleeing. However, he quickly regained his composure and clutched the leader of the thugs, saying, "Brother, help me out and break that kid's leg behind me. I've got $1,000 in my pocket, and I'll pay you 200,000 later." The thug sized up UD, who was indeed dressed in expensive clothes, though he looked rather disheveled. "You said it yourself. If you don't pay up, I'll break your leg too. Don't worry, I have plenty of cash." UD then pulled out his phone, showing various transfer messages to the thug. Upon confirming that UD's account had a substantial balance, the thug chuckled and led his companions toward Qin Kun. UD stopped running and turned to Qin Kun, flipping him the bird. "Sorry, kid, but you heard what I just said. Extend your leg." The thug, seeing Qin Kun's ragged appearance, coldly remarked, "You think you can take him? He looks like a beggar." Although Qin Kun was formidable, taking on so many burly men was unrealistic. Yet, he did not extend his leg. Instead, he smiled and said, "Brother, if he offers you 200,000, I'll give you 300,000. 300,000 for breaking his leg," Qin Kun declared. The thug raised an eyebrow. "You have 300,000? "Of course." Qin Kun nodded. "Just break his leg, and you'll receive every penny of it." The thug appeared skeptical, clearly doubting Qin Kun's ability to produce such a sum. UD, on the other hand, laughed derisively. "Qin Kun, are you out of your mind?" Zhao Lei stepped forward, addressing the thug. "Brother, you don't need to listen to him. He's a broke loser now. I can attest to it. He cannot possibly have 300,000. Zhao Lei was well aware of how Qin Kun had spent his previous 62,000. Lu Qianqian echoed her sentiments. "Exactly. He can't possibly have that much money." Upon hearing the two women, Qin Kun merely smiled. Unfazed, he slowly took off his backpack, unzipped it, and tossed it to the ground. With a rustle, stacks of cash spilled out like refuse, several bundles of pink bills tumbling forth. How is this possible?" Lu Qianqian and Zhao Lei stood frozen, their expressions blank. The other classmates were equally dumbfounded. In the distance, Suya nearly fainted, dropping her egg pancake to the floor. "Hey, Yaya, what's wrong?" Xia Yujiao rushed to help her up. Suya's face was ashen. The sight of the money, despair washed over her. Her carefully crafted plan had crumbled before her eyes. "Xia Yujiao, the information you received was incorrect. He doesn't just have 62,000. He has much more." Suya lamented, regretting her choices. Had she known, she would have stayed close to Qin Kun. Zhao Lei stared in disbelief at the money, pointing, "This can't be. You only had 62,000. Haha, I never claimed I only had 62,000. You all merely speculated." Qin Kun replied, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Go be honest, my family's rural land was recently redeveloped, and the compensation was a total of 100,000. I never won any lottery." Zhao Lei stumbled back, completely thrown off balance. She and Lu Qianqian had just vociferously guaranteed that Qin Kun was broke, only to be slapped with the truth. Qin Kun's reason for bringing so much cash was to buy out Qian Dalong, but he hadn't anticipated that Qian would be so cowardly. Fortunately, this money found its purpose here. Though the exact amount in his bag was unknown, the thug's eyes sparkled with greed. This was far more than 20,000. "So, brother, are you planning to collect from me, or him?" Qin Kun asked with a grin. The thug nodded and turned toward UD. UD panicked, contemplating offering even more money, but at that moment, loud shouts erupted from the school gate. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Two teachers from the academic affairs office emerged, one male, rather slender, and the other female. Upon seeing the school staff, the thug's expressions shifted, but the piles of cash on the ground held them back. "If you dare lay a hand on our students, we will ensure you end up in jail." The teacher, though small in stature, commanded a presence that outweighed the students. The thugs exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to retreat. After all, if they injured a student at the school gate, the repercussions would be severe. The police would not overlook it, and they risked imprisonment. It was hardly worth it over 30,000, especially since the money was illicit. Not only would they face jail time, but they would also leave empty-handed. After the thugs left, the teacher helped UD to his feet, then turned to Qin Kun, inquiring, "What is going on? Were you two fighting?" "Indeed, teacher. This broke loser attacked me today. Just look at my face. Ud pointed to his cheek, adding, Teacher, you must punish him severely. Expel him. Hearing Ud's claims, the teacher turned to Qin Kun, beckoning him over. Qin Kun remained silent, shouldering his backpack as he approached. The teacher regarded him coldly, fighting at the school gate. You really have some guts. Aren't you afraid of school discipline? Qin Kun shot a cold glare at Ud, who smiled smugly in return, remaining silent. The teacher's expression darkened as he jabbed a finger at Qin Kun. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Is this how you wish to end your education? However, before the teacher could finish, Qin Kun suddenly raised his fist and struck Ud squarely in the face. Bang! The powerful punch sent Ud crashing to the ground, leaving the two teachers momentarily stunned. The surrounding students were equally astonished. The audacity to strike while teachers were present? You're right, teacher. Today, I'm going to teach him a lesson, Qin Kun declared. Qin Kun bent down and sat squarely atop Ud, unleashing a flurry of blows. You've gone too far, exclaimed the instructor from the Academic Affairs Office, whose slender frame proved inadequate to dislodge Qin Kun. In a moment of desperation, he called to a female teacher behind him. Quick, summon the security and inform the principal. The female teacher nodded and hurried back to the school. The male teacher then turned to Qin Kun and urged, You need to stop right now. If you cease this madness, I can still speak to the principal about keeping your enrollment. Otherwise, expulsion is non-negotiable. Without turning his head, Qin Kun coldly retorted, What does the principal mean to me? What? The teacher gaped in disbelief, and nearby students were equally stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The principal means nothing to him. Wow, today the Brick King is simply too cool. Sister Yaya, you're not interested in the Brick King anymore? Are you? I want to confess to him at the first opportunity. Xia Yujiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement, while Suya could only shake her head in exasperation, unsure of what to say at that moment. Sun Han reappeared, flanked by two impeccably dressed men, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. When did she go to fetch those men? They must be her bodyguards. Incredible, they must be nearly 6 feet tall. Gasped one student. Goodness, Sun Han has truly gone all out today. Qin Kun is in trouble now. Ribs and Song Chi, witnessing this, quickly pulled at Qin Kun, saying, Old Qin, you can't keep this up. Sun Han called for help. You need to run. Qin Kun glanced around and sneered, I know what I'm doing. You two should get far away. Old Qin, are you insane? You think you're a martial arts champion? Ribs protested, pulling at him. It's fine. They wouldn't dare touch me, Qin Kun replied coldly. After a prolonged assault, Ud lay on the ground, his face a canvas of bruises, yet still defiantly muttering, You won't get away with this. I'll make you pay. Sun Han approached, her gaze icy as she said, What's this? Done fighting? You're so formidable. Why not continue? I'm tired. I'll resume shortly. Qin Kun grinned at her. What did you say? Sun Han's brows furrowed and angered. Don't forget, I still have that disgusting video stored on my phone and computer. I've even backed it up several times in the cloud. You're digging your own grave? Do you understand? Qin Kun chuckled, shaking his neck. Go ahead. Release it however you wish. You think I want tea? Sun Han's lips twitched with irritation. I know you will, but I wonder what you'll use to release it. Qin Kun replied, his amusement growing. What do you mean by that? Can't you figure it out? Just check your phone, Qin Kun said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sun Han's expression shifted, and she hurriedly pulled out her phone to check. To her astonishment, the videos were missing. She quickly logged into her cloud storage, but the files were nowhere to be found. Though there was a backup on her computer, she feared it too had vanished. How did you do this? She asked, disbelief etched on her face. With a smile, Qin Kun produced his Redmi phone, unlocked the screen, and said, There's nothing left on yours. Why not take a look at mine? Sun Han intended to toss it aside but was drawn in by the screen's content, hastily opening the video. Suddenly, an unbearable sound filled the air, amplified by the phone's volume for all to hear. As the sounds echoed, Lu Qianqian nearby instinctively lowered her head, panic washing over her face. Chapter 40. I hope you won't regret it. Sun Han slowly turned to Lu Qianqian, her expression almost feral. Teeth clenched in anger. She said nothing but instead turned off the video and scanned the folder. To her shock, it contained dozens of short videos featuring various beautiful women. Yud, lying on the ground, was utterly petrified. How is this even possible? In the next moment, veins bulged on Sun Han's forehead as she hurled the phone at Yud's face, barking at her two bodyguards, beat him to a pulp. The bodyguards exchanged nervous glances, contemplating the ramifications. Miss, are you certain you want to do this? He is the young master of the Yu family. If you provoke them, it could lead to serious trouble. The family's business has just started to pick up. You cannot cause chaos, yes, miss. Think carefully, they urged, wisely. Regaining a semblance of composure, Sun Han inhaled deeply and told Yu, don't ever come looking for me again. I don't know you. With that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Qin Kun remarked coolly, Miss Sun, have you forgotten something? What is it? Sun Han turned back. Well, I lent you my car over a month ago. Don't you think it's time to return it? Sun Han bit her lower lip, her anger bubbling just below the surface. Yet, ultimately, she reached into her pocket and produced the car keys. Handing them back to Qin Kun. Let us go, Sun Han commanded, leading her two companions around the BMW as they departed. As they left, the students of Class 3-2 exchanged glances, while Lu Qianqian, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, felt humiliated and quickly vanished from sight. Anyone would have lost face in such a scenario. Before long, the principal and campus security arrived. What is going on? Principal Hu Jianting surveyed the group with a commanding presence. The teacher pointed at Qin Kun, exclaiming, it's him. He is utterly unmanageable. Even with teacher Zhang and I present, he dared to continue his assault. Claiming it wouldn't matter if the principal arrived. Hu Jianting frowned and approached Qin Kun, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Yu sprawled on the ground. Why Yu, the eldest son of the Yu family, had been struck down. Why Yu, what happened? The principal asked, quickly helping him up. Why Yu pointed at Qin Kun, shouting, Uncle Hu, you must help me. This lunatic nearly killed me. Look at what he did to me. Upon hearing this, the principal's temper flared. What is your name? Qin Kun, he replied. Very well, I hereby announce your expulsion, Hu Jianting declared coldly, his tone resolute and devoid of hesitation. He then pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Qin Kun, I'm calling the police now. Don't think you can run. Just go quietly to the station for some education. As he spoke, he conversed with the officers on the line. After hanging up, his gaze returned to Yu, who wore a smug grin, clearly pleased with the principal's decision, albeit one that was rather unsightly. Qin Kun erupted in laughter. Principal Hu, is this your method of resolving student disputes? Uve expelled me based solely on Ud's account. Why don't you inquire about why I struck him and the outrageous acts he committed against me? Why not ask? Hu Jianting's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily changed the subject. Enough of this nonsense. You've been expelled. Save your words for the police station. Qin Kun nodded and coldly addressed Hu Jianting. I hope you won't regret expelling me. Rest assured, with a student like you, I won't have any regrets, Hu Jianting replied dismissively. Before long, the police car arrived, and Qin Kun was escorted into the vehicle. Taken to the station. As for the BMW, he entrusted the keys to Ribs, asking him to keep an eye on it. Once at the station, Qin Kun was temporarily detained, awaiting interrogation. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Mingqing entered alongside the chief of police. I truly appreciate your assistance, Chief. It's no trouble at all. Besides, we never intended to treat this young man harshly. He is just a kid, after all. Though he did a number on Ud, there are no serious injuries, Chief Wang replied with a smile. I was mainly concerned about him being wronged, so I thought it best to come and bail him out. Chen Mingqing stated, indicating Qin Kun's handcuffs. Unlock them. Certainly, Miss Chen, the chief obliged, releasing Qin Kun's cuffs. Seeing Chen Mingqing, Qin Kun smiled sheepishly. I hadn't yet called you. How did you arrive so quickly? With such a commotion, how could I not be aware? Chen Mingqing shot him a look. She grasped his arm and asked, Are you hurt? Do you need to see a doctor? No need. They were all weaklings and couldn't harm me. He replied. That's good to hear. She smiled sweetly. Bailing Qin Kun from the police station was part of the Qin family's obligations. The Qin family had a responsibility to protect him, essentially providing him with a shield within Dongjiang territory. Given the inherent risks associated with being in police custody, Chen Mingqing's intervention was not a violation of the regulations. Upon exiting the station, Qin Kun climbed into Chen Mingqing's SUV. I'll drive you home. Where are you headed? Chen Mingqing inquired. Just take me back to school. My car is still there, and I'll drive myself home later. Qin Kun replied. All right. As Chen Mingqing started the vehicle and reversed it, she asked, Young master, you've been expelled. What do you plan to do next? The college entrance examination is just days away. Indeed, Qin Kun nodded, feeling quite dissatisfied with Hu Jianting's handling of the situation. However, he had anticipated this retaliation and had instructed his family's hacker to investigate Hu Jianting's background. Once the information was made public, Hu Jianting would surely face imprisonment. After some contemplation, Qin Kun took out his phone and dialed Hu Jinting's number, which was also obtained by the hacker. The rationale behind this call was simple. If he could secure his return to school, he would spare Hu Jinting this time. After all, he had just been expelled, and the principal's removal felt rather excessive. This was also a consideration for his own future. Naturally, while he might forgive this incident, he would not let the principal off the hook, for the man was a parasite. Moments later, the call connected, and Hu Jinting's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" he asked. "Principal, this is Qin Kun," Qin Kun responded. Hu Jinting was momentarily taken aback and suspiciously inquired, "How did you get my contact information?" "It's quite simple to learn the contact details of a prominent figure like you," Qin Kun replied with a smirk that masked his disdain. To Hu Jinting, however, it sounded like a compliment, and he casually remarked, "That's not surprising. What brings you to call me at this time? You should be explaining to the police what crime you committed." "To be honest, Principal, I've already been released on bail. The reason for this call is straightforward. I want to return to school," Qin Kun stated. Hu Jinting laughed derisively. "Ha ha ha. What did you say? You want to return to school? You must be dreaming. What reason do I have to let you back? Do you think this school is yours? Besides, you're hardly an exemplary student. I've seen your grades. You would only drag our school down." "Are we to discard students who might drag us down?" Qin Kun retorted. "Do you believe we need students who hinder our progress? Furthermore, your behavior is appalling. You want to return to school? Not a chance." After saying this, Hu Jinting attempted to hang up, but Qin Kun was not about to let him off so easily. He quickly interjected, "Principal, don't be so hasty in your judgments. If you refuse to let me return, I must warn you that I am a person who repays grievances in my fight with you. It was he who instigated me. Your unjust expulsion of me is something I cannot accept. Therefore, if you deny my return to class, I will take measures that will make you regret it." "Oh?" Hu Jinting chuckled, his eyes filled with contempt. "In all my years as principal, this is the first time a student has dared to threaten me. I wonder what a penniless student like you could possibly do to intimidate me." "Of course, it's about your unsavory dealings," Qin Kun replied in a calm and unhurried tone. Hu Jinting's heart sank at that moment. The term guilty conscience aptly described his current state, but his unease lasted only a few seconds before his demeanor returned to normal. "Qin Kun, don't try to scare me. I, Hu Jinting, have always acted with integrity and have never engaged in any underhanded activities. You think you can intimidate me? Dream on with that." He hung up the phone. In truth, Hu Jinting was not entirely unafraid of his dirty laundry being aired, but he was acutely aware that a mere student, especially one who was not a wealthy heir but rather an ordinary underachiever, could not possibly possess the means to gather evidence against him. Thus, he confidently concluded that Qin Kun was merely trying to frighten him. Listening to the dial tone, Qin Kun chuckled resignedly. "It seems Hu Jinting is refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. He has only himself to blame." He then turned to Chen Mengqing and said, "Sister Mengqing, could you please take me to the Education Bureau?" Having overheard the conversation, Chen Mengqing understood that Qin Kun had likely leveraged his family's influence to obtain incriminating evidence against Hu Jinting. With a knowing smile, she turned the car towards the Education Bureau. Of course, before heading there, they first stopped by a copy shop to print out certain documents related to Hu Jinting. Qin Kun had already reviewed these materials, which contained undeniable evidence that could land Hu Jinting in prison. The hackers from the Qin family were exceptionally skilled, and to them, the world was transparent. They could easily uncover anyone's misdeeds. Hu Jinting was not a clean individual. He had misappropriated educational funds and accepted bribes. If that were all, Qin Kun might not have been overly concerned. However, what truly shocked him were the more sordid details, including videos and records of Hu Jinting engaging in illicit activities with the head of the Academic Affairs Office, as well as with several female students and even parents of students. It was utterly depraved. Upon reaching the Education Bureau, Chen Mengqing addressed the staff. "We need to see the director." "What did you say? You want to see the director?" The staff member, clearly unfamiliar with either Chen Mengqing or Qin Kun, replied coldly. "You can discuss your matters with me. There's no need to bother the director." Chen Mengqing frowned slightly and calmly replied, "Miss, the matter we wish to discuss is beyond your purview, and I have no interest in wasting time with you. Have you heard of the Qin family in Dongjiang? I am Chen Mengqing. Please lead the way." Although the staff member had never met Chen Mengqing, upon hearing the name Qin family, her expression changed immediately. The Qin family was the commercial powerhouse of Dongjiang, a status that was unassailable. "My apologies, please follow me," she said. Thus, Qin Kun and Chen Mengqing were led to the top floor. Inside a spacious office sat a man with a slight bald spot, appearing to be in his 50s with a square face. He was Shun Changyu, the director of the Dongjiang Education Bureau. Isn't this Miss Chen from the Qin family? A pleasure to meet you. Please, take a seat, Shen Changyu said, quickly rising with a warm smile. He then turned to Qin Kun, frowning slightly as he asked, and this young man.is he your brother? You could say that. We're not biological siblings, but we are quite close, Chen Mingqing replied, using the opportunity to establish familiarity. Qin Kun did not mind. He always referred to Chen Mingqing as Sister Mingqing whenever they met. Then he is not an outsider. Xiao, please prepare some tea, Shen Changyu instructed. Before he could finish, Qin Kun raised his hand, interrupting, Uncle, I'm not here for tea. I have something I wish to show you. What is it? Shen Changyu inquired with curiosity. Without further ado, Qin Kun placed the evidence against Hu Jining on the desk. The top document resembled a series of invoices. Shen Changyu furrowed his brow, glanced at Qin Kun, then lowered his gaze to examine the stack of incriminating evidence. Just a cursory glance caused his expression to turn grave. When he reached the second page, his face not only grew serious but his pupils began to tremble. Upon reaching the records of hotel stays and surveillance photos, Shen Changyu slammed the documents down on the desk with a resounding thud. This Hu Jining is a beast. How could he engage in such despicable acts? Damn it! Shen Changyu exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation, his chest heaving with agitation. Chen Mingqing observed his reaction, merely smiling without uttering a word. Qin Kun remained silent as well, eager to see how Shen Changyu would respond to this matter. Noticing their silence, Shen Changyu finally turned his gaze back to Qin Kun and asked, about this student? Where did you find this evidence? In response, Qin Kun smiled faintly, does that matter? Well, that I mainly want to know who provided this evidence so that I can investigate, if it proves to be true. We will certainly bring Hu Jining to justice, Shen Changyu replied diplomatically. Qin Kun was well aware of Shen Changyu's intentions. His inquiry was simply an attempt to probe for information about who aimed to expose Hu Jining. Qin Kun had no fear of this, promptly responding, I obtained this evidence myself. I would like to know how Director Shen plans to handle the situation. Shen Changyu mused, stroking his chin. After pacing a few steps, he smiled and said, how about this, Miss Chen? Please take your brother home for now. I will report this to the organization for investigation immediately. If it proves to be true, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory response. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Mingqing subtly pulled Qin Kun, signaling him not to press the matter further. Qin Kun understood that with the Qin family's influence, it would be nearly impossible for Director Shen to protect Hu Jining. In fact, Chen Mingqing was acutely aware of the relationship between Shen Changyu and Hu Jining. They were somewhat related. Shen Changyu's display of outrage was merely for show. All right, I will await your favorable reply. Director, Qin Kun said before he and Chen Mingqing exited the office. Shortly after they left, Shen Changyu, filled with rage, stomped his foot and hurriedly dialed Hu Jinting's number. In a short while, the call connected. Hello, second brother. What is the matter? Hu Jining inquired politely over the phone. Shen Changyu, however, did not reciprocate with the same courtesy. He immediately barked in anger. Old Hu, what on earth is going on? How could such crucial information leak? You've landed us in serious trouble, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Hu Jining reflected on the call Qin Kun had just made, and swiftly rose from his desk, his voice tense. Second brother, what has happened? Shen Changyu, trembling with rage, coldly replied, how could I have been blind to your true nature? You are truly despicable. Misappropriating educational funds is one thing, but renting a room to sleep with a female student and even targeting their parents. Have you lost your mind? I ask you, have you lost your mind? You are merely a principal. If you become a director in the future, will you not tear down the heavens themselves? With that, Shen Changyu unleashed a torrent of scolding. Hearing these words, Hu Jining turned pale. These were indeed his most vulnerable weaknesses, the kind that could spell disaster. No, it can't be. Who told you about this? Who else but a student from your school? They not only spoke about it but provided evidence. Photos, hotel records, fake accounts, everything is laid bare. Hu Jinting's mind went blank at this revelation, his legs buckled, and he sank to the ground, barely able to steady his phone. Second brother, you must help me. This kid, he must have fabricated the documents. Do you take me for a fool? The hotel records are linked to taxation. If they investigate, you won't be able to escape. Then do you have those pieces of evidence in your possession? Can they be destroyed? As soon as Hu Jining uttered these words, he felt foolish. Chapter 42. A pauper residing in Villa Number 1? Evidence cannot possibly exist in only one copy. There must be backups. Forget about destroying them. The other party surely has copies, not to mention that kid has connections. When he came to see me, he even brought Chen Mingqing along, a member of the Qin family. After saying this, Shen Changyu could only helplessly sit back down, sighing, For now, I've only bought us a little time. You must contact the Qin family immediately and seek a way to negotiate. Strive to convince them to drop the complaint. Otherwise, Shun Changyu paused ominously, you will certainly end up in prison. No one will be able to save you with that. He hung up the phone. The mention of the Qin family left Hu Jianting's face ashen, and his phone slipped from his grasp. While an ordinary citizen might not fully grasp the significance of the Qin family as a principle, he understood all too well the terrifying influence they wielded. The economic lifeblood of much of Dongjiang was under their control. Even the mayor treated them with the utmost respect, never daring to offend them. The thought that Qin Kun had connections with the Chen family was utterly unfathomable to him. If his leverage fell into their hands, it would spell disaster. Thus, he hastily donned his outer coat, trembling, and drove to the company managed by Chen Mingqing. Upon arrival, he quickly dialed her number in her office. He found Chen Mingqing reviewing documents. Upon seeing Hu Jianting, her lips curled into a slight smile as she said, Principal Hu, please take a seat. Hu Jianting had no time for pleasantries. He quickly shook his head and, with a forced smile, replied, Miss Chen, today I accidentally made a grave mistake by expelling a student, unaware of his close ties to you. What do you suggest? Chen Mingqing set down her pen and retorted. Principal Hu, I believe you are mistaken. You expelled him, not me. What need do I have in this matter? But isn't he connected to you? I heard from Changyu that you were siblings. I was blind to not realize that Qin Kun is part of your family. I will have Qin Kun return to school immediately. As for the complaint. Chen Mingqing cut him off, her impatience evident as she waved her hand. I've already told you. The person you need to speak to isn't me. It is Qin Kun. Realizing that Chen Mingqing expected him to apologize to Qin Kun, Hu Jianting nodded, all right, I will personally go to apologize. But I don't know where Qin Kun is residing. At this. Chen Mingqing raised an eyebrow and sighed, let me arrange for someone to drive you. I have work to do. So please do not disturb me. Very well, Hu Jianting nodded and exited the office. A principal, reduced to a mere subordinate, stood outside Chen Mingqing's office for half an hour. After a time, a bodyguard from the Chen family finally arrived to escort him to Qin Kun. Hu Jianting felt resentful. Aware that Chen Mingqing was deliberately delaying him, but he could only force a smile. Soon, he found himself driving with the bodyguard towards Bihai Huading. He dared not let the bodyguard drive, opting to take the wheel himself. However, upon arriving at Bihai Huading, his expression soured further as he turned to the bodyguard. Brother, you're sure this is the right place? Qin Kun lives here. This is indeed a villa community under Xingtai Group. The cheapest villa here is over $1 million, that's correct. Upon the bodyguard's confirmation, Hu Jianting inhaled sharply and hurriedly registered at the entrance. After completing the registration, the guards allowed them entry. After navigating several turns, they finally parked in front of Villa No. Hu Jianting stepped out, his heart raced, taking in the outdoor swimming pool, private gardens, and the uniquely designed villa, feeling as if towering waves were crashing within him. Could this truly belong to a poor student? A pauper residing in Villa number 1 at Bihai Huading? Is this where young Master Qin resides? Yes, this is his temporary residence, the bodyguard replied nonchalantly. Temporary? Hu Jianting swallowed hard, asking, are you implying he has other residences? Yes, but I cannot disclose that. The bodyguard, a key figure in the Chen family, was not merely a protector but a capable enforcer. He had been present during the incident when Qin Kun was attacked by a group. Naturally, he was aware of Qin Kun's true identity. As for Qin Kun's other residences, they were abroad, and not just one. He owned properties in places like Hawaii, Okinawa, the Aegean Sea, Australia, New Zealand, and more, truly a man of the world. Though he could not utilize them until he completed his assessments. All right then, Hu Jianting finally understood. Qin Kun was not merely Chen Mingqing's brother but a scion of a prominent family, albeit one that maintained an exceptionally low profile. After ringing the doorbell, a middle-aged male teacher opened the door and asked, who are you looking for? You. Teacher Zhang. Hu Jianting was taken aback. Teacher Zhang looked equally surprised. Do you know me? Of course. You are the most renowned physics teacher in our province. How could I not know you? Hu Jianting replied with great respect. Teacher Zhang was a talent that even the key high schools in the province could not recruit, having forsaken a lucrative position to create online courses that gained national acclaim. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't know you. May I ask who you're looking for? Teacher Zhang inquired. I'm looking for Qin Kun. Teacher Zhang, you wouldn't he happen to be a relative of his? Would you? Relative? You think too highly of yourself. I am currently his private tutor. What? Hu Jianting's jaw nearly dropped. Teacher Zhang had turned down a position with a salary of 500,000 to tutor Qin Kun privately? The shock was immense. Young Master Qin is currently studying at home. Please follow me. Teacher Zhang slipped on a pair of slippers and led him inside. Upon entering, Hu Jianting heard the sound of chopping vegetables. Turning, he saw several chefs in the kitchen preparing dinner, one of whom he recognized from the five-star hotel in Dongjiang where he dined. Stunned, he progressed into the living room, where his breath caught in his throat. There, 6 teachers were present, each specializing in mathematics, language, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. All 6, including Teacher Zhang, were elite educators from the province, charging thousands for a single class. Yet now, they were all gathered around Qin Kun, who was diligently working on a test paper. The atmosphere hushed. Qin Kun, I am the principal. Could you please pause for a moment? I wish to apologize to you, Hu Jianting said, but the other teachers turned to look at him, while Qin Kun remained unfazed, focused entirely on his work. Seeing this, Hu Jianting's face darkened, but he could not express his anger. Instead, he stepped closer, speaking in a respectful tone. Student, didn't you call me saying you wanted to return to school? I will ensure your reinstatement and rest assured, it will not affect your college entrance examination. Yet, Qin Kun remained unmoved, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Hu Jianting, despite being a principal, possesses a keen ability to read the room. Upon noticing the furrowed brows of his interlocutor, he swiftly deduced their thoughts. He promptly produced a bank card, delicately placing it on the table, and said, "This is a small token from me. My decision to expel you was misguided. I wrongfully judged you without discernment. I recognize my error, and thus, this 20,000 yuan should serve as compensation for your emotional distress. What do you think, my classmate? Classmate? Classmate?" After a prolonged silence, Qin Kun could no longer contain himself. He slammed his pen onto the table and turned to exclaim, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an exam?" Chapter 43. Sun Han's suspicion get lost. Qin Kun's furious shout echoed as he snatched the bank card and flung it back at Hu Jianting's face. The teachers present were aware of Qin Kun's recent expulsion, and they knew he was not one to be trifled with, yet they were astonished by how quickly the principal had come to apologize. The scene before them was fascinating. The principal appeared subservient while the student exuded authority. Hu Jianting's face shifted through various shades of humiliation. It was the first time he had faced such disgrace, especially in front of esteemed educators. As the card hit him, his mind threatened to implode with rage, wishing to tear Qin Kun apart. However, he dared not act on that impulse and instead clutched the card, saying, "Qin Kun, I apologize for disturbing you, but I am truly in a hurry. I implore you to accept this money and grant me mercy." Having his train of thought disrupted, Qin Kun turned to face Hu Jianting coldly, stating, "I recall offering you an opportunity. After my release from the police station, I called you. Yet instead of seizing the moment, you chose to insult me. I warned you that I held leverage over you. But you dismissed my words and insulted me instead." He shook his head in disappointment. Hu Jianting was filled with regret. Nearly on the verge of kneeling, trembling, he extended the 20,000 yuan toward Qin Kun. "I wronged you. I acknowledge my faults. However, this matter affects my entire life. Should this proceed, it would ruin me." Qin Kun, upon seeing the paltry sum on the card, smiled faintly, retrieving 100,000 yuan from beneath the table and placing it on the surface. "Principal, I wish to avoid your presence. Kindly take this sum and disappear from my sight." Hu Jianting's eyes widened in astonishment as he choked back emotions. He had intended to bribe Qin Kun with 20,000. Yet Qin Kun had countered with 100,000 to make him leave. It was a profound slap in the face. "Young Master Qin, I know you are not short on funds, but I—" "Save your breath." Qin Kun raised his hand. "Use this time to sort out your family's affairs. With a parasite like you lingering at Dongjiang No. 1 High School, you pose a threat if I do not expel you. Who knows how many female students you might harm in the future." With that, Qin Kun turned to the bodyguard from the Qin family and smiled. "My friend, please assist in removing this garbage. And dispose of the slippers he wore." "Understood." The bodyguard said no more, seizing Hu Jianting and dragging him out. Hu Jianting flailed on the ground like a defeated dog, reaching out toward Qin Kun and pleading for mercy. Teacher Zhang, witnessing the commotion, inquired of Qin Kun, "What exactly has this man done that involves female students?" "Well, I discovered records of him booking hotel rooms with female students, and not just one," Qin Kun replied. Upon hearing this, the other teachers gasped in shock. "Theo sleep with female students? That's utterly depraved. Such a beast should be imprisoned to prevent him from corrupting the campus environment." Qin Kun smiled slightly and resumed his exam preparations. The next day, news of Principal Hu's arrest spread throughout Dongjiang. Hu Jianting's myriad crimes were unveiled, and once the announcement concluded, the atmosphere at Dongjiang No. 1 High School was rife with shock, especially in Class 2. Year 3. Following the announcement, Hanlei displayed a visibly awkward expression as he leaned on the podium, furrowing his brow. Now, I must introduce a transfer student. A transfer student? At this stage of senior year? Confusion rippled through the classroom. Hanlei sighed and turned toward the door. Please come in. With a creak, the classroom door swung open, revealing Qin Kun, who entered with his backpack. The class fell into a stunned silence, so profound that even the slightest sound seemed jarring. Hello, everyone. I am Qin Kun, transferring from Dongjiang No. 7 High School. I hope to receive your guidance, he greeted with a smile, exuding a sense of humor. Hanlei, recognizing that Qin Kun had likely pulled strings to return, waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Please take your seat. Understood. Qin Kun paid no mind. Returning to his desk, his classmates regarded him with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. He noticed that UD's seat was empty. Presumably, he was still recovering at home. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei and Lu Qianqian wore expressions of confusion, unable to grasp how Qin Kun could return after being expelled. Wang Ning and Li Shuang discreetly took out their phones to text UD about Qin Kun's return. Sun Han's expression was one of skepticism, though she maintained her composure, her eyes darting about. All right, as I mentioned earlier, we will conduct a mock exam today. I will distribute the papers shortly. Please do not deceive yourselves. Refrain from cheating or scribbling aimlessly. Assess your true level and identify your weaknesses to address them in these final days. Upon hearing about the exam, Qin Kun decided to stay, genuinely curious to see how he would fare. The class test comprised 3 subjects over the morning session. 18 noon, Qin Kun indulged in a long-awaited meal at the cafeteria. Sitting beside Song Qi and Pai Gu. Old Qin, how did you manage to return? Well, it's simple. Don't forget I have hundreds of thousands at my disposal. A mere few tens of thousands is all it takes to facilitate a transfer. Qin Kun replied, taking a bite of stir-fried cabbage. That moment, Sun Han approached with a tray and seated herself beside Qin Kun. He glanced at her sideways, but chose not to engage. Suggesting to Song Qi and Pai Gu, let's change our dining spot. Qin Kun, I have something to ask you. Don't leave, Sun Han said coldly. Just because you ask doesn't mean I have to respond. Qin Kun retorted, amused. Sun Han, unusually unperturbed, leaned closer and whispered, thank you. You thank me? Qin Kun involuntarily shuddered, sensing that Sun Han was brimming with schemes and possibly plotting something nefarious. Thank you for showing me those videos. They revealed that everything UD told me was a fabrication. Without your help, I would have remained oblivious to his deceit for much longer, Sun Han sighed. Nowadays, it is rare to find a rich second-generation heir who is free from scandal. Typically, girls facing such heirs find themselves turning a blind eye to their promiscuity. However, Sun Han could not tolerate it, as she too came from a distinguished background and could not condone UD's flirtations. In response to Sun Han's remarks, Qin Kun replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, Miss Sun, you flatter me. I do not seek your gratitude. I merely hope you refrain from causing me further trouble in the future. After saying this, Qin Kun departed the cafeteria with his tray in hand. In the afternoon, he completed his last 3 exams in one go. As the final school bell rang, Qin Kun slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to drive home. He blended into the throng of students leaving the school, but as he reached the center of the playground, a girl suddenly tugged at him from behind. Upon turning around, he was taken aback. He recognized her as the girl who had been bullied by Xian Jiayang in the woods, her clothes even torn in the process. Later, when he had returned with clothes for her, she was already gone. It's you? Qin Kun exclaimed in surprise. Qin Kun, you shouldn't exit through the front door. I just saw several intimidating figures at the entrance, likely thugs from outside. They seem to be waiting for you. The girl warned. Qin Kun narrowed his eyes and glanced toward the entrance. Indeed, he spotted around 7 or 8 thugs loitering at the gate, seemingly searching for someone. Among them was UD, his face bruised and battered. Qin Kun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. May I ask your name? My name is Young Xian. I appreciate your help that day, she replied with a timid smile, appearing somewhat apprehensive around him. Qin Kun furrowed his brow and asked, am I really that intimidating? I saw you fighting that day. It was quite terrifying, Young Xian admitted, lowering her gaze. Well, that was only because my opponent was exceptionally vile. Qin Kun responded, pointing toward the gate. Oh, not draw any attention. Just walk out calmly. I will scale the wall in the back. All right, Young Xian nodded, turning to meld back into the crowd. Just then, UD's gaze fell upon them. Brother Leopard, Qin Kun is over there, UD shouted. The man known as Brother Leopard sported a buzz cut and a muscular physique, clad in a leather jacket that made him appear imposing. Upon noticing Qin Kun preparing to climb over the wall after parting from the girl, Ud cursed, "That filthy girl. She's warning Qin Kun. Quick, pursue her." Brother Leopard nodded and rallied his companions as they charged into the school. The teachers at the entrance attempted to intervene, but Brother Leopard shoved one back, threatening, "Get lost, or I'll make you regret it." Upon hearing this, the teachers were terrified, realizing that Brother Leopard was a notorious figure from the Jiangbei district of Dongjiang. With a history of violence, Yud followed closely behind Brother Leopard, pursuing Qin Kun. "This is bad. I've been spotted." Qin Kun's pupils constricted as he noticed the chase and took off running. "Damn it. Qin Kun, I'll have your head in a few days," Ud yelled as he pursued him. However, he cunningly instructed one of Brother Leopard's lackeys, "Brother, go grab that girl. She dared to inform Qin Kun. I won't let her off easy." Brother Leopard had strong ties to the Yu family. Without hesitation, the lackey sprinted to seize young Xin. As Qin Kun ran, he glanced back and saw young Xin being captured, causing his heart to tighten. His first instinct was to return and rescue her, but he quickly realized that doing so would likely lead to his demise at the hands of the thugs. Even if he survived, he would be left with grievous injuries, and most importantly, he could not save young Xin. Thus, he continued to flee desperately. Scaling the school's fence, he glanced toward his BMW, but after a moment of contemplation, he decided against returning. The car was in plain view, and Ud would undoubtedly see him. If he returned to the car, he would surely be cornered by Ud's gang. At this moment, he could only rely on his legs. "You dare touch my brother? Don't run!" Brother Leopard shouted as he climbed over the fence, his hands gripping the top as he yelled, "I'll kill you." Qin Kun's face paled. The saying goes that no matter how skilled you are, a kitchen knife can still be deadly. This was undeniably true, and no matter how strong he was, he could not confront someone wielding a knife. So he turned and ran, making his way toward the bustling marketplace. As he dashed through, chaos ensued. Vendors and pedestrians were knocked over in the frenzy. Exiting the market, Qin Kun turned to find two of Brother Leopard's lackeys closing in from the side. Unlike the rich heirs, these men were desperate and had stamina and strength comparable to his own. The marketplace was chaotic, and despite his efforts, Qin Kun found himself being pursued rather than gaining distance. The two thugs raised their knives and lunged at him. Qin Kun gasped, quickly pushing back to evade their blades. Behind him, Brother Leopard's men were also in hot pursuit. "You're dead meat? There's nowhere left to run," Brother Leopard exclaimed, his excitement palpable. At that moment, Qin Kun began to panic as the nearest lackeys raised their knives once more, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the air. A striking figure on a racing motorcycle sped toward him, colliding with the two thugs and sending them flying. The bike skidded to a halt in front of Qin Kun. "Get in, quickly," the girl on the motorcycle urged him. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun's heart soared with joy, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. Without hesitation, he hopped onto the back of the motorcycle, gently wrapping his arms around the girl's waist. The girl then revved the engine, and the motorcycle surged forward, speeding out of the street. Brother Leopard, furious, hurled his knife in vain, but it could not match the motorcycle's speed, instead landing on one of his lackeys with a thud. On the motorcycle, Qin Kun held onto the girl, overwhelmed with emotions. "Qin Kun, how did you get into trouble with Brother Leopard?" the girl inquired. The rescuer was none other than Xiaoming, who had quit her job at the restaurant. She had been joyriding on a borrowed motorcycle when she inadvertently spotted Qin Kun fleeing from the marketplace, pursued by Brother Leopard's gang. This was a matter for later. Remembering young Xin still in Ud's clutches, Qin Kun urgently told Xiaoming, "Take me back to the school immediately." "Back to school? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Xiaoming shook her head in a way. "I absolutely cannot take you back there." "Xiaoming, listen to me. Yud is waiting for me at the school gate. And a girl named young Xin warned me, allowing me to escape. But now she has been captured by Ud. If he can't catch me, he will surely take out his anger on her. But even if you return to rescue her, it's still going into the tiger's den. I cannot let young Xin suffer because of me." Hearing this, Xiaoming frowned slightly, and after a moment, she sighed. "All right, let me take you to find some people." As her words fell, Xiaoming veered the motorcycle toward a nearby bathhouse. Chapter 45. The Golden Qilin at the Golden Qilin Bathhouse. Xiaoming parked the motorcycle at the entrance, removed her helmet, and glanced at Qin Kun. "Follow me." Today, Xiaoming was dressed strikingly in a tight-fitting purple racing suit that accentuated her curves. However, Qin Kun had no mind to appreciate her appearance, as he was consumed with concern for young Xin, who might be enduring torment in his stead. Upon entering the bathhouse, Qin Kun noticed 3 or 4 thugs loitering in the lobby. One of them, Of medium build and fair complexion, had an appearance reminiscent of a scholar. Yet, there was a certain ferocity in his gaze that set him apart from the tattooed thugs. He resembled a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, seeming harmless but exuding an air of authority. "Brother, this is my classmate Qin Kun. We're in trouble," Guo Xiaoming said as she approached the man. He lifted his head to regard Guo Xiaoming, his brows knitting together slightly. "Your classmate?" "Yes, my classmate." "Whatever." The man glanced at Qin Kun, shook his head, and returned his attention to the other thugs, engaging in idle chatter. This must be the older brother that Jie mentioned. Qin Kun thought, recalling the heated exchange between Su Ya and Guo Xiaoming in their WeChat group, where Su Ya had insinuated that Guo Xiaoming was involved with this older brother. However, it seemed the truth was quite different. The man bore a resemblance to Guo Xiaoming, particularly around the eyes, indicating a familial connection. "Brother, why are you being like this?" Guo Xiaoming's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. "What am I to do?" she queried. "It isn't easy for my brother to run this bathing center, so please stop causing me trouble. If you were being bullied, I would have no qualms about standing up for you, even if it meant risking everything. However, what is your classmate to me? Why must I help him? If every student in your class had issues, wouldn't I be exhausted?" The man reprimanded Guo Xiaoming, implying that she took on too much responsibility. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoming stepped firmly on the man's foot. He wore slippers, and the impact of her shoe caused his face to flush. "You little brat, are you rebelling?" he shouted. "Brother, you must help today." "His issue is my issue," Guo Xiaoming insisted stubbornly. Hearing this, Qin Kun felt a warmth stir within him. The man's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Qin Kun. After a lengthy appraisal, he skeptically turned to Guo Xiaoming and asked, "This brat isn't your boyfriend, is he?" "Ah?" Guo Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, initially intending to deny it. However, realizing that doing so would mean her cousin would not assist, she nodded and replied, "Yes, he is my boyfriend." "Wow!" The man stood up, gripping Guo Xiaoming's shoulders tightly, his gaze piercing into her eyes. "Xiaoming, what are you doing? When did you lose your senses?" Guo Xiaoming was furious, stomping on him again. "I like him and I will. Just tell me if you will help or not." Upon hearing this, the man sighed, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Kun in his eyes. Qin Kun was not only a loser, but also the kind of coward who would flee from a fight. He could not fathom why his sister would choose such a weakling as a boyfriend. "Kid, what is your name?" "Qin Kun," he replied. "I'm Lu Bing, Xiaoming's cousin." "Now, what exactly is going on?" Qin Kun, feeling anxious, recounted the situation. Upon hearing the name Leopard, Lu Bing's expression ignited with anger. "Damn it! The leopard dares to come onto my turf to cause trouble. He truly is audacious." "Brother, can you help?" Guo Xiaoming asked. "Of course, I want to deal with this leopard too. That scoundrel had the audacity to sleep with 3 girls at my bathing center without paying. Damn it," Lu Bing declared, striding to the door to grab a baseball bat. He turned to Qin Kun and inquired, "How many people are with him?" 7 or 8, came the reply. "Good, today. I won't let the leopard leave unscathed. If I do, I've wasted my time." He snapped his fingers at one of the thugs. "Go, summon all the brothers." Guo Xiaoming's eyes darted. She tugged at Lu Bing's arm. "Brother, one of our classmates is with Leopard, and we have a good relationship with him. If you go in such a grand manner, they will surely hold that against you. Is that so?" Lu Bing pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Minutes later, he snapped his fingers again and smiled. "Leave it to me." Nearby the school, at a vegetable market, dusk had begun to settle. The small vendors were packing up to head home. In front of a BMW 5 Series stood a group of 7 or 8 ruffians, including Ud and Yang Xian. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as Yang Xian received a stinging slap, leaving a mark on her cheek. "You little wretch! Who told you to inform Qin Kun?" Ud bellowed. Trembling, Yang Xian lowered her head, afraid to meet Ud's gaze or that of the menacing leopard. After several shouts from Ud, Yang Xian finally stammered, "Qin Kun, he helped me before. So is that so? Just because of that?" Ud sneered, pulling out a short knife. The gleam of the blade made Yang Xian's pupils dilate in fear, and she instinctively tried to retreat, but the BMW was behind her, leaving her with no escape. Ud licked the blade and grinned. "I came here to deal with Qin Kun, but thanks to you, he got away. What should I do now that my knife hasn't tasted blood?" Yang Xian's breath quickened as she trembled. I don't know, still unsure." "You should have a good idea." Ud taunted, grabbing Yang Xian's hand and pressing it against the car hood. Yang Xian gasped in horror, screaming for help. "Shut up," Leopard growled, casting a glance at her. The vendors, frightened by the sight of Leopard and the gleaming knife, hurriedly fled, and no one can save you. Not even the one you saved, who has run off and abandoned you, Yu mocked, positioning the knife dangerously close to young Xion's delicate hand. Please, no, young Xion pleaded. It's too late, he retorted, bringing the knife down with force. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the knife struck the BMW's hood, narrowly missing young Xion's hand. She squeezed her eyes shut, holding her breath, feeling a wave of warmth spread through her pants. The knife had not pierced her hand but had embedded itself between her fingers. Oh, I was just trying to scare you, and you wet yourself? You really are a coward, Yu chuckled, enjoying her distress. The other thugs joined in laughter, while young Xion teetered on the brink of a breakdown. With the knife embedded in the BMW's hood, Yu grasped young Xion's chin, inspecting her closely. Young Xion? Do you know why I didn't stab your hand just now? Young Xion shook her head, too frightened to speak. Because I suddenly noticed how strikingly beautiful you are. Even without makeup and in plain clothes. You have a certain charm. Yu's gaze lingered on her, his interest growing. How about this? I've been feeling rather restless lately. Why not become my girl and take care of me? Don't worry. Yu am not short on money. Stick with me, and I'll ensure you live a life of luxury. How about it? Chapter 46. Returning the favor. Young Xion shook her head vehemently. She could never bear to associate with someone like Yu. Damn! Yu exploded with rage, slapping her again. What? Am I not good enough compared to Qin Kun? What has he given you that makes you risk so much to inform him? Yu seethed, realizing that since their dinner at Jingwei Shaochu, Qin Kun seemed to have some unseen support, always managing to turn the tables on him. Even this impoverished student sided with Qin Kun in a fit of rage. He kicked young Xion to the ground and approached a nearby fried chicken stand. He seized a filthy bucket of waste and dumped the rancid oil and foul water over young Xion's head. At that moment, young Xion could no longer hold back her tears, curling up on the ground, reeking of filth. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. Leopard glanced at his watch and turned to Yu. Little boss, it seems Qin Kun won't dare to return. Are we really going to wait by this car all night? Yu checked his phone. The sky had darkened. They had been waiting for nearly half an hour and were losing patience. You're right. With so many of us here, he wouldn't dare show his face. Yu sighed, glancing back at the BMW. Leopard, since we're leaving anyway, why not smash this car? Sounds good, Leopard agreed, and he and several thugs picked up bricks from the ground. Clang, crash, within minutes, the once pristine BMW was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Just as they were about to leave, the sound of motorcycles roared from the distance, engines revving in succession. Upon hearing that sound, it was clear that a considerable number of people were approaching. Soon, Lu Bing's crew arrived, a total of 15 motorcycles pulling up in front of Leopard's gang. Qin Kun emerged from behind Gui Xiaoming, casting a cold glance at Yu before his gaze fell upon the wrecked BMW. His car was in ruins, but that was of little concern to him. He was more worried about young Xion, fearing that she had suffered. Indeed, clenching his teeth, Qin Kun knew young Xion was likely enduring torment. Unfortunately, he could not return in time. If he rushed back alone, he would only endanger himself without rescuing her. Lu Bing dismounted and removed his helmet, addressing Leopard coldly. Leopard, you really are something else. You can't be satisfied with your territory and come to wreak havoc on mine. Seeing Lu Bing, Leopard's expression turned serious. Yu was equally stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Kun to return with such a formidable entourage. The opposing side, in sheer numbers, already held a twofold advantage over them, presenting an overwhelming superiority. Lu Bing? Do you know this fellow? Leopard inquired, gesturing with the blade towards Qin Kun. What the hell are you pointing at with that pedicure knife? Is that someone you can even direct your finger at? Lu Bing retorted harshly. Let me tell you, Leopard, today you have fallen into my hands. We can settle both old scores and new ones together. Upon hearing this, Yu glanced at Leopard and asked, Do you have a grievance with him? Leopard's expression darkened as he frowned and replied, He's just an idiot. Leopard attempted to brush it off, but Lu Bing overheard and angrily exclaimed, You're the idiot? You bullied my lady, slept with her, and didn't even pay. Are you out of your mind? You come out here to vent your frustrations and don't even spare $200? After saying this, Lu Bing called to his subordinates, Disarm them, wait. Seeing the impending confrontation, Leopard quickly raised his hand and shouted. He then yanked young Xion over, pressing the blade against young Xion's neck, coldly stating, Lu Bing, how about we leave Jian Street safely in exchange for this one? Leopard was not foolish. He understood that Qin Kun had returned with his men precisely to rescue young Xion. Indicating the latter's significance, it was now impossible for them to harm Qin Kun, so their only hope was to secure their own safe passage out of Jin Street. Qin Kun's heart tightened at the sight of young Xian, who was drenched in filth, his face marred with handprints, and his trousers stained. Evidently not from rain but from an accident. A deep sense of remorse welled within him, though he masked it, aware that showing urgency would only embolden Leopard further. Guo noticing his agitation, pulled at him, fearing he might become overly emotional. Seeing Leopard use young Xian as leverage, Lu Bing's face twisted with disdain. So, Leopard, you've become so brazen that you're using a woman as a pawn? After this, he beckoned someone from behind and soon, a woman with a blindfold was dragged forward. Lu Bing seized her, declaring, "Don't move, or I want to hold back to this." Several thugs couldn't help but laugh. While Leopard's expression soured further, Lu Bing, "How dare you mock me?" Qin Kun's face was also etched with frustration. Lu Bing's mockery was rich, having just scorned Leopard for using women, only to replicate the maneuver himself. "You know, the front desk girl at your KTV is quite a beauty. I wonder what your relationship with her is," Lu Bing said with a grin, fully aware that the front desk girl was Leopard's mistress. Their rendezvous having been at the Golden Qilin before any conflict arose. "Brother Leopard, help me. Who are these people?" The front desk girl trembled at Leopard's voice. His face was an epitome of anger, realizing that with one hostage each, he was at a disadvantage. "Leopard, why not we exchange our hostages? What do you say?" Lu Bing seemed to have calculated Leopard's every move, leaving him with no options. After a moment's contemplation, Leopard glanced towards UD for guidance. "Lu Bing, I'll tell you this. We can exchange hostages, but you must ensure we can leave Jin Street unharmed." Upon hearing this, Lu Bing spat disdainfully. "Do you think that is possible? Why would I let you leave?" "Because of him," Leopard pointed at UD and coldly added. "I must inform you that this gentleman is from the Yu family. I trust you recognize the power of the Yu family?" Upon hearing the name, Lu Bing's demeanor shifted. Regardless of his bravado, he was merely a thug. Compared to the Yu family, he was insignificant. He understood well that the Yu family was no ordinary merchant clan, but rather a formidable force within Dongjiang, having once controlled its underworld. Although they later transitioned to legitimate enterprises, their influence remained, bolstered by their ties to notorious figures like Feng Gang. Lu Bing might dismiss Leopard, but he could never disregard Feng Gang, a notorious enforcer in Dongjiang. With Lu Bing's meager resources, confronting Feng Gang was out of the question. Consequently, Lu Bing turned to Qin Kun and whispered, "Kid, you've offended UD?" Qin Kun nodded silently. Lu Bing sighed, realizing he had overlooked UD's significance. After a tense pause, Lu Bing conceded, "Fine, we'll exchange hostages. I guarantee all of you can leave Jin Street safely." Chapter 47. The Dongjiang influence. With that, Lu Bing pulled the front desk girl towards Leopard. Leopard nodded in agreement, moving towards Lu Bing. As they approached each other, all eyes were on the exchange, yet none noticed Qin Kun's mounting impatience. How could he allow young Xian to be treated this way? His car had been wrecked, and they were just going to let the culprits walk free. He could not accept it as the exchange neared completion. Qin Kun swiftly yanked the baseball bat from his motorcycle and charged forward. Just as the two were about to finalize their hostage swap, Qin Kun leapt into action, swinging the bat down upon Leopard's head. The impact was solid, plunging Leopard into darkness, disorienting him as he staggered, blood trickling from the wound. Everyone froze in shock. Guo UD, Leopard's thugs, and even Lu Bing were taken aback by Qin Kun's audacity. "What the hell?" In the next moment, Leopard's underlings reacted, brandishing iron rods and charging at Qin Kun. "Stop gawking. Get them. Take them all down." Lu Bing pulled young Xian behind him, brandishing a bat as he joined his brothers in the fray. The market erupted into chaos, filled with shouts and cries. Although Leopard had been struck, he remained fierce, glaring at Qin Kun and brandishing his knife, ready to retaliate. Lu Bing, undeterred, surged to the forefront, swinging his bat and striking Leopard's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. With a swift follow-up, he rained blows upon Leopard's body. Fueled by anger, Qin Kun sought out UD after striking Leopard. However, he soon realized UD had vanished. "Brother Kun, UD has fled." Guo pointed towards Jin Street, in the distance. Qin Kun spotted UD scrambling away, frantically weaving through the crowd, making pursuit impossible. "Damn it!" Qin Kun cursed, deciding against the chase. Shortly thereafter, Lu Bing and his men wrapped up the brawl. Leopard and his group were swiftly dispatched to the hospital, sustaining minor injuries. Lu Bing had also been grazed, and 5 of his men bore injuries. Yet they were still better off given their numerical advantage. After a brief visit to a clinic for bandaging, Lu Bing returned to the bathhouse, bringing young Xian along. By now, young Xian had been thoroughly traumatized. Comforting a girl was not Qin Kun's forte, so he turned to Guo requesting her assistance. Could you please comfort her and take her inside for a shower? Guo agreed, soothing young Xian as they entered the women's bathing area. Meanwhile, Qin Kun took the opportunity to purchase a few clothing items from a nearby mall, arranging for them to be brought in. After completing these tasks, Qin Kun settled in the lobby, exhaling a sigh of relief. Lu Bing sat nearby, his arm bandaged, smoking with a grin as he observed Qin Kun. Their eyes met, and Qin Kun offered a faint smile. Thank you for your help today. Not a bother at all. I must admit, I underestimated you, Lu Bing replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and leaning back. When you first arrived at my bathhouse, I thought you were just a pushover, and I couldn't fathom why Xiaoming would be interested in you. Now, I see you're quite the tough one. The blow that Qin Kun had dealt was enough to completely reshape Lu Bing's perception of him. A student daring to strike someone like Leopard was no ordinary feat, and Lu Bing had never anticipated such a turn of events. However, Lu Bing soon shook his head, pondering the unpredictable nature of the situation. A somewhat bitter remark emerged. Qin Kun, it's fortunate that your strike did not land on you, D. Otherwise, we would be in considerable trouble. Qin Kun raised an eyebrow, retorting, Is the Yu family truly that formidable? Indeed, Lu Bing replied, flicking ash from his cigarette. The Yu family has been a dominant force in the East River region for ages. Back when the East River was not even considered a city, they were the first family to prosper here, albeit through dubious means. Initially, they were nothing more than a gang of thugs, but after cleaning up their act, they ventured into legitimate business, leveraging their extensive connections to reign supreme in the East River, unchallenged by any rival. Even now, they still engage in less than savory dealings. Yud's father has a notorious enforcer named Feng Gang, the top dog in the entire Jiangbei region, whose power remains unshakable in the East River. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun's interest in the Yu family peaked, prompting him to inquire, How does this Leopard compare to Feng Gang? Lu Bing chuckled, Leopard is nothing but trash. He gained a bit of notoriety in Jiangbei for his ruthless methods, but Feng Gang wouldn't even deign to acknowledge him. If Leopard were to provoke Feng Gang, he would be swiftly eliminated. Oh? Qin Kun mused, taking this information into account. So, if the Yu family were to ally with Feng Gang, who could possibly stand against them in the East River? Precisely, Lu Bing affirmed. Exhaling a cloud of smoke. A decade ago, the Yu family was indeed the most powerful family in East River. However, everything changed when a man named Chen Jianguo arrived. In less than 5 years, he rose from obscurity to stand equal with the Yu family. Now, the Chen family has eclipsed the Yu family entirely. The Yu family has attempted to topple the Qins, but has failed in both business and underhanded tactics. It's as if the Chen family has been blessed with a charmed existence, encountering nothing but green lights in their endeavors. Moreover, Chen Jianguo's bodyguards are all skilled fighters, even if they are outnumbered compared to Feng Gang's crew. Each one could easily take down 10 or even 20 opponents. Truly remarkable. Listening to Lu Bing's words, Qin Kun observed the admiration in Lu Bing's eyes and smiled silently. The success of Chen Jianguo was undoubtedly supported by the Qin family. Without their backing, he would struggle to contend with the Yu family's long-standing dominance in the East River. However, Qin Kun could not voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he expressed concern. Binggu, do you think the Yu family will come after you because of me? That is unlikely, Lu Bing reassured him. After all, Ud was not harmed. Feng Gang will seek vengeance for Ud but won't involve himself with Leopard, as Leopard was merely hired by Ud and has no direct ties to the Yu family. Lu Bing's demeanor shifted, becoming noticeably more courteous. As for you, if Ud troubles you again, just come to me. While I may not be able to confront him directly, I can certainly intimidate him. Your assistance makes me feel quite indebted, Qin Kun remarked with a smile. Although Lu Bing had initially seemed bothersome, he proved to be quite amiable. Despite his earlier disdain for Qin Kun, upon learning he was Guo Xiaoming's boyfriend, Lu Bing had gone out of his way to help. For that, Qin Kun felt grateful. There is no need for gratitude. Being Guo Xiaoming's boyfriend naturally obliges me to assist you, Lu Bing sighed, looking intently at Qin Kun. However, let me be clear. Xiaoming is a girl who has endured much hardship. If you truly care for her, treat her well. Should you dare to hurt her, I will be the first to come after you. Qin Kun blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Guo Xiaoming's boyfriend? This was merely a ruse to win Lu Bing's favor. What should he do now? Should he confess that both he and Guo Xiaoming had fabricated lies? After pondering, Qin Kun asked, Binggu, I've heard that Xiaoming doesn't have a good reputation in class. What is the story behind that? Chapter 48. The bullying of young Xian regarding Guo Xiaoming. Qin Kun had only heard negative remarks. that she was wealthy and promiscuous, living a hedonistic lifestyle. With her cousin present, he was eager to uncover the truth. What you've heard is not entirely accurate, Lu Bing said, extinguishing his cigarette with a wry smile. In reality, everyone has unfairly judged Xiaoming. Really? Lu Bing shrugged, gesturing towards his bathhouse. Qin Kun, let me ask you. If you saw a girl frequently entering and exiting my bathhouse with a group of lecherous men, what would you think? Qin Kun scratched his head. I would assume she was rather scandalous. Lu Bing laughed. No need to feel embarrassed. I would think the same. However, the situation is complicated. Xiaoming lacks a mother, and her father is rather negligent, leading to a difficult home life. Why father took pity on her and brought her into our household, enabling her to attend school in East River. Initially, she was a quiet girl in middle school. But as Lu Bing spoke, he scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. My parents are getting on in years, so Xiaoming tends to stick close to me. As you can see, the company I keep is not exactly wholesome. Fighters, smokers, drinkers, and gamblers have led her astray. She's learned to be tough and has developed a sharp tongue. But I assure you, she is a good girl, working part-time to help with expenses despite her sharp tongue. She is very considerate. Lu Bing continued, however, she has a wild side, often going clubbing and indulging in nightlife. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun furrowed his brow. He recalled a moment at the bar when Guo Xiaoming had asked if he believed her, and he had replied with a vague affirmation. He now realized that such a question must have been deeply hurtful to her. The reasons for Guo Xiaoming's tarnished reputation were quite simple. She had a fiery temper and often vented her frustrations, which led her to offend many, including Su Ye. Moreover, her habit of frequenting the bathhouse and associating with Lu Bing's crew, a group of ruffians, made it all too easy to tarnish her reputation. Before long, Guo Xiaoming emerged from the women's bathing area with Yang Xian, who had changed into the clothes Qin Kun provided. Although not from a high-end brand, they were a far cry from the earlier state of disarray. Having washed away the grime, Yang Xian appeared much more at ease. Qin Kun stood up, glanced at Guo Xiaoming, and then took Yang Xian aside. I need to speak with her privately. Guo Xiaoming nodded. Go ahead. She was frightened because of you. Make sure to comfort her. Understood, Qin Kun affirmed, leading Yang Xian out of the bathhouse. I'm sorry, he said, lowering his gaze. Yang Xian smiled gently. It's all right. I was merely startled. The fright was worth it for your safety. Qin Kun blinked, feeling a surge of admiration for her. Such kindness was rare. He took out 500 yuan and placed it in Yang Xian's hand. Though this isn't much, take it to have a meal and calm your nerves. Consider it compensation. Also, from this day forth, you are my little sister. Should anyone bully you again, just tell me, and I will stand up for you. Feeling a bit awkward, Qin Kun then asked, by the way, how old are you? 18, born on July 2 indeed, that's good. I was born in April, Qin Kun replied, relieved that she wasn't older than he. Yang Xian smiled shyly. Her spirits evidently lifted. Seeing that she was all right eased Qin Kun's worries significantly. Borrowing a motorcycle from Lu Bing, he escorted Yang Xian back to school. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Yang Xian hesitated before the door, biting her lip, yet she had no choice but to push it open. As she entered, she was met with a snarky comment from a girl with wine-red hair. Oh, back so soon? Did you forget we exist? This girl was Shan Jiayang, accompanied by two of her sycophantic friends, all of whom exuded a rebellious air. Had a bit of an incident today, Yang Xian replied quietly, her head downcast. Shan Jiayang, engrossed in a Korean drama, paused the show, removed her headphones, and stood up. With a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap to Yang Xian's face. Did I not tell you to wash our socks and underwear as soon as you return to the dorm? Are your ears deaf or have you grown wings? I doubt I will wash them now. Yang Xian stammered, not daring to retort, as she turned to fetch the washboard and detergent. Seeing this, Shan Jiayang struck her again. Wash? Are you out of your mind? Look at the time. If you start now, when will you finish? Yang Xian felt panic rise. Washing was no longer an option. She hesitantly asked, then what should I do? What to do? Go buy each of us a new set, of course. What else could you possibly do? As she spoke, Shan Jiayang's eyes fell upon Yang Xian's new clothes. After scrutinizing her for a moment, they burst into laughter. Oh, I just realized you're wearing new clothes. The material is quite nice. Where did you buy them? Really? Yang Xian got new clothes? I want to see. The two girls jumped out of bed and approached Yang Xian. Upon noticing them, Yang Xian shuddered and retreated, clutching her foot. Where did you get the money to buy new clothes? Asked the girl with the ponytail. What is this? I see you've just been out having fun and didn't he come back to wash our clothes? Another girl interrogated. Shan Jiayang squinted slightly. reached out and yanked young Xin's top down. Such nice clothes wasted on you. Come on, sisters, let us strip her. Okay, you all, don't stop. Young Xin was powerless against Shen Jiayang and the others, who swiftly stripped her down to her bare skin, including her underwear. Standing there naked, young Xin bowed her head in anger but dared not retaliate. I let you wear new clothes. I let you go out having fun. The ponytail girl stomped on young Xin's clothes, cursing as she did so. Another girl seized young Xin's pants, pulling with all her might, tearing the cuffs apart. At that moment, 5 pink bills fluttered to the ground. Shen Jiayang looked down, momentarily stunned, then picked them up and shot young Xin a sideways glance, asking, where did these 500 come from? This is mine. Yours? It doesn't look like it to me. Call it out and let us see if it responds. After saying this, Shen Jiayang stuffed the 500 into her pocket and told young Xin, go wash our clothes clean. This 500 will serve as your punishment, and we'll use it to buy new underwear. After finishing their taunts, they left the dormitory together, chatting and laughing as they went shopping. Alone and exposed, young Xin stood in the dormitory, staring at the mess of her new clothes scattered on the floor. She quietly squatted down and began to gather them into a basin. These clothes were a gift from Qin Kun, the finest she had ever worn, and she couldn't bear to throw them away. Even if they were torn, she could mend them. Worst, she would just avoid wearing them in front of others in the dormitory. For years, young Xin had lived in the shadow of Shen Jiayang. She had thought of resisting and had even reported her to the teacher, but all the teacher could do was offer verbal reprimands. They were utterly incapable of providing any substantial help. Though Shen Jiayang wasn't from a wealthy family, her looks and reputation in school made her formidable, supported by a group of followers. Moreover, she had connections with Dedong from Seder and was also close to Chao Shanshan. With such backing, young Xin felt she could never stand against Shen Jiayang for telling Qin Kun. She didn't dare. Although she had witnessed Qin Kun in fights and knew he had capable allies like Liu Bing, she instinctively felt Dedong was more powerful. She feared that her actions would implicate Qin Kun and didn't want Dedong to create trouble for him. Chapter 49. I am truly the boss. Meanwhile, after escorting young Xin back to the dormitory, Qin Kun rode his motorcycle back to the bathing center. Guo looked at him in surprise and asked, I didn't realize you rode so well? Of course, I've studied these things for a long time, Qin Kun replied. After dismounting, he entered the bathing center and glanced at Liu Bing and the group of brothers who had stood up for him earlier. Thanks, everyone, for having my back today. I just dropped off a classmate, and since it's getting late, how about I treat you all to a meal? The group exchanged glances, and one of them remarked, Buddy, you're just a student. Can you afford to treat us all? Right, are you planning to take us for spicy hot pot? Even that would cost over $100, Liu Bing added, dismissing Qin Kun's offer with a wave. Seeing their amused expressions, Qin Kun felt a wave of joy and exchanged a knowing glance with Guo. She nodded and said to Liu Bing, don't underestimate this guy. He has got plenty of money. You probably don't know, but he owns Jingwei Xiaochu. What? Liu Bing sat up straight, stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray. The other ruffians were equally stunned. They had seen how busy Jingwei Xiaochu was. Its profits making them envious. Xiaoming, are you saying he is the owner of Jingwei Xiaochu? Yes, Guo confirmed. Stop joking. There's no way a big boss looks like him. Besides, he is still a student. Qin Kun chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Let us skip the chit-chat and just say if you want that meal or not. Our restaurant's chef is a disciple of the imperial kitchen of the capital. Upon hearing this, Liu Bing stood up, clearly intrigued by Qin Kun. All right, let us go check it out. My arm got cut earlier. I could use a good meal. Let us go. Qin Kun waved his hand, and the group of ruffians burst into excitement, heading out of the bathing center and mounting their motorcycles. Naturally, Qin Kun took his place behind Guo on her bike. Hold on tight. If you fall off, it's not my fault, Guo said with a smile as she turned the key. Qin Kun gently placed his hands on her waist, a gesture that made Guo shiver. When Qin Kun was nearly attacked, she had come to his rescue, and he had embraced her then. While she had been nervous at the time, she hadn't reacted much. But now, the situation was different, and his touch had a much stronger effect on her. However, Guo said nothing, pressing the accelerator and speeding off behind Liu Bing and the others on the road. Qin Kun felt a bit awkward, reminded of the incident when Guo had left her job over a month ago. After a brief silence, he finally asked, Xiaoming, why did you leave without saying anything? Was it something I said that hurt you? Guo was silent for a long time before softly replying, a little, but it's not as hard to bear now. Since over a month has passed, she smiled. This isn't entirely your fault. My reputation got tarnished, and you didn't know me well. Plus, We hadn't interacted much before you took over Jingwei Xiaochu. So I understand why you thought that way. If I were in your shoes, I'd think the same, that I was only interested in you for your money. Qin Kun, to be honest, at first, I was drawn to you because I thought you were wealthy and wanted to be your girlfriend. I admit I was quite materialistic then. Tiomi, all rich second-generation kids are the same. They flaunt their money for women. And all women seek men for material gain. My brother told me to find someone with good conditions because the world is that realistic now. But later, I realized you're different from other wealthy kids. You're not arrogant or promiscuous. Especially during that night at Seder, I was genuinely moved by you. Leaving my job at Jingwei Xiaochu was indeed because I was upset, but I thought about it and realized I wasn't worthy of you. I am just a wild girl hanging around with a bunch of ruffians, while you're a rich kid with 50 million in pocket money who knows how to run a business. You're truly perfect. At this point, Guo Xiaoming's voice began to quaver. Qin Kun was taken aback. He hadn't realized how deeply she felt during that night at Seder and how many thoughts she had harbored. Sadly, he hadn't noticed it. They say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, and Guo Xiaoming's feelings were no shallow waters. Qin Kun simply couldn't see through it. I'm sorry. He bit his lip and wrapped his arms around Guo Xiaoming's waist. I'm truly sorry for hurting you with my words. Come back. Return to Jingwei Xiaochu and help me manage the business. How about that? Guo Xiaoming's helmet was clean, but tears were beginning to blur her vision. Is that true? Of course, Qin Kun assured her. You can start work tomorrow, and your salary for last month will still be paid. Guo Xiaoming laughed. Young master, you won't look down on me for my low status, will you? Qin Kun replied, holding her close. When I, Qin Kun, look for a partner, I never consider whether she has money or status. Because there's no way she can be richer than me or hold a higher status than my family. Really? Guo Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. For the past month, she had thought of Qin Kun every night, tossing and turning, losing sleep over him. She had wanted to return to him many times but lacked the courage. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Then I'll return to work tomorrow, Guo Xiaoming said with a smile. Upon arriving at Jingwei Xiaochu, Qin Kun got off the bike and immediately took Guo Xiaoming's hand. This surprised her, and her cheeks flushed, but she didn't pull away. Lu Bing observed with a smile but said nothing. As they entered Jingwei Xiaochu, the host immediately spotted Guo Xiaoming and Qin Kun and greeted them respectfully. Boss, you're here. Guo Xiaoming, you have returned as well. What brings you all here? Oh, should I start calling you the boss lady? Upon seeing the receptionist's reaction, Lu Bing and the gang behind him exchanged astonished glances. Wow, brother-in-law, you truly are the boss here? Lu Bing exclaimed, tugging at Qin Kun in disbelief. He initially thought Qin Kun was merely boasting, assuming he had a bit of money to treat them to a meal. However, he was taken aback to learn that Qin Kun was indeed the proprietor. Well, what did you expect? Qin Kun shrugged and addressed the receptionist. Is the luxurious VIP room available today? No one has booked it. It's usually reserved only 3 or 4 times a week, the receptionist replied with a nod. Good, I've brought along a dozen brothers. Serve us the same dishes as last time, Qin Kun instructed. Understood, boss, the receptionist acknowledged with a nod, as the manager joined them to assist in arranging for the guests. The gang of ruffians entered the opulent private room, their eyes wide with wonder as if they were country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. Brother Bing, this is my first time dining at Jingwei Xiaochu. This place is incredible. One exclaimed. Indeed, this room, even with all of us seated, there's still so much space left, another marveled. Wow, there's even a live band performing? A few of the ruffians remarked to Lu Bing, who was also scrutinizing the surroundings like a country bumpkin, only managing to say after a while, not bad, not bad. This is far superior to our bathhouse. Guo Xiaoming shot him a disapproving glance, saying, Brother, can this place even be compared to that toilet of yours? Lu Bing scratched his head, forced a chuckle, and turned to Qin Kun, his gaze now filled with admiration. Brother-in-law, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? Are you from a rich family? Qin Kun nodded, not denying it. He had no intention of concealing the truth from Guo Xiaoming's circle. After all, they were allies and would not harm him. Let us just say I have considerable wealth, he replied, then addressed all the ruffians. You guys have helped me out tremendously today, so feel free to eat and drink as much as you like. Chapter 50. Is this villa yours? Brother-in-law, you're truly impressive. Brother-in-law, you're so formidable. Guo Xiaoming exclaimed. When did you find such an extraordinary partner? You've never mentioned him before. Exactly. This is the first time we're meeting him, and we thought he was just some poor guy. You should have told us sooner. The gang, who considered themselves Guo Xiaoming's brothers, teased her relentlessly, turning her face as red as a monkey's backside. All right, enough. Brother Kun is usually very low-key and prefers I don't go around spreading rumors. Guo Xiaoming playfully reprimanded the ruffians. You all must remember, Brother Kun's family is wealthy, so don't go blabbing about it. Though you understand that being rich can sometimes bring troubles, keep your mouth shut. Guo Xiaoming was quite authoritative. Being Lu Bing's sister, of course, we understand. We're family. We know not to flaunt our wealth. Right? We won't spill any details about the son-in-law. If we do, I'll eat dirt. Before long, the sumptuous spread of food and wine was served. Plates of exquisite dishes and bottles of expensive red wine, along with authentic Wuliangya and Mutai, adorned the table. Lu Bing and his gang had never tasted such fine liquor before. They were accustomed to cheap blends and rough spirits. The genuine Mutai brought them to tears. After the meal, Qin Kun took a taxi back to the Bai Hai Huading Villa. As he lay in bed that night, he chatted with Guo Xiaoming for a long time until nearly midnight. Guo Xiaoming informed him that her 2 middle school classmates would be coming to Dongjiang the following evening and invited him to go to the Dihao bar with them. Qin Kun had been working hard in his studies, especially with the looming college entrance examination. Yet, he recognized the importance of relaxation and leisure. Given his current abilities, he was almost certain to be accepted into a prestigious university. And he had already successfully completed his business ventures. He had cleverly invested in a project by Lu Hong, which had already progressed significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen his over 100 million in funds return in less than 2 months. The third task had also arrived, clearly outlining the goal of achieving a score above 600 in the entrance examination. As it stood, this task was a mere formality, awaiting the examination results. To be precise. It was about awaiting the day the results were released, of course. The reward for the third task was unrelated to money. At this moment, Qin Kun had more than enough funds that he couldn't possibly spend all of them. Early the next morning, Qin Kun dismissed his private tutoring team. He was generous, paying them the full amount they had agreed upon. Over the past month, these tutors had dedicated their efforts to guiding him, elevating his capabilities to challenge those seeking admission to elite institutions. As evening approached, Qin Kun exited the villa. To his surprise, he encountered a rather familiar figure standing outside. The figure, curiously inspecting Villa No. 1, quickly locked eyes with Qin Kun. Qin Kun? The figure gasped. Qin Kun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit flustered. The individual was none other than Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's sister, Bai Yang, worked at the sales office, and she had learned from her colleagues that a young tycoon had purchased Villa No. 1. Upon hearing the term young tycoon, Zhao Lei became intrigued. She was keen on finding a rich second-generation partner. And anyone capable of buying Villa No. 1 must be wealthy, young, and handsome. With that thought, Zhao Lei felt a rush of excitement and secretly slipped away from Bai Yang to see who resided in the illustrious villa. Little did she expect the person to be Qin Kun. The two exchanged glances in silence for a long while. Finally, Zhao Lei broke the silence, incredulously pointing at Qin Kun and glancing back at the lavish villa. This villa is it yours? Qin Kun remained silent. In truth, he was at a loss for words, his mind racing to figure out how to navigate this situation. Yet, Zhao Lei shook her head vigorously. Impossible, impossible. You're just some loser. You only got 100,000 from your family's demolition. How could you afford Villa No. 1? Zhao Lei scrutinized the villa and then Qin Kun's humble attire, her eyes narrowing. I get it. You must be working as a housekeeper here, right? Tell me, do you clean the house or maintain the garden? Villa No. 1, with its vast area of 270 square meters, plus the garden, certainly required a lot of upkeep. Qin Kun chuckled softly, using her suggestion to deflect. I am off work now. I must take my leave. Wait. Don't go. Zhao Lei stepped forward, blocking his path, her gaze fixed on him. By the way, you owe me for deceiving me. We still need to settle that score. What score? Qin Kun asked. I thought we were even. I gave you 60,000, and from that point on, you were you, and I am. I doubt we have no further ties. That's right, Zhao Lei nodded. But you lied to me. You claimed you only had 60,000 left. Yet, during your confrontation with you produced 300,000. You said your family received $1 million from the demolition, so you should still have around 400,000 left. What do you mean? Qin Kun glared at Zhao Lei. Are you suggesting I give you the remaining money? Zhao Lei crossed her arms, biting her lip in irritation. Her disdain for Qin Kun had reached an extreme. I am giving you 2 choices. Point 1. You hand over that 400,000 as compensation for my trauma. That was my first time. The second choice is a favor to you. Zhao Lei gestured toward Villa No. 1. I want you to introduce me to the owner of this villa. If you successfully connect us and I become his girlfriend, I'll forget about the 400,000. Otherwise, I'll report you for assault. Qin Kun frowned, a sharp pain coursing through his forehead. This woman was utterly shameless. He felt a deep regret, lamenting that his first experience had been with someone as materialistic as Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, stop this nonsense. Let me be frank. The owner of this villa is elusive. I've only met him once. It's nearly impossible for me to introduce you to him, Qin Kun said impatiently. I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving. Wait. Zhao Lei grabbed Qin Kun's arm. If you want to make the introduction, then just give me the 400,000. Get lost. Qin Kun forcefully pulled his arm away. His voice cold as ice. Zhao Lei, stop threatening me with the police. If you dare to report, I'm curious to see what the police might uncover after all this time. Besides, it was Wang Zhao who took you to that hotel. I have no record of ever being there. You received that 60,000 out of pity for your situation. Don't think your threats will intimidate me. Qin Kun's outburst caused Zhao Lei to instinctively take a couple of steps back. The villa community is rather deserted, and she is fearful of Qin Kun's primal instincts overwhelming him, potentially leading to her downfall. After all, she had exerted considerable effort to mend that fragile barrier. Upon finishing her statement, Qin Kun, disinterested, chose to ignore her and walked away. Zhao Lei, filled with indignation, glared fiercely at Qin Kun, and once he had distanced himself, she shouted, "Just you wait. Once I become the girlfriend of this little tycoon, the first thing I'll do is get you fired. You pathetic loser, even if you have 1,000,000, you're still a pathetic loser." Qin Kun paid her no mind, allowing her to ramp behind him. After exiting the Beihai Huading, Qin Kun stood by the roadside as a Jetta approached and parked nearby. His heart skipped a beat upon seeing the figure that emerged from the vehicle. It was Leopard. Leopard stepped out, his head wrapped in thick bandages, accompanied by 2 lackeys. Instinctively, Qin Kun turned his back to Leopard, glancing at him from the corner of his eye, feeling somewhat anxious. However, Leopard seemed oblivious to his presence and made his way directly to the sales office of Beihai Huading. Is he intending to purchase property? Qin Kun exhaled in relief, secretly pleased that he had not been recognized, and promptly hailed a taxi to head towards Jingwei Shaochu, the entrance of Beihai Huading. Zhao Lei observed Qin Kun getting into a taxi, further solidifying her belief that he was not the owner of Villa No. 1. If he were, he would certainly have emerged in his BMW rather than a dilapidated taxi. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Kun's BMW had already been reduced to scrap metal by UD. Upon arriving at Jingwei Shaochu, Qin Kun picked up Guo. She was dressed fashionably, in a neat and stylish casual outfit that Qin Kun had gifted her. Exuding an air of elegance. "How do I look? Is it nice?" Guo inquired. Qin Kun nodded. "You have always been beautiful. Ha, you're so sweet," she replied, linking her arm with his. "Let us go. My 2 close friends are already here." During her junior high years, Guo had spent the first year and a half in a nearby county, where she made these 2 friends, who were now also attending high school in Dongjiang. Albeit not at the same institution. Soon, they arrived at the Dihua Bar, located in the bustling Guiyang Road, far from the confines of Jinjia. The bar was lavishly designed, boasting top-notch service. As Qin Kun exited the taxi, he spotted Lu Bing and his 3 friends smoking at the entrance. "Bro, what are you doing here?" Guo asked, clearly surprised to see Lu Bing. Lu Bing smiled at Qin Kun, introducing his new acquaintances. "These are some friends I recently met. We're just out for a drink. This is my sister, Guo, and my brother-in-law, Qin Kun." After brief introductions, Lu Bing suggested, "Since we crossed paths, why don't we all grab a drink together?" "That's not necessary. I brought Qin Kun here primarily to introduce him to my circle of friends. They're waiting for me," Guo replied. Lu Bing, understanding, smiled and nodded. "All right, then we'll head inside shortly to find a spot to drink." With that, Qin Kun and Guo entered the Dihua Bar on the 2nd floor. In a partially concealed private room, a young man in his early 20s, with bronze skin and a towering physique, reclined comfortably on the sofa, flanked by 2 nearly naked beauties. Opposite him sat another young man, casually lounging with a bottle of champagne in hand. This was UD. "How do you find the flavor of this cigar?" "Brother Yuan?" UD inquired, smiling at the young man. "Quite delightful," he replied, contently placing the cigar down while embracing the 2 women, asking, You didn't just bring me cigars and girls for a simple drink, did you?" "Indeed, you are correct," UD said, toying with his glass as he explained. "Originally, I didn't plan to involve you, but the situation has become rather complicated. I prefer not to involve my father. Nor do I wish to trouble yours." The young man, Feng Yuan, was indeed the son of Feng Gang, a figure of considerable influence. He had followed in his father's footsteps, building a formidable reputation of his own. "I heard that Leopard and his crew were all hospitalized yesterday afternoon. Is that correct?" Feng Yuan asked. "Yes, you are accurate. The conflict arose from a skirmish I had with a certain Qin Kun. UD recounted. A look of disdain crossed Feng Yuan's face as he laughed. Good heavens, UD, the young master of the Yu family, cannot even handle a mere loser? UD bristled at this remark. I find that rather offensive. Ts. Not that I couldn't. It's simply that he got lucky. I should have dealt with him yesterday, but that wretched Guo Xiaoming rescued him and brought along a group from the Golden Shilin bathhouse, giving Leopard and his crew a thorough thrashing. They're all in the hospital now. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would likely be in there with them. The Golden Shilin crew? Feng Yuan sat up, a grin forming on his face. That's intriguing. I recall their leader, Liu Bing, is quite a tough character, though he barely holds his own over in Jinjia and has had numerous conflicts with Didong. Yes, that's them. They're currently backing Qin Kun, so calling anyone else would be futile. I have no choice but to ask for your help, UD stated. Feng Yuan stroked his chin and smiled. Consider it done. Seeing Feng Yuan agree, UD raised his champagne glass, cheerfully saying, Then I thank you in advance, Brother Yuan, and no need for thanks. We're practically family. Besides, given our father's relationship, I'm obliged to assist. Feng Yuan replied. Just then, UD's gaze caught sight of Qin Kun. The bar's second floor was not entirely enclosed, allowing a view of the entrance from their room. Well, speak of the devil. UD exclaimed, pointing towards Qin Kun and Guo Xiaoming. That's them. The male is Qin Kun, and the female is Guo Xiaoming, who happens to be Liu Bing's cousin. Feng Yuan turned to look outside, his lips curling into a smirk. He is nothing more than a loser. However, that Guo Xiaoming is quite lovely, with an appealing figure. UD winked playfully, suggesting, How about we take care of Qin Kun here? And you can have Guo Xiaoming to relieve your stress? Sounds good to me, Feng Yuan nodded, preparing to act, but just then, Liu Bing entered as well. Upon entering the bar, Liu Bing approached Qin Kun, saying, Let us sit at the front. If you need anything, just come find us. There's all sorts of people here, so take care. Understood, Brother Bing, Qin Kun acknowledged, leading Guo Xiaoming away. Guo Xiaoming guided Qin Kun deeper into the bar until they arrived at a dimly lit private room where her friends awaited. Yay, Xiaoming, they exclaimed, waving as Guo Xiaoming introduced Qin Kun. Guo Xiaoming's friends were fairly attractive, but Qin Kun noted that they paled in comparison to her. So, this is the boyfriend you mentioned? Zhang Jejia scrutinized Qin Kun, her brow furrowing. He doesn't seem like much. I expected a tall, rich, and handsome type. Song Shui nodded in agreement, asking, Hey there, what's your name? I'm Qin Kun, he replied. All right, come on in and sit, Zhang Jejia said, ushering everyone into the room. Inside, besides the two girls, there were two young men, each the boyfriends of the girls. Song Shui's partner bore a wild demeanor, reminiscent of Liu Bing. He smiled at Guo Xiaoming before glancing at Qin Kun. Introducing himself, I'm Huang Xiqing, Song Shui's boyfriend. Nice to meet you, Qin Kun greeted. The other young man remained seated, engrossed in his phone. This is my boyfriend, Wang Bo, Zhang Jejia said with a hint of pride. His family is in the clothing business. He is a wealthy second generation. With that statement, a sense of boasting was palpable on Zhang Jejia's face. Guo Xiaoming, looking at the two boys, grinned cheerfully, teasing her friends. You've picked some good boyfriends. It's been a while since we last met, and you've all grown up, of course, they chimed in unison. Zhang Jejia nodded, then turned to Qin Kun and inquired. Xiaoming, what does your boyfriend do, and what are his parents' professions? Song Shui, invigorated by the conversation, looked at Qin Kun and said, Handsome, why not introduce yourself? There's not much to say about me. I'm merely in the same class as Xiaoming. And my family isn't well off, Qin Kun replied modestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jejia scoffed, Xiaoming, with your figure and looks, how did you end up with such a boyfriend? Exactly. Song Shui chimed in, no longer glancing at Qin Kun. She grasped Guo Xiaoming's hand and said, Let me tell you, Xiaoming, poor students are not only stingy but also quite cowardly. If you ever face any troubles, they'll undoubtedly abandon you. As she spoke, she cast a glance at her boyfriend, Huang Xiqing, and smiled. Unlike my Xiqing, even though he doesn't have much money, he's well connected in the circles of the rich and powerful. Nothing to brag about. Huang Xiqing chuckled. After Song Shui finished, she turned to Qin Kun and remarked, Xiaoming, considering you are Liu Bing's sister, how could you settle for such a spineless man? Chapter 52. What mistake did she make? Guo Xiaoming felt slightly displeased. It had been quite a while since she last met these two friends, and she was taken aback by the changes in them. One had turned into a little hoodlum, while the other had become a materialistic girl. All right, today is our reunion. Discussing such matters is quite disheartening. Guo Xiaoming shot a glare at Song Shui. Observing this, Zhang Jejia placed her hand on Guo Xiaoming's and said, Xiaoming, Don't be angry at Xiaowei for speaking her mind. She has your best interests at heart. Just look at her attire. It might not even be worth as much as one of your sleeves. Zhang Zhejia noted that Guo Xiaoming's outfit, gifted by Qin Kun, cost several thousand. Hearing this, Guo Xiaoming felt even more embarrassed. She had hoped for a joyful gathering, but the atmosphere had changed drastically, and the old camaraderie felt irretrievable. Qin Kun remained silent, quietly observing as the two girls ridiculed him. That moment, Wang Bo finally set down his phone, glanced at Qin Kun and frowned. Who are you? Wang Bo had been preoccupied with his phone, entirely ignoring Qin Kun until now. He's my boyfriend, Qin Kun. Guo Xiaoming introduced. Ha, this is your boyfriend. Wang Bo poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and remarked, he seems rather impoverished. You could settle for someone better than this poor fellow? Who are you referring to? Guo Xiaoming immediately retorted, displeased. Since entering the room, this group had been targeting Qin Kun. While her two friends had said quite a bit, they hadn't labeled him as poor. Wang Bo, however, brazenly referred to him as a poor loser, showing utter disdain. Did I say something wrong? Wang Bo laughed. You're Guo Xiaoming, right? Zhejia's friend? Yes, Guo Xiaoming replied, suppressing her anger. I suggest you break up with him right now. Just look at how poor he is. With that, Wang Bo slammed his car keys on the table and addressed Qin Kun. Buddy, since you seem to be having a tough time, my car is right outside. Could you fetch it for me? I'll give you $1,000 afterward. Don't waste our time drinking here, all right? Guo Xiaoming's face flushed with anger. Zhang Zhejia also felt it was a bit excessive and returned Wang Bo's keys, saying to Guo Xiaoming, forget it. Wang Bo means no harm. He just wants you to find a better boyfriend. Just look at how he drives an Audi A6 to pick me up for school every day. If you were with him, what would he use to pick you up? A bicycle? Just then, the door to the private room swung open abruptly, interrupting their conversation. All eyes turned to the waiter standing outside, who held 2 bottles of what appeared to be very expensive red wine. He placed them on the table and announced loudly, Welcome to Dihao Bar, esteemed young master. The manager has specially sent 2 bottles of 83 Lafite for you and your friends. Enjoy your time. Everyone in the room was taken aback. What was happening? Free 83 Lafite. Each bottle costs tens of thousands. Song Xiaowei blinked in confusion, and Huang Xiqing was equally puzzled. What did esteemed young master mean? After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Zhejia chuckled and proudly said to Guo Xiaoming, Did you see that, Xiaoming? This is the power of the rich second generation. The manager recognized Wang Bo's presence and promptly sent over 2 bottles of Lafite. Guo Xiaoming glanced at Wang Bo, who looked slightly dazed. However, upon hearing Zhang Zhejia's comment, he casually waved his hand and said, Oh, it's nothing. Just 2 bottles of 83 Lafite. Zhang Zhejia picked up a bottle of Lafite and cheerfully remarked, Well, since the wine has arrived, let's have a few drinks. The red wine was opened, and everyone had a sip, engaging in cheerful banter. However, Guo Xiaoming and Qin Kun found it hard to blend in. After a few sips of Lafite, it tasted as bland as plain water. Guo Xiaoming glanced apologetically at Qin Kun and whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. No worries, Qin Kun replied nonchalantly. Just then, Guo Xiaoming's phone vibrated. She picked it up, and her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Qin Kun asked. It's from Shan Jiayang and the others. They've sent some photos in the group chat. Guo Xiaoming handed her phone to Qin Kun. Upon taking the phone, Qin Kun's expression hardened. This WeChat group was formed due to the donations made by the 3rd young master. Shan Jiayang was also in this group. The photos depicted Shan Jiayang seemingly at a dorm party, accompanied by the girl with a ponytail and another girl, Yang Xian. The chaotic table was littered with poker cards and spilled drinks. Yang Xian leaned against the doorway of the private room, visibly intoxicated, with vomit scattered around her, and her clothing disheveled, exposing much of her body. Little Yang, hey, look at this. This is Yang Xian, the top student from class 6. Look at how disgusting she is after drinking. She acts like a slut. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing this, Qin Kun's expression darkened. The private room was identical to his, clearly indicating they were in the same bar. Shan Jiayang had gone too far, Guo Xiaoming remarked. Qin Kun nodded, stood up, and pushed the door open to leave. Hey? Where are you going? Zhang Zhejia called out. We're going to handle something. We'll be back shortly, Guo Xiaoming replied, shutting the door behind them. Qin Kun was furious. He knew that a girl like Yang Xian, who was diligent in her studies, wouldn't be out drinking like this before the college entrance exam unless Shan Jiayang was bullying her. Moments later, Qin Kun heard laughter coming from a nearby private room. He exchanged glances with Guo Xiaoming, who nodded and dashed off. Qin Kun yanked the door open. With a crash, the door swung open, and Yang Xian stumbled out, collapsing at Qin Kun's feet, unconscious. The sight was far worse than in the photos. Young Xian's face and head were bruised, her mouth foaming with beer, and her body bore numerous shoe prints. At this moment, Qin Kun looked up and met the astonished gazes of Shun Jiayang and her companions. It's you? Shun Jiayang set down her bottle and addressed Qin Kun. Ignoring her, Qin Kun scooped up Young Xian and carried her into the private room. Did you see the WeChat messages? Shun Jiayang inquired. Qin Kun nodded, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Shun Jiayang, demanding, what did she do wrong? Why do you torment her? What mistake did she make? What business is it of yours? Shun Jiayang sneered at Qin Kun. You, hiding behind women, dare to point fingers at me. Just put her down and scram. Qin Kun remained resolute, placing Young Xian on the sofa and sitting next to her. Shun Jiayang, seeing this, became enraged, shouting, how shameless can you be? Who told you to sit down? Before she could finish, Gua Xiaoming entered with Lu Bing. Brother, it's them. Gua Xiaoming pointed at Shun Jiayang and her friends. Oh? Lu Bing scanned the room, immediately noticing Young Xian. Recognizing that Young Xian was a good friend of his sister and her husband, he picked up a beer bottle, ready to smash it down. Lu Bing was a well-known figure at Jinkelin bathhouse. Shun Jiayang knew this and, upon seeing Lu Bing's intent, trembled in fear, her face paling. Qin Kun quickly intervened, smiling, brother, you don't need to take action. Just keep an eye on them to prevent their escape. Lu Bing contemplated briefly, then tossed the beer bottle onto the table, coldly glaring at the three girls. If you dare to resist, I'll send you to Jinkelin to sell yourselves. Chapter 53. Buy 10? Get 1 free. Shun Jiayang panicked. She had previously thought Gua Xiaoming was working at Jinkelin, but little did she know that the owner was her own brother. She could hardly believe that Qin Kun had actually connected with Lu Bing. At that moment, Qin Kun glanced at the playing cards on the table and asked Shun Jiayang, what were you playing just now? Shun Jiayang, feeling pressed to respond, said, it's a drinking game called Find the Mississippi. Explain the rules. Qin Kun inquired. Shun Jiayang stammered, feeling flustered. I told you to explain the rules. Qin Kun insisted. The rules are that different cards represent different meanings. An ace is a command. Whoever draws it can designate someone to drink. A2 indicates the miss. Whoever draws a 2 becomes the Mississippi. The miss must drink along with anyone who drinks, and if she drinks on her own, she drinks twice. The role of the miss only changes when another 2 is drawn. That's enough. No need to elaborate. Qin Kun interrupted. Realizing that the game was clearly designed to target the Mississippi, he understood that they had likely targeted Young Xian as the miss, making her hold on to 2s and punishing her for not drinking. With this understanding, he no longer needed further clarification. He turned to Gua Xiaoming and said, Xiaoming, could you please fetch some red wine? Of course, Gua Xiaoming replied with a nod. Lu Bing watched Qin Kun with keen interest, eager to see how he would retaliate against the 3 women. Seizing the moment while Gua Xiaoming went to get the wine, Qin Kun discreetly drew out 3 2s. Upon seeing them, the 3 women's expressions changed, and a smirk crept across Lu Bing's face. Soon, Gua Xiaoming returned with 2 whole crates of red wine, which he had ordered without hesitation. Naturally, these could be returned. Qin Kun looked at the wine and placed the 3 2s before the 3 women, stating calmly, since you enjoy playing so much, let us play this game to the end. From now on, you 3 will be my misses. When I say drink, you must drink. Of course, I need to establish a new set of rules. This find the miss requires money, right? After saying this, Qin Kun produced a bank card and placed it on the table, declaring, I believe you are aware that I have some funds available. For every bottle of red wine you drink, I will give you 10,000 yuan. Drink 2 bottles and that's 20,000. If you drink 10 bottles, I'll give you 110,000. Buy 10, get 1 free. With that, he placed the red wine on the table and said lightly, drink up. Upon hearing Qin Kun's offer, Lu Bing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That a bottle for 10,000 yuan was quite a sum. Even his bathhouse couldn't earn such amounts in a day. Yet here was Qin Kun, offering 10,000 for a bottle. What a lucrative deal. At first, the women seemed tempted, but as they contemplated, it dawned on them that Qin Kun was a demolisher with reportedly 400,000 in his account. If they drank all that, it would amount to 40 bottles. Wouldn't that be excessive? However, the thought quickly dissipated for Shun Jiayang, as she realized that Qin Kun indeed had only 400,000. If she exerted herself, she could make him suffer. If she drank 10 bottles, that would cost him 100,000. With a glance at her companions, she picked up a bottle of red wine and began to drink heavily. Lu Bing cheered her on. After finishing a bottle, Shun Jiayang felt as if she might explode. After all, they had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and now this additional wine was overwhelming. Setting down the bottle, she asked, where is my money? Come on, give me your account number. Qin Kun smiled and said, write down the account number. After Shun Jiayang wrote it down and placed it before him, He promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to her account. A notification chimed, and Shen Jiayang glanced at her phone before grabbing another bottle of wine. Seeing this, the other two girls also picked up their bottles. Before long, all three had each consumed a bottle. Qin Kun continued to transfer the money without hesitation. This made it 4 bottles. The 3 women grabbed their bottles again. After this round, Shen Jiayang felt her stomach churning as if it were a water tank. And she almost vomited. 70,000. Qin Kun, are you still playing? Shen Jiayang put down the wine bottle. Qin Kun transferred 30,000, opened another crate of red wine, and said, "Let us continue." "You?" Shen Jiayang was both angry and bewildered as she looked at Qin Kun. "Are you out of your mind? That is 70,000. If we drink more, it will be 100,000. No, 110,000. Don't you care? My feelings are irrelevant to you. Just drink." He replied. 3 bottles of red wine were placed in front of Shen Jiayang and her companions. She had started to burp incessantly, and just the sight of the wine made her want to vomit. Nevertheless, she lifted the bottle and began to pour its contents down her throat, struggling to swallow. She had to take several sips to manage to get it down. Each burp sent wine spilling from the corners of her mouth, and she nearly vomited. Clearly, she had reached her limit. Qin Kun clapped his hands and transferred 40,000 yuan. In total, the 3 women had earned 110,000. "I can't anymore. Can you two drink another bottle?" Shen Jiayang asked her companions. The other two, with faces pale from the effort, realized that not drinking might result in punishment. If they drank, they could at least earn some money. So they each took another bottle and drank recklessly. At tea that moment, the girl with the ponytail could no longer hold on. She had only taken a few sips when she vomited everything inside her, including a foul stench all over another girl. Vomit is contagious. As soon as one person retched, Shen Jiayang instinctively bent over and began to heave as well. The third girl couldn't withstand it either and dropped her wine bottle to spew. In an instant, the room was filled with a nauseating stench. Shen Jiayang was covered in vomit, her once polished appearance now utterly ruined and looking quite tragic. "Yang Jie, I can't take it anymore. I can't drink anymore," the ponytail girl said, wiping the vomit from her mouth. Shen Jiayang too was at her breaking point. Although vomiting had created some space in her stomach, the alcohol was potent, and drinking continuously was unbearable for anyone. "Qin Kun, are you satisfied now? Can we leave?" Shen Jiayang leaned against the sofa and asked. Qin Kun waved his hand dismissively at the foul odor in the air and shook his head, turning his gaze to Lu Bing, asking, "Bing-gu, what do you think?" Lu Bing leaned against the door frame of the room, lighting a cigarette to combat the nauseating smell, and shook his head, saying, "This is just one round of vomiting. And you call that drinking? When I go out for drinks, I typically vomit 3 to 5 times in a single sitting. All right then. Since Bing-gu thinks this is insufficient, you ladies should keep drinking. Same old rule, 10,000 for a bottle." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayang's face turned green. "Qin Kun, leave a way out for us. We might meet again in the future. Don't block your own path. Don't think that just because you're connected with Lu Bing. I am afraid of you, dumb. Why Shan works at Salt, and I have a close relationship with Dedong. Be careful of what happens to you on the streets." Qin Kun felt a chuckle rising within him. Shen Jiayang clearly had no idea how wary Dedong was of him. Perhaps Zhao Shanshan hadn't informed her that Dedong would never lay a finger on him, that a woman without a background or a prominent family to support her could do little. Lu Bing, of course, was unaware of the relationship between Qin Kun and Dedong. But he too was unfazed, coldly staring at Shen Jiayang and saying, "Beautiful lady, don't mention Dedong. I've already sent the leopard of Jiangbei to the hospital. If you think Dedong is capable, let him come. I'll meet him personally." Seeing this, Shen Jiayang quickly grabbed her phone to make a call. Qin Kun's expression darkened as he snatched the phone from her and tossed it out of the private room. "Who told you to make a call?" Qin Kun said coldly, "If you want to call Dedong to deal with us, you can do so any time, but not now, because it's my turn to deal with you." After saying this, Qin Kun slammed the wine bottle on the table and commanded, "Drink." The 3 women exchanged glances, looking at the red wine with evident reluctance. Lu Bing, seeing this, kicked the nearest ponytail girl, exclaiming, "Damn it, didn't you hear me telling you to drink? Are you really going to act like the missus?" The ponytail girl, terrified, quickly grabbed a bottle and started pouring it down her throat. Shen Jiayang and the other girl had no choice but to yield, forcing themselves to drink. After downing another 6 or 7 bottles, the 3 of them began to vomit repeatedly, turning the private room into a veritable restroom. The ponytail girl, unable to handle her liquor, collapsed, lying unconscious in a puddle of her own vomit. Shen Jiayang felt the world spinning around her. After several rounds of vomiting, her stomach was in turmoil, her complexion turning a sickly purple. Qin Kun, we really can't do this anymore. Please let us go. We were wrong. Shen Jiayang finally began to relent, grabbing Qin Kun's sleeve and pleading, I was wrong. We one-t bully young Xian again. We truly made a mistake. If it had only been a one-time bullying incident, Qin Kun would have likely relented by now. However, he believed that these three women had regularly tormented young Xian. As they shared the same dormitory, he had witnessed them assaulting young Xian in the woods before. Perhaps they even had naked photos of her on their phones. As he pondered, Qin Kun glanced at the phone he had discarded earlier, stood up and retrieved it, saying, unlock the screen. Shen Jiayang shivered at the sight of her phone. Damn it, didn't you hear me tell you to unlock it? Lu Bing snapped. Shen Jiayang bit her lip, too intimidated to speak, and reluctantly unlocked the screen. Qin Kun immediately navigated to the photo album. Guo Xiaoming leaned in to take a look. There was a separate folder filled with pictures of young Xian. Upon seeing these images, both Qin Kun and Guo Xiaoming's faces turned a deep shade of anger. The photos depicted young Xian's laundry piled high, images of her helping them take out the trash and buy things, and even scenes of the three of them kicking and beating her. There were dozens of nude photos, all meant to humiliate. Qin Kun stared at the phone, then hurled it onto the table and smashed it down with a bottle of wine. The screen shattered into pieces, and within moments, the phone lay in ruins. Enough talk, just drink, Qin Kun declared as he brought over a case of red wine. Shen Jiayang's face turned as pale as a sheet. Seeing that they were utterly unable to drink, Qin Kun exchanged a glance with Lu Bing, and the two of them rushed forward to force alcohol down their throats. What are you doing? Let me go. Shen Jiayang struggled desperately, but a slap from Qin Kun left her dazed. He then seized the bottle, pried her mouth open, and poured wine down her throat as if it were waste. Showing no concern for her capacity to tea first, she managed to gulp some down, but soon she was vomiting, red wine spilling from her mouth and nostrils, a pitiful sight. After emptying the entire case, Qin Kun finally ceased his relentless pouring. The three girls lay sprawled across the room, completely unconscious, their bodies covered in a mixture of red wine and vomit, a truly distressing scene. Only then did Qin Kun wipe his hands and carry young Xian out of the private room. After this incident, he had lost all desire to continue the gathering and certainly did not wish to return to the previous room to drink. He turned to Guo Xiaoming and said, let us take young Xian to the hospital to sober her up, shall we? Guo Xiaoming, equally disappointed in her friend's behavior, nodded in agreement. All right, I'll go inform them. With that, she returned to the room and told Zhang Jia and Song Xiaoyi, Jia, shall we? You all enjoy yourselves that I have to leave with Qin Gu for a bit. Zhang Jia's expression changed. Xiaoming, did we say something too harsh? Yes, Xiaoming, is that man really so fragile? Song Xiaoyi chimed in with a smirk. Why don't you just break up with him right here? He is not worthy of you. Guo Xiaoming, no longer wanting to see their smug faces, forced a smile, bid farewell, and closed the door behind her. At that moment, Lu Bing and Qin Kun approached. I'll drive you home, then come back, Lu Bing offered. Guo Xiaoming nodded, and they all exited the bar together. Lu Bing's car was nothing extravagant, merely a Jetta worth 60,000. However, just as he was about to open the car door, a stick suddenly appeared from the side, blocking his path. Lu Bing's gaze flickered as he looked over, spotting a bronze-faced man. The sight of this face made Lu Bing's expression grow serious. Isn't that the owner of Golden Qilin? What a coincidence! A faint laugh followed, and the newcomer was none other than Feng Yuan, who had just been drinking on the second floor. Beside him stood Ud, whose face still bore some bruises, though now she wore a broad smile. Brick King, we meet again. It seems our paths are fated to cross, Ud sneered, her gaze fixed on Qin Kun. Feng Yuan. You re from Jiangbei, and I'm from Jinjia. Let us not interfere with each other's affairs, Lu Bing said, fixing his eyes on Feng Yuan, showing no fear. He pointed at the iron rod in Feng Yuan's hand and asked, what s with the stick in broad daylight? Are you trying to scare someone or intend to strike? Feng Yuan chuckled lightly, shaking the stick. Lu Bing. This rod serves both to intimidate and to strike. What do you mean? Lu Bing inquired. Heh, it's simple, Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly, pointing the iron rod at Qin Kun. The one I aim to intimidate is you, but the one I intend to strike is this fellow named Qin Kun behind you. I want to waste breath. Drive off in your old Jetta and leave Qin Kun and that girl behind. Feng Yuan's words clearly irritated Lu Bing. He couldn't simply abandon Qin Kun, let alone his own sister. That was unthinkable. She was family. Having shared drinks with Qin Kun just yesterday, he considered him one of his own. Lu Bing, who valued loyalty above all else, would naturally not acquiesce to Feng Yuan's demands. Feng Yuan, I know you have a powerful father in Jiangbei, but this is not Jiangbei. You have no authority here. You mean you're willing to stand up for Qin Kun? Feng Yuan asked. Lu Bing nodded. Without wasting further words, he pulled out his phone and signaled to his friends inside. Soon, 3 men who had been drinking with Lu Bing emerged. The trio, robust and intimidating, immediately pressured UD, who, being a wealthy second generation, could only cheer from the sidelines. Upon seeing Lu Bing's companions, she hastily hid behind Feng Yuan. The 3 men stood before Qin Kun and Guo Xiaoming like iron towers, coldly regarding Feng Yuan. Lu Bing smiled slightly, producing his car keys. Feng Yuan, it's unfortunate, but today my brothers are present too. I suggest you leave now and return to Zhangbei. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Feng Yuan sized up Lu Bing and his companions, showing no signs of retreat. Instead, a glint of battle spirit emerged in his eyes. He was naturally a fighter and was instinctively inclined to test his strength against them. Though he intended to challenge just one of them rather than face them all with that in mind, Feng Yuan clapped his hands. Suddenly, several vans nearby opened their doors, and a dozen rough-looking men with buzz cuts, tattoos, and intimidating appearances emerged, encircling Lu Bing and his friends in an instant. This is bad. Guo Xiaoming's face darkened as she pulled on Qin Kun's arm. UD must have known we were at the bar and set this up in advance. Qin Kun nodded, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Seeing the large group, Lu Bing's expression also soured. He took a couple of steps back and confronted Feng Yuan. What do you intend to do? Lu Bing, do you have a screw loose? Why else would I bring so many people? Feng Yuan sneered, his smile vanishing. Lu Bing, I'll ask you one last time. Are you leaving or not? Chapter 55. Come at me. The 3 men beside Lu Bing began to feel uneasy. Although they weren't afraid of fighting, facing such a large number made them feel uncertain. Lu Bing, however, remained calm. He glanced at his sister and then at his brother-in-law, and a resolute smile spread across his face. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and addressed Feng Yuan. How about this? I don't care how my brother-in-law and sister got entangled with you, but if you want to come at me, that's fine. They are just students, not in this world. You and I, however, are different. We both navigate this realm. If you lay a hand on me, I'll accept it, but please spare them, brother, Guo Xiaoming said, feeling torn, pulling on Lu Bing's arm. Qin Kun also felt moved. Lu Bing had only known him for 2 days yet was willing to stand up for him. Be quiet. Lu Bing shot a glare at Guo Xiaoming, then turned to Qin Kun. Look after my sister. With that, he took a step forward. Feng Yuan's expression shifted. The fierce intent he had initially displayed softened as Lu Bing now stood ready to be at their mercy, leaving his bravado unnecessary. All right, they say the big brother of Golden Qilin values loyalty, and today I've truly witnessed it. I admire you, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan conceded, nodding, raising his iron rod. Let us do it this way. If you can withstand 10 strikes from me, I'll leave with my men and never trouble them again. But if you fall before that, then I'm afraid it'll be too late. I'll claim Qin Kun and that girl. Lu Bing inhaled deeply from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Fine, I agree. All right then, prepare to take my blows, Feng Yuan declared, lifting the iron rod and swinging it mercilessly toward Lu Bing's arm. With a loud thud, Lu Bing gritted his teeth, his body crashing into the side of the Jetta. Brother, Guo Xiaoming bit her lip, visibly distressed. Lu Bing steadied himself against the car, maintaining an air of nonchalance, smiling. That's one. Heh, you're a real man, Feng Yuan scoffed, and without hesitation, he swung again at the same spot. The impact made the second-hand Jetta tremble violently. Lu Bing had taken 2 strikes to his arm. Though it appeared trivial, beneath his shirt, large bruises were forming, and he was bleeding significantly beneath the skin. Lu Bing grimaced and said, just 2 more. How dare you? Feng Yuan bellowed, channeling all his strength to strike down again at the same spot. Crack! This time, the sharp sound of breaking bones echoed. Brother! Guo Xiaoming felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Qin Kun gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into tight fists. He yearned to stand up for Lu Bing, but reason cautioned him, if he intervened now, Lu Bing's suffering would be in vain, and he and Guo Xiaoming would inevitably be drawn into the fray, especially considering young Xian was in his arms. While a fiery temper might seem appealing, the repercussions could be dire. As the young master of the Qin family, Qin Kun had endured the trials of his first mission, cultivating an extraordinary temperament and remarkable restraint. Yet, he still harbored a fierce desire to tear apart UD and Feng Yuan. Everyone stay back. Lu Bing shot a furious glance at Guo Xiaoming, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His arm had been brutally shattered, which was more than any ordinary person could bear. As a man, Lu Bing was drenched in cold sweat, Yet he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Point 3 more, Lu Bing declared, addressing Feng Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yu let out a cold snort and urged Feng Yuan, Brother Yuan, stop wasting time. Quickly finish breaking his legs. Once he can't stand, he won't be able to rise again. Qin Kun shot Yu a venomous glare. This suggestion was indeed malicious. However, Feng Yuan found it quite amusing. Unhurriedly, he replied, I was already considering it. I just wanted to toy with him a bit. With that, he aimed the iron rod at Lu Bing's leg, grinning. I'm quite curious to see if your golden Qilin can still stand after I break your legs. Lu Bing remained silent, but his cheeks trembled uncontrollably, for he feared nothing more than having his legs broken. Once they were shattered, standing would be nearly impossible, and all would be lost. At that moment, Feng Yuan unexpectedly swung down the rod. Whack! The iron stick struck Lu Bing's leg with tremendous force. He stifled a groan, leaning heavily against the Jetta, the searing pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Not broken yet, but this will definitely leave you limping for a few days. Feng Yuan laughed, lifting the rod once more to strike again. Just then, Guo broke free from Qin Kun and rushed in front of Lu Bing, blocking Feng Yuan. That's enough. Stop hitting him. Feng Yuan's rod froze midair. He certainly didn't want to hit Guo, a beautiful girl he intended to cherish. With a cold sneer, he asked, Are you worried about your brother? How about this? Leave that loser Qin Kun and come spend a few nights with me. Not only will I treat you well, but I'll also cover your brother's medical expenses. Then we'll be like family. His lecherous gaze lingered on Guo Xiaoming's chest. Guo Xiaoming looked from her brother to Qin Kun, utterly unsure of what to do. No matter her choice, one side would suffer. Xiaoming, step aside. Lu Bing pulled Guo Xiaoming away, barely managing to stand on his trembling legs, and coldly regarded Feng Yuan. There are still 6 left. So let us continue. As Lu Bing was beaten, passers-by stopped to take pictures and gossip. The patrons inside the bar also grew restless, spilling out to witness the spectacle. Among them were Guo Xiaoming's 2 close friends, as well as Wang Bo and Huang Xiqing. Isn't that Feng Yuan? Huang Xiqing said, his expression grave. They said there was trouble, and it turns out there really is. This Qin Kun has gotten into deep water with Feng Yuan. He's in for it now. Wang Bo, however, found the situation amusing. Just a bunch of losers. If they tried to mess with me, I'd throw down a few tens of thousands, and they'd happily take the money and leave. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Song Shui shot him a disdainful look. You clearly don't understand. Some matters cannot be resolved with money. Zhang Jia glanced at Song Shui and asked, Shall we? Isn't Xiqing involved in this circle? Maybe he can help, otherwise, Xiaoming could be in danger. Song Shui shook her head. It helped. It's unfortunate that Xiaoming chose such a useless boyfriend. Look at him just standing there while Lu Bing has endured 3 or 4 hits without moving. Huang Xiqing lowered his head and remarked, Donggu is still quite inferior compared to the Feng family. We should stay out of this. Though Zhang Jia was somewhat snobbish, witnessing Guo Xiaoming's plight stirred her compassion. She turned to Wang Bo and said, Bo Gu, please step in and help. Wang Bo had initially planned to be a bystander, but upon Zhang Jia's urging, he felt a surge of ambition. After all, Song Shui had just rebutted him, and he wanted to demonstrate the power of wealth. Being a privileged son, he didn't quite grasp the reality of the underworld. He only understood money. He firmly believed that with enough money, anything could be resolved. Thus, he strode into the crowd, flamboyantly brandishing a stack of pink bills, and announced, Hey, big brother, I'm Guo Xiaoming's friend. For my sake, let us call it quits. Huh? All eyes turned to Wang Bo. Feng Yuan, seeing this, lowered his rod and frowned, asking, Who are you? Wang Bo stepped up to Feng Yuan, shoving 1,000 yuan into his hand. Smiling as he introduced himself, I'm Wang Bo. My father is Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang? Feng Yuan held the stack of cash with a puzzled expression. I've never heard of him. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and pointed to a nearby Audi A6, saying, It doesn't matter if you don't know my father, but you should recognize that car. It's worth several hundred thousand. Feng Yuan's expression grew even more perplexed. You must be an idiot. What are you trying to say? Wang Bo felt utterly humiliated. He had brought up his father and his car, yet it had no impact. What I mean is simple. Spare them, and I'll give you money. Oh? Feng Yuan's interest peaked. Looks like you're wealthy. How much can you offer? 50,000. Wang Bo replied after a moment's thought. 50,000. This was indeed no small sum. If Wang Bo had proposed this to a typical thug, they would likely have accepted. However, the man before him was no ordinary thug, especially with a big shot like Yu at his side. Consequently, Feng Yuan slapped Wang Bo across the face. What the hell? You think you can just toss 5,000 bucks around and get away with it? You're treating me like a beggar. With a swift kick, Feng Yuan sent Wang Bo flying some distance away, causing his followers to erupt in laughter. Guo Xiaoming could hardly bear to watch. This wealthy second generation was too full of himself. The situation at hand was beyond his control. It was like a small horse trying to pull a heavy cart. Zhang Jijia had never witnessed such a scene and was shocked to see her boyfriend so easily dismissed, as if he were nothing. Wang Bo's face turned various shades of blue and purple. He had essentially walked into a beating. Fool! Feng Yuan spat, preparing to raise the rod again to continue punishing Lu Bing. Lu Bing closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending blow. Just then, a deep voice resonated from the entrance of the bar. Feng Yuan? Do you dare to cause trouble on my territory at the Dihao bar? Are you tired of living? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's iron rod halted mid-swing, and all eyes turned toward the bar's entrance. Song Xiaowei and the others glanced at the man beside them. He was a bespectacled gentleman, looking refined, dressed in a formal manager's attire, exuding an impressive demeanor, albeit slightly older, in his early 30s. Behind him stood several servers and security personnel. Upon their arrival, confusion washed over Feng Yuan and Yudi as they wondered why the Dihao bar staff had intervened. The manager approached Qin Kun with his entourage and politely nodded, saying, Mr. Qin, I apologize for the disturbance that I am Chen Hao, the manager of Dihao bar. Chen Hao? Qin Kun's eyes lit up. Are you related to Sister Mingqing? Haha, in a way, yes. We share a common lineage, Chen Hao replied with a smile. The 2 bottles of Lafite I sent earlier were just a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting. Qin Kun's heart soared. So, this was the Chun family's territory. With the Chun family backing him, Lu Bing would be safe today. The sight of Chen Hao treating Qin Kun with such respect drew murmurs from the onlookers, while those involved stood frozen in shock. Zhang Jijia and Song Xiaowei exchanged glances. They had been at the bar's entrance and heard every word Chen Hao spoke. Jijia, those 2 bottles of 83 Lafite were not meant for that loser? After Song Xiaowei finished speaking, she quickly patted her lips and exclaimed, how could this possibly be a mere nobody? Wang Bo's face burned with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had casually mentioned ordering a couple of bottles of Lafite. Thinking it was no big deal, it turned out that the generous gift had nothing to do with his standing. The phrase expensive and rare was certainly not referring to him. He had unwittingly put on a fade, and it was utterly humiliating. Song Xiaowei swallowed hard and glanced at her boyfriend, asking, Siqing, does Qin Kun have connections with the Qin family? It seemed impossible that there were no ties. Huang Siqing let out a bitter chuckle. Qin Kun's backing is staggering. To say the least, it's laughable that we were just mocking him. He truly is a master of disguise and has managed to gain the Chun family's favor. However, Huang Siqing was not entirely accurate. The Chun family was not favoring Qin Kun. Rather, it was he who had his eyes set on the Qin family. If the Qin family could ensure his safety while he accomplished his tasks, they would have the opportunity for a remarkable leap, potentially elevating themselves from a 4th-rate family to a 3rd-rate one. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Kun, Chen Hao turned to Feng Yuan and signaled to his subordinates. In an instant, a dozen bar staff and security personnel surrounded them completely. Yud was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the situation, and asked Chen Hao, Do you still recognize me? Of course, who wouldn't know the eldest son of the Yu family? Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Then why are you standing up for this kid? I have a significant grudge against him, and while you may not care for my face, you should at least consider my father's reputation. Yud threatened. As a member of the Qin family, Chen Hao was not swayed by Yud's intimidation. He merely smiled and said, I'm sorry, Yud, but Qin Kun is my sister Chen Mingqing's brother. Although there is no blood relation, he is as good as family. If you trouble Qin Kun and let Feng Yuan injure his friend, I cannot simply let you go. My sister would never forgive me. What? Chen Mingqing's brother? Yud's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Kun. Feng Yuan's face also grew serious. Who would have thought that Qin Kun was actually Chen Mingqing's brother? This meant that the Chen family would undoubtedly protect him. Chen Hao's expression darkened. He ceased to engage in further trivialities and commanded his men, take them down. Chen Hao's support was undeniably formidable. The Chen family was known for having fewer members, each skilled in combat. Moreover, they were on their home turf, making them even more formidable than Feng Yuan's crew. Feng Yuan, realizing he could not evade the confrontation, charged forward with a stick in hand. Lu Bing extinguished his cigarette and picked up a brick with his uninjured hand, rushing into the fray. The entrance of the bar quickly descended into chaos as pedestrians scattered. Qin Kun pulled Guo Xiaoming away and grabbed a stick to join the fight. Feng Yuan's men were all towering figures, but against the Chun family, they paled in comparison in the Qin family. Even a waiter had to be a veteran. The standards were extraordinarily high, and those who could serve as bodyguards for the Qin elite were all exceptionally skilled fighters. A group of veterans against a gang of ruffians was a one-sided massacre. Before long, Feng Yuan's men lay incapacitated on the ground, with Feng Yuan himself nursing a broken nose, groaning in pain. The only one still standing was Yu Di, who was utterly out of his depth and had been captured by a waitress. In stark contrast, Chun Hao's side suffered no injuries, resulting in nearly zero casualties. The entire skirmish lasted only a few minutes, and Feng Yuan's crew was swiftly defeated. This scene left Song Xiaowei and Zhang Jiajia dumbfounded. They had thought Feng Yuan was formidable, but the individuals associated with Qin Kun were like paper tigers. Chen Hao, glancing at the unsteady Liu Bing, smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "I heard you protected Mengqing's brother, which means you protected my brother. Thank you." Liu Bing's eyes glimmered with excitement as he witnessed the Chen family's prowess. He gulped and stammered. It was nothing. "All right, let me get someone to take you to the hospital." "Thank you." Liu Bing nodded, assisted by a waitress as he climbed into an SUV. Guo Xiaoming looked at Qin Kun and said, "I want to go with my brother. Are you coming?" Qin Kun shook his head. Handing young Xian over to her, "You all go to the hospital first. I need to think about how to deal with you, Di, and I'll join you later." "Okay." Guo Xiaoming helped young Xian, and together with the waitress, they lifted her into the car. After sending off a few injured individuals, Qin Kun's gaze settled on Yu Di. Chapter 57. A lion's demand. At that moment, Yu Di was pinned to the ground by a bar staff member. Utterly immobilized, he was in a slightly better position than Feng Yuan, at least spared from physical harm. Qin Kun approached Yu Di, a cold smile emerging on his lips. "So, how does it feel, young master Yu? Did you ever anticipate this?" "Indeed, I did not expect that you would manage to latch onto the Qin family." "What is your relationship with Qin Mengqing?" Yu Di retorted, refusing to yield despite being held down. This second-generation rich kid, while lacking in physical prowess, was notably tenacious. "You have no right to pry into my relationship with Mengqing." "Who do you think you are?" Qin Kun replied with a sneer. Yu Di shot back, "Ah, Qin Kun, you truly are fortunate. There always seem to be women stepping up for you. Too bad you remain a nobody, a waste. Without the Qin family as protection, you're nothing more than a dog." It must be said that Qin Kun had indeed had women come to his aid on several occasions. Suya had fought for him against Shanjiang, young Xian had provided him with crucial information, and Guo Xiaoming had rescued him on a motorcycle. Now, the name of Qin Mengqing was invoked yet again. Hearing himself referred to as a dog did not provoke anger in Qin Kun. He maintained his smile and responded, "You articulated that quite well. I might as well echo your sentiment. Without your father, Yu Jianxing, shielding you, you are nothing but a pile of dog excrement, not even worth comparing to a dog." Yu Di's face burned with humiliation. He had mocked Qin Kun, yet he never considered that his own privileges were also bestowed upon him by others. At that moment, Chun Hao stepped forward and quietly asked Qin Kun, "Young master, how should we handle these individuals?" Qin Kun glanced back. Feng Yuan's crew lay sprawled on the ground, either motionless or groaning in pain. Leaving them there seemed unwise. He felt it would be a waste to treat them with such disregard. After some thought, he replied, "What do you think we should do?" "The simplest solution would be to let them go. However, I believe the best course of action is to handle this in the manner they understand." Chun Hao suggested, adjusting his glasses with a smile. "In what manner is that?" Qin Kun inquired, intrigued. "Quite simply, in the past, when countries went to war, the defeated were required to cede territory and pay reparations. The same applies here. We could call you Jiansheng and Feng Gang, instructing them to bring money to retrieve their men. If they refuse to pay, we will take action against them," Chen Hao explained. Qin Kun contemplated this and nodded. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggested." Chen Hao nodded and took out his phone, dialing the Yu family's company number. About half an hour later, a Porsche 9X pulled up at the bar's entrance. The door swung open, revealing a somewhat slender, tall middle-aged man, standing at least 6 feet tall. Accompanying him was a muscular man with bronze skin, a formidable presence. The former was Yu Di's father, Yu Jianxing, while the latter was Feng Gang, Yu Jianxing's hired muscle and the most influential figure in the Dongjiang underground. This was Qin Kun's first encounter with Yu Di's father. The two approached Qin Kun and Chen Hao, standing shoulder to shoulder, their gazes sweeping over their men before finally settling on their son. "Dad, kill this little brat," Feng Yuan shouted at Feng Gang. Feng Gang furrowed his brow upon hearing this, asking, "Son, what exactly happened?" At this moment, Chen Hao stepped forward, addressing Feng Gang. "Feng Gang, how have you been lately?" "There's no need for your concern," Feng Gang replied coldly. Chen Hao, it has been a long time since our families have had any issues. What is the meaning of this today? Chen Hao pondered for a moment and replied, I apologize, but today your son assaulted my guest in my establishment. While it may seem trivial, it has undoubtedly tarnished the Chen family's reputation. Chen Hao had calculated this move, intending to absorb all of Yu Jianqing and Fenggang's ire. This strategy was also meant to protect Qin Kun. However, Fenggang was no ordinary individual. His eyes narrowed, and he coldly remarked, Chen Hao, you must be lying. My son knows very well that this is your establishment. How could he cause trouble here? With that, he turned his gaze to Qin Kun, his expression icy. So, you are the guest in question? Feng Yuan interjected hastily, Dad. I started the fight outside the bard. It was that idiot dressed in layers. Chen Hao sighed, realizing that the two opposing figures were not easily deceived. There was no way to shield Qin Kun from this confrontation. Why Yu Jianqing then turned his attention to Qin Kun, his face devoid of emotion. So you are Qin Kun? Do you know me? Qin Kun retorted, Of course I know you. You beat my son until he looked like a pig's head. How could I possibly not know your name? I just didn't expect you to be connected with the Qin family. Had I known earlier, I would have dealt with you myself. Yu Jianqing concluded, no longer wasting words. He pointed to his son Yu and said, Qin Kun, I'm not interested in idle chatter. Name your price. Chen Hao turned to whisper in Qin Kun's ear, Third young master, regardless of today's outcome, these two will not let you off the hook. Instead of compromising, it would be wiser to let them feel the sting of pain. As the saying goes, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Qin Kun nodded, understanding this principle. Even if he were to spare the two, they would ultimately seek his life. He was not one to rely on the mercy of his adversaries. Moreover, given Yu and Feng Yuan's conspiracy to break his legs, Qin Kun had no intention of letting them off lightly. Thus, he no longer needed Chen Hao to speak for him. He stepped forward and addressed Yu Jianqing and Fenggang, saying coolly, Your sons intended to break my legs, so I do not plan to show them mercy either. Let us settle on a fortuitous number. 5 million total, 250,000 each. Pay up. The moment he uttered 5 million, the expressions on Yu Jianqing and Fenggang's faces darkened. Not only them, but even Chen Hao was taken aback. In Dongjiang, brawls typically ended with a few tens of thousands. For prominent figures, it might reach hundreds of thousands. Asking for 250,000 each was indeed rather harsh. However, Qin Kun did not consider himself unreasonable. He merely aimed to humiliate his opponents. After all, he was not a thug and was unaware of the local customs. Fenggang, pointing at Qin Kun, said, Kid, your appetite is quite large. Aren't you afraid of bursting your own belly? Yu Jianqing's face also soured as he remarked, Qin Kun, demanding such a sum is a bit excessive, don't you think? Do you think it's too expensive? Qin Kun replied with a slight smile. Are Yu and Feng Yuan's lives not worth 5 million? My son's life is priceless, Yu Jianqing barked. But demanding 5 million is rather unscrupulous. I truly do not believe you would dare kill my son in broad daylight. Killing was certainly out of the question. Qin Kun wasn't foolish enough to resort to murder. You are correct, I will not kill, but I can incapacitate them right before your eyes, he stated calmly, as a classmate of Qin Kun. Yu had always regarded him as a mere pushover. Even after several confrontations, he still deemed him weak, so he taunted, Go to hell, do you dare touch me? What guts do you have, you filthy brat? Yu Jianqing did not believe Qin Kun would truly act, standing silently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He was testing Qin Kun's capabilities, as well as gauging the Qin family's stance on him. After all, Qin Kun was merely an outsider in the Qin family. He assumed they wouldn't risk their relationship over him. Fenggang understood Yu Jianqing's intentions and remained silent, his presence exuding a chilling aura. Seeing both remain non-committal, Qin Kun nodded, fully ignited by anger. He waved his hand towards the bar's staff, commanding, break one of their arms. As the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Kun held a status that even Chen Jiangwo had to respect. Chen Hao could only obey Qin Kun's orders and gestured for the staff to proceed. With 2 sharp cracks, the sound echoed. The staff, wielding iron rods, wasted no time and broke the arms of Yu and Feng Yuan. Their agonizing screams pierced the air, reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. Feng Yuan managed to stifle his cries after a moment, but Yu howled as if in labor, his face twisted in pain. Seeing Qin Kun truly act, both fathers stood frozen in shock. You dared to strike? Fenggang's fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Kun. He hissed, Aren't you afraid I'll hunt you down later? Ha! Even if I didn't strike, would you let me go? Qin Kun chuckled awkwardly. Before today, Yu sought out a thug to break my legs, and today he plotted against me in this bar. If it weren't for Lu Bing protecting me, my legs might already be broken. You've long decided not to spare me, and now you threaten me with such words? Don't you find that laughable? Feng Gang was rendered speechless, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Indeed, such threats had lost their weight. Chen Hao nodded in agreement, admiring Qin Kun's resolve, thinking, no wonder he is from the Qin family. He possesses great courage. Qin Kun was never one to shy away from confrontation. He understood the art of yielding when necessary. So, what will it be? Will you pay, or shall I break all your limbs? He asked with a smile. Watching UD's arm shatter brought him immense satisfaction. For days, UD had relentlessly sought trouble with him, either threatening to cut him or break his legs. Now, the tables had finally turned. Remember this, Qin Kun. Yu Jianxing's composure shattered upon witnessing his son's broken arm, his face a mask of fury as he pulled out his phone. Account? Chen Hao stepped forward, smiling. You can deposit it into my account first. He then proceeded to share his bank details. Qin Kun chuckled, knowing Chen Hao would not pocket this money. He was merely ensuring Qin Kun's banking information remained confidential. Before long, the 5 million was credited. Chen Hao promptly transferred it to Qin Kun's account. Only then did Yu and Feng Yuan return to their father's side. Dad, that brat broke my arm. Make him pay for it. Kill him, Yu wailed, tears streaming down his face. A pampered rich kid. He had never faced such humiliation before. The pain of his broken arm was unbearable. Get to the hospital, Yu Jianxing barked. Rushing into the car, Feng Gang glared at Qin Kun, not uttering a word, yet a palpable murderous intent simmered in his eyes. The four of them piled into the vehicle and sped off to the nearest hospital. Leaving everyone else behind is inconsequential. Thank you so much, Brother Chen. How did I need to check on Lu Bing at the hospital? Can you arrange for someone to take me? Qin Kun smiled out of course. Serving the third young master is my honor, Chen Hao replied, handing the car keys to a staff member. He then turned to Qin Kun and warned, today's incident is serious. After you broke their arms, they will not let it go easily. I understand. I will be cautious in the coming days, Qin Kun assured. Chen Hao nodded, adding, we at the Qin family will keep a close eye on the Yu family and Feng Gang's movements. If anything arises, we will notify you promptly. He had intended to suggest assigning Qin Kun bodyguards, but recalled the Qin family's rules against personal protection. It would be inappropriate for a young master to bring bodyguards during an assessment. Thus, he merely smiled, withholding his thoughts. After bidding farewell to Chen Hao, Qin Kun followed the staff to the Chen family's private hospital located on the city outskirts. Within 2 hours, Lu Bing was wheeled out, accompanied by Guo Xiaoming. How is he? Qin Kun inquired. The doctor removed his mask, smiling. He arrived just in time. The arm is merely fractured, not shattered. It has been set and placed in a cast. Now he just needs to rest and recover. Also, he should avoid smoking, drinking, or fighting. Thank you, Qin Kun responded. The doctor nodded, wiping his brow as he departed. Qin Kun turned his gaze to Lu Bing, noting his pale complexion and the sheen of sweat on his forehead. Thank you, Brother Bing. He felt a pang of guilt. This injury should have been his own. Lu Bing chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing. When you live this life, you'll eventually face the music. Once in the ward, Guo Xiaoming went to fetch some hot water, while Lu Bing pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Brother, what are you doing? Guo Xiaoming frowned at the cigarettes. You in this condition and still smoking? Who cares? Even if I have to give up food, I want to give up smoking. Light it for me, Lu Bing insisted, extracting a cigarette. Guo Xiaoming shot him a disapproving glance and pouted. If you're so capable, light it yourself. With a grin, Lu Bing placed the cigarette between his lips, pulled out a lighter, and ignited it. After inhaling deeply, the pallor on his face faded slightly, replaced by an expression of sheer enjoyment. Smoking cures all ailments, it's absolutely true, he declared. Qin Kun and Guo Xiaoming exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. After a few puffs, Lu Bing turned to Qin Kun and asked, Brother-in-law, I truly didn't expect you to have ties with the Qin family. You've hidden it well. Qin Kun chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that this was nothing profound. After all, his family background was far deeper than that of the Qin family. Well, his father had some acquaintance with Chen Jiangwo, and he and sister Mengqing could be considered as sworn siblings. So that's the case. Your father must not be an ordinary person, then, Lu Bing remarked, glancing at Qin Kun with a meaningful expression. Guo Xiaoming, noticing this, tugged at Lu Bing's arm and said, Bro, why are you prying? Stop digging so deep. I see, it was presumptuous of me, Lu Bing replied with a smile. Qin Kun waved his hand, not elaborating further, but looked at Lu Bing and said, You should rest at the Qin family's hospital for a while. I'll cover the medical expenses. There's no need for that. I can't stay put. I'll return to my bathhouse tomorrow. The golden Qilin cannot function without me. As he spoke, Lu Bing curiously asked, by the way, what happened to Yu Di and Feng Yuan in the end? I had Chun Hao break one of their arms and extorted 5 million from Yu Jiansheng. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Bing dropped his cigarette but onto the bed sheets, and Guo Xiaoming quickly slapped it to the ground. Are you not satisfied? Qin Kun inquired. No, I'm more than satisfied, Lu Bing said, staring at Qin Kun in disbelief, exclaiming, Qin Kun, you are far more ruthless than I imagined. At this moment, Lu Bing no longer regarded Qin Kun as an ordinary student, but as a silent beast. Though typically quiet, he could be terrifying when provoked. Qin Kun merely smiled lightly and said, Feng Yuan broke your arm. I simply wanted to help you get even, so his arm was also broken. That's quite manly, Lu Bing nodded, excitement causing him to wince in pain. Qin Kun awkwardly laughed a couple of times and said, Lu Bing, I think you should just lie down comfortably. Yet I agree. Lu Bing nodded and settled back down. Xiaoming, take good care of him. I'm going to check on young Xian, Qin Kun said, seeing that Lu Bing was fine. Guo Xiaoming nodded, while Lu Bing added, Qin Kun, you must be cautious. After you broke Yu Di and Feng Gang's arms, they definitely will not let this go easily. Don't worry, I understand, Qin Kun replied, leaving the ward. Young Xian's issue was relatively straightforward. She simply had a mild alcohol allergy, having developed some small red bumps on her back after being forcefully fed alcohol by Shunjiang. Other than that, there were no significant concerns. Before long, young Xian woke up. Upon seeing Qin Kun, her first instinct was to grab the pillow and shrink away against the wall. Young Xian, it's me, Qin Kun said gently. Young Xian blinked her eyes, her mind still foggy, and after surveying her surroundings, she asked, where am I? This is the hospital. I found you passed out at the bar and brought you here, Qin Kun replied with a smile. Shunjiang, you were also at Dihao bar? Young Xian questioned. Qin Kun nodded and briefly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing his words, young Xian's face turned pale, and she looked at Qin Kun with panic. Shaking her head, Qin Kun, you can't do this. You can't. Shunjiang will not let you off. And so what? Qin Kun shrugged and countered. Young Xian, didn't I tell you that if anyone bullies you, you should let me know? I know that, but are you afraid? Young Xian lowered her head in silence, her voice trembling slightly. Shunjiang isn't someone to be trifled with. She has a powerful friend at a nightclub called Satyr. Is the person you are referring to named Dedong? Young Xian raised her head, puzzled. You know him? Isn't Dedong's arm broken? Qin Kun asked again. Yes, he got into a car accident a few days ago. No. Qin Kun raised his hand to interrupt her. His arm was broken by me. Chapter 59. Your actions are futile. As Qin Kun finished speaking, young Xian's mouth gradually fell open, her expression one of exaggerated shock, looking at Qin Kun with disbelief. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Why would I lie to you? Qin Kun replied with a calm smile. In a while, I'll take you back to your dormitory, and you'll see that everything I said is true. An hour later, Qin Kun drove Chen Hao's Mercedes, which indeed was a luxury vehicle, the Mercedes G2, valued at over 3 million. Of course, young Xian, not being knowledgeable about cars, showed no reaction while seated in the expensive vehicle. Had it been a girl like Zhao Lei, she would have already taken out her phone to snap pictures and boast. Upon returning to the dormitory, young Xian entered to find 3 women frantically packing their belongings. Indeed, they were the ones packing, not waiting for young Xian to do so. The 3 stared blankly at young Xian, who was equally stunned. After a moment, Shun Jiayang and the ponytailed girl lined up and bowed deeply to young Xian. Young Xian, we were wronged. We will never bully you again. At the doorway, young Xian rubbed her eyes vigorously, her pupils trembling slightly, feeling as if she were in a dream. Just as Qin Kun returned young Xian, he had sent a text to Dedong, instructing him to warn Shan Jiayang and her companions not to bully young Xian and to treat her with utmost respect. Dedong, aware of Qin Kun's reputation, did not dare to disobey and quickly called Shan Jiayang. When Shan Jiayang answered, she had just sobered up in the hospital. Seeing Dedong's call, she ecstatically picked up the phone. Dedong, you called at the right time. I was bullied, and you have to help me. Clearly, Qiao Shanshan had not informed Shan Jiayang of the entire situation, and Shan Jiayang was unaware that Dedong would never take action against Qin Kun. Upon hearing this, Dedong cursed vehemently, You filthy BTCH. Do you even know who bullied you? Is it just some pathetic loser? Pathetic loser? Dedong's expression darkened as he growled. That is someone even I wouldn't dare provoke. Let me ask you, do you have a girl named Young Xian in your dormitory? Why yes. Exactly. So, Young Xian is now my sister. If you dare to bully her again, I will feed all 3 of you to the dogs. And no. Did I hear you wrong? You're afraid of that loser? That is certainly not a loser. I can't go into details, but remember this. Even if you provoke a god, never offend Qin Kun. With that, the call ended. Only then did Shen Jiayang realize the seriousness of the situation, leading to the current scene. The next day, Qin Kun returned to school. Initially, he had no intention of attending classes. But today was special. After all, the results of the previous class simulation exams would be announced today, and the college entrance examination registration was already underway. Upon entering the classroom, Qin Kun noticed that Yudi was absent. Given that he had broken Yudi's arm, he probably was still lying at home, and of course, Yudi's father could handle the college entrance registration for him, and it was inconsequential whether he registered or not. Returning to his seat, Qin Kun scanned the classroom. He had rarely attended school in recent days, and the classmates had become quite distant. The ones he was most familiar with were Sun Han and Zhao Lei. However, Sun Han was engrossed in her studies. After breaking up with Yudi, this astute woman had suddenly become very quiet and had not sought trouble with Qin Kun again. As for Zhao Lei, she merely glanced at him before turning away, no longer looking his way. Qin Kun offered an awkward smile, took out a set of papers, and began to ponder seriously. One by one, students filed into the classroom. When the class bell rang, Han Lei entered, carrying a multitude of exam papers. After entering, he cleared his throat and scanned the classroom. Qin Kun also looked up at Han Lei. All right, put down your pens. For the first and second periods today, we will be registering and taking photos. Please follow the instructions of the academic affairs teacher, he announced, pulling out a sheet of paper from the stack of exam papers. Through the sunlight, it was revealed to be a report card. Now, let me announce the results and rankings from the recent class simulation exam. First place. As Han Lei spoke, his gaze shifted forward. Lu Qianqian did not lift her head. Instead, she continued diligently working on her problems, as if she knew for certain that she would be first. After all, she had consistently topped the class in all previous simulation exams. However, her position in the overall school ranking was not particularly high. Dongjiang No. 1 High School had a unique structure. The bottom classes were the so-called Olympiad classes, while Class 3-2 was merely an ordinary parallel class. For Dongjiang No. 1 High School, parallel classes meant only a handful of students could gain admission to university, with the acceptance rate for key universities being exceedingly low. Some classes had none at all, while most had only 1 or 2 students. Lu Qianqian was the only student in Class 3-2 with hopes of entering a prestigious undergraduate program. Yet, Han Lei's next words caused Lu Qianqian, who was fervently writing, to abruptly stop. Qin Kun, 647 points. As soon as this was said, nearly the entire class turned their gaze toward Qin Kun, including Sun Han and others. The gazes of those around were filled with profound bewilderment and astonishment. What could possibly explain this? How could Qin Kun achieve such an extraordinary score? He had been absent from classes for days, and I distinctly recalled that during the mock exam, he had barely scored over 300, not even reaching 400 out, and now, in just 2 months, he had surpassed 600. What a farce! Lu Qianqian's pen hovered in the air, her eyes fixed on Qin Kun with skepticism. Yet, Han Lei's voice continued unabated. Second place, Lu Qianqian, with 531 points. Third place, Sun Han, with 493 points. Fourth place, he recited the entire list in one breath. It was only after he announced the last name, that of Yudi, who had not even participated in the exam, that Lu Qianqian finally stood up, pointing accusatorily at Qin Kun. Qin Kun? Your cheating is blatant. It's utterly ridiculous. Zhao Lei shot a glance at Lu Qianqian and scoffed. Exactly. When others cheat, they at least try to keep it somewhat believable. But you've suddenly scored over 600. Who are you trying to fool? Wang Ning and Li Shuang joined in the mockery. Just a while ago, you could barely score in math, and now you're off to a prestigious university. Impressive indeed. Many students who held a grudge against Qin Kun viewed his results with suspicion. It could be said that the overwhelming majority felt this way. Han Lei rapped the desk and cleared his throat. Ahem. Please quiet down. This isna marketplace. He then looked at Qin Kun, his expression slightly less disdainful. Since Qin Kun had been expelled and transferred back, Han Lei had come to the realization that he had likely secured some influential connections. Otherwise, such an incident would not have occurred. Consequently, his tone towards Qin Kun became notably more tactful. Qin Kun, do you realize that what you have done is wrong? An exam serves to evaluate one's true capabilities. A reflection of one's current standing through scores. What is the significance of your 600 points? Will it help you gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? It is merely self-deception. Such an examination holds no value. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Kun stared at Han Lei, momentarily at a loss for words. This score was the most authentic representation of his abilities. There was not a hint of embellishment. Yet, not a single person present believed him. Feeling disinclined to argue further, he simply replied, "Teacher, I did not cheat." "Enough." Han Lei raised his hand at this. "You don't need to explain yourself to me. You know in your heart whether you cheated or not. Let me offer you a piece of advice. If you can achieve that score during the college entrance examination, then you truly are formidable. Invincible." With that, Han Lei called for the class monitor, who shall we, to distribute the test papers. Nowadays, cheating in the college entrance examination is exceedingly difficult. Not only is there continuous monitoring in the examination hall, but teachers are also present to supervise. More critically, each examination room is equipped with a shielding device that renders cheating tools ineffective. Of course, there are always exceptions. A few individuals manage to evade detection, albeit rarely. Qin Kun chose not to defend himself any further. He accepted the test paper and began reviewing his mistakes, focusing on rectifying them. Soon, Class 1 completed the registration, and it was the turn of Class 2. Qin Kun followed the procedures, filling out forms and taking photographs. After the morning session concluded, he left the school, intending to return home to quietly prepare for the final push. The third examination was imminent. Upon exiting the school gates, Qin Kun hailed a taxi to Bai Hua Ting. However, shortly after the taxi set off, his phone buzzed. Lowering his gaze, he saw a message from Guo Xiaoming. Just as he was about to open it, his phone rang again. Lu Bing? The name sent a jolt of apprehension through Qin Kun. He sensed trouble was brewing. He hurriedly answered, "Lu Bing, why are you and Xiaoming in such a rush to contact me? Is something wrong?" "Yes, indeed." "Listen closely. You need to find a place to hide immediately. Feng Gang has completely lost it. He swears he will make you spend the rest of your life in bed. He has already sent people to hunt you down. And Yu Jianxing has put a bounty of 100,000 on your head. You must stay hidden and not show yourself." Qin Kun's eyes narrowed. He had anticipated Feng Gang's reaction after he had broken Feng Yuan's arm. The murderous intent in Feng Gang's gaze had been palpable, and this issue would not end amicably. He understood he had stirred up trouble. Yet he had no regrets about his actions, as Feng Yuan had gone too far by injuring Lu Bing. "That I understand. You and Xiaoming stay safe as well. That we're fine. The key is you. They are after you?" Lu Bing insisted. "I get it. I'll try to keep a low profile in the coming days," Qin Kun replied before hanging up, and no sooner had he ended the call than it rang again. This time, it was none other than Chen Hao. "Hello, third young master. Where are you?" Chen Hao asked urgently. "I just finished school and am in a taxi heading home." Qin Kun responded. "I asked this about Feng Gang? You know already, huh?" "Yes, Feng Gang is after me, and so is Yu Jianxing, one with manpower, the other with money." Chen Hao nodded and said, "Tell the taxi driver to head to Tianqing building immediately. This is our Chen family's office. Even if Yu Jianxing comes personally, it won't matter. Do not go to Bai Hua Ting. They've already discovered you purchased Villa number 1 there, and it's no longer safe." "What?" Qin Kun was taken aback but realized this was to be expected. After all, Yu Jianxing was a powerful figure. If he couldn't uncover such matters, he might as well return to farming in the countryside. "Understood." Qin Kun nodded and instructed the driver, "Sir, please change the route and take me to Tianqing building." "All right," the driver complied, turning the steering wheel onto the new road. Not long after, at an intersection, the traffic light turned yellow, and the taxi gently braked, stopping within the white lines. Chen Hao, still on the line, continued, "Third young master, keep your phone on at all times, understood? I'm sending people to find you. Don't turn off your phone, or I won't be able to locate you." "Okay," Qin Kun acknowledged before hanging up. However, as he set down his phone, he noticed 2 vans parked behind the taxi. Suddenly, the vans swung open, and 7 or 8 rugged men armed with various weapons emerged, their eyes fixed on Qin Kun's taxi. Alarm surged through Qin Kun, and he quickly urged the driver, "Please, step on it." The driver frowned, pointing at the red light ahead. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the light? If I run it, I'll get points deducted and fined. Do you think I'm foolish? Just drive. Go faster." Qin Kun insisted, frantically opening WeChat. Unfortunately, the app lagged, taking a frustrating 10 seconds to load before he could scan the payment code. The men drew closer, peering into the taxi to identify its occupant. "Found the boss," one of the men exclaimed, smirking as he turned to his companions. "Get him out, understood." Another man slapped the window, attempting to yank the door open. Qin Kun quickly locked the doors, and the driver, now realizing the gravity of the situation, stammered, Did you offend someone?" Qin Kun remained silent, nervously scanning the QR code and hastily entering 2000. "Damn it, this little brat locked the door, then break it open," one of the men commanded. The hefty man nodded, raising his club and bringing it down hard on the window. Crash. Just then, a notification chimed. WeChat payment received. 2,000 yuan. In that critical moment, two things happened simultaneously. Qin Kun squeezed his eyes shut as shards of glass flew, cutting several lines across his skin. He roared, "I paid you 2,000. Now run this red light." The driver, now terrified, disregarded the traffic light and slammed on the accelerator, speeding through the intersection. To their astonishment, the gang was caught off guard as the taxi sped away, unable to grab Qin Kun in time. The taxi plunged into the midst of a line of vehicles, colliding with three cars and causing a chain reaction of crashes behind them. Fortuitously, Qin Kun's taxi remained upright, albeit with the hood crumpled. The car raced forward, the flashing lights of traffic cameras capturing the chaos. The driver, now unconcerned about the consequences, pushed the vehicle to its limits. Seeing the severity of the accident unfold, Qin Kun didn't hesitate to transfer several thousand yuan to the driver as compensation. Thus, the driver's expression improved considerably. The group of ruffians, witnessing Qin Kun's escape, erupted into a chorus of curses. This was a sum of 100,000. Cooked duck had flown away just like that? No way! They hurriedly jumped back into the van to pursue him. Quick, head towards Tianqing building. Qin Kun glanced at the rearview mirror and took a deep breath. It was true that money could move mountains. But these thugs had truly lost their minds. The two vans were racing at an alarming speed. However, when the vehicles reached the next intersection, despair began to creep in. It was noon, the peak hour for traffic. And ahead lay a seemingly endless line of cars, the congestion severe. What do we do about this traffic jam? The driver panicked. Damn it. Why did you have to choose this route? Qin Kun cursed. Glancing back as the pursuing vehicles were closing in, he quickly pointed to the side, tapping the driver's shoulder. This way, the alley is less congested. All right. The driver nodded and swiftly turned the wheel, plunging into the narrow alley. The two vans followed closely behind. The alley was exceedingly narrow, making it difficult to pass each other. Just then, a dilapidated Jetta came driving towards them. Qin Kun inhaled sharply, feeling as if misfortune had struck him at every turn. Today was indeed one of his most unfortunate days. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung the car door open and bolted away. The van came to a halt, and a group of thugs jumped out, chasing after Qin Kun. However, not everyone pursued. One thug stayed behind, yanking the taxi driver's door open and dragging him out. Chapter 61. The Unluckiest Day Slap. A thug delivered a resounding slap to the driver's face, cursing fiercely, "Damn it! Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Driving so recklessly almost got me run over." Having never encountered such a scenario, the driver quickly pleaded, "Big brother, I didn't know what was happening. I'm just a driver. That guy had a knife to my throat. I couldn't dare refuse." The driver was clever enough to concoct a fib. The thug eyed him for a moment, then kicked him away and walked off. Meanwhile, Qin Kun's physique, honed from years of labor at construction sites, proved invaluable once more. One party ran while the other chased. For a solid 20 minutes, they failed to catch up to Qin Kun, and he even managed to widen the distance between them. About half an hour later, he finally found refuge among a cluster of dilapidated old buildings. Leaning against a wall, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Gasping for air, however, before he could catch his breath, he spotted a new group of individuals across the alley. They appeared equally menacing, but they were not the same thugs from before. A mere glance informed Qin Kun that they were searching for him. As their eyes scanned their surroundings, one thug clutching a photograph. Frowning, Qin Kun glanced at a nearby doorway and slipped through the rickety security gate. Successfully evading the thug's line of sight, he exhaled in relief and turned around. Yet, as he did, he was startled by a shadowy figure in the dimly lit corridor. "Who?" Qin Kun exclaimed in surprise. It's you, Mr. Qin," the shadow replied with a voice that seemed to belong to a woman. As Qin Kun adjusted to the faint light, he realized the figure before him was none other than Bai Yong from the Beihai Sales Center. Bai Yong, who was Zhao Lei's cousin. What are you doing here?" Qin Kun inquired. "Ha, this is my home. What a coincidence, Mr. Qin. Do you have acquaintances here?" Bai Yong exclaimed excitedly, her mind racing with fantasies as she gazed at Qin Kun's face. She had been pondering how to seduce him for days. Although she had encountered many wealthy clients while selling properties, most were elderly and lacking charm. With receding hairlines, a young tycoon like Qin Kun was a rare sight. The prospect of developing a romantic relationship with him had become Bai Yang's dream, offering her a chance to change her future while marrying a handsome young man. A double blessing. However, she had struggled to find the opportunity due to her busy schedule and Qin Kun's focus on his studies for the college entrance examination. Several times, she had peered into the villa only to see him diligently studying, and thus refrained from approaching him. Little did she expect that Qin Kun would come seeking her, leaving her momentarily flustered as she wondered if she looked presentable without any makeup. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Of course, Qin Kun was oblivious to her thoughts. He shook his head and replied, "I don't have any acquaintances here. If there is, it's just you." "Acquaintance?" Bai Yang's heart fluttered, feeling as sweet as honey, and she smiled. "Since you consider me an acquaintance, then I shall call you Qin Kun. Fine. Call me whatever you wish." Qin Kun waved his hand dismissively. Bai Yang's heart swelled with joy, but then Qin Kun's sudden action caused her breath to quicken and her heart to race. He grasped her shoulders tightly, his eyes filled with urgency, even tinged with a hint of red. "What is going on?" Bai Yang trembled, her pupils dilating. Could it be that Qin Kun? He is about to? Bai Yang stared at him, her cheeks flushed, her mind swirling with endless imaginings. Just then, "Where is your home?" "I need to hide," Qin Kun urgently asked. "Huh?" Bai Yang blinked, the blush on her face turning into embarrassment. "What did you say?" "I'm being chased. Those people outside want to kill me." "Isn't your home here? Hurry, take me inside to hide," Qin Kun insisted. Upon realizing the situation, Bai Yang's expression darkened, her earlier excitement turning into profound disappointment. Qin Kun's grip on her shoulders, though intimate, was indeed ambiguous, hence her wild thoughts. Disappointment aside, Bai Yang still had to retrieve her keys. "It's on the left side of the 4th floor. You go in and hide. I'll step out to buy something," she said. Qin Kun nodded, took the keys, and cautioned, "If anyone asks, just tell them I'm not here or that you haven't seen me. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." Bai Yang winked, smiling brightly. Qin Kun completely ignored her and dashed upstairs. Bai Yang initially planned to buy some items, but upon realizing Qin Kun was in her home, she paused, standing at the entrance to keep watch and divert anyone who might come looking for him. This, she thought, would surely enhance her standing in Qin Kun's eyes. "Bai Yang, you are truly clever," she mused, smiling at herself. As expected, a group of thugs soon arrived, panting heavily as they reached the entrance. These were the very same individuals who had pursued him in the van. "Boss, that little brat Qin Kun runs too fast. I'm exhausted." One thug leaned against the wall, gasping. The ringleader, bent over with his hands on his knees, glanced at Bai Yang before stepping closer to her. "Hey girl, have you seen this person?" he asked, pulling out a crumpled photograph from his pocket. Qin Kun's image. Seeing the photo, Bai Yang's heart sank, and she quickly pointed towards the front of the alley. "I saw him. He went that way, Dado?" The thug leader cast a suspicious glance ahead, then back at her. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." Bai Yang maintained her composure, insisting. Seeing her confidence, the thug nodded. "If you dare to trick me, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson." With that, the group of thugs sprinted away. Bai Yang felt a chill run down her spine. She dared not linger and quickly slipped into the building. Making her way to the 2nd floor, by the time Qin Kun reached the 4th floor, he was utterly exhausted. He fumbled for the keys, unlocked the door, and shut it behind him as he entered the living room. It was a modest, aging residence, clearly from a bygone era, with radiators for heating. Qin Kun collapsed onto the sofa, feeling a semblance of safety within the home. Now, he simply needed to wait for Qian Hao to come and retrieve him. However, just as he settled in, he heard the sound of water flushing from the bathroom. "Miss Bai, you returned so soon." Upon hearing that voice, Qin Kun's pupils constricted, and his expression froze. The voice was alarmingly familiar. As the bathroom doors swung open, a burly figure emerged, his head wrapped in thick bandages, resembling an Islamic devotee. Following him was another equally stout man, coming from the direction of the kitchen, munching on a half-eaten apple. The eyes of the 3 men locked in the AIR.ITSU. "It's you?" Qin Kun nearly fainted. The person before him was none other than Leopard. The bandages on his head were indeed the result of Qin Kun's handiwork. The sight of Leopard instantly reminded Qin Kun of their previous encounter at the Beihai Sales Center, where he had nearly bumped into him. He had narrowly escaped then, but never did he imagine running into him here. "Haha, it is indeed a case of searching far and wide only to find it effortlessly." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in the Leopard's eyes as he chuckled. "Qin Kun, I've been looking for you for several days." Qin Kun rose, casting a glance at the doorway. Another thug stood before the security door, grinning and blocking his way, his expression clearly indicating that the path was closed. Qin Kun turned to the Leopard and inquired, "Are you and Bai Yang in a romantic relationship?" Chapter 62. Narrow paths for enemies. Qin Kun never anticipated encountering the Leopard at Bai Yang's residence. Haha, not at all. I merely intend to purchase a property from her. She had something to attend to today and isn't at work, hence my visit to her home. The leopard replied with a mischievous grin. Of course, if I could have the pleasure of her company in bed, I would not object either. Well, my luck seems to be rather unfortunate, Qin Kun observed, continually surveying his surroundings while contemplating how to respond. The leopard, exuding an air of confidence, sneered, Of course, your misfortune is my good fortune today. With that, he seized a fruit knife from the table and lunged forward, exclaiming, Qin Kun, brace yourself. The knife glinted ominously. Despite his exceptional physical prowess, Qin Kun dared not confront him directly and retreated hastily. He dashed into Bai Yang's bedroom and locked the door behind him. Damn it! The leopard cursed, twisting the doorknob several times before realizing it was locked. Qin Kun, do not think you can escape my grasp by hiding inside. This is the 4th floor. You cannot fly away. Inside, Qin Kun's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Downstairs, Chunhao arrived at the entrance in his car. The Mercedes came to a halt, followed by 3 SUVs. As a dozen of the Chen family's bodyguards disembarked, Bai Yang, hidden on the 2nd floor, felt a chill run down her spine. The 3rd young master must be hiding here. Chunhao, glancing at the GPS on his phone, looked up at the dilapidated building and called Qin Kun. After several rings, there was no response. At that moment, Qin Kun was far too preoccupied to answer his phone. It vibrated incessantly in his pocket, but he was lost in thoughts of how to escape. This is troublesome. He isn't answering, Chunhao murmured, turning to his bodyguards. You all, go upstairs and search every unit. Understood. Several nodded and ventured into the stairwell. Chunhao took the lead, knocking on doors on the 1st floor before ascending to the 2nd. Bai Yang's complexion paled. She dared not look at Chunhao, hiding silently in a corner. Just as Chunhao was about to ascend further, he turned toward Bai Yang, narrowing his eyes slightly and asked, Miss, have you seen a high school student? He looks like this. Chunhao produced a photograph of Qin Kun. Upon seeing the image, Bai Yang quickly shook her head. Stammering, No, I haven't seen him. Chunhao frowned slightly, smiling as he replied, Thank you. He then signaled for his men to continue knocking on doors. With a large contingent from the Chen family, they swiftly reached the 4th floor. One bodyguard knocked on Bai Yang's door repeatedly, but there was no response. Inside, the leopard, gathering momentum, slammed his shoulder against Bai Yang's bedroom door. Bam! A dull thud echoed as the door's panel splintered, yet it remained sturdy. Hearing the commotion, the Chen family members shouted, Brother Hao, there's activity in this unit. Chunhao rushed upstairs, knocking on the door, but no one answered. Damn it, they must be inside. Who can pick locks? Chunhao glanced at his companions, who exchanged bewildered looks. One bodyguard noticed the 7 locks on the wall. Bai Yang, peeking from the 3rd floor, remained silent, her heart pounding. Bam! Another forceful impact shook the bedroom door, which was now on the verge of collapse. From the outside, it was evident what lay within. One more time. The leopard roared, crashing into the door once more. Bam! 3 strikes, and the door was battered and broken. Haha, Qin Kun, I see you have nowhere to run. However, as the leopard stepped inside, he was taken aback. The room was entirely empty. Where is everyone? Another thug questioned, puzzled. The leopard sneered, He's a human, not a bird. Can he fly away? With that, he yanked open the nearby wardrobe, but found it vacant. He proceeded to check several other wardrobes, all devoid of occupants. Another thug crouched down, peering under the bed, yet still found no one. What the hell? The leopard scratched his chin, bewildered. Finally, his gaze fell upon the window, which stood ajar. If no one was inside, they must have escaped through the window. The leopard climbed onto the bed, peering out the window, but saw no one outside. The ground below was empty. However, had he broadened his view to the opposite building, he would have spotted a figure pressed against the wall, concealed from the leopard's sight. This was an exceedingly old building, and the ledge where Qin Kun precariously balanced was barely wide enough for his foot. Had it not been for the entangled mass of discarded wires in front of him, he would have already plummeted. Qin Kun glanced down, his heart racing as if it might leap from his mouth. Here on the 4th floor, a fall would certainly mean disaster. Gripping the frayed wires tightly, he steadied his footing and cautiously navigated along the outer wall, resembling a furtive lover caught in a compromising position. Fortunately, Qin Kun possessed commendable athleticism and balance. After considerable effort, he finally reached the neighboring balcony. Having secured a more stable footing, he gently pushed the window, which fortuitously was unlocked, with a surge of strength. He squeezed himself inside. Moments later, one of Chunhao's bodyguards shouted, Brother Hao, we've found him. What did you say? Chun Hao hurried down the stairs, peering out the window. Bai Yang's brows furrowed as she too looked outside, her expression turning to one of shock. Qin Kun had escaped through the neighboring stairwell. What was happening? Chun Hao, realizing the situation, rushed downstairs. Bai Yang, in a state of alarm, dashed past them out of the building, urgently calling to Qin Kun. Qin Kun, run! Huh! Qin Kun turned to see Bai Yang sprinting towards him, with Chun Hao trailing closely behind. Reaching Qin Kun's side, Bai Yang grasped his arm, urging him, "You've been discovered. Hurry, they have more than 10 people. If you get caught, it's over." Qin Kun blinked, momentarily amused, as it was clear Bai Yang mistook Chun Hao for a foe. He then grasped Bai Yang's hand, saying, "Bai Yang, is the leopard trying to buy a house from Bai Hai? At a time like this, you still think about real estate." Bai Yang shot him an exasperated look, her anxiety palpable. Sighing, Qin Kun explained, "The leopard is my arch-nemesis. He nearly stabbed me just now. I barely escaped through the window to the next building." "What?" Bai Yang's face turned ashen. Just then, Chun Hao arrived, bowing slightly to Qin Kun. "Third young master, I apologize for the delay. I did not mean to alarm you." "Third young master?" Bai Yang's eyes widened in realization as she glanced between Qin Kun and Chun Hao. It dawned on her that she had mistakenly hindered the wrong party. Those inside the house intended to harm Qin Kun, while those outside sought to rescue him. "Don't know, Qin Kun. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Bai Yang stammered, biting her lip. "I thought they were after you." "So?" Qin Kun could see her remorse was genuine and waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Ignorance is no crime." Upon hearing Qin Kun's words, Bai Yang's eyes brimmed with tears. It was the first time she had encountered such a considerate wealthy heir. With Chun Hao's arrival, Qin Kun felt a sense of relief. However, the threat in their vicinity remained. The thug who had been misled by Bai Yang reappeared, his expression seething with rage as he spotted Qin Kun and Bai Yang. "Damn it! You scheming wench! You conspired with this kid. I'll make you pay." The thug charged forward, flanked by 2 vans filled with his accomplices, and soon, a throng of over 30 individuals gathered, all eager to claim the bounty. Chapter 63. The Chen family's response. Bai Yang's face drained of color as she instinctively clutched Qin Kun's arm, drawing closer to him. The approaching thug, despite noticing Chun Hao, dismissed him entirely. Unaware of Chen Hao's significance and strength, he only recognized that the suited men were outnumbered. "Qin Kun, I advise you to come over quietly. We only want to take you to Jianxing for a ransom. If you cooperate, I won't harm you. Understand?" The thug grinned at Qin Kun, viewing him not as a person but as a pile of cash. Qin Kun let out a derisive chuckle. "I would advise you to swiftly turn back home and attend to your own matters. This murky water is not something you can wade through." Qin Kun understood that these individuals likely had no ties to Feng Gang. If they were indeed Feng Gang's men, they would undoubtedly disregard the sum of 100,000 and resort to violence immediately. "Ha! I see you must be lost in a dream. How could you expect us to return with just the 2 of you?" The thug, brandishing his stick, called out to his companions. "Brothers, charge and capture that Qin fellow. And don't forget that woman. I want a piece of her too." With that, the thug lunged forward, and Chun Hao wasted no time, signaling to his bodyguards, igniting a fierce brawl. Bai Yang, terrified, dove into Qin Kun's embrace. Instinctively, he shielded her, kicking one of the incoming thugs to the ground. "Get in the car!" Qin Kun threw open the door, pulling Bai Yang inside. The chaos outside lasted less than 10 minutes. The Chen family members were all elites, and their bodyguards were seasoned veterans, executing military techniques with impressive prowess. In the blink of an eye, the thugs were left disarmed and sprawled on the ground. Chun Hao clapped his hands, gazing at the once boisterous thugs now groaning in pain, and scoffed, "A bunch of useless fools." With that, he slipped into the Mercedes, and the Chun family's convoy sped away. Inside the car, Bai Yang remained shaken, while Qin Kun, having grown accustomed to such tense and thrilling encounters over the past few days, appeared more composed. "Brother Hao, those men didn't seem to be Feng Gang's people. Didn't he say he would have me killed? Where are his men?" Qin Kun inquired. Chun Hao glanced in the rearview mirror and smiled faintly. "Do you truly wish to see Feng Gang's men? They are a band of desperate scoundrels, quite difficult to deal with. I understand that. But are you the ones manipulating this situation?" Qin Kun asked. "Of course," Chun Hao replied as he drove. The moment Feng Gang and Jianxing made their move, Uncle Zhang Wo began devising a strategy against them. Just now, Uncle Zhang Wo contacted the mayor, and Meng Qing went directly to the police station. Currently, the mayor and the police are exerting pressure on Jianshang and Feng Gang. The city's police force is primarily focused on the Yu family's company and the entertainment venues controlled by Feng Gang. These two are under intense scrutiny and cannot make a move. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun felt a warm surge of gratitude. The Qin family's response was swift. As soon as Yu and Feng made their moves, Chen Jiangwo and his daughter, Qin Mingqing, had them restrained. Thank you so much, but will the police be able to apprehend Feng Gang this time? He has a significant blight on Dongjiang. Qin Kun pondered aloud. He understood that capturing Yu Jianqing would be challenging since he had established a legitimate business. However, Feng Gang was undeniably tainted. Yet, Chen Hao did not rush to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, that may not be easy. Feng Gang has been in Dongjiang for so long that he has developed a set of tactics to evade the police. Arresting someone requires evidence. If we can find it at one of Feng Gang's establishments, that would be advantageous, but without it, the case may fizzle out. Listening to Chen Hao's words, Qin Kun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a thought began to form in his mind. Bai Yang, nestled beside him, listened in shock. The mention of Chen Jiangwo and Yu Jianqing was overwhelming. These were indeed pivotal figures in Dongjiang. Then, Bai Yang realized that she was seated in a luxury Mercedes worth 2 million, and her excitement was hard to contain. To Qin Kun's surprise, Chen Hao did not take him to Tianqing building but instead drove directly to Villa No. 1.at that moment, Villa number 1 was devoid of Feng Gang's and Yu Jianqing's presence. Chen Hao explained that once the police arrived at Feng Gang's venue, he quickly retreated with his men. With police presence, the backyard could ignite at any moment, compelling Feng Gang to temporarily abandon his plans against Qin Kun. After exiting the vehicle, Chen Hao left 3 individuals as temporary bodyguards, stating, "Third young master, these 3 are all former special forces. With their protection, you should be safe, especially during this sensitive period. Once this turmoil passes, I will retrieve them." Qin Kun nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Hao. No need for thanks, third young master. It is my duty," Chen Hao replied before driving away, leaving 3 bodyguards alongside Qin Kun and Bai Yang. Qin Kun glanced at Bai Yang and remarked, "Sister Bai Yang, although your interference was unintentional, your good intentions are appreciated. Furthermore, those thugs you dealt with inadvertently aided me, given that they were taken in by your tricks and suffered at my hands. It would be unwise for you to return alone now. How about you stay with me for a few days until this uproar subsides?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yang felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. Eagerly agreeing, "Well, that I apologize for the inconvenience." Qin Kun nodded and led the group into the villa. Bai Yang eyed the 3 bodyguards warily, wishing they would leave, yet she knew she could not voice her discomfort. Once inside, Qin Kun plopped down on the sofa, stretching his sore neck. The 3 bodyguards stood before him, watching intently, causing him to feel uneasy. "You 3, please, make yourselves at home." "Yes, third young master," they replied, yet remained standing. Qin Kun shrugged and said, "There are several rooms on this floor, each equipped with bedding. You may choose any of them. Sister Bai Yang, if you feel uncomfortable with so many men, you can go upstairs. I will stay on this floor." The bodyguards had no objections, as it was preferable for them to remain close to him. Bai Yang, yearning to be near Qin Kun, would have preferred to share a bed. But with the bodyguards present, she could not shamelessly express her desire. She merely nodded and said, I will also stay on this floor. Being alone upstairs frightens me. With 5 people, it seemed a tight fit for sleeping arrangements." But Qin Kun said, "We can decide later." He ascended the stairs, knowing he had more pressing matters at hand. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he opened the study door and sat down at the computer. The screen illuminated, and Qin Kun logged into the Qin family's network, using a family token to summon a hacker. Hacker 3416. "Hello, third young master. I am Hacker 3416, and I am delighted to assist you." "Hello, I would like to investigate a business magnate in Dongjiang named Yu Jianqing, as well as a man named Feng Gang." "Certainly, third young master. Please hold on." After a brief wait, Hacker 3416 returned with information. "Third young master. Yu Jianqing is a local of Dongjiang and the founder of Huayu Group, which has multiple subsidiaries and considerable assets. Feng Gang, originally named Feng Haigui, hails from Jishui's Sanfu village, was convicted of murder, and has escaped from prison. He is a fugitive." "A fugitive indeed." Qin Kun chuckled coldly, surprised to discover that Feng Gang was a wanted criminal who had fled from Jishui to Dongjiang. He felt a surge of amusement. If he could present this evidence to the police, it would spell the end for Feng Gang. "Extract as much information about Feng Gang as possible and send it my way." "Understood, third young master." In a short while, various criminal evidences against Feng Gang, including his subsequent offenses after assuming a new identity, were transmitted to Qin Kun. Chapter 64. A Vast Net. Third young master, you are currently in an adversarial position with Phone Gang. Correct? The hacker inquired curiously after sending the materials. Indeed, Qin Kun replied, if that is the case, I would recommend eliminating the root of the problem. Simply getting rid of Phone Gang will not suffice, as his subordinates include many desperate individuals who will surely seek revenge if they are fiercely loyal to him. Prompted by Hacker 3416's warning, Qin Kun recognized the gravity of the situation. Merely capturing Phone Gang would not resolve the issue. His subordinates were equally reckless, and with them around, his peaceful life would be a distant dream. Wasn't it akin to defeating one Phone Gang while countless others remained? Noticing Qin Kun's silence, Hacker 3416 continued, let me offer you a suggestion. My time to assist you is limited. I have only half an hour. Within this time frame, it is impossible for me to investigate the backgrounds of so many individuals without risking oversights. To thoroughly eradicate Phone Gang as an adversary, it would be best to enlist D-level support from the family. Please reach out to the Family Affairs Office in Huachuan Province, by doing so. Dismantling Phone Gang and his faction would become a straightforward task, with minimal risk of oversight, given the immense power of provincial family affairs offices. Qin Kun recognized this truth as well. To uproot Phone Gang, the parasite of Dongjiang, he would need family support. However, he felt a twinge of reluctance, for activating D-level family support required the expenditure of 5 family tokens. He could only target one of the two, Yu Jianxing or Phone Gang, since he lacked sufficient tokens for a second D-level request. The Qin family support system was tiered, with F-level support being the lowest, designated for personal assistance, meaning the family would dispatch a strong individual for aid, while E-level support pertained to municipal assistance. The D-level represents provincial support, while the C-level signifies national assistance. The B-level escalates to an international level of support, and the A-level constitutes military strike assistance, surpassing international aid in severity. As for the most formidable S-level support, it transcends to the realm of war mobilization and should never be activated unless under absolute necessity. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Kun reflected on recent events and replied, please investigate if Yu Jianxing has any blemishes on his record. If so, send the information to me. Ultimately, Qin Kun did not uncover substantial evidence of Yu Jianxing's wrongdoing. At least, nothing that could lead to imprisonment. As a prominent businessman, Yu Jianxing was adept at maintaining a clean image, and the Qin family's hacker could not unearth any discrepancies. This highlighted the disparity between Yu Di, the wealthy second generation, and Yu Jianxing, a first-generation tycoon. Dealing with Yu Di was straightforward for Qin Kun, who only needed to conduct a cursory background check. However, confronting Yu Jianxing required more than just a family order. Nonetheless, the evidence Yu Jianxing inadvertently left behind was still quite valuable. With this information in hand, Qin Kun severed ties with Hacker 3416 and navigated to another webpage, expending 5 family tokens to initiate D-level support. Within 5 minutes of the application, the family network presented a notification. Congratulations, Third Young Master, for successfully applying for D-level support. Please list the tasks for D-level assistance below. Qin Kun glanced at the task details and typed the name Phone Gang on the keyboard. Once the D-level support task was uploaded to the family network, in the suburbs of Jinan City, Huachuan Province, within an ostensibly ordinary office building, the director confirmed the D-level support task. Let me see who issued this task notification. He said that it's Third Young Master Qin Kun. The middle-aged man exclaimed, ah, so Third Young Master is in Huachuan Province. How interesting. Please send me the task details. Without delay, he opened his computer, verified the information, and then stood up, instructing his subordinates responsible for various affairs. You must immediately notify the provincial government, the Provincial Public Security Bureau, and the Dongjiang City Government and Police Department. Third Young Master has captured a big fish. Instruct them to come and assist in the netting. As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of phones ringing filled the office. Police departments across Huachuan Province received the same urgent message. A fugitive murderer had been located in Dongjiang after 8 years on the run. The entire apparatus of Jinan City and Dongjiang mobilized, with provincial leaders personally heading to Dongjiang. Over 500 police officers were dispatched from Jinan to assist in the apprehension. The Criminal Investigation Department and local detectives worked tirelessly to gather evidence against Phone Gang and his associates. A vast net was quietly being cast in Dongjiang. Naturally, given the magnitude of these operations, Qin Kun was unable to witness it all firsthand. After completing the D-level application, he forwarded the evidence of Yu Jianxing's tax evasion to Chen Mingqing. Upon receiving the message, Chen Mingqing replied, Third Young Master, this is quite interesting. I will definitely make good use of it. Indeed, Qin Kun responded before stretching and heading downstairs. Although D-level support was formidable, it could not immediately ensnare Phone Gang and his associates. After all, gathering evidence necessitated time. During this period, the family's influence would remain discreet to avoid alarming their targets. Thus, Qin Kun needed to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention to himself. Upon reaching the lower floor, Qin Kun pondered and sent a WeChat message to Guo, inquiring about her whereabouts. His primary concern was that Feng Gang might retaliate against Liu Bing, potentially implicating Guo as well. Guo responded, "My brother and I are hiding out, don't worry." Seeing this message eased Qin Kun's worries, Liu Bing was not foolish enough to wander about with his sister at such a critical time. The afternoon passed without incident. After dinner, Qin Kun completed several practice papers before finally putting down his pen, yawning as he prepared for rest. Bai Yong, noticing his demeanor, teased, "Xiao Kun, you're still focused on studying even in this situation? Survival is one matter, and studying is another. They are entirely separate." Qin Kun smiled slightly. Bai Yong laughed heartily and glanced at the clock, asking, "Is there a place to shower here? Can I use it?" "Certainly, the bathroom is equipped with a water heater, and all the necessary items are available. Feel free to use them, as long as you don't mind my uncleanliness," Qin Kun replied with a smile. "How could I mind?" Bai Yong winked playfully before disappearing into the bathroom. The sound of running water soon echoed, prompting Qin Kun to glance over. Bai Yong had a commendable figure, but she was significantly older than him, likely in her mid-20s, working at the sales office of Bai Hai Huating. For a woman of that age, she could easily be captivating to an inexperienced young man. Although Qin Kun had invited Bai Yong for her temporary protection, he could sense her underlying intentions from her cheerful demeanor. If he were to express a desire for intimacy, she might simply lie in bed, waiting for him to make a move. Qin Kun chuckled awkwardly, allowing his mind to wander, yet he dismissed the notion, as his initial impression of her was not favorable. Moreover, she was Zhao Lei's cousin. Engaging with her would complicate matters further. After deliberating, Qin Kun ultimately decided to retire to the upper floor. The bodyguards had no objections, as they would take turns monitoring the estate throughout the night, ensuring Qin Kun's safety even if he was upstairs. However, Bai Yong expressed her desire to accompany him. Qin Kun was indifferent, as there were plenty of rooms upstairs. After a hot shower, Qin Kun lay on the spacious bed, changed into his pajamas, and prepared to sleep. Yet, scarcely half an hour had passed when there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knocked. A faint smile graced Qin Kun's lips. Was this the fabled night visit? He sat up and called out, "Who is it?" "Xiao Kun, are you asleep?" Came Bai Yang's voice from the doorway. Recognizing her, he stood, turned on the light, and opened the door to question her. However, upon seeing her, his eyes widened in surprise. Bai Yong was not wearing pajamas. Given that Qin Kun, a man, would not have prepared women's sleepwear, she stood before him clad only in her undergarments. Wow, this woman is definitely intentional, Qin Kun thought, a wave of realization washing over him. He stared at her and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" "I can't sleep alone. I feel a bit scared. May I sleep with you?" Bai Yong batted her eyes, looking up at Qin Kun with an innocent expression. "I'm not really accustomed to sleeping with others." Qin Kun replied, his gaze shifting. Bai Yang's heart fluttered. Could her alluring physique fail to entice Qin Kun? She continued with a pitiful tone, "But I'm truly frightened. Please let me in. I promise I will only sleep and won't disturb your rest." At this, Qin Kun couldn't help but chuckle. Such a preposterous statement. Who would believe that? Nonetheless, he refrained from directly calling her out. After all, Bai Yong was a woman, and to do so would be quite embarrassing for her. After a moment's thought, he decided to open the door wider, smiling as he said, "All right, come in, yay." Bai Yang's heart sang with triumph at her successful first step. Once inside Qin Kun's room, she clutched a pillow and approached the bed, glancing at the bedding and remarked, "Which side is yours?" "Either side is fine," Qin Kun replied, not rushing to join her. Bai Yong nodded, carefully lifting the covers to slide into the right side. Qin Kun followed suit, turning off the light as he yawned, lying down beside her. Once Bai Yong was under the covers, she removed her remaining bra and placed it on the bedside, then shifted closer to Qin Kun, asking, "Xiao Kun, I actually wanted to ask you something earlier." "What question?" Qin Kun inquired. "I heard everyone call you Third Young Master. When Zhao Lei was home, she mentioned someone named Third Young Master from Dongjiangno, one high school who donated 200,000 to save someone. Was that you?" Bai Yong turned on her side, gazing into Qin Kun's face. Qin Kun, staring at the ceiling while rubbing his aching forehead, realized he could not conceal his wealth from Bai Yong any longer. He sighed and said, "If I say it wasn't me, would you believe it?" "Of course not," Bai Yong replied decisively. "Well, you guessed correctly. I am indeed the one who donated 200,000, Qin Kun confessed, resting his arms behind his head and casting a sidelong glance at Bai Yong, adding, please don't tell Zhao Lei about this. Coughing slightly, Qin Kun halted mid-sentence as he caught sight of Bai Yang's fair shoulders and the enticing curve of her neckline. The allure of that deep cleft was simply irresistible. She what? Bai Yong seemed oblivious to the implication. Qin Kun quickly turned away, stammering, in nothing. Bai Yang's expression was clearly feigned. She had noticed Qin Kun's reaction. However, she did not rush into it, as she understood that haste might lead to failure. This is what is known as more haste, less speed. Therefore, she continued from their previous conversation. Actually, I am aware of what you wish to convey. Zhao Lei mentioned to me that she added the third young master on WeChat and plans to meet him after graduation. That girl is quite enamored with you, is that so? Indeed, Bai Yong replied, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Kun's eyes, trying to discern any change in his expression. She smiled and inquired, what are your thoughts on this? Do you have feelings for Zhao Lei? That is out of the question. Qin Kun shook his head. He did not harbor any affection for Zhao Lei, for she typified a materialistic woman. Although she cherished herself and maintained her virginity through high school, her self-regard was entirely driven by material desires. Upon hearing this, Bai Yong felt a surge of joy within her. This indicated that she still had a chance. Yet, she sighed regretfully, what a pity. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Since you do not like Zhao Lei, it implies she is not worthy of such fortune. As she spoke, Bai Yong gently placed her hand on Qin Kun's shoulder and said with a smile, you should rest early. You must be exhausted today. All right, Qin Kun replied, closing his eyes. The next morning, the sunlight filtered into the room. Qin Kun awoke, stretched lazily, and reflected on the past few days, which had been exhilarating yet exhausting. Allowing him to sleep soundly, he tilted his head and noticed that the person beside him had vanished. After getting dressed, he descended the stairs. 3 bodyguards were already patrolling around the villa. Frowning, Qin Kun called out, Sister Bai Yong. Here, Bai Yong responded, emerging from the kitchen, clad in an apron and holding a frying pan. Good morning. How did you sleep? Well. Are you cooking? Qin Kun said, surprised as he reached the bottom of the stairs. I didn't realize you were such a beautiful and capable cook. It's nothing, my father is a chef, so if you want to eat, I'll show you my skills at lunch. Bai Yong said cheerfully. All right, I have no plans for today. Qin Kun nodded, walking to the table in the living room, where he began reviewing the exam papers while his mind was still fresh in the morning. Feng Gang and Yu Jianxing had been searching for Qin Kun these past few days, yet he felt remarkably at ease. His daily routine consisted of studying, playing cards, enjoying drinks with the bodyguards, and engaging in light-hearted banter. Life was simply too carefree. Eventually, this particular morning, Qin Kun was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was barely 5 o'clock. Bai Yong rose from beside him, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Who is it? Qin Kun looked at the unfamiliar number, his eyes darting as he got up to answer the call. Hello, may I ask who you are? Is this the third young master? A man's voice inquired from the other end. Yes, it is. Who are you, and why are you calling so early? Qin Kun's tone was slightly displeased, aware that the caller must be a servant of the Qin family. I apologize, third young master, I just realized the time difference as it is just dusk here. The voice on the line expressed regret. All right, it's fine. Please tell me who you are and why you called. It is regarding the D-level support you requested some time ago, which has nearly been completed. You can lift the alert now. The master also asked me to remind you that today is the college entrance examination and not to forget to participate in the third assessment. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun understood. His father was undoubtedly keeping tabs on this incident, aware that today was the examination day, which is why he insisted the agency complete the support operation and eliminate the threat posed by Feng Gang beforehand. I see. Please thank my father for me. Certainly, third young master. I wish you a successful exam. Good luck. Thank you. Qin Kun hung up the phone and flopped back down onto the bed. At 6 o'clock. He finally got out of bed. Bai Yong was preparing breakfast as usual while Qin Kun turned on the television, tuning into Dongjiang TV. Good morning, dear viewers. First, we bring you news from Dongjiang, where a special operation against organized crime was conducted by the Provincial Public Security Bureau in conjunction with the Dongjiang Police Department. The operation, which had been in preparation for a long time, targeted a notorious gang within Dongjiang, delivering a devastating blow. 4 underground casinos were shut down. Over 30 pounds of drugs were seized, and a total of 117 criminal suspects were apprehended. The leader of the criminal gang, known as Feng Gang, originally named Feng Haiguei, hailing from Jishui Sanfu village, is a fugitive wanted for murder and has been sentenced to death. Hearing this news, Qin Kun smiled lightly and called out to Baiyang, who was making pancakes. Sister Baiyang, now that the storm has passed, those ruffians should have quieted down. After today, you can return home. Chapter 66. Fully armed. Baiyang's arm trembled slightly. Although she had not been intimate with Qin Kun in recent days, their relationship had grown increasingly close. Qin Kun had implicitly accepted her as a friend. Such connections typically begin with friendship. Now, hearing that things were settling down, Baiyang felt a twinge of disappointment. Opportunities to grow closer to Qin Kun were rare. If this continued for a few more days, I could surely win him over. Baiyang resolved in her heart, forcing a smile as she replied. Is that so? That's wonderful. I no longer have to be on edge. Yes, I need to attend the examination soon, and since you work at the sales office, I won't be able to escort you. All right, Baiyang replied, serving the pancakes she had just cooked and sitting across from Qin Kun. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Qin Kun, you have your exam today. After it concludes, will you attend my birthday celebration? You're celebrating your birthday? Qin Kun looked up at Baiyang. She smiled seductively and nodded, saying, yes, my birthday is a week after the exams. If you can come, I would be very happy. Qin Kun pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure, I will definitely attend. Hee. Baiyang chuckled joyfully, pushing more pancakes toward Qin Kun. Eat more, do well on your exam. After breakfast, Baiyang changed into formal attire and left for work. Qin Kun dismissed the bodyguards from the Chen family, thanking them, thank you for your assistance these days. Please extend my regards to Brother Chun Hao and Sister Meng Qing. There's no need for such formality. Third young master. It is our duty, the bodyguards responded. Qin Kun, not wishing to be overly polite, nodded and smiled. I'm in a bit of a hurry now. You three can take the car back. I'll borrow this one for a bit. It was an ordinary Volkswagen, inexpensive and belonging to the bodyguards. They nodded, handing the car keys to Qin Kun. Third young master, feel free to drive it. You needn't return it. Haha, I'm not that destitute yet. He took the keys and drove the Volkswagen to the first high school. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Paigu, who was also looking around, clearly waiting for him. Stopping the car beside Paigu, Qin Kun lowered the window. Paigu, do you have everything? I do. Here is your examination permit and the barcode. Paigu handed the items to Qin Kun. You're taking the exam at the 7th high school. And I'm at the 4th. Hurry up, or we'll be late. All right, get in. I'll take you to the 4th high school first. After Paigu climbed in, he asked where Qin Kun had been these past few days. Although Qin Kun had been hiding from Feng Gang, Paigu was unaware. After all, the commotion surrounding Qin Kun had not made widespread news, merely circulating among the gang members. After dropping Paigu off at the examination site, Qin Kun drove towards the 7th high school. Just before reaching the entrance, he received a call from Lu Hong. Qin Kun furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Lu Hong was calling at this moment. After some contemplation, he answered, Uncle Lu, is there something you need? Ah, Xiao Qin. I'm relieved you picked up. I'm at my wit's end. Lu Heng's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. What's wrong? Qin Kun asked. Sensing Lu Heng's anxious tone. It's about Yu Jiansheng. That fool has been caught for tax evasion. The authorities are demanding he pay 70 million in taxes and penalties. He doesn't have that kind of money on hand and has been calling me since last night, asking for help to raise funds. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Chen Mingqing had already taken action. She was playing her cards exceptionally well, not confronting Yu Jiansheng directly but instead striking while he was preoccupied with a new project. With substantial capital tied up. At this moment, Yu Jiansheng had no liquidity, as all his funds were invested in the new project, leaving him heavily in debt. The sudden demand for 70 million in taxes caught him completely off guard, placing him in a precarious position. He was unable to withdraw his investment without breaching contract terms and had no means to repay the tax liabilities. Consequently, he could only scramble for loans. Without a second thought, Qin Kun asked, Uncle Lu, you are aware of what Yu Jiansheng did to me a while back, right? Well, yes. Lu Heng nodded. Will you stand by me, or will you choose to assist Yu Jiansheng? Lu Heng paused momentarily, his mind racing with the pros and cons. Feng Gang and Yu Jiansheng were preparing to confront Qin Kun when the police arrived, alarming the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Lu Heng was no fool. He understood that what appeared to be a conflict between the Chen family and the Yu family was, in fact, Qin Kun's revenge on Yu Jiansheng. After some contemplation, Lu Heng reached a conclusion. My Xing Tai Group has recently invested in a new project and lacks sufficient liquidity, so I am unable to assist Yu Jiansheng. Lu Heng replied cautiously. Qin Kun nodded in satisfaction. That's good. With that, he hung up the phone. Upon arriving at the entrance of the 7th middle school, Qin Kun spotted Gui Xiaoming standing there. Xiaoming, what are you doing here? Qin Kun approached her and patted her shoulder. Guo Xiaoming turned around, embraced his neck, and excitedly kissed his cheek. Kun Gu, have you missed me these past few days? Of course I have. What about you? It must have been quite dull for you, he replied. Not at all. My brother and I went to the countryside for 2 days, fishing and catching frogs. It was so much fun. Oh? When did you return? Just this morning, Guo Xiaoming said, handing Qin Kun a bottle of water. Here, take this. Even though I won't be taking the college entrance examination, I can still cheer for you. Go, Kun Gu. Qin Kun felt warmth in his heart. Guo Xiaoming was indeed a spirited person, despite her occasional fiery temper. He hugged her briefly before turning to enter the examination hall. In a nondescript alleyway of the 7th middle school, a masked man, clad in a hat, fixated his gaze on Qin Kun, while also keeping a close watch on Guo Xiaoming. After some time, the examination bell rang. A figure emerged behind the man, gently tapping his shoulder and whispering, Feng Yuan, did you call for me? The newcomer was also fully equipped, wary of being recognized. The hat-wearing man turned around, removing his mask to reveal a bronze-colored face, and said, Baozi, you're quite slow. This man was none other than Feng Yang's biological son. Feng Yuan. The man he had summoned was Baozi. Baozi shot a glance at Feng Yuan and asked, Feng Yuan, your father is on the brink of execution. Why are you still here? Dongjiang is no longer safe. I am preparing to flee, as he spoke. A look of distress crossed Baozi's face. It was rather unfortunate for him. When the Provincial Public Security Bureau arrived, their target was none other than the Feng family, and their mission was solely against them. However, during the investigation, they inadvertently stumbled upon an unexpected surprise, Baozi, who resided very close to the Feng family. The police mistakenly raided Baozi's territory instead of the Feng family's, uncovering a multitude of issues and catching Baozi off guard. While he was still at home sleeping, a warrant was issued for his arrest. Though he was not at the KTV at that time and escaped initial capture, the warrant had already been disseminated, and now all the police in the city were in pursuit of him. Fuming, Baozi glared at Feng Yuan. Do you have any idea how much I've benefited from your Feng family? When you offend someone and get investigated, I end up in trouble too. It was somewhat comical when put into words, but Feng Yuan found no humor in it. His father had been sentenced to death, a certainty that could not be escaped. The remaining members of the Feng family were also imprisoned, with a minimum of 3 to 5 years before any hope of release. Feng Yuan shook his head in resignation. This is your bad luck. If blame must be assigned, it shouldn't be directed at me, but rather at the person currently taking the exam at 7th middle school. Baozi furrowed his brow, glancing toward the school. Who are you referring to? Qin Kun, Feng Yuan replied. This kid has a close relationship with the Qin family. I don't understand why the Qin family is so supportive of an outsider. That Qin must be Chen Jiangwo's illegitimate son. Upon hearing this, Baozi smacked his thigh in frustration. Damn it. Just a few days ago, I almost killed that kid, but he managed to escape. Feng Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Baozi. The Chen family is clearly shielding Qin Kun. Chen Mingqing has severely undermined Yu Jiansheng. Our family's misfortune is undoubtedly linked to them. The Chen family is quite formidable. I never expected them to have connections even in the provincial capital. Feng Yuan clenched his remaining hand into a fist, the muscles in his face twitching slightly. Qin Kun, while I may not be able to shake the Qin family, I can certainly use you as a pawn. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Baozi squinted slightly, stroking his head. The two found themselves in a shared predicament. Feng Yuan, I think I understand your intentions. You plan to target Qin Kun, correct? Exactly, Feng Yuan affirmed, then inquired, how many people do you have at your disposal? If we join forces, we might succeed. Not many, only 3 left. 3 is indeed a small number. Feng Yuan's eyes darted as if contemplating a strategy. Baozi pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we take decisive action? While he is busy with his exams, we can ambush him and then flee. Ha, what are you thinking? Feng Yuan shot him a look. Do you think the police presence around the examination site is negligible? Besides, I saw him drive here for the exam. Once he finishes, he'll just drive away. Oh, you even have a car. You wouldn't dare take a taxi, so how would you strike? Baozi scratched his head, visibly agitated. The tides had turned. They were now the ones who couldn't afford to show their faces. So what do you suggest? Baozi asked. Feng Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixated on Guo Xiaoming standing at the examination hall's entrance. A slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The college entrance examination spanned 2 days. On the first day, Qin Kun completed 2 subjects, with Guo Xiaoming accompanying him throughout. They shared a meal together in the evening. The following morning, Qin Kun returned to the 7th middle school, and Guo Xiaoming brought water to support him again. However, today, Qin Kun noticed that the examinees at 7th Middle School seemed to be buzzing about a particular topic. Hey, have you heard? A super-rich investor has come to Dongjiang with 8 billion to invest, and the mayor is personally hosting him. 8 billion? My goodness, I'd be grateful for just 1 billion. Who is this tycoon? No idea, but they say once he arrives, Dongjiang will undergo a transformation. 8 billion is something even the Chun family can't contend with. Haha, you seem well informed. Focus on your exam. I'm off. I'll be in room 19. I am in room 33. We'll meet at the door after the exam. All right. As Qin Kun listened, his brow furrowed slightly, and he entered room 18. The news of an investor arriving with 8 billion didn't particularly concern him, but the timing was rather peculiar. After a moment's thought, he dismissed the matter from his mind and stepped into the examination hall. Throughout the examination, Qin Kun maintained a steady performance, even exceeding his usual capabilities. At noon, he and Guo Xiaoming had lunch and strolled together. As the afternoon approached, it was time for the final exam. However, after this examination concluded, Qin Kun found himself unable to locate Guo Xiaoming. He had intended to take her out for some fun after the exam, but to his surprise, she had vanished. After several attempts to call her, the line remained busy, and eventually, it indicated that her phone was turned off. Qin Kun frowned. What could that girl be up to? Does she have something urgent? He sighed. Never mind. We can have fun tomorrow as well. Turning, he hopped into his Volkswagen and drove towards Beihai Huading. As he drove slowly, making his way through Xiangyang Street towards Beihai Road, Qin Kun was suddenly taken aback to see a car rapidly approaching from behind. The sound of an engine roaring filled the air, accelerating aggressively as if it were charging straight at him. Qin Kun's pupils dilated. It was a sports car, a McLaren 54C, a luxurious red vehicle worth over 230,000. Its aerodynamic design allowed it to reach incredible speeds. Qin Kun gasped. Though he wasn't sure of the driver's intentions, the excessive acceleration suggested an impending collision. He quickly swerved the steering wheel to change lanes, but the McLaren mirrored his actions with astonishing speed, relentlessly tailing him. What the hell? Is this guy insane? Qin Kun pressed the accelerator angrily. Yet, the disparity in their vehicles was stark, and no matter how hard he pressed down, the gap between them closed at a visible rate. With gritted teeth, Qin Kun resorted to weaving between lanes to evade the pursuer, but the driver of the sports car exhibited exceptional driving skills, maintaining a tight lock on his rear. This is bad. Qin Kun glanced ahead and saw a red traffic light at an intersection, where numerous private vehicles and a bus were halted in front of him. He had no choice but to hit the brakes hard. The vehicle's speed was abruptly reduced. In the next moment, the frenzied McLaren collided with the rear of the Volkswagen at nearly 180 miles per hour. Bang! Qin Kun felt himself and the car lift off the ground, the entire world spinning chaotically around him. The airbag deployed with a loud pop, and Qin Kun gritted his teeth, clutching his head. Boom! The Volkswagen was catapulted into the air, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. The car spun several times before crashing violently into the roadside barrier. The barrier crumpled, and the Volkswagen slid onto the sidewalk, prompting startled pedestrians to scatter. The McLaren was also deformed, its front end crumpled. However, the driver of the vehicle exhibited remarkable skill, managing to execute a drift and halt within mere meters, stopping just shy of the private car in front. That moment, Qin Kun's mind was a blank slate. His vision occasionally darkened. Breathing became laborious as he reached up to touch his forehead, only to find his hand smeared with blood. He hung suspended by his seatbelt, head down. Tilting his head, he observed the McLaren's driver alight from the vehicle. The individual wore shoes worth thousands and donned a pristine white suit. Though the face was obscured, Qin Kun could discern that he was likely a young man. The owner of the shoes approached the Volkswagen, ignoring the murmurs and pointing fingers from the crowd, and lightly tapped on the car door, saying, "You won't just die like this, right?" That would be rather dull. From the voice, Qin Kun was more convinced that this person was indeed young. But who was he? Qin Kun couldn't recall having wronged him. Cough, cough. Who are you? Why did you hit me? Haha, you're still alive. It must be uncomfortable to dangle like that. Huh? The man replied, tugging at the car door. With that pull, the door came off its hinges. TSK. This junk car must be worth over 100,000. Yet, it managed to save your life. You have quite the resilience, he said with a chuckle, extending a hand as if to assist Qin Kun. Qin Kun unfastened his seatbelt and fell onto the roof of the car. He did not grasp that hand but rather crawled out of the vehicle on his own. What greeted his eyes was a refined young man who appeared harmless and promising. He stood around 6 feet tall, handsome, and though younger than Qin Kun, he seemed to be nearly 30. You must be Qin Kun. The young man said with a smile, pulling out a business card. Let's get acquainted. Chapter 68. A firm offer of 3 million. Qin Kun steadied himself against the front of the Volkswagen, eyeing the man warily as he took the card. Qiu Mingjie? Indeed, that's my name. Now we are acquainted, Qiu Mingjie replied, producing a bank card and placing it under the Volkswagen. Here's 300,000, covering your medical expenses and compensating for the 2 vehicles. Why did you hit me? Qin Kun inquired. Well, Qiu Mingjie pondered, stroking his chin, because you bullied my little brother terribly. You even broke one of his arms. How cruel can you be? Although, you aren't as cruel as I am. Little brother? Is your little brother UD? Ding ding. Qiu Mingjie snapped his fingers. Correct, but there's no reward for you. Qin Kun understood. This UD must have an older sister. Qiu Mingjie was the brother-in-law of UD. Suddenly, Qin Kun recalled something and addressed Qiu Mingjie. You are the wealthy investor in Dongjiang. A McLaren worth over 2 million was casually crashed, and 30,000 seemed like mere charity to a beggar. Qiu Mingjie clearly belonged to the affluent class. Qin Kun immediately thought of the billionaire worth 80 billion. He was undoubtedly the man before him. Ha ha. It seems my arrival in Dongjiang has spread swiftly, Qiu Mingjie remarked, clapping his hands. Indeed, I am the wealthy investor you speak of. Initially, I had no plans to invest in Dongjiang, but you went too far. You forced my father-in-law into a corner. I couldn't just stand by and watch him suffocate under 70 million. Could I? As he brushed off the dust from his clothes, he flashed Qin Kun a sinister smile. Qin Kun, today is merely a greeting. The real show is yet to come, so don't go dying too easily. That was quite the greeting. After leaving the bank card, Qiu Mingjie drove off in his McLaren. Qin Kun, feeling overwhelmed, snapped the card in half and tossed it into the roadside drain, collapsing against the car door. His mind grew increasingly foggy, and eventually, he closed his eyes, succumbing to darkness. When he next awoke, he found himself in a private hospital room belonging to the Chun family. A nurse was replacing the bandage on his forehead. And upon seeing Qin Kun's sudden awakening, she exclaimed, Ah, young Master Qin is awake. Her shout drew several figures to the doorway. Qin Kun. The foremost figure was none other than Chen Mingqing. Beside her stood Chen Hao and Lu Bing. You finally woke up, damn. You scared me to death. Lu Bing stepped forward, helping Qin Kun sit up. How do you feel? Is your head still hurting? I'm fine, Qin Kun replied with a smile, glancing at the 3. How long have I been asleep? One day, just one day, Chen Hao informed him. Qin Kun, we've reviewed the surveillance footage. The car that hit you was a McLaren, and it's not one of ours from Dongjiang. Chen Mingqing added, Have you recently offended anyone? Qin Kun let out a bitter laugh as he recounted the events. Qiu Mingjie, so that's the name of this 80 billion billionaire. Chen Mingqing bit her lip, her eyes ablaze with fury. Chen Hao sighed. I wondered why this mysterious billionaire rejected our family's collaboration outright. Turns out he's Yu Jin's brother-in-law. With this, it became apparent that Yu Jin's 70 million debt was now a pressing issue. In the coming days, it was likely they would face retaliation. Chen Mingqing, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stated, Qin Kun, this matter is serious. I must discuss it with my father. I cannot stay. She then turned to Chen Hao. Brother, I leave Qin Kun in your care. Understood. Chen Hao nodded. With that, Chen Mingqing departed the hospital. After seeing her off, Chen Hao summoned personnel to prepare dinner. Lu Bing, seated beside Qin Kun, stroked his chin and inquired. Qin Kun, isn't Xiaoming with you for the exams these days? She said this was a crucial moment and wanted to stay by your side. Why is she absent now that something has happened to you? At this, Qin Kun sighed in relief. Fortunately, she didn't come looking for me on the last afternoon. If she had, she might also be lying in a hospital bed. Qin Kun's reasoning made sense. Yet Lu Bing appeared even more puzzled. You mean she didn't come to find you? That's impossible. She returned to charge her phone yesterday afternoon, then ran off to 7th middle school. You didn't see her? No, I didn't. Qin Kun replied. Did she not return home? No, Lu Bing exclaimed, hastily pulling out his phone. Where could that girl have gone? Qin Kun's brow furrowed. Xiaoming hasn't been home at all? You didn't search for her after a whole day? I thought she was with you. I called her phone, but it was off, so I decided to check with you, and then I got Brother Hao instead. Who told me you had an accident? That's why I rushed over, Lu Bing explained, dialing Xiaoming's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Hearing the recorded message, Lu Bing's expression darkened. Why is it still off? Calculating the time, it had been over a day since Guo Xiaoming had gone missing. Qin Kun's face turned pale. For the last time he called her after exiting the examination room, that same message played. But now, it was still the same. Where's my phone? Qin Kun urgently asked Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. retrieving Qin Kun's phone and handing it over. Upon receiving the device, Qin Kun noticed no missed calls but saw a text message notification. If there had been a call, Chen Hao could have answered it, but with a text, Chen Hao lacked the fingerprint to unlock the phone and thus could not read it. Qin Kun swallowed hard, his fingers trembling as he unlocked the screen, revealing a simple message. If you want Guo Xiaoming to live, call back. Our patience is limited. Upon reading the text, Qin Kun clenched his fists tightly, his breathing becoming labored. Lu Bing took the phone and, upon seeing the message, his face turned ashen. Damn it! Who are these bastards? What do they want? What is going on? Chen Hao inquired why sister has been kidnapped. Lu Bing shouted, standing abruptly, pacing in agitation with the phone in hand before dialing back. After a moment, the call connected. Hello? Who the hell are you? What kind of coward takes a girl hostage? Come out and face me one-on-one. Lu Bing shouted angrily. The voice on the other end seemed taken aback, replying, Who are you? Aren't you Qin Kun? I'm your father. Lu Bing seethed, his body trembling with rage. Qin Kun raised his head and said to Lu Bing, Brother, give me the phone. They are after me. No, you don't need to worry about this. Just lie down and rest. Lu Bing firmly declined. Qin Kun, however, gritted his teeth and attempted to rise from the bed. Observing this, Chen Hao stepped forward, snatching the phone from Lu Bing's grasp, and addressed him, Brother, hurling insults won't resolve anything. I understand your anger, but I believe it's more effective if young Master Qin handles the call. After all, they aren't looking for you. What do you think? Lu Bing inhaled deeply, finally nodding in acquiescence. All right. Upon receiving the phone, Qin Kun endeavored to suppress his emotions and asked coolly, Who is this? A chuckle resonated from the other end. Ah, Qin Kun, have you forgotten me so soon? It was the voice of Leopard. Is it you? Indeed, Leopard sneered, resting his feet on a dilapidated machine, his gaze fixed on Guo Xiaoming, who was confined within a sack. I sent that message ages ago. You've only just returned my call. If you delay any longer, my brothers and I might just lose our patience. This little girl is quite a catch. I imagine it would be very pleasurable to have her pinned down. I was in an accident and just regained consciousness. What do you want? How much? Qin Kun inquired, aware that Leopard's motives revolved around financial gain. Leopard, having gathered intel from Feng Yuan, knew that this young man had the Qin family backing him and was a demolition household, likely possessing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, if the Qin family were willing to pay. Thus, he boldly declared, If you want Guo Xiaoming unharmed, it's simple. 3 million, take it or leave it. What's the use of coming alone? If you can't gather 3 million, 50,000 will suffice, but we can only guarantee her life, not her integrity. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun felt a slight relief, as did Lu Bing. That it was evident from Leopard's words that Guo Xiaoming was merely captured and had not yet been harmed. However, at that moment, the person in the sack stirred and shouted, Brother Kun, you mustn't come. They are targeting you. It will be dangerous. Damn it, Leopard exclaimed, quickly rising to deliver a kick to the sack. You little brat. You've been hungry all day and still have the strength to shout? After a few kicks, Leopard turned to Qin Kun, his expression cold. Listen carefully. Before 8 o'clock, I want you at the abandoned aluminum factory in the eastern suburbs. Alone with the money. If I see anyone else, I'll kill her first. Qin Kun responded urgently, Don't harm Xiaoming. She is innocent. You want money, right? I can gather 3 million, but I want to see Guo Xiaoming unharmed. At that moment, it was crucial to stabilize the situation. Regardless of the demands, even if it meant relinquishing 10 billion from his hands, Qin Kun had no choice but to comply. Very well, Leopard nodded. But let me remind you once more, alone. Bring sufficient funds, no police, and don't even think about calling for help. If you break any of these rules, I can no longer guarantee Guo Xiaoming's safety. With that, Leopard hung up. After the call, Qin Kun's expression darkened significantly. Lu Bing stroked his stubble. I'll accompany you. I'll go alone. Qin Kun interjected, raising his hand to halt Lu Bing's words. Brother, don't think of following me. They are prepared, and the hostages are in their hands, and no matter how fast you are, you cannot match them. Lu Bing understood the rationale. He wanted to assist, yet feared that his impulsiveness could endanger his sister. Chen Hao glanced at the clock and remarked, It's already 7 o'clock. Time is of the essence. Should I prepare to see if we can rescue her ahead of schedule? Upon hearing this, Qin Kun regarded Chen Hao. The Qin family indeed comprised elites. Their bodyguards were all veterans, far superior to Lu Bing and his men. Yet, after a moment's thought, Qin Kun shook his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't that the Qin family lacked strength, but rather that they were merely a secondary family to the Qin clan, and their hired veterans lacked hostage rescue experience. They might even be less effective than ordinary police officers. Forget it, I'll handle this myself. I have my own plans. As he spoke, Qin Kun rose from the bed, only to find his legs weak from a day without food. Chonhao supported him, sighing, "For now, let's eat something." With Leopard setting the meeting time before 8 o'clock, time was pressing. After regaining some strength from a meal, Qin Kun drove Chonhao's Mercedes towards the aluminum factory. They parked a kilometer away. As the path to the abandoned factory had become overgrown with weeds, impassable for their vehicle. Looking at his phone, it was already 7:45. Taking a deep breath, he activated the flashlight on his phone and proceeded through the darkened vegetation. After a brief walk, he spotted a figure ahead. It was a lackey of Leopard. "Haha, our boss thought you wouldn't show up," the henchman greeted with a grin. "Did you come alone?" "Indeed, if you don't believe me." "You can check," Qin Kun replied. The thug picked up a flashlight and scanned the area. Seeing no one, he nodded, then suddenly delivered a harsh kick to Qin Kun's abdomen. Bam! Qin Kun fell to the ground as the thug continued to kick him, cursing, "Damn it, it's your fault. My livelihood is ruined." Qin Kun had little to say in response. He could only endure whatever the other party threw at him. Observing Qin Kun's lack of resistance, the thug lost interest and began to search Qin Kun's person, ultimately pulling out his phone. "What's this? Planning to use your phone for GPS tracking? You're mistaken. I merely intend to transfer money. I'll keep the signal off the entire time, only turning it on during the transaction." Qin Kun explained. "Fine, you're clever," the thug conceded, returning the phone to Qin Kun, who switched it to airplane mode. The thug then snatched it back. "Keep it with me for now. I'll give it back when it's time to transfer." He gestured for Qin Kun to follow him. Behind the aluminum factory, the dark mountain loomed ominously. Halfway up, several sparks glimmered red. Leopard, smoking a cigarette, sat on a felled tree stump, glancing at his watch with a furrowed brow. "Damn it, where is he?" "It's almost 8. Next to Leopard knelt a girl, Guo, bound and bruised. "Big brother, I'm at my limit. This guy isn't coming. Why not let me have some fun? I haven't touched a woman in days." One of Leopard's thugs leered at Guo enticing figure, visibly restless. Leopard shot him a cold glance. "If you can't hold it in, just take care of it yourself." "But boss, Feng Yuan said the goal is to eliminate Qin Kun. We're not here for money. Why bother with the girl? If we have our fun with her, he won't know and we'll still bring the money. After we get the cash, we'll take him out and then have our fill with her. It'll be more efficient." Another thug nodded in agreement, tempted by the idea. Guo cast a scornful look but remained silent, lowering her head. At that moment, Leopard rose, smiling at the two thugs. "You two are too eager. We have all night. What is the rush? Don't worry, this girl won't escape tonight. You'll definitely get your fill." Leopard turned to Guo with a sinister grin. "Don't be afraid. We'll ensure you die a very pleasurable death tonight." Hearing this, Guo clenched her teeth and shut her eyes. Just then, a flashlight illuminated the mountainside, flickering left 3 times and right once. Spotting the light, Leopard picked up a baseball bat and instructed his men. "Someone's coming. Stay alert." The thug nodded, quickly grasping the rope binding Guo and groping her backside. She recoiled in disgust. "Don't fret, sweetheart. Soon it'll be even more pleasurable," he laughed. "Enough, bring her here," Leopard coldly commanded, pulling Guo close, positioning the bat against her head. Moments later, Qin Kun arrived on the mountain. Upon seeing him, Guo eyes brimmed with tears as she called out, "Brother Kun, why did you come alone? What use are you here?" Hearing her voice, Qin Kun exhaled deeply, relieved that she was still unharmed. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine, but you seem to be in trouble." Just as Guo was about to reveal the collaboration between Feng Yuan and Leopard, Leopard struck Guo across the face with a resounding slap, swiftly stuffing a rag into her mouth. The incessant chatter was grating, almost unbearable. With a smile, Leopard turned to Qin Kun and said, "It's much quieter now." Chapter 70. In your presence, Qin Kun had no desire for small talk. He stated flatly, "I have gathered the 3 million you requested. I am prepared to transfer it now. So let her go at ha. Are you negotiating with me?" Leopard stepped forward, brandishing a hefty baseball bat, his smile widening. "Do you believe you possess the leverage to negotiate with me?" Qin Kun pursed his lips and inhaled deeply. He was entirely at a disadvantage, devoid of any negotiating power. "What do you want?" "Just say it," Qin Kun replied. "All right," Leopard nodded and extended his hand. "Let us start with the first matter. Where is the money you promised?" Qin Kun turned to the thug who had brought him. The thug produced a phone and handed it to Qin Kun, growling, "Don't even think about trying any tricks, or I'll take you out right now." Qin Kun remained silent, accepting the phone and asking, "Account number, My account has long been frozen. Leopard pondered for a moment before glancing at the eager thug beside him. Yours isn't frozen, is it? And no. Then let us transfer it to your account first. And you can withdraw it for me, Leopard commanded. Sure, boss. The thug pulled out his bank card and recited the number. Qin Kun nodded and promptly transferred 3 million to the thug's account. Buzz, the phone vibrated twice. And the thug exclaimed, It's here, big brother. 3 million. Oh? Leopard took the phone and grinned. However, his expression shifted as he looked at Qin Kun's phone. Show me the text messages. Qin Kun frowned. The transfer notification had also arrived on his phone. What are you looking at? Hand over your phone, Leopard snapped. Qin Kun, maintaining his composure, surrendered his phone. As Leopard scrolled through the messages, his expression transformed from anticipation to elation, then to shock. The message indicated that Qin Kun had transferred 3 million but still possessed 17 million. Impressive. I didn't realize you were a wealthy heir? Leopard returned the phone, his voice cold. Transfer the rest. I want that 17 million. Qin Kun narrowed his eyes, questioning. Wasn't it agreed upon for just 3 million? That was before. I've changed my mind. Do you transfer or not? Leopard threatened, tugging at Guo Xiaoming's hair. Reluctantly, Qin Kun nodded and transferred over 10 million from his account. Buzz, the phone vibrated again. And the thug, nearly euphoric, excitedly told Leopard, Boss, we're rich. With this money, we can go anywhere. Yes, brother. 17 million, plus the 3 million, that's 20 million. The thugs were ecstatic. Leopard, astonished by the unexpected windfall, did not lose his cool. He ordered, no more. Over 1 million is sufficient. Transferring more could attract unwanted attention. He was shrewd enough to realize that withdrawing such a large sum would raise suspicions at the bank and potentially lead to trouble with the Qin family. All right, money is settled. Now, let us proceed to the next item, Leopard declared, picking up the bat and unexpectedly striking Qin Kun on the head. Bang! Stars danced before Qin Kun's eyes as he stumbled to the ground, his head spinning. You did the same to me before, didn't you? Leopard approached, his bat stained with Qin Kun's blood. After a recent car accident, Qin Kun's head had not yet healed, and now he was bleeding again. In the distance, Guo Xiaoming, her mouth gagged, emitted muffled cries. Leopard glanced back, momentarily lowering his bat. Grabbing Qin Kun by the hair, he said, By the way, we have a third item to address, so I won't knock you out just yet. Consider yourself fortunate. Thus, Leopard and his men unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Qin Kun, targeting every part of his body except his head. After a while, even Leopard began to tire, panting heavily before allowing Qin Kun a moment's respite. Now, onto the third item. Leopard stepped back, lit a cigarette, and took a moment to rest. Qin Kun, in agony, managed to turn over. Feeling utterly broken, he struggled to rise. Glaring at Leopard. What more do you want? Come at me. Leopard took a deep drag of his cigarette, grinding the butt into the ground. You've got some spirit. I admire that, but it's too dull to only target you. With that, Leopard approached Guo Xiaoming and struck her across the face. Bang! Guo Xiaoming staggered and fell to the ground. A wicked smile spread across Leopard's face as he approached her and began tearing off her jacket. Witnessing this, Qin Kun gritted his teeth, shouting in anger, Leopard, I've given you the money and let you hit me. Why do you need to go after her? Actually, I could have taken care of her long ago. But I saved it for now. Do you know why? Leopard sneered, unbuckling Guo Xiaoming's belt and yanking it forcefully. Because I know she's your girlfriend, and I want to do it right in front of you. With a rip, her jeans came down, revealing her flawless legs. Oh, black panties, my favorite. Leopard chuckled, reaching out to grab them. In a moment of desperation, Guo Xiaoming, summoning all her strength, kicked Leopard squarely in the face. Thud. Covered in mud. Leopard wiped his face, his expression darkening. How dare you kick me? In a fit of rage, Leopard raised his bat high. Qin Kun's pupils dilated in horror. No, bang. The bat connected squarely with Guo Xiaoming's head. Chapter 71. Blood feud. Guo Xiaoming convulsed, her legs collapsing as her eyes rolled back. I warned you to behave. Leopard chuckled, leaning down to strip Guo Xiaoming of her shirt. Qin Kun, pinned to the ground, choked back tears as he watched blood trickle down Guo Xiaoming's forehead, his gaze fixed on Leopard. You will pay dearly for what you've done today. I will make you suffer beyond imagination. You will regret ever entering this world. Exactly that expression. At that moment, from the shadows of the forest, another figure emerged. Qin Kun's gaze slowly shifted. It was Feng Yuan. You? Upon hearing his voice, Qin Kun's eyes widened in realization. While he had clashed with Leopard, it was not a profound enmity. Receiving the money, one would expect Leopard to be satisfied and leave. However, the Leopard relentlessly closed in, driving Qin Kun to the brink of despair. Behind the Leopard stood Feng Yuan, who also bore a grudge against him. Indeed, it is I. Feng Yuan approached Qin Kun, his expression grim. You are the cause of my father's impending execution, and the reason my family has been shattered. Therefore, today, I will join forces with the Leopard, and you shall meet your demise here. Before you perish, I shall ensure you witness your girlfriend's brutal violation. Relishing in the impending torment, he glanced at the Leopard. Signaling him to act, the Leopard nodded and began to unfasten his belt. Qin Kun shut his eyes tightly, gripping his phone with white knuckles. Suddenly, he erupted in a frantic shout towards the entire Tumenling. Why haven't you appeared yet? Are you waiting until I'm dead to come to my aid? If you're in position, act swiftly. Upon hearing this, both Feng Yuan and the Leopard were momentarily stunned, their initial impression being that Qin Kun had lost his mind. Yet, as they pondered further, their expressions changed drastically. This kid must have brought reinforcements. We must eliminate them both and flee. Feng Yuan's eyes darted, and he hastily urged. The Leopard quickly pulled up his pants and retrieved a fruit knife from his chest pocket. Preparing to strike at Guo Xiaoming first eye in the next instant, a gunshot rang out, a thug under the Leopard fell, his head exploding in a gruesome display. He did not emit a sound before collapsing lifelessly. Feng Yuan's face blanched in terror, and he instinctively turned to flee. Qin Kun, his eyes bloodshot, bellowed at the fleeing Leopard and Feng Yuan. None of you shall escape. With his furious cry, Qin Kun rose, signaling towards the source of gunfire with several hand gestures indicative of the Qin family's commands. As the last gesture was completed, gunfire erupted. A powerful bullet pierced the night, striking Feng Yuan in the calf without fail. The sniper rifle's force was formidable. The shot obliterated Feng Yuan's leg, sending both the severed limb and his shoe flying, as he collapsed to the ground. The Leopard turned to flee, but Qin Kun seized the fallen baseball bat, pointing it at his head, demanding, "Kneel." At this, the Leopard inhaled sharply, instinctively wanting to escape. However, 2 more gunshots rang out. The bullets found their mark, taking down the 2 thugs attempting to flee. Witnessing this scene, the Leopard was paralyzed by fear, realizing he faced a marksman of unparalleled skill. Covered in blood, Qin Kun stood before him, resembling a demon risen from hell, his gaze fixed menacingly upon him. Fear consumed the Leopard as he sank to his knees, eyes wide with terror as he stammered. Who on earth are you? Just a mere card held nearly $1 billion in deposits, and he could summon a sniper rifle-wielding ally. This surpassed the Leopard's comprehension of the wealthy elite. In this moment, he understood he had provoked someone beyond reckoning, a figure whose background was unimaginable. Qin Kun offered no reply. Instead, he raised the bat and struck the Leopard fiercely. The Leopard's vision darkened as he crumpled to the ground. Moments later, a man clad in camouflage rushed down the hill, breathless, wielding a sniper rifle, and knelt before Qin Kun, apologizing. "Young master, I'm sorry for my tardiness. I rushed here as swiftly as I could." Qin Kun cast a glance at him, his emotions a turbulent mix of excitement and complexity. He was elated that help had arrived, else Guo Xiaoming would not have suffered a bullet to the head. Yet, he was also conflicted over the hastiness of the support request. From the time Qin Kun spoke with the Leopard to this moment, only an hour had passed. This family warrior had traversed over 300 kilometers in a mere hour, an extraordinary feat of rapid response. Qin Kun had been employing a strategy of delay, giving money little by little, as long as time could be bought. However, the plan had not unfolded perfectly. Without further words, he hoisted Guo Xiaoming onto his back and hurried down the hill. The sniper, filled with guilt, inquired, "Young master, what shall we do with the 2 captives you requested?" Earlier, Qin Kun had gestured to the sniper to spare the Leopard and Feng Yuan. Hence, the sniper had only shot Feng Yuan in the leg. Otherwise, their fates would have been sealed. "Take them to the Okinawa base for confinement. I will visit Okinawa when the time is right. Remember, I want them alive," Qin Kun asserted, refraining from further discussion. He returned to the Mercedes, carrying Guo Xiaoming towards the Chen family's private hospital. What Qin Kun remained unaware of was that just after he departed the hillside, a tree in the dense forest trembled at a girl, also armed with a sniper rifle, leaped down. Swiftly, she dismantled the rifle and stowed it in her backpack, striding confidently towards Dongjang. In the Mercedes, Qin Kun urged, "Brother Hao, come quickly and meet us. Xiaoming is injured." After hanging up, he accelerated. Before reaching the hospital, an ambulance intercepted the Mercedes. Qin Kun slammed on the brakes, and several doctors emerged from the ambulance, alongside Lu Bing and Chen Hao. Upon seeing Guo, bloodied and battered, Lu Bing nearly collapsed in shock. Quick, the oxygen mask. The doctors placed Guo on a stretcher, administering the oxygen mask. Lu Bing turned to Qin Kun, seizing his collar and fiercely demanding, "Didn't you say you could save her? What is the difference if you failed?" The shake caused Qin Kun to lose his balance slightly. Lu Bing then noticed Qin Kun was also gravely injured, bloodied and battered. "Enough! The young master is hurt. The situation must be dire." Chen Hao intervened, pushing Lu Bing aside and helping Qin Kun into the Mercedes. Lu Bing, realizing his outburst was excessive, apologized before boarding the ambulance. Qin Kun remained tense, seated in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed on the ambulance, worry etched across his face. Chen Hao observed him sideways, whispering, "Young master, have you developed genuine feelings for her? I can see you care for the girl. Her origins are rather humble. Have you truly considered her future?" At this, Qin Kun smiled faintly, replying, "Brother Hao, if I, Qin Kun, were to seek a girlfriend, I would never consider her family background or wealth." Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly. "That's true. The Qin family stood as the most powerful lineage in the world, wealthier than nations. If one were to insist on social standing, they could only seek within their kin, which would lead to incestuous unions. Thus, for those of the Qin family, any girlfriend would be on equal footing, as no woman could compare to the Qin's wealth or status. I initially did not favor her, but as I got to know her, I found her akin to Lu Bing, loyal and righteous. Despite her fiery temperament, she is warm-hearted." Qin Kun recalled their encounter at Jingwei Shaochu, where Guo had spoken harshly, yet offered him a job when she learned he had lost his. "Without her, I might have already been crippled by the leopard." Leaning against the car seat, he closed his eyes after speaking. Upon arrival at the hospital, Qin Kun's injuries were manageable. After all, the leopard and Feng Yuan had aimed to torment him psychologically rather than inflict lethal harm. A bat strike had been restrained. After dozing for half an hour, Qin Kun awoke. "Young master, you're awake?" It was the same nurse with her familiar smile. Qin Kun sat up, touching the fresh bandage on his head. "Where is Xiaoming? How is she?" he inquired. At the mention of Guo, the nurse's expression turned grave, gesturing towards the outside of the ward. "The girl is currently in the emergency room. I will notify you immediately if there is news. Please, remain in bed." Chapter 72. Qin family private domain. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun could not remain in bed. He swung his legs over the edge and stood. As he did, pain coursed through his body, yet he gritted his teeth and ventured outside. The clock had struck 10, deep into the night. Approaching the door, he spotted Chen Hao napping in a chair in the corridor. Not wanting to disturb him, he turned and, with the nurse's assistance, made his way to the emergency room. At the door of the emergency room, Lu Bing paced anxiously, visibly distressed. Upon seeing Qin Kun, he opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. "How is she?" Qin Kun pressed. "I don't know." Lu Bing rubbed his hands together, overwhelmed with anxiety. The nurse helped Qin Kun onto a bench as Lu Bing approached, asking, "What about the leopard?" "My people have already captured him." "It wasn't just him involved. Feng Yuan was too." "Feng Yuan?" Lu Bing exclaimed. "Isn't he in prison with his father?" "Evidently, he had slipped through the cracks, but it's of no concern. I've taken care of him." Qin Kun replied calmly, "Brother Bing, rest assured. These two will spend their lives in the dungeons of Okinawa, and it will be a fate worse than death." "Okinawa?" Lu Bing listened, somewhat bewildered, and asked, "Isn't that abroad?" "Well, my family has interests in Okinawa," Qin Kun casually replied. In truth, the Qin family had established not just enterprises in Okinawa, but also a private army, an actual military base. At that moment, the emergency room's red light turned green. The door swung open, and a middle-aged physician, drenched in sweat, removed his mask. "Doctor, how is she?" Lu Bing approached eagerly. Qin Kun also pushed himself off the wall, gazing intently at the physician. The doctor sighed, his expression grave, and said in a solemn tone, "The young lady has suffered a severe head injury. Currently, I can only manage her condition to prevent further deterioration. There is considerable blood accumulation in her cranial cavity, and I fear that, given my capabilities, I might inadvertently harm her brainstem, resulting in lifelong paralysis." "So what?" Lu Bing interjected urgently, gripping the doctor's arm. "Are you saying my sister will have to spend the rest of her life in bed?" "Note that there is still hope, but it's beyond my abilities. My skills are limited. What I can do is stabilize her condition temporarily. We must transfer her to a better hospital where more skilled doctors can save her." Upon hearing this, Liu Bing released the doctor. This private hospital of the Chen family is already the best in Dongjiang, isn't it? Liu Bing turned to Qin Kun, uncertainly asking, Qin Kun, how does it compare to hospitals in the provincial capital? Which is superior? Qin Kun did not respond to Liu Bing. He merely leaned against the wall, deep in thought, before silently retrieving his phone. He scrolled through his contacts until he found an international number. After a moment of hesitation, he dialed the number. Beep. After a long wait, the call connected. Hello? Is this Kun or Dad? Qin Kun choked out. Haha, it's been a while since you called your father. How have you been? Is your mission going smoothly? Came the gentle inquiry from the other end. I'm fine, but I've run into some trouble and need your help, Qin Kun replied. Help? Qin Kun's father paused before asking, do you still have the family token? No, I've used them all. Qin Kun had exhausted his remaining tokens applying for F-class assistance. You have none left? Qin Kun's father sighed. Child, you are still young. If you always grow up under the family's protection, you will only become a liability in the future. You must find a way to solve your problems on your own. Dad, this situation has left me with no options. Qin Kun pleaded, my classmate was severely injured because of me and is now lying in a hospital bed. The Chen family's doctors are at a loss. I don't know who else to turn to for help. At that moment, Qin Kun felt utterly powerless. Even if he possessed billions, he could not save Guo Xiaoming. He was at a loss for whom to approach, unsure to whom he could offer his wealth to secure Guo Xiaoming's safety. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun's father took a deep breath. Child, you must understand that seeking family assistance during the evaluation period could result in losing your opportunity to participate, which would jeopardize your chance to inherit the Qin family. I do not desire to inherit the Qin family if it means building my power upon the corpses of friends and family. Qin Kun exclaimed passionately, Dad, I beg you, save her life. Those standing beside Qin Kun, including Liu Bing, were moved by his words. Though Liu Bing did not understand the evaluation process or the concept of power, he recognized that Qin Kun was sacrificing a great deal at that moment. The phone line fell silent for a moment. After a pause, Qin Kun's father revealed a look of satisfaction. Kun, it is truly rare for you to possess such awareness. I am pleased that he then shifted to a serious tone. I will head to Dongjiang shortly. On my way, I accidentally hit a student with my car, so I must take responsibility for that life. I must save that person. Dad, what do you mean? You wait at the hospital. Someone will come to pick you up shortly. I will fly to Dongjiang, but I cannot meet you. You understand, right? Qin Kun certainly did. His father was intent on preserving his evaluation qualification. Dad, thank you. All right. Today I have no other commitments. Otherwise, I may not have been able to help you. After hanging up, Qin Kun's father turned to gaze out of the window at the fragrant mountain. An hour later, a helicopter descended from the sky, landing on the private hospital's helipad. Qin Kun wheeled Guo Xiaoming over, and a man descended from the helicopter. He politely shook hands with Qin Kun. Introducing himself, young Master San, I am Zhang Yongsheng, the head of the Qin family's Okinawa base. Hello, thank you for your assistance. It's a small matter. Would you like to come along? Zhang Yongsheng inquired. Yes. Qin Kun turned to Liu Bing, who was staring at the Black Hawk helicopter in astonishment. It was clearly a military helicopter, equipped with heavy machine guns on both sides. Brother Bing? Brother Bing? Qin Kun nudged him. Huh? Liu Bing finally reacted, gazing at Qin Kun with a look of shock. I might need a few days for this trip. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power, Qin Kun assured him. All right. Liu Bing nodded and embraced Qin Kun. After bidding farewell to Liu Bing and the others, Qin Kun boarded the helicopter. The aircraft took off, leaving Dongjiang behind and heading eastward across the East China Sea directly towards Okinawa. The Qin family's military base in Okinawa was an isolated island completely inaccessible to outsiders. Tourists and fishermen were prohibited from entering the surrounding waters, and even ordinary citizens, including local residents of Okinawa, were unaware of the existence of this armed force. This territory had been purchased at a high price from the island nation's government by the Qin family. The Qin family possessed not only wealth and power but also military might. They could easily establish a nation based on their military strength, and their private territories combined were extraordinarily formidable. In fact, within the Qin family's territory, various systems and facilities were well developed, resembling a country, albeit without formal statehood. Military Black Hawk helicopter, please land at Helipad 1. Late at night, Qin Kun arrived above the island aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. The dark island was illuminated by searchlights, and a fully armed family guard waved a baton, directing the helicopter to land. Meanwhile, several doctors in white coats hurriedly pushed a stretcher towards them. Third brother. A familiar voice called out, and Qin Kun turned to see a striking young man in formal black attire waving at him. Upon seeing him, Qin Kun felt immense joy. Second brother. This man was Qin Kun's half-brother, named Qin Feng. Their father had several wives, and Qin Feng was the second of 5 children. As Qin Kun disembarked from the helicopter, he felt a rush of excitement seeing his elder brother. When they were young, Qin Feng had always looked after him. Every time Qin Kun saw him, he felt like a child again. Third brother. I heard from Dad that your friend was severely injured? Qin Feng glanced at Guo Xiaoming, who was being treated by the doctors, and with a twinkle in his eye asked, Is she your girlfriend? Yes, I really like her, Qin Kun replied. Well, so quickly you found a woman. Not bad, not bad. How many is this now? The first one. What on earth? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Qin Kun as if he were a peculiar creature. I heard you've completed your first task for 2 months now. And you've only found this one girl in that time? How many do you expect me to find? Qin Kun responded with a dark expression. You should learn from our father. He has at least 12 wives and countless women he's been with. Qin Kun nearly spat out his drink. Second brother, why don't you teach me the right way? Haha, just kidding. But yes, you must be feeling quite down. Why apologies, brother. I'm just too excited to see you back. Qin Feng patted Qin Kun on the shoulder and turned to the doctors, saying, Listen carefully, this is my third brother, the young Master San's woman. If anything happens to her, you all are out of a job. Understand? The doctors nodded vigorously. All right, let us go inside. Qin Feng took Qin Kun by the arm and led him into the base. Guo Xiaoming was also wheeled into the base hospital, which boasted world-class medical equipment. Not only did it feature Western medicine, but it also included traditional Chinese medicine and various other global traditional medical practices. The lights in the emergency room flickered on, and all the hospital's physicians gathered to discuss strategies. Meanwhile, Qin Kun anxiously awaited the results in the waiting room, having stayed awake throughout the night. The surgery lasted until the next day. Around 4 in the morning, Guo Xiaoming was wheeled out. Qin Kun approached the lead surgeon and asked, Doctor, how did it go? Young Master San, we did our utmost during the surgery, and her condition is now stable. She is no longer in life-threatening danger, the doctor said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing this, Qin Kun let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could catch his breath, the doctor swiftly changed the subject, stating, Miss Guo's arrival was rather belated. Given the severity of her injuries, although she will not be paralyzed, a complete recovery will not be an easy feat. The doctor glanced at Qin Kun, his eyes shifting slightly. It is likely that Miss Guo will take a considerable amount of time to awaken. What do you mean? How long is a considerable amount? Qin Kun inquired, gazing at Guo Xiaoming, holding her hand. Approximately a month for conservative estimates, and at least 2 months of rest afterward, the doctor replied. That long? Indeed, after all, Miss Guo's injuries are quite severe, and the entire process requires gradual recovery. However, rest assured, she will be fine, the doctor assured him. Qin Kun nodded, arranging for Guo Xiaoming to be taken to the hospital room. Once she was settled, Qin Kun turned to Qin Feng, second brother. What about the 2 individuals I captured? They're locked up underground, Qin Feng responded. A few minutes later, the heavy door slowly rose, and Qin Kun, alongside Qin Feng, made their way to the underground prison. This facility was known to be world-class, housing many notorious assassins and mercenaries feared by various nations. However, just last night, this prison received 2 of its weakest inmates, Feng Yuan and Leopard. The 2 men ventured deeper underground until they stood before cell 79. Open the door, Qin Kun commanded calmly. Yes, third young master, a soldier replied, producing a green card and swiping it, causing the iron door to creak open. As the door swung wide, 2 individuals, their heads covered and trembling, were bound to chairs. They had been confined here, immobile and without a drop of water, while Guo Xiaoming was being rescued. The 2 had lost all sense of time. This silent confinement was a form of psychological torment for the prisoners. The longer it lasted, the greater the mental strain. Upon hearing footsteps, Leopard quivered. Who is it? Who's there? To Qin Kun's surprise, Feng Yuan, despite his circumstances, managed to curse, Damn it, can't you see my leg is still bleeding? Let me out of here. Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle, turning to the soldiers beside him. This one is quite the foul mouth. Teach him some manners. Understood. The soldier nodded and casually picked up a pair of pliers from the nearby table. He approached Feng Yuan, yanked off the hood, and without waiting for his eyes to adjust to the light, pried open his mouth. The pliers clamped down on 3 teeth, and with a loud crack, they were forcibly removed. The anguished screams of Feng Yuan echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The pain of having teeth extracted without anesthesia was excruciating, leaving Feng Yuan gasping for breath. Leopard, unable to see what was happening but hearing Feng Yuan's cries, was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. All right, leave him with a few teeth so he doesn't starve. Qin Kun waved his hand when he deemed enough damage had been done. The soldier immediately ceased the punishment and began to clean the blood and teeth from the floor. Feng Yuan slumped in his chair like a lifeless dog. Bloodied and now accustomed to the light, his eyes widened in fear upon seeing Qin Kun. Qin Kun, where have you brought us? What are you doing to me? Do you have any idea of the consequences? My father's men were not executed. Once they are released, they will tear you apart. Clearly, Feng Yuan was unaware of their current location. Leopard was equally oblivious, as they had been unconscious when brought here. Oblivious to the fact that they were now on an isolated island. Remove his hood as well, Qin Kun ordered. Leopard's hood was taken off, and he squinted as he adjusted to the brightness. Soon, he, like Feng Yuan, realized Qin Kun was before them. Qin Kun, Leopard exclaimed, where is this place? What do you intend to do with us? Qin Kun's expression turned cold as he fixated on Leopard and Feng Yuan. You need not threaten me, nor should you contemplate revenge, because in this lifetime, you shall never escape from here. Upon hearing this, Leopard surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were indeed confined in a solid concrete prison. The last vestiges of color draining from his face, he looked earnestly at Qin Kun, his tone heavy. Qin Kun, we were blind to your greatness and offended a true deity. Please, just let us go. I assure you, we will not report you. Furthermore, that sum of over 100 million, I will find a way to make Dogden's family return it to you. How does that sound? This provoked a laugh from Qin Feng, who turned and exited the cell, his expression one of sheer disdain. Seeing Qin Feng's demeanor, Leopard swallowed hard and looked back at Qin Kun, who remained unmoved. After a brief silence, Qin Kun, hands in pockets, coldly regarded Feng Yuan and Leopard. I have already stated, you shall pay for your actions. To be frank, this is our family's military base located in Okinawa. Even if you grew wings, you could never escape from here. I demand that you endure a lifetime of suffering to repay the harm inflicted on Guo. With that, Qin Kun turned to the soldier. Listen, do not allow them to commit suicide, and inflict punishment on them at least 3 times a day. Understood? Yes, the soldier saluted. Upon hearing Qin Kun's words, the color completely drained from Leopard and Feng Yuan's faces. They had not anticipated that the family behind Qin Kun possessed such military power. Compared to him, they were but insignificant specks of dust. For them, death now seemed the most merciful option. Following Guo rescue, Qin Kun, under his brother's arrangement, took a few days to rest. Over this time, he found his spirits lifting considerably. Yet he anxiously awaited Guo awakening, a miracle that did not arrive. Third brother, you have been here for several days. It is time to return to Dongjiang, Qin Feng stated, standing on the beach with his hands behind his back. Enjoying the sea breeze, Qin Kun sighed. Now that the college entrance examinations were over, he found himself reluctant to return. Sensing his brother's thoughts, Qin Feng smiled gently. Brother, you must understand something. You are still in the evaluation period. Although the exams are concluded, once the results are out, the family will quickly arrange for your 4th assessment. Our father took on the responsibility of treating Guo to assist you, and you have no reason to be present at the Okinawa base at this time. If the family's uncles were to learn of this, it would not bode well for you. Qin Kun was well aware of this reality and after a moment of contemplation replied, All right, I will depart shortly. Very well, I will arrange a helicopter to take you back, Qin Feng said. After lunch, the rotors of the Black Hawk helicopter whirred to life. Qin Kun stood before the helicopter, embraced Qin Feng, and smiled. Second brother, I'll leave Xiaoming's care to you. Rest assured, once your sister-in-law awakens, I will inform you immediately. All right. Qin Kun boarded the helicopter, waving, We shall gather again when time permits. Qin Feng waved back. The helicopter ascended, heading towards the mainland. Once he was alone, Qin Feng turned to the doctor who had been following him and asked, Did you lie to my brother? The doctor lowered his head in response. Qin Feng could perceive that the doctor was concealing something from Qin Kun. Second young master, at the time, third young master was quite agitated. I feared that revealing the truth would be too much for him to bear. He is still in the evaluation period, and telling him the truth would serve him no good. Really? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the doctor. Then tell me, will this young lady recover? When Miss Guo was brought in, it was already somewhat late. I have done everything within my power. Her life is not in danger, but whether she will awaken, whether she might become a vegetable or suffer amnesia, none of us can predict. Everything depends on Miss Guo's fate. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. The situation was worse than he had imagined. After a moment, He pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. This matter must not be disclosed to third brother. Your task is to keep a close watch on Guo Xiaoming. Should anything happen to her, I will hold you accountable. I understand, the doctor replied, fearfully lowering his head. Upon arriving in Dongjiang, Qin Kun did not make a grand entrance but chose to disembark at the Qin family's hospital, as it was located in the suburbs and would not attract attention. Once at the hospital, the director personally received him and arranged for a car to take Qin Kun back to Dongjiang. Instead of heading home directly, he made a stop at the Golden Qilin. Upon entering the bathing center, Qin Kun spotted Lu Bing sitting on a sofa, staring at his phone, his eyes slightly sunken. It was evident that he had been troubled over Guo Xiaoming's condition, losing sleep in the process. Bing-gu, Qin Kun called out, approaching Lu Bing. Lu Bing looked up, his pupils widening in surprise as he quickly stood. Limping towards Qin Kun, you're back? Yes. Xiaoming is currently in my family's private hospital. How is she? Is she in serious condition? Is she going to be paralyzed? Lu Bing asked anxiously. Moreover, will there be any lasting repercussions? Qin Kun, unaware that the doctors at the Okinawa base had deceived him, and oblivious to the fact that Qin Feng and the doctor had concealed the truth, replied with a smile. The doctor assured that there would be no lingering effects. What she needs now is rest. Oh, has she regained consciousness? Can I video call her? This, I'm afraid not. Qin Kun shook his head. The Qin family's private base is isolated from the world, and ordinary communication methods cannot reach the Okinawa base. The only way to contact the Okinawa base is through the Qin family's unique signal communication system. During his days on the island, Qin Kun's phone had no signal, leaving him completely unaware of the happenings in Dongjiang. The only means for him to reach the Okinawa base would be through the Qin family's military affairs office or his own parents and siblings. However, this would be quite troublesome, as he was in a period of assessment. He was not authorized to contact the Okinawa base. Y family's private hospital is in a remote location, not even within the country, hence I currently have no way to reach her. Lu Bing's expression grew increasingly awkward. In any case, as long as she is all right, that is what matters. If she wakes up, I will inform you immediately. With that, Qin Kun exited the bathhouse and said, after a day of flying, I shall return home to rest. All right. Lu Bing bid farewell to Qin Kun, his brows furrowing deeper. He was immensely curious about the nature of Qin Kun's family. Furthermore, he could not fathom how Qin Kun managed to bring Guo Xiaoming back that day. After all, it was a dead end. If Qin Kun went alone, he would undoubtedly have no chance of returning. He inquired with the Qin family, but they remained tight-lipped. Upon returning home, Qin Kun's first task was to charge his phone. He had left Dongjiang in a hurry, without even having time to bring his charger. After arriving in Okinawa, the Qin family did not use inferior phones like Redmi, so there was no compatible charger available. Once the phone was charged, Qin Kun opened it to find an explosion of messages, particularly on WeChat, where notifications poured in one after another. The most active group was the one led by the third young master. Qin Kun clicked in to find numerous classmates from classes 1, 2, and 3 clamoring for him to reveal his identity, insisting that since they had already graduated, the third young master should be unveiled to the world. Qin Kun chuckled and chose to ignore it. He preferred to let this WeChat account fade into obscurity, hidden from the eyes of the public. The subsequent private messages were more intriguing. Zhao Xiaolei, third young master. Has the college entrance examination ended? Zhao Xiaolei, third young master. Why aren't you replying? Zhao Xiaolei, third young master. Didn't you say you would meet me once the exams were over? Zhao Xiaolei, third young master. It's been 2 days. Why haven't you responded? Do you dislike me? This is my first time reaching out to you. After reading through Zhao Xiaolei's verbose messages, Qin Kun swiftly accessed the settings menu and blocked her. Why keep such a person unblocked? After blocking Zhao Xiaolei, he moved on to the next contact, Suya. Suya, third young master, are you there? Suya, third young master, the exams are over. You should come out. Suya, third young master, I have completely distanced myself from that Qin Kun. You should be able to see that. Suya, third young master. Why aren't you speaking? You don't dislike me, do you? Qin Kun glanced at the numerous messages that followed and felt no inclination to continue reading. He promptly blocked her as well. Curious about the identity of the third young master, Qin Kun smirked. If you all knew I was the third young master, I wonder what expressions would grace your faces. Just then, his Redmi phone rang again. After answering the call, Qin Kun chuckled. Old Qin, have you forgotten your brothers now that you've got money? Where have you been these days? Why have you been absent from the server or just turned off your phone? What is going on? The voice of Paigo came through the line. Something came up. I had to step out, Qin Kun replied, scratching his head and laughing. Come on, stop being mysterious. Old Song and I have been looking for you for several days. What have you been doing? Lying in bed. Qin Kun inquired. Get off your lazy bum. The exams are over, and you're still lounging around at home? Don't worry, you don't have to spend money. Paigo responded excitedly. However, Qin Kun was completely uninterested. After all, flying was quite exhausting, and glancing at the clock, he saw it was already past 8. Forget it, Paigo. Let us talk tomorrow. I just returned to Dongjiang and am utterly exhausted. Ugh, you're such a buzzkill. Old Song and I are going out to have fun now, Paigo said. Go ahead, Qin Kun replied. After hanging up, he opened his computer and casually browsed, particularly focusing on news from Dongjiang. One matter caught his attention: the investments by Qiu Mingjia. This individual was the son-in-law of Yu Jianxing and the brother-in-law of Yu Di. His purpose for coming this time was evidently to support the Yu family, specifically targeting the Chen family. After reading a few articles, Qin Kun's expression grew increasingly serious. Mass exodus of hundreds. 8 billion returnees spend lavishly to poach talent. Tiancheng Group faces devastating blow. Subsidiary Huaiwei Garments of Tiancheng Group announces bankruptcy. Over 100 employees left jobless. An 8 billionaire plans to establish Shiji Group to acquire Tiancheng. What lies ahead for Tiancheng? Online reports expose Chen Zhangwo scandals involving excessive drinking, gambling, and exploiting young models. The barrage of negative news regarding the Chen family was overwhelming. Qin Kun felt enraged at the thought of those foolish journalists crafting such slanderous articles filled with negativity. He remarked, "True, public opinion can serve as a weapon. Perhaps this is all part of Qiu Mingjia's strategy. The power of public opinion is indeed formidable. The mere publication of these articles across major websites and forums could easily ignite a blaze against the Chen family. The most immediate consequence would be the potential exodus of remaining employees from the Chen family, as nobody wishes to remain in a company on the brink of bankruptcy with no hope." With this thought in mind, Qin Kun decided to call Chen Mingqing. After a while, the call connected. "Third young master, you've returned to Dongjiang?" "Yes, I'm back," Qin Kun replied. Chen Mingqing's voice seemed somewhat excited, as if she had been eagerly awaiting his return. After all, with Qin Kun around, the Chen family would certainly not face collapse, and the Qin family would not allow the Chen family to suffer. "By the way, third young master, how is Miss Guo? Is she all right?" "She is fine now. She just needs some rest," Qin Kun said, then shifted the topic. "I just read the news. Qiu Mingjia's offensive is quite fierce." Upon hearing this, Chen Mingqing instinctively touched the blister on her lip. She had been under considerable stress these days, resulting in a blister on her mouth and swelling in her gums. "It's bearable. Not that I can't hang on," she replied. "The subsidiary has declared bankruptcy, yet you still manage to endure?" Qin Kun asked. "Is Qiu Mingjia applying too much pressure?" "Indeed, the pressure is substantial. Since Qiu Mingjia's arrival, the various policies in Dongjiang have been loosened infinitely in his favor," Chen Mingqing recounted. "This is understandable. After all, that's an 8 billion investment. If I were in his shoes, I would also strive to secure it. However, the pressure he exerts behind the scenes is overwhelming. Aside from the public opinion attacks, he has also caused the government to retract many projects in collaboration with the Qin family and tighten policies, making every avenue difficult to traverse. Is the exodus of employees real?" Qin Kun inquired. "Yes, it is. Originally, we provided our employees with a monthly salary of around 5,000. However, Qiu Mingjia is so wealthy that he demands a minimum monthly salary of 30,000 for this team." Chen Mingqing sighed. "Now, the Chen family has to borrow money just to pay employees. It's impossible to retain them. Not only employees, many small enterprises that previously collaborated with us are now gravitating towards Qiu Mingjia, whether in construction materials or advertising." As Chen Mingqing spoke, her pent-up emotions spilled over. She had been suppressing her feelings for days, and inadvertently, she turned to Qin Kun as a confidant. He did not interrupt her. He allowed her to speak for nearly 20 minutes before solemnly responding. "Didn't he realize such significant changes had taken place in Dongjiang while I was in Okinawa? The competition between businesses is indeed brutal. Oftentimes, the more competitive party can completely obliterate the other in a remarkably short time. A classic case in point is Nokia. Once the reigning tech giant in Finland, Nokia saw its market share erode overnight with the advent of Android. Mingqing, send me your bank account details. You need to stabilize the remaining employees. Take some money to pay them." The college entrance examination had just concluded, and it was already approaching mid-June. The time salaries were typically disbursed. If the Qin family failed to pay salaries now, it would be a devastating blow to Tiancheng Group. "But how can I ask the third young master for money?" Chen Mingqing bit her lip. "Who said I'm giving it to you?" Qin Kun replied with a smile. "I'm merely lending it to you. Once Tiancheng Group recovers, you'll need to pay me back with interest." Qin Kun understood that it would be impossible for Chen Mingqing to accept money directly. Lending it to her was the only feasible approach. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingqing's frown dissipated, and she couldn't help but smile. Third young master, you are quite humorous, so. What is the interest rate? Ah, the interest. Qin Kun stroked his chin and replied, it's just 1 in 100 million. 1 in 100 million. So, if Chen Mingqing borrows 100 million, she only needs to repay 1 yuan a month. That's merely a lollipop. Such an interest rate is truly unmatched, Chen Mingqing remarked, and then recited her account number, 6284871. After Qin Kun noted the number, he asked, is 500 million enough? Ah, that's too much. Just 200 million will suffice, Chen Mingqing responded. Very well, then 200 million it is. After Qin Kun completed the transfer to Chen Mingqing's account, she felt a significant alleviation of her previous distress. Softly, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, third young master. Thank you for what? We are all friends here, Qin Kun teased. Hearing this, Chen Mingqing felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her gaze shifted as she declared, third young master, I shall remember this kindness. Should you ever require assistance in the future, the Chen family will undoubtedly lend our full support. Haha, you're being too formal. Qin Kun yawned. Sister Mingqing, it's getting late. I shall take my leave for now. Wait, huh? Is there something else? Yes, in 2 days, Qiu Mingjia is having dinner with my father. He mentioned he has matters to discuss, seemingly related to you, and since you've returned, would you like to join? Qiu Mingjia wishes to see me? Qin Kun narrowed his eyes. This individual had exhibited a rather arrogant demeanor, and the other day, he had even crashed his McLaren into him. Qin Kun had not forgotten these grievances. Of course, I'll attend. Why wouldn't I? With a smile, Qin Kun added, if I don't show up, Qiu Mingjia might think I'm afraid of him. Please tell me the specific time. The time is the day after tomorrow in the evening. I'll call you then. All right, I'll hang up now. Good night, third young master, good night. After hanging up, Qin Kun took a shower and went to bed early. The next morning, he received a WeChat message from Bai Yang, which was, of course, related to Bai Yang's birthday. Had Bai Yang not mentioned it, Qin Kun might have completely forgotten. After Bai Yang's message, he received a call from Pai Gu, who suggested they go out and have some fun that evening. Naturally, Qin Kun agreed. After spending the entire morning playing computer games at home, Qin Kun decided to leave the villa. He headed to Golden Street, wandering for quite some time, stopping occasionally. Ultimately, he paused in front of a jewelry store. Perhaps I should buy Bai Yang some jewelry. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he approached the counter and inquired with the sales assistant. Could you recommend some jewelry for me? The sales assistant, maintaining a professional demeanor, smiled and asked, are you purchasing this for your girlfriend? If so, I would recommend a ring. As she spoke, she presented a necklace and a ring, stating, these are relatively inexpensive, only 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Qin Kun frowned. To him, items priced at that level were akin to trash. The reason was simple. Qin Kun was excessively wealthy, with 800 million yuan in his account. What purpose did saving serve? Thus, he barely glanced at the ring and necklace before asking, do you have anything else? I'm merely celebrating a friend's birthday. She's not my girlfriend, nor do I intend to pursue her. What? The sales assistant looked bewildered. Jewelry is typically gifted either to couples or very close friends, at the very least to a best friend. Yet, gifting such items to an ordinary friend, she had never encountered such a situation. You're joking, right? I'm not joking. My friend is about 25 or 26. Do you think she could be my girlfriend? Qin Kun replied. The sales assistant was momentarily flustered. 18. Qin Kun was indeed too young for a woman in her mid-20s to be his girlfriend. Though she remained curious, she refrained from probing further and retrieved a pair of bracelets from the counter, placing them before Qin Kun. If it's for a friend, a ring is indeed too sensitive. Perhaps a bracelet or necklace would be better. What kind of bracelet is this? Qin Kun inquired. This one is made of silver and is not very expensive. I don't want such rubbish. Qin Kun waved his hand dismissively and asked, do you have anything like imperial green, sapphires, or diamonds? Something of a higher quality? Gulp. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant dropped the silver bracelet onto the counter, swallowing hard. She looked at Qin Kun as if he were a rare specimen. What? Is there something on my face? Qin Kun queried. No. Then why are you just standing there? I just want to ask. Are you really planning to gift this to an ordinary friend? Imperial green and rubies are among the world's top-tier gemstones. Incredibly precious. Are you joking about using such stones for a mere friend? Realizing this, the sales assistant became convinced that the recipient of Qin Kun's gift must be his girlfriend. Though she doubted he could afford it, she still presented the store's most exquisite ruby necklace. This piece is our highest-grade ruby necklace, with the rubies sourced from Myanmar, known as the legendary star ruby. As she spoke, the The sales assistant displayed the necklace. It was an exquisitely crafted piece, made of pure silver, and at its center lay a gem radiating a pigeon blood red hue, shimmering brilliantly. While Qin Kun was not particularly knowledgeable about gemstones, he immediately recognized the necklace's allure.